and don't win. You have connected us all, as all that we need in common is we are Yehudim. Even those on the way to join the Masechta Shabbos Daf Beis, amazing. We finished Masechta Brachos, and now we're going to take this journey. 156 days of Shabbos, 39 melachos, others, primary Yisur. For that we have subcategories of secondary Yisur. And the Mishnah Daf Gimel describes all 39 melachos. The last final melacha is the melacha that our Mishnah, the Masechta Shabbos begins with, the melacha of Tzah, to carry from one domain to another, to transfer an object from Rishus HaYachid to Rishus HaRabbi, or from Rishus HaRabbi to Rishus HaYachid. Rishus HaRabbi is a public domain, a street that is 16 amas wide, and many people go by there every day. Rishus HaYachid is a private domain, property that's surrounded by walls that are at least 10 tefachim high. The property has to be a certain size, 4 tefachim by 4 tefachim. Transferring from one property to the other is right. In order to be over that Isur, you have to accomplish two things. You have to do an Akira and an Hanach. You have to lift that object up and place it down in another domain. When the Torah says Tzah, it's referring to going from Rishus HaYachid to Rishus HaRabbi. But when we go from Rishus HaRabbi to Rishus HaYachid, that's called Achnasa. Although our Mishnah describes both of those cases as a Yitzir. The Mishnah starts off saying, Yitzir HaShabbos, Shtayim, they are 2, which equal 4. When a person stands inside or outside, it's 2 that equals 4 for a total of 8. Meaning, the Mishnah starts off with a person that the Mishnah describes ani, not necessarily poor, it's just a character to describe it to the ultimate using with the person standing inside called the Balabais. Person outside, the ani, he lifts up an object, he does an akira, and he places that object from Rishus HaRabbi, he places it into Rishus HaYachid. The second case regarding this ani that's standing outside in Rishus HaRabbi is he lifts up an object in Rishus HaYachid and brings it to himself in Rishus HaRabbi. He did a Makira and a Hanacha, but in the opposite direction as the first case. The corresponding cases, which is only Chayiv the Rabban number of the Reisa, are case number 5 and 8 on this list. And that is when the ani does Hachnasa. When the ani lifts up an object in Rishus HaRabbi, and he extends his arm into Rishus HaYachid, but rather than doing Hanacha in Rishus HaYachid, he lets the Balabais do that. Now it's 2 people that did one melacha, therefore the rest of the Rabban. The 8 cases where the ani lifts up an object in Rishus HaRabbi, but rather than transferring it into Rishus HaYachid, the Balabais sticks his hand out into Rishus HaRabbi, and he does the transferring and the Hanacha in Rishus HaYachid. The next 2 cases in the ratio, case number 3 and 4, talk about a man who's standing in Rishus HaYachid. We call him the Balabais. He does a tzah, lifting up an object from Rishus HaYachid and placing it in Rishus HaRabbi. That's it. Also in that area, because he did a Akira and case number 4 is where he sticks his hand out into Rishus HaRabbi, grabs an object, and brings it into Rishus HaYachid. Also in the right, he did a Akira and that's called Achnasa. The corresponding 2 cases in this list in the Mishnah are case number 6 and 7, where the Balabais lifts up an object in Rishus HaYachid, and the ani extends his arm into Rishus HaYachid, and the Balabais places the object into the ani's arm, not doing Hanacha because the Hanacha didn't take place in Rishus HaRabbi. All the Balabais did is Akira, the ani finishes it off doing Hanacha, which 2 people did, and the Malacha, Shneim, Shalasu, Turin, they both caught in the Raisa, and Chayiv the Rabban. And finally, the 8th case is where, the 7th case, the Balabais lifted up the object, rather than waiting for the ani to extend his hand into the Rishus HaYachid, he extends his hand into the Rishus HaRabbi and places it into the ani's hand, rather the ani takes it out of his hand and does the Hanacha in Rishus HaRabbi. So here again, we have a case where 2 people did 2 malachas, Akira and Hanacha, and they are put in the Raisa, Chayav, the Rabbi. Those are the 8 cases in the Mishnah. The Gemara brings a Mishnah in the Masechta Shavuos that's very similar. It says 2 which are 4. It brings a number of cases. One of them is a shvuah. Somebody takes an oath. The Torah describes it as in the future. He says he's not going to eat or he is going to eat. That's 2. But we add the rices as well, the past. I didn't eat or I did eat. The other case is Tumah. Midarais in the Pasuk talks about when a person forgets that he was coming and walks into the Beis Hamikdash, knowing it's a Beis Hamikdash, forgetting that he's coming, the Sabbath part of the day. Or he forgot that he's coming and he keeps touching. The other 2 cases that we add to that is when he forgets that it's the Beis Hamikdash. He didn't realize it's the Beis Hamikdash. He didn't realize that he's eating touch.
Come on, one day.
The Gain is when somebody has a white spot on his skin. The Torah talks about a se'eh. If one looks like snow, the other looks like wool, and we add 2 more there.
What is there?
One looks like lime, the other one looks like the membrane of an egg. But when the Mishnah Shavuos describes Shabbos, it only talks about 2 which are 4, rather 4 that are 8 like in our Mishnah. Why? Rabbi attempts to make a shot, says that our Mishnah is the Hilchos Shabbos, talking about the Sefer Shabbos. And therefore, it talks about things that are also potter, not just us. Whereas in the Shavuos, it talks about only this week. We have to realize, like we explained in the beginning, that Hachnasa, going from Rosh Rabbi to Rosh Hashanah, is considered in our Mishnah a Yitzia, because you see that our Mishnah starts off using the word Yitzia and goes on to describe immediately Hachnasa, going from Rosh Rabbi to Rosh Hashanah. And the Mishnah that Gimel, describing the last of the Lamed Malachos, talks about going from one Rishus to another Rishus, and doesn't differentiate whether you're going from Rishus Hayam to Rishus Rabbi, which is the Yitzia, or whether going from Rishus Rabbi to Rishus Hayam, which is Hachnasa. It calls them both a Yitzia. Finally, Rabbi says, when our Mishnah talks about Shtayim Shem Arba, Shtayim is referring to the domains. 2 domains in the Raisa. The often is about Shehem Arba, which can cause 4 Yisurim of Eitzah. And our Mishnah includes 4 additional Eitzahs, which are only Asur, the Rabbanan. Have a wonderful day.
I always thought that you can explain the stuff and you had some fun with the concept. This guy had to complete with him. What are you doing? He was a hitman. Got that PAT cheapstick over there? I think he's all from the story. Yeah, he was editing. He was making the word out. That's all right. And the guy wouldn't pay him.
Shabbos Daf Gimel, I apologize that we saw behind the video because of Purim and the scene that we had. Shushan Purim, Beis Hashem, by tomorrow will be all caught up. According to Shmuel, anytime it says in our Masechta that a person that does a malacha that has action to it is potter, it means potter avol us. If there are banan, it is us. Besides 3 cases that a person took action and it's completely mutter even with the rabbanan. And that is, if person A traps a deer in a room and he stands by the door, he's chayav midaraisa. Person B comes and keeps him company for a minute, and then person A disappears. Person B is completely potter because he didn't add anything to the trap. In a case where a person traps a snake because he's worried that the non-poisonous snake will bite him and cause him pain, he's completely potter and mutter because he's not doing it to catch a snake, he's doing it to prevent himself harm. And the third case is, if a person removes pus from within a zip, he's completely potter and mutter because he's not trying to make a hole in his body, he's trying just to remove and relieve the pain. Our Mishnah in the ratio where a person extends his hand and he just passes and somebody puts an object from one domain to another domain into his hand, it's potter and mutter. The reason why it's not brought down in Shmuel's case is because he didn't take any action. He's passive, he's just standing there. In our Mishnah, we have 8 cases. The first 4 cases are cases where people are chayiv midaraisa on the Isra of Eitzah, and that is because they accomplished 2 things. They did an akira and a hanacha. They uprooted an object from one domain and placed it in another domain. So 4 cases in the Seifa, it was a combination of 2 people, one did an akira and one did a hanacha. Now, if you look at it, it's 8 cases, but in fact we have 16 cases because we're talking about 16 different individuals. And in some cases, one individual did an akira, the other individual did a hanacha, and it's 2 different cases, 2 different yisurim. Why doesn't the Mishnah count them as 16 cases? Well, the first 4 cases you can't count as 8 cases because the second individual is completely potter and mutter. He's not doing anything, he's just standing like a statue, holding out his hand. So we're not going to count those 4 cases as 8 people. But what about in the Seifa that the 4 cases are two individuals. One is doing an akira, that should be one halacha, and one is doing an hanacha, and that should be a second halacha. You should count those 4 cases as 8 cases. The answer is because the Mishnah is only counting cases that can lead us to the Raisa that you would have to bring a card. The only person that could get to that case of the Raisa is the person that starts the malacha. The person that does the akira, he could also do hanacha. But the person that does the hanacha can never get to the Raisa because he didn't do the beginning of the case. He only did the end where you have to do an akira and hanacha in order to retire the Raisa. Even though 2 people did one malacha, there's no reason to have them bring a korban because the pasuk says, one person who does the entire malacha brings a korban. 9 shasua for 2 people that do a malacha. Rabbi asks Rabbi, what's the halacha if a person doesn't lift up the object? Rabbi puts it on his shoulder and he starts walking.
Auntie, how old are you?
Walking is considered an akira. You lift up your feet and you move outside. However,
how old are you?
It's not considered an akira. Why? Because the hand never moves. The hand is part of the body. It's moving, but the body never moved anymore. Says Rabbi, who is Rab's uncle, because Rab, didn't I tell you many times, don't ask your Rebbe questions in another receptor where he's not holding. You might embarrass him. What if he doesn't know the answer? And he might say something wrong. You're lucky that Rebbe is a gadol and he knows everywhere, and in fact, he says exactly like it says in the verse. Says about it. You see from the fact that if a person standing with his Rabbi and extends his hand into his hayachid, and somebody removes the object from his hand, we don't view that removal of the object from his hand as if he removed it from his Rabbi. Although the person's body is in his Rabbi, but his hand is somewhere else. The flip side, if someone standing with his hayachid extends his hand to his Rabbi and somebody removed an object from his hand, we don't view it as if he removed it from his Rabbi, even though his hand is an extension to his body. Asks Abaya, maybe we should view that hand. You're right, the hand is not a Rosh Hashanah, it's not a Rosh Hashanah. It doesn't go by the body, and it doesn't go where it's at. It's something in between. Perhaps we should view it as the Rabbanim Karmel. In other words, it should be a penalty here. If somebody that extends his hand out into another domain, we should not let it be able to bring his hand back into the original domain as a penalty. The Gemara brings a contradiction from 2 practices and makes 6 shakli. How could it explain the contradiction? One brayso says that if you extend your hand into another domain, you're allowed to retrieve your hand and bring it back into the house. The other brayso says that if you take your hand from the Shayach and put it into the Rabbi, you're not allowed to retrieve your hand. So the Gemara number 1, maybe the braysos argue whether or not your hand is considered a carmelist, just like Abaye's question. If it's considered a carmelist, I can understand that you're not allowed to bring your hand back in, because you're not allowed to bring one domain into another domain. Another shot is everybody agrees that the hand is a carmelist. But we all know that above 10 tefachim in Rosh Hashanah is not considered Rosh Hashanah at all. It's a makom tur. So one brayso is talking about that he extended his hand over 10 tefachim. Therefore, he's allowed to bring his hand back in because it's not going from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah. But under 10 tefachim, you're not allowed to bring your hand back. Another shot is no. Everybody's talking about both braysos are talking about below 10 tefachim. And the question is, one brayso is talking about that he extended his hand before Shabbos on Friday. Therefore, he's allowed to bring it back in. So well, you can take a reverse logic. If a person extends his hand before Shabbos, perhaps he shouldn't be allowed to bring his hand back. Why? Because even if he would bring his hand back in on Shabbos, he wouldn't be over the Raisa. Even if he put the object that's holding his hand down in his rabbit, he wouldn't be over the Raisa. Why? Because he started that kiro on Friday. In order to be over the Raisa, you have to do a kiro and enough on Shabbos. Whereas if he extended his hand on Shabbos and put the object down after he got tired, let's say, then he'd be over the right. So maybe in that case, we are lenient with him and say he's allowed to bring his hand back in. So, well, if that's the case, if you're using that logic, then the question that we're going to have tomorrow, in a situation where a person puts bread in an oven on Shabbos, it takes a couple of minutes for the bread to bake, and he realizes that you're going to stone him if the bread bakes. Is he allowed to remove it on Shabbos? Now, removing bread on Shabbos with Pia is the Issa D'Rabbanan. We allow him to do Issa D'Rabbanan to save his life. Or the way you just told me, you're allowed to. Because the Rabbanan didn't say that a person should lose his life because of the Issa D'Rabbanan. The Gemara goes into that. Do we say that kind of story? Another explanation to explain the contradiction in the prices is one brayso that says you're allowed to bring your hand back is talking about that he did it by accident. The brayso that says that you can't bring your hand back out, he's talking about he did it by accident. Another challenge, only on telling that he gave him shayk. The question is, do we penalize somebody for doing a shayk because he might lie in the case that he did mezid? Anytime somebody does mezid, they'll say, well, I can bring my hand back in because I was a shayk. And finally, the Gemara says everybody might agree that we don't penalize somebody shayk up to mezid. So what's the question? The question is, in the case where a person extended his hand and put the object in his friend's chutzner, that's when it's us. But if a person brings it back into his own chutzner, that's when it's mutter because he didn't accomplish anything. He didn't remove something from his domain. Whatever he tried to do, it went right back to where it was, and therefore, that is mutter. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Dalet. Rabbi has an amazing question. The person takes a piece of dough, and in order to bake the dough, he puts it in the side of the oven, like they bake today latke. Now it takes a few minutes for the dough to bake. Once it bakes, then and only then it will be chayav and the rice for baking. Is he permitted to remove the dough in order not to be over the rice? But by removing the dough, he's over the bottom called the dia. And the question is, in order to prevent them from being chayav carbon chatos, and we allow him to be over Israel. Now a carbon chatos comes only for a shayk. And a shayk is only if a person is unaware of what he's doing from the beginning of his act until the end of the act. So how is it possible that he had an awareness and he came to and he understands that he's doing the Isser and therefore he wants to remove the dough? It has to be that we're not talking about him, we're talking about his friend. His friend wants to save him from a chatos. But that's also very problematic. Because in Oymrim La'adam Chatei Kedishis Chavercha, we don't tell a friend, you perform a minor Aveira in order so that the friend is not over a major Aveira of a chatos. Therefore, the Gemara explains, we must be talking about that we don't want this person to be over an Isser Mezid, and did it on purpose. The only issue is that Rabbi in his question, he uses the language of a chatos, which means shayk. So we have to amend that and say he didn't mean chatos, he meant mezid. In fact, there's a brisa that says in the first, so that a person is allowed to be over the isser of the idea of removing the dough from the oven, which is the rabbanon, in order not to be over the isser deraisa of skila. The Gemara brings the Mishnah, which says that for a person is standing in the Rishus Rabbi and extends his hand and takes an object, does an akira Rishus Rabbi, and places it in another person's hand in Rishus Rabbi. Hanacha in Rishus Rabbi. He's chayav b'raisa oitza. He did akira and hanacha. The question that Gemara addresses right now is why is the hand of the person standing in Rishus Rabbi enough for the ani to be chayav? The hand is not for tefachim, and in order the person is chayav b'hanacha, he has to place an object on an area that's larger than 4 by 4 tefachim. The Gemara makes 7 attempts to explain this, and the Gemara in the Maskana, the last shot, the 7th shot is, and that's what we go with, is Rabbi explains that a hand of a person is considered 4 tefachim. You're right, it's not physically 4, but it says if it's 4 tefachim, it's kosher 4. But before we get to that answer, let's go through the different answers. Answer number 1 is that it goes according to Rabbi Kiva, who holds that you don't need 4 tefachim. Because Rabbi Kiva holds in a case where a person throws an object from a Rishus HaYachid, a private domain, to another private domain, but it travels over a public domain. So Rabbi Kiva is chayav for itself. It's as if it landed in the public domain. How could it land in the public domain? It traveled right over it. The answer is because most of a concept called Tuka Kamishum Kodami. We consider it as if it landed in the Rishus HaRabbi. In slow motion, as it's passing over Rishus HaRabbi, it landed for a millisecond in Rishus HaRabbi, and then it continued traveling to Rishus HaRabbi. And therefore, it's Gemara pushes that logic off and says that you see from Rabbi Kiva that he only holds Tuka Kamishum Kodami when it comes to landing, but not taking off. Because if you be chayiv for taking off also, what the king should say, you should be chayiv twice. Once for taking off and landing in Rishus Harabim, and then again, it must take off in Rishus Harabim in order to continue to Rishus Harabim and be chayiv again. You see, people hold that for landing you don't need 4 tefachim, but for taking off you do need 4 tefachim. Therefore, the kibbutz is not fit into our mission. As the Gemara is describing this concept of the Gemara brings Rabbi. In the beginning, had a suffix, what my this was, and at the end it says this part. But just to point out, the Rabbi brings something called a question. We learn Zrika from Moshe. In other words, in the midbar, the Levim would pass beams from one wagon to another wagon, which is one Rishus Hayachid to another Rishus Hayachid, because these wagons had walls that were 10 fucking high, and the wagons were larger than 4 fucking. But as they were passing the beams from one wagon to the other, they were going across the Rishus Harabim. In between them was the Rishus Harabim. So therefore, it's usher to pass an object from one Rishus Hayachid to another Rishus Hayachid is going above the Rishus Harabim. And the question is, do we learn growing from passing? The Rabbi went through that question, but at the end he decided to repeat the whole. The low can talk and say, keep the commission. The Gemara makes another effect. Perhaps it doesn't point to the Shita, our Mishnah that says that placing an object in somebody's hand, that's considered 4 tefachim. Why? Because it goes like Rabbi. Rabbi holds like you throw an object in Rishus Harabim and it lands on a branch, even if the branch is very small, you're chayiv. The Gemara says, well, don't prove anything from that case, because the branch is actually 4 tefachim. Why? Even though you're looking at it and it's less than 4 tefachim. Because the trunk of the tree is more than 4 tefachim, and the branch is attached to the trunk, so it's as if the branch is 4 tefachim. So perhaps there's another Rabbi. Rabbi says in a case where a person throws an object from one Rishus Harabim to another Rishus Harabim, like you see in the picture, from one highway to another highway, traveling over a private domain. Rabbi holds that the concept of as it's traveling over the private domain, it landed in the private domain, halacha. But he adds another. He says, you are in fact chayiv twice. It travels from Rishus Harabim and passes over Rishus Hayachid, so it's as if it landed in Rishus Hayachid. And then there's halacha as if it took off again from Rishus Hayachid and landed again in Rishus Harabim. So what happened was you had a hachnasa from Rishus Harabim to Rishus Hayachid. Then you had a haitzah from Rishus Hayachid to Rishus Harabim. Therefore you're chayiv. And the Gemara pushes this attempt as well. It says, only in that case, Rabbi says you're chayiv.
Really unprecedented.
Rishus Hayachid, we're talking about Rishus Hayachid, it has a ceiling. And if you have a ceiling, it's as if the whole Rishus Hayachid was pulled to the top. And therefore, it landed somewhere, anywhere it lands, it has 4 tefachim to land. But you can't say the same logic in Rishus Harabim, because Rishus Harabim did not have a ceiling. Because in the desert, they didn't have a ceiling when they were doing this. So too, every Rishus Harabim could not have a ceiling. And therefore, it doesn't fit into our Mishnah. And for the rest of the attempts, of how to explain a person's hand that doesn't have 4 tefachim, how does it work? That we'll see Beis Hashem on that pay. Have a wonderful day.
There's no lights in this. No lights in this. No lights. There was 2 asses. He was good to that. She was good to
Shabbos Daf Hey. Yes, you heard right. We are holding for the end of the Zion, but I'd like to go back to that Hey. One of the biggest concepts that we have in that is, if you miss a daf, don't try to make it up. Jump ahead and do the daf. Apply yourself through. If you fall behind the 2 daf and it might happen in house situation, Corona, you might not be, and you're ready to cheer. Don't give up. Just start where everybody else is, write it down, and when you have the opportunity, come back and do that. So that hey, the Gemara is discussing the concept of yad. The Mishnah, where there's a 4th person in the Shirab, who brings an item into the Shirab and places it in the hand of the Baladaris, the first standing in the Shirab. Then Akira, and then Hanaf. Why is it like the hand of the Baladaris is not 4 tefachim and 4 tefachim? And the Gemara makes many attempts until it finally comes to the The mother's first attempt is on that thing. Rabbi Halacha, if you take a ball and you throw it through the catcher, and he catches it in his mitt, you are chayiv because it is the akira by throwing it, and the hanacha, the catching of the catcher, that's your hanacha. You see from here that even though the mitt is less than 4 tefachim by 4 tefachim, you are chayiv. Says Gemara, you're right. That's a great raya for hanacha. But where does it say that akira, if you pick up an item from the balabai's hand and you bring it into the surrounding, you're also chayiv? It doesn't say anywhere that the akira could be from a place that's less than 4 by 4. In addition, how do you know that the catcher's mitt is not 4 by 4? So Rabbi Aga has another attempt. Perhaps you're talking about baskets. When you put the item in the balabai's hand, it's referring to a basket, and you have to read it as basket, not hand. Well, that would be very difficult because if Yossi Rabbi says if a person has a basketball hoop, it was just a rabbit, and he has a basket on top,
all right, come on,
ball into the basket.
Bravo.
It's as if you
What do I have to do to summon you, dog? Wandale fucking Robinson.
What has another pass? This hand, like the
Did they give it to this scatterable dude again?
It's really close to the ground. Since you think you're talking to the ground, you can invoke the concept of love of your hand is part of the ground. And the ground is obviously 4 buckets. The issue with that is that it says the mission that he's standing up. How does his hand reach the floor? Well, perhaps he's leaning over. Perhaps he's in a pit, and his hand is by the surface of the pit. And we're talking about the dwarf. Says Rabbi, that doesn't make sense. The mission is talking about all these interesting cases. Therefore, Rabbi comes up with the final point. A person's hand is considered halachically 4 by 4.
Wandale Robinson.
So going back to that case that we said about throws a ball into a catcher's mitt, he's higher. If the catcher gets up and moves toward the pitcher, then the pitcher is partial because it's Shnayim Shosu. All the pitcher did was that here, but the hanacha is not where he wanted it to land. Somebody else got involved in it and made a different hanacha, and therefore they both did this hanacha and the bonus part in their eyes. Ask your Yochanan an unbelievable question. What happens, and I saw a video of this being done actually, if a person takes a ball and throws it, let's say toss the football, and he runs really quickly and catches Robinson. In a way, he's acting like 2 different individuals, and perhaps he should be caught. Or maybe no. He is creating 2 different lives. It's 1 person, and therefore he should be hiding. The Gemara actually remains in the prison. If a person puts his hand into his friend's backyard and grabs water, and then he put it back, he's hiding. And the finish is that water that's laying on top of water is still considered as if it's laying there, because all water is 1. But if you have, let's say, a floating walnut, that's not part of the water, and that's not a hanacha, that's not its resting place, and therefore you're not that. A person who received the rain as it was raining in his hand, that's not considered as if he's getting nakira. Because what's the difference if his friend put the item in his hand and he said that's not considered nakira? Or it came from the sky, that's not considered nakira. What if he pushes the water with his hand? That's also not considered an akira because it didn't come from a 4 by 4 place. Now, if, let's say there's a roof on a slant, so it sort of slows down the descent, but that's not considered a stopping. Whereas if it's an item like a megillah that will roll down the roof but it's came to a stop, that's considered as if it's not the water that continues to move, that's not its resting place. The Gemara says, what about a walnut inside a small little boat, a cleat, a vessel that's on the water? Do we view the walnut as if it's in its resting place in the vessel? Or perhaps because the vessel is still on the water and it's moving, they are both not considered in the resting place, the water remains in the case. You have oil that floats on top of water. And somebody who's coming, who went to the mikvah, but he's waiting for the evening, and we're discussing truth, touches the oil. Is it as if he touched the bottom of the wine as well? Because it's liquid that's above liquid. Or perhaps we view each liquid as an individual entity. The oil is by itself, and the wine is by itself. So according to the from the movie, they're both connected, and if you touch one, you touch them both, and they're both coming. And according to the Tanakama, No, they are not connected. If somebody has food on him, like on the napkin, and he keeps on going back and forth, he's not flying until he makes a short stop. One kind of stop, it has to be a stop, but a stop for rest. But if it's stop just to readjust the load, that's not considered a stop. That's not considered a stop. When you reverse the street, you use that same logic, but his technique. In other words, a person is higher if he walks into the surrounding 4 hours. What happens if he's walking 2 hours and he stops to readjust his load? Since it's not considered a real stop, so then when he continues and he gets to 4 hours, he'll be tired because he hasn't wanted to walk 4 complete hours. The fact that he stopped in the middle is considered a stop. But if he stops to rest, then he's not tired for walking Dalit Amos in this level because he didn't do it in one shot. The stop was a real stop. And the same thing Rabbi says in every miracle, that the person lifts up a face, he lifts up an item, and his intent was to put it somewhere innocent. And then he walked outside, then he never did an akira, because in order to be over an akira in itself, you have to have an intent to lift it up in order to take it outside. But over here, his intent was to lift it up and put it on the shelf. Therefore, he's a high, has a wonderful safe day. Shabbos Davo. The Gemara brings an interesting case. A person who walks with an object from Rishus HaYachid to the Rishus Rabbi, but he travels through a Carmelis. Carmelis is not a Deraisa, it's a Rishus L'Rabbanan. It's not a Rishus HaYachid and not a Rishus Rabbi. The question is, do we view this person as if he made a stopover in Carmelis, and he wouldn't be chayiv at all because in order to be chayiv, you have to go from Rishus HaYachid to Rishus Rabbi? Or perhaps we don't view his walking by the Carmelis as a stopover. We ignore it completely. According to Ben Azai, he's Patur, and according to Chachamim, he's Chayiv. Now, it's very easy to understand Ben Azai. Ben Azai holds the Mahalech Kohen. The person who's walking, it's as if he's standing still. Every time he puts his foot down on the ground for a millisecond, that millisecond, he's in a standing position. Therefore, this person is Patur because he walked from Rishus HaYachid, stopped completely in the Carmelis, and then continued on his journey to Rishus Rabbi. Since he stopped in the Carmelis, that causes him to be Patur. The Gemara says we need to understand Chachamim. Where do Chachamim see that the person needs to stop over, even though Chachamim hold Mahalach Lav Kohen, it's not considered as if he stood still. Where else do we see in Shas that the person walks through Carmelis and he's tired? The Gemara makes 2 attempts before its final 3rd attempt to resolve it. Perhaps it's as if a person walked more than 4 hours with an object in his hand. Now, a person is not chayiv until he places the object down and he just runs. A person has walked 4 hours and he continues walking. He's not chayiv until he places it down. But all the long that he's walking until he places it down, he was patur. So you see that even though he walked through a place that he was patur, he is chayiv at the end. This is why that's not your right. Because had he chosen to put the object down at any given time, at that moment he would be chayiv. Whereas if he's walking through a Carmelis and he decides to place it down in the Carmelis, at that point he would be patur. No comparison. Okay, so we have another case. What if a person walked exactly 4 hours? If he decided to place the object down at Amma number 2 or 3, etc., he'd be patur completely. Because in order to be chayiv, you have to walk 4 hours. So here's a case where a person walked through a place that he is patur. Nevertheless, he's chayiv at the end. More, that's not a good example. Because other people that would place their objects in Amma number 2 and 3, etc., would be chayiv. Because for them, that is more than 4 hours. Only this individual is patur. So the actual place is a makom chiyuv for the whole entire world besides this person. Not a good example. But what is a good example is if a person walks through Tzidei Rishus Rabbi. For example, if a person's fence falls down into Rishus Rabbi, his Rishus HaYachid fence falls into Rishus Rabbi, he is chayiv as if he went from Rishus HaYachid to Rishus Rabbi. Now, that fence that's in Rishus Rabbi is considered a Carmelis. I'm looking to exactly our case. So here you have a case where a person walks from Rishus HaYachid, rather than chayiv, even though he passed by the Carmelis, and that's where Chachamim got their halachas. The Gemara brings a very long verse and goes through every single step of the Brisa and takes about 4 daf to explain this Brisa completely. We're going to go through it step by step. Very simple Brisa, describing the 4 Rishiyos, the 4 domains. There's a Rishus HaYachid, the private domain, the Rabbi, the public domain, a Carmelist, which doesn't have the different categories and statuses of Rishus HaYachid. And then you have Makam. It's completely covered. You can put an object in and pick it out, and you're not hiding. Rishus HaYachid is any place that's 4 tefachim by 4 tefachim wide, with mechitzos, with walls that are 10 tefachim high, even if it's underground, in the ground, even if it's on top of a wall. Rishus Rabbi is a place that's 16 amos wide, and is a highway, or it's a large marketplace where people do their business. There's a lot of people, and it's 16 amos wide. Now, if a person goes to Rishus Rabbi, by accent B'Shagim, is Chai V'Chatas. You go by Mezid, you Chai Paras, and if there's Edom and Asra, you Chai Skila. Why does the Bryce have to tell us that the Paras, you Chai V'Nisa? It's in the pasuk that you do on the Malacha on Shabbos, you Chai Paras, you Chai Skila. The answer is because Rabbi Yochanan says that one who commits 39 Avos Malachos is chayav 39 chatos. You can't be chayav more even if you eat Avos. You can be chayav up to 39, but you're chayav 39. There's a Megillah started. There's a Megillah. In those days, they didn't write down the Torah Shabbat. And if somebody had a very Chodesh Dika Shita, he was a Das Yachid, he was the only person that said so. In order not to forget his Shita, they write it down in a Megillah and they put it away. We found the Megillah started with Issa ben Yehuda that said, there's one out of the 39 Malachos that you're not chayav skila. So, Rice is going to tell us, guess what? That one is not the malacha of himself. So you are chayav skila and chayav. And that's why the Rice tells us to chayav skila. If there are multiple yards, chatzeros, that belong to different people, communal yard, or a mabul she'en mefuch, meaning streets that are not cut off, they go through and through. If they made, streets that are in mefuch, mefuch means they go through. In mefuch means that it's a dead end. You can make an eruv there. If you make an eruv, it's mutter to carry. If you don't make an eruv, it's possible to carry. If somebody stands on the skufa is the threshold. It's a makom to you can take an object from Rishus Rabbi, or you can take an object from Rishus HaYachid, from the skufa, but you cannot be the middleman. You can't take an object from Rishus HaYachid and place it in Rishus Rabbi and vice versa. If 3 people do so, they are all potter, but it's possible. Acherim say that the skufa, this threshold, it depends. If the door to the house is open, then it acts as a Rishus HaYachid. If the door to the house is closed, then it acts as a Rishus Rabbi. If there's a house on either side, a person owns a house on either side of Rishus Rabbi, and he wants to make the Rishus Rabbi his own private domain, could he do so? According to the Rabbi, he simply puts a beam from side to side on both sides of the houses. So the area between the 2 houses is considered a Rishus HaYachid. Where he puts a lechi, standing beam, a vertical beam, on each side of his house, the corner of one house, 2 corners, they act as walls. I'm saying you can't take a public domain and make it into a private domain. That's impossible. What's the tradition? Why does the Brisa use a lashon that Rishus HaYachid Gemura? What's this lashon? Gemura is Gemara. Come home, even if a person throws an object from Rishus Rabbi into this area that a person put a lechi in a fire, he's not chayav from going to Rishus Rabbi. Even though formally we don't say so. The lashon of if there's a highway or a public plaza, Suhi Rishus Rabbi. This is a Rishus Rabbi Gemura. Why is the Brisa use a strong lashon? To exclude a case of union. Union is an L-shaped wall that's an amma by a hammer. You put 4 of these L-shaped walls in the middle of Rishus Rabbi, and you have a well in the middle. And they act as a Rishus Rabbi that people bring their pails and draw water, and give water to their animals in their early level. Even if people are walking through it, there's a lot of rabbin going through it, it's still considered a Rishus HaYachid. In the time of Matan Torah, when Christ was in the Midbar, the desert is considered a Rishus Rabbi. But nowadays, it's not considered a Rishus Rabbi. It's a wonderful day.
Lindale Robinson.
Shabbos Daf Zayin. We continue with the brisa that describes the four domains, the four rishuyot, which is a Rabbi, which is a Yachid, Carmelis, and Mokim. While describing a Carmelis, the brisa brings an example of a bikka. A bikka is a valley, a large field. So we're saying that a bikka is a Carmelis, but on the other hand, the Mishnah tells us that a bikka is considered a Yachid 3 out of 4 times. And the other time is considered Rosh Hashanah. In other words, in the summer, we consider Rosh Hashanah if somebody carries from a bikka into Rosh Hashanah. And in the winter, if somebody carries from there Rosh Hashanah. And when it comes to Tumah, a bikka is considered Rosh Hashanah, but in the summer, it's considered Rosh Hashanah. What does that mean? Tumah has a special halacha that if you have a suffix Tumah, you have a doubt whether this thing is coming, you are coming. You look at where you are. If you're Rosh Hashanah, you are covered. If you're Rosh Hashanah, you are coming. And why is that? Because we learn from a Saita. Saita, a woman who's secluded with another man, there are no other people there. So if it's in Rosh Hashanah, there are people, and therefore you are covered. So in this case, only in this case, in the summer, there are some people that go off the beaten path and they go into the field, and therefore it's not considered Rosh Hashanah. For Tumah, it's rather considered Rosh Hashanah. The question remains, though. We're calling this bikka Rosh Hashanah, sometimes Rosh Hashanah, but never do we call a bikka Carmelis. So why does the Brisa call a bikka Carmelis? The Gemara brings 2 answers. Ula says, in fact, it is a Carmelis. Just in regarding Tumah, there's a Rosh Hashanah and Rosh Hashanah. And that's why we call it Rosh Hashanah versus Rosh Hashanah. But halachically, it's actually a Carmelis. Rabbi doesn't like that answer. It says specifically it's Rosh Hashanah. It says Rabbi, because we're discussing a specific case of a very large field that's enclosed with a fence. And that creates a Rosh Hashanah, the Eraisa. However, in the Rabbanon, you're not allowed to walk in that Rosh Hashanah 4 hours. It's very similar to Rosh Hashanah.
Motherfucker, give it to him.
While describing this Carmelis, there's 3 cases plus a Carmelis. In other words, the Brisa says, Yam, sea, a bikka, a valley, is Stavanis benches. Big Carmelis, but we are describing Carmelis. So what is this actual word for Carmelis? Tell us a special case of Keren Zovis Rosh Hashanah. There are houses lined up on the Rosh Hashanah, and one of the houses is set back. Now, people could actually go from the Rosh Hashanah into that setback, but they don't. They don't like using that. Therefore, that area is not considered Rosh Hashanah, but rather it's considered a Carmelis. Rabbi says, in those days, in the middle of the highway, they would have a pillar. The people would bring their goods out to sell. Says Rabbi, the area of these amudim, these pillars, is considered a Carmelis. It's difficult to maneuver between them. You could, but you don't. Says Rabbi Yehuda, the benches that are in front of these pillars, they are considered Carmelis, meaning that the beams are not a Carmelis, because you could maneuver if you wanted to. You cannot drive over a bench. If the Rabbi says that the pillars are Carmelis, certainly we would agree that the benches are Carmelis. The Gemara discusses the case where a person takes a sticky object, like a wet fig or silly putty, whatever it is, and he throws it 4 amas in Rosh Hashanah, and it lands on a wall. So he's chayav because he transferred an object 4 amas. Now, if it lands on top of the wall, on top of the smoking food, you have like a stone in the middle of Rosh Hashanah. How do we view any object in the middle of Rosh Hashanah? Could it cancel Rosh Hashanah? If the stone is 3 12 by 3 and 3 12 high, then it becomes a muffin fruit. And if the fig lands on top of this object, the stone, then he's puzzled. If it lands on the side of the object, that's the stone, then he's chayav, because it's considered as if it landed in Rosh Hashanah. Whereas if it landed on top, it landed in a muffin fruit, and he's puzzled. Now, what about thorns that are less than 3 12? People don't like to step on thorns. Does it cancel out Rosh Hashanah? It's machlokes in the Gemara. What about waste? No one wants to step on dog waste. So the Gemara is considered by most as a muffin food. However, Rav Ashi says you can't start canceling out Rosh Hashanah when you feel like and say this item is cancels it, this doesn't, and therefore he says anything that's less than 3 tefachim high is bottled to Rosh Hashanah is part of Rosh Hashanah and it doesn't cancel, doesn't become a Mokum. The Gemara says, when Chachamim invented the concept called Carmelis, they took the best halacha from Rosh Hashanah and the most kula halacha from Rosh Hashanah, and they brought it into Carmelis. And they said, let's look at Rosh Hashanah. There's a special halacha that in order to be Rosh Hashanah, you have to be at least 4 tefachim. So too, a Carmelis must be at least 4 tefachim. Anything less than 4 tefachim is still considered a Mokum. And just like in Rosh Hashanah, it only extends in Rosh Hashanah up to 10 tefachim. Anything above 10 tefachim is a Mokum. So too in a Carmelis, anything above 10 tefachim is a Mokum. However, Rosh Hashanah, we know, can extend all the way to the sky. You have a giant pole. On top of that pole, it could be 100 tefachim. It will still be considered a Rosh Hashanah. Gemara brings an interesting case. A person has a house. Some might call it a dog house. Very short. Only 3 feet tall, let's say. Less than 10 tefachim. But the exterior walls actually are 10 tefachim because if you count the roof and everything, you have 10 tefachim. Inside that house, everything is a carmelis. Above the house, it's all a Rosh Hashanah because you have 4 by 4 tefachim.
One day.
And you have lower walls.
Come on, baby.
There's a concept called asik nechitza. The walls on the side extend halachically upwards and create a wall that is 10 tefachim.
Are you fucking serious? Quit with this
What happened if that
asshole.
person decided he'd like to use the house and he'd like to dig down into the ground and create more than 10 tefachim height in the center of the house? But the side of the house, the side of the room, is less than 10 tefachim. Says the Gemara, the entire house turns into Rosh Hashanah because of the concept called Chayrei Rosh Hashanah. The holes in Rosh Hashanah are like Rosh Hashanah. The shelves that are in the walls of Rosh Hashanah have halacha of Rosh Hashanah. So anything that's less than 10 tefachim is considered a shelf and therefore has halacha of Rosh Hashanah. What about shelves in Rosh Hashanah? You build a wall to separate Rosh Hashanah and Rosh Hashanah, and there's a shelf in the wall. What halacha does that have? According to Abaya, it's considered a Rosh Hashanah. Why? Because people benefit from it. They like to use that shelf. According to Rabbi, it's not like Rosh Hashanah. And Rabbi asks Abaya, didn't we just say before that Keren Zomzim Rosh Hashanah, when there's a setback to a house that's considered a carmelis and not a Rosh Hashanah? Says Abaya, in that case, no one likes to use that setback. But shelves, everybody wants to use a shelf, and therefore it has a halacha of Rosh Hashanah. Now, going back to that case where somebody threw a sticky object on a wall, we're talking about a case where there's no hole in the wall. If there's holes in the wall, then even if you threw it above 10 tefachim, it should be considered Rosh Hashanah. And if you might tell me, well, it's not considered Rosh Hashanah because it doesn't have 4 by 4 as that hole. Well, there's a concept called plug. So we go according to the mayor. The mayor says that anytime you have a hole that's less than 4 by 4, I halachically carve out a 4 by 4 stereo. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Dafches, Achim Kol Beis Yisrael, in very trying times, but many of us are in quarantine or something post-quarantine. I want to give you chizuk, have bitachon, learn a little bit more, dive in a little bit stronger, and retrospect. Let's think, why is this happening and what can we do to become better? If you are in quarantine, you're looking for a share, and we are still live streaming 7:15 a.m. from Israel. And then it goes WhatsApp,
come on, baby.
all that, or anytime, and on our app at 8minDaf.com. The Gemara says an amazing concept. If you take an entire Rishus, take a Rishus Hayavim and transfer it into Surab New York, how do you do so? You need an object that's 4 by 4 tefachim by 10 tefachim high. The best example would be if I take a basket, a converse. Now, a basket is typically round, and this Rishus is 4 by 4 square. How do I get a 4 by 4 square into a round basket? Well, the Gemara is very simple math. If I have a 1 by 1 square, the diagonal is 1.4 according to the Gemara math. Very simple math. So if I have a 4 by 4 square, the diagonal is 5.6. In order to get a 4 by 4 square, into a circle, I need a diameter of 5.6, which is the diagonal of my square. So my basket needs to be 5.6. Or Rabbi says, let's make it 6 tefachim to be certain you have the right sheet. If I have a 6 tefachim basket by 10 tefachim, now my basket is in Shus Hayah. Says Rabbi, I don't need 6 tefachim, because once you have a basket that's 10 tefachim, automatically it's more than 10 tefachim. Because you have something called pools. You have these little pieces of unwoven straw or whatever that sticks on the top. And it goes above my 10 tefachim to Makom Tur. And once it's in the Makom Tur, then my whole basket is considered in a Makom Tur, and I am. What if I take a basket that's 7.5 tefachim, flip it over, and bring it within 2.9 tefachim of the ground? Now I can say lover. Anything within 3 tefachim extends my mechitzos, extends the walls of my basket all the way down, and now my basket is slightly above 10 tefachim. Once it's above 10 tefachim, once again it's in the Makom Tur, and I am. But let's say the basket is exactly 7 tefachim. I have to go a little bit less than 3 tefachim in order to get lovish. Now my basket is slightly less than 10 tefachim, and it doesn't work. Rav Ashi says, even if I flip my basket over, I can't extend my mechitzos and walls. Why? Because the basket is not meant to be flipped over. The usage of the basket is when it's flipped upright and I can store things in it. Therefore, there's no lover. Now, what if this basket that's upright is 2.5 tefachim away from the ground? I still don't say lover to extend the walls because there aren't any walls that are visible. All I see is a flat tire. The halacha is, if I take an object and I throw 4 amos from Rosh Hashanah, I'm chayiv if it lands in Rosh Hashanah. What if I have a little bump in the road that's less than 3 tefachim? That's all part of the Rosh Hashanah because less than 3 tefachim people step up. What if it's 4, 5, 6 up to 9 tefachim? That's a makom because people don't step on it and people don't use it for anything. But anything above 9 tefachim people use to readjust their load, and therefore it becomes part of Rosh Hashanah. What if I have a hole in the ground that's exactly 9 tefachim? According to Rabbi, just like I say, a beam that's 9 tefachim is considered part of Rosh Hashanah, so too a hole in the ground is considered part of Rosh Hashanah. Rabbi says no. A hole in the ground is hardly used. It's very difficult to use, and therefore it's not considered part of Rosh Hashanah. And I'll prove it to you. There's a mission that says later on in that proof, that if there's a stream of water that goes through the Rosh Hashanah and somebody throws an object into that stream of water, and that stream of water is less than 10 tefachim, it's considered as if I threw it into the Rosh Hashanah because people walk through it. The question is, why does the Mishnah repeat itself twice? Well, the first part I can explain easily. The part that talks about the water, because some people use it in the summer to cool themselves off. And I think in the winter it's not considered part of Rosh Hashanah. That's why it repeats itself the second time to say that even in the winter, when people do go into the water to clean themselves off, perhaps in the summer they don't. Therefore it says, but why does it say Rosh Hashanah? It says, Rabbi, I'll tell you. It tells us the concept that when you walk, when people really like to walk through the water, it's still considered walking, it's still considered Rosh Hashanah. But usage idea, so use a hole in the ground, that's not considered part of Rosh Hashanah. Now, you want to bring the concept of Erev. We know Erev Tumen. If I want to walk 2,000 amos outside the city limit, I place a meal consisting of a bread and an egg, and I say, okay, that's when I am residing on Shabbat. Even though I'm not there, so I walk towards my bread 2,000 amos, and from the bread I get another 2,000 amos. Says the Rabbi, so what happens if the person puts that meal in a pit? Now we must say the pit is less than 10 tefachim, because if it's more than 10 tefachim, then it's Rosh Hashanah. And he, in his mind, thought he's going to reside in Rosh Hashanah, so his meal is not where he's residing. Therefore, it's less than 10 tefachim. But it's a question of Rabbi because you see people use holes in the ground. It's considered hard usage, yet it's part of Rosh Hashanah. Says Rabbi, no, we're not talking about Rosh Hashanah. We're talking about a kind of. The reason why it says Rosh Hashanah comes to exclude Rosh Hashanah because an Erevin is either at Rosh Hashanah or Rosh Hashanah. But he has a given time. Another very interesting text the Gemara says is that in fact the man himself is an Rosh Hashanah. His Erev is in a karmot. Now you ask, if it's in 2 different domains, then you can't really use it. The answer is he could. Because since a karmot is only Issa the Rabbanan weren't makbid when it comes to Ben HaShmashos. It's considered a shvus. A shvus is an Issa the Rabbanan. Issa the Rabbanan doesn't apply during Ben HaShmashos. But since during Ben HaShmashos, he had his Erev in place. So that wasn't an Issa to go fetch it. So he was considered as if he resided in the karmot. What happens if you have an object? Let's take an object And it's in Rosh Rabbi, and he takes it and he goes like this, and he flips it over. Now, if you see this point is stationary. It never moves when he flips it. The Gemara says he never laid it on the here. He never lifted it up. In fact, he took this out and he rolled it in Rosh Rabbi, then he's tight. He dragged it in Rosh Rabbi, he's tight. Because he moved the entire object while he's dragging it. When he rolled it also, the entire object moves. Whereas if you just lifted it up on its point, it never moved. When the Brisa discusses it in Skufa, threshold, the Brisa is discussing a threshold that's mucking. It's less than 4 tefachim wide. And therefore, if somebody's standing on his Skufa, he can reach into a Rishus HaYachid and grab something from someone, or he can reach to the Rishus HaRabbi and grab something from someone. But he cannot act as the middleman and bring something from the Rishus HaYachid all the way into the Rishus HaRabbi. The Gemara asks, what's the difference? Rabbi says if somebody carries something above his head in the Rishus HaRabbi, and above his head is above 10 tefachim, and above 10 tefachim is a mucking fluid. Yet this person, if he travels 4 hours and he places it down, he's tired. The answer is because he never rested, he never stopped. But when a person takes an object and places it on in the skufa, he stops in the mucking fluid. Then he goes from the skufa to the Rishus HaRabbi or vice versa. So he made that stop, and therefore he's not chayiv. He's going directly to the Rishus HaRabbi, stay safe, be healthy, and have a wonderful day.
Giants are in tremendous position. Their problem is they can't feel the
Rondell.
Shabbos Daf Test. Please remember to subscribe to our YouTube channel so you can watch the full 45-minute shir. The end of the Brisa tells us, Acherim Moimim. Acherim is usually the mayor. The mayor says that it is people can serve as a Rishus and as a Rishus HaYachid, depending if the door to the mother is open, then it's a Rishus HaYachid. If the door to the mother is shut closed, then the Skufa, the threshold, is part of the Rishus HaYachid. Now, we need to understand, what are we dealing with? What kind of Skufa? You know the concept of Torah and Lefi, that is, you have either a vertical beam or a horizontal beam on top that make a distinction and tell us this is the end of the Mavui. From here on out, as you surround, be careful. If this Lefi standing up is on the inner part of the skufa closer to the Rishus, how can you use these skufas, even if the door is open? And then you're going to tell me that the skufa is less than 4 tefachim, and therefore I can use the walls of the actual Mavui as a sign, as a Lefi. That's not true. In order to use the rest of the skufa, the Rabbi says I need an additional lefi on the outside of the skufa. So being that usually the lefi is on the inside, what are we dealing with? Says Rabbi, I'll tell you what we're dealing with. We're dealing with a pyra, not a lefi. There's actually a horizontal beam on top of the door. Now, that beam is only left. If the door to the Mobi is open, then it serves the entire Mobi, and we could view this beam as 4 tefachim. And once we view the beam as 4 tefachim, there's a new concept called It very decisive. The actual roof comes downwards. The edge of the door, we view it as coming down and creating a new pizza. And therefore, I can use the skufa that's underneath that target. And Rashi says, I have a difference. We're not talking about a mother, we're talking about a house. The threshold is the home. And on top of the threshold, there are 2 beams that are distant from each other, less than 3 tefachim. Less than 3 tefachim always tells me I can use rubber to combine the 2. The 2 of those beams combined, the red and the blue, are 4 tefachim. Once I have 4 tefachim, I can use the concept, these people are very precise. And therefore, I can use them entire skufa because I have an outer wall and the inner walls, and now the skufa.
How about Wandale? Fuck Maureen's neighbors. Wandale.
There's a door situated in between the 2 pillars. When that door is closed, it causes separation between the pillars where I cannot use rubber. And if I can't use rubber, then the pillar is less than 4 tefachim, and if it's less than 4 tefachim, I can't see people very decisive. Once I swing the door open, the 2 pillars combine with each other, they are 4 tefachim. People are very decisive. That's what the mayor said. Sometimes I use the pillar, I use the skufa as a Rishus HaYachid, and I can use it. And sometimes it's like it's rather than not use it.
O.J. McDuffie was amazing.
We're going into a new sugya. The final Raisa, though, says one other. That if the skufa is 4 by 4 tefachim and 10 tefachim high, it's its own rishus. Like Rabbi said, even if you put it in Rishus within Rishus you create a Rishus you cannot use it to readjust your vote, because you might come to readjust your vote and you just around and forget. Says the Mishnah, we're going now.
Why would you do that?
Brand new Mishnah, brand new suit. We're not even dealing with Shabbos. We're talking about a weekday. What things are you not permitted to do before you daven mincha? The Mishnah is referring to mincha b'dolah. That is a half hour after midday. Let's call it 12:30. We're talking about Tres Manios. You divide the day into 12 perfect hours, not hours. You're not allowed to get a haircut. What kind of haircut, according to one shot? A very extensive haircut. The haircut of a Gadol, which means the bottom of one hair touches the top of another. It takes many hours, so you might forget that. You're not allowed to go into the bathhouse. We're talking about a very long bath with the schwitz and the sauna and all the good stuff. You're not allowed to have a big meal, like a wedding. You're not allowed to go into your factory or food system where you can't hide or something similar to that, because you might come to forget about mincha. And you're not allowed to start a good fire. Now, before mincha Kana, which is 6.5 hours into the day, the Shulchan Levi says he's not allowed to taste anything. If you start the meal, you must stop immediately. Now, another shot that the Gemara brings is Rabbi. We're not talking about big meals. We're talking about a regular meal. We're talking about a regular bath, a regular meal. But each thing has a problem. A regular haircut will worry or concerned that in the middle of your haircut, the barber's scissors will break, and therefore you'll forget about milk and a little bit about it. When it comes to the bathhouse, perhaps you'll faint. When it comes to the booster, you'll find out that you had such a loss, you'll be too excited, you'll be too pained because of the mincha. And when it comes to a small meal, you might get involved in the meal and eat more food and then forget about the mincha. Understood. In Torah, perhaps you'll find some other reason, some other logic, and will cause you to forget it. Once the Kriyashma, since Kriyashma is the right, so you have to stop right away. The S-ray, you can accomplish and do the two things. So say, eat your meal. And then if you S-ray, once you start, you don't have to stop. But what does it mean once you start? The lawyer says when it comes to a haircut, it means that you put the apron on. You don't even have to put it on. When it comes to a meal, it means you either wash your hands in Eretz Yisrael or you undip your belt in bubble.
That's awful.
The bathhouse means once you remove one article of clothing, the first article, then that means you started. When it comes to the Torah, it depends. If there were no other dignitaries that day, the Gemara on Daf says it means once the judges put on their cloak. But if they're already wearing their cloak, it means once the following din, they start saying their arguments. Rabbi says in Babel, where the rule was to strap on a tight belt and undo it for the meal, it depends. If you hold up Meir Rishus, it's not obligatory. Then once you open your belt, you don't force it without Meir. But if it's obligatory, you hold it obligatory, then we tell you must have Meir. Now what's the difference between Meir and Meir? When we said that once you open your belt, you don't have to daven Meir. Two answers in the Gemara. Either mincha time is not a time to get drunk. People don't get drunk in the afternoon. You get drunk at night. So at night is more of a concern you should get married. Or the shot is that a person doesn't have that much time to daven mincha compared to marriage. Only 5 So the person is always concerned that will forget, and therefore we are not concerned that we'll forget. But by night, people procrastinate and say, wait, I have the whole night, and they'll come to forget, and therefore we tell them, daven right now, have a wonderful day. And what are you supposed to wear when you daven? So the Gemara, you claim the class of the Rabbi Yisrael. When you daven Hashem, wear the clothing that you wear in front of the king. In other words, if your belt is undone, make sure you have your belt. Mr. Buddha says you should not wear pajamas, don't wear boots. Maybe nowadays don't wear Crocs. Rabbi Bar Huna had special shoes that he wore for davening. Rabbi would take off his clothes, the one that made him important. He's not important for somebody that is borrowed. Took that off, and then he clasped his hands as so, like a eved, like a slave in front of a master. But Kahana did both. Listen to this lashon in the Gemara. When there's pain in the world, and I myself can't remember a period of time where there was that much pain in so many countries, like today. 156 countries, from Iran, the United States, to Israel, all over the world is pain. So when there's pain in the world, Rabbi would remove his important clothes. Kahana would remove his important clothes and he'd clasp his hands. But when there's trouble in the world, Kahana would put on his coat, he'd put on his towels, and plainly cross his hands. Rabbi absorbed Rabbi Nuna davening a very long davening. And he said, what are you doing? Torah is the most important. You should be learning Torah. It's easy for the world to come. Tefillah is for this world. What are you davening for, says Rashi? We're davening for health, for parnasa, for shalom. But that's only chayishah. That's for this world. And Rabbi Nuna himself held you right. Torah is more important. But once you daven, it's not tefillah with her. You continue davening. The Guru was talking and learning with the Zera, and he was in a rush to get to davening. So the Zera pulled out a beautiful pasuk. It says in the pasuk, "Mesu Aslan Yishmai Torah." You want to take your ear away from listening to Torah? What's going to happen? Then your tefillah ends up in abomination. It's no good. The Gemara now discusses the importance of being a dayan and doing the Torah. The point is how much you should do every day. Rabbi and Rabasi would make noise on the door, telling people, come, do the Torah by us. In other words, the Torah is more important than Torah itself. But Chizd and Rabbi, the Gemara says, they were doing the Torah all day long to the point where they became very weak. It says, repeat to them, you learned the wrong China. It says that Moshe Rabbeinu stood on Klal from an appointed there. It doesn't mean that he necessarily did Torah from day to night. What it means is that one who doesn't do Torah, it's not important as if he's a partner with a Baruch in my separations, which over there it says those words, in a Boiker Adar. Another shooting in the Gemara is that a Dayan is doing Torah all the way to 6 hours a day, to midday. The Gemara uses a lashon that the Dayanim, they are dealing with the Gura of Torah, whereas other people are drinking and getting drunk with wine. The Gemara tells us a list. The Lugan, the cannibals, they need to eat all the time. They eat human. So they eat by sunrise, the first hour of the day. Listing the robbers who are up all night because they took a nap, they need to eat in the second hour. Yorshim, the trust fund babies, they don't have to worry about parnasa, they eat in the third hour of the day. All other people eat on the fourth hour of the day. The fifth hour of the day is for the workers, and the sixth hour of the day is for the hungry. They took it all the way for 6 hours. But if you eat after that, it's like throwing a stone at a barrel of wine. It looks like there's more wine, but there's no more. Then even if you eat after the 6 hours, then the food will be beneficial. The bathhouses in those days had 3 rooms. You had the bath itself, where people stood there from cold. You have the middle room, where people ran out to get dressed. So some people are dressed and some people aren't. And they have the front room, where most all the people are dressed. In the first room, you can say Kriya Shema, and from the Esrei, you can say Shalom Aleichem to your friend, and you can even put on stuff. In the second room, you can say Shalom Aleichem, but there's no Kriya Shema and Tefillah. You don't have to remove your tefillin, but you're not allowed to put on. Third room, there's no Shalom Aleichem, there's no Kriya Shema Aleichem, there's no Kriya Shema and Tefillah, and you must remove your tefillin. Now, the reason why you can't say Shalom Aleichem is because of his Baruch's name is Shalom, and because it says Hashem Shalom. But the word Ne'eman, faithful, that's not Hashem's name. Hashem is faithful, but that's not his name, so you're not mentioning that in this name. If a person designated a bathhouse, who's never used it as a bathhouse, you're allowed to dive inside the bathhouse. But if a person designates a bathroom without using it, that thing might have to suffer. Once you use the bathroom or the bathhouse, even if you clean it out completely, it's awesome to dive in both. The Gemara brings 4 different sayings from Rabbi Bar Machasi. If a person gives a present to his friend, he must notify him that he's about to give a present in order that the friend can be embarrassed. You see, if the Baruch gave a beautiful present, the Baruch says, I have a matana taiva, my have a beautiful present Shabbos, and I want you, Moshe Rabbeinu, to tell him the Sechar of Shabbos. In other words, you're supposed to notify the recipients of the present what the present is. If you were to give a piece of bread to a child, make sure you notify his mother so that there's peace and harmony between people. How do you do so? Not recommended to do so today, but you paint his face with some glue, with some oil. If you're concerned about witchcraft, so then sprinkle his head with whatever item you gave some bread, sprinkle some crumbs on his head. The present that's eventually going to be known who gave it to you. Like when his vocal gave the glow to Moshe Rabbeinu's forehead, he didn't tell Moshe Rabbeinu to give him, but someone from Christ will actually went over to Moshe Rabbeinu and said, hey, your forehead was glowing. And Moshe Rabbeinu realized that was because Shabbos, that the Sechar wasn't going to be known, so we both had to notify Christ. The Chizda said the Gemara had Matis Kuna, had Israel Chaim Kedot that Chaim gets, and he said, I will give this, I'll distribute this to someone who gives me the prayer from now. Comes along, Rabbi Makassi, and he said, Ma'is Machana, the Chaver, it's up to Dion, I love what he just said. He was studying the friend, but notify him. So it's beautiful, period. It says, Rabbi Makassi, you love these pretty cardiacs. He says, of course. Rabbi Makassi, you're like a person who wears this fine garment, only he enjoys it, only he likes it. You are so used to Rab's different cardiac, you love him. He said, this is Rab. He was very impressed. He said, really? Yes, Rab said, I like the second saying of Rab more than the first one. I wish I had more madness to community. Another saying about Rabbi Makassi said is, don't treat one son differently than the other. Don't give him more Yerusha. Don't give him more presents. Look what happened. The Isaac Tzaddik Avinu gave him nothing. It's a little garment, and ended up that he had to go to Mitzrayim and the whole goes. And one other Allah thing said, if you're choosing a city, a newer city, because the claim of a city, it's like, look, this government says, let's run away, like it says, to Mitzvah, to Tzoya, which is younger than Zdain. Zdain was 52 years old, and Tzoya was 51, as the Prophet says, in Malta, no. And one last thing, Zdain sat in peace for 26 years, whereas it was in turmoil for 26 years, having wonderful days. Shabbos Daf Yud Aleph. Yesterday we had 4 saints from Rabbi Makassi, and today we have 5. The first one is, always make sure that your show is the tallest building in the city, because otherwise it could cause the city to be destroyed. But it does not include towers and forts which are not built for living. The Rabbi Shiva in Makassi said, I saved the city from being destroyed because of the saying. I never allowed anybody to build above the shul. The city was later destroyed, but for different reasons. If a person, says Rabbi Makassi, has a choice to be a servant, he should go in the following order. First, he should serve a Ishmaeli. If that doesn't work out, go for a Roman. If that doesn't work out, go for a Chabar or a Parsi, or Iranian. If that doesn't work out, only then serve a Talmid Chacham. Because if you upset a Talmid Chacham, the consequences can be disastrous. And worse than a Talmid Chacham is a Yasem Almana, a widow or an orphan, who the Baruch is very close to and listens to their crying. Another saying, says Rabbi Makassi, the worst disease is the disease of the intestines. The worst short-term pain is that of the heart. And 8, the worst one is a headache. And the worst thing that a person can have is bad health. Rabbi says, and I'm trying to explain what this one means. Rabbi Makassi says, if all the oceans were ink, and all the heavens were paper, and all the reeds and wood in the world were pens, and all the people were writers, they wouldn't be able to write down all that is going on in the king's heart, because he has so much to deal with that it's impossible to write down. And so I'm trying to explain, it means that you should never judge the government because there's something going on. You should die for the government, etc. Rabbi Makassi says, if a person has a very bad dream, there's nothing like a good fast to get rid of that dream. Just like fire destroys linen, a fast destroys a bad dream. In fact, Gemara says you should fast immediately, don't push it off, even if that means the fasting Shabbos, which typically you're not allowed to do. Word tells us Rabbi Yeshua went to visit Rabbi, and they brought out in front of him the best deal possible, Igla Tilta. And he refused to eat it. He said, I'm fasting today. He said, well, you could always push off a fast. You mashlam it, do it on a different day. He said, not a kindness kalayim. Kindness kalayim has to be today, even if it means the fasting Shabbos. We had in the mention of a person started taking a haircut, he went to the bathhouse, and he started his meal. He doesn't have to stop to say Shemona Esrei to mention. But Priya Shema, he doesn't have to stop. And then the Mishnah finishes off, so he doesn't have to stop for Shemona Esrei. What does that mean? We already said that once. So the Gemara was talking about someone who's learning Torah. You don't stop learning Torah to daven. And that is if you are like Shimon by your Klai, the Russell, somebody whose job it is to learn Torah and he never stops learning, and he doesn't stop for davening Shemona Esrei. But he does have to stop for Kriya Shema, which is the Oraisa. The only time they don't stop for Kriya Shema is when they're debating whether or not to add another month to the year, a Hebrew time. The Mishnah says that a tailor should not walk out with a pen. Just like a writer should not walk out with a pen a half an hour before Shabbos because he might come to forget that it's Shabbos and he'll walk down so he'll bring his pen or his pen from Shalach to Shalach. There's a mission in Eruvin that says that a person should not stand in one domain and drink from another domain from a cup. So you shouldn't stand in Shalach and bring over to Shalach and drink, or vice versa, because you might bring the cup back into the other Rishos, you'll be over and itself. And then the Mishnah finishes off the Chaim the gas, and the same halach applies to a wine press. Abaye learned that a wine press is a caramelist. In other words, we discussed already Rishus Hayachid and Rishus Rabbi. Now we're talking about a third Rishus, which is the Rishus Midrabanan, like a sea, a valley, a smaller street, not 69. The Mishnah is telling us, don't stand in a caramelist and bend over and Rishus Hayachid, or vice versa, and drink. Rabbi says no. That would consist of zera, and we don't do zera. It's a double safeguard. Meaning, a caramelist is a safeguard that you might carry into surroundings. So that's one safeguard. Now I'm telling the person, don't carry something before Shabbos because you might carry it on Shabbos. That's double safeguard. We don't do it. So what is the Mishnah talking about? Meiser. Before I drink wine, I have to take 10% and give it away to Meiser. That's only if the wine is a finished product. But if he drinks it from the wine press directly, his whole body is wine press, then it's a non-finished product, doesn't have to pay for Meiser. That's what the Mishnah is telling you. We have a similar Mishnah that says the mayor holds that if you dilute wine, doesn't matter if it's with cold water or hot water, and you drink it casually, meaning it's a shkia sarai, you're leaning over into the wine press. Rosh Hashanah, most of your body's in the wine press, you don't have to pay Meiser. Lezer Tzavik says no. Once you dilute the wine, that's the finished product, you have to pay Meiser. If I can't make a compromise, they say, it depends. If it's diluted with cold water, I can always pour it back into the wine press. It's an unfinished product, I don't have to pay Meiser. But if I use hot water, then I can't put it back in the wine press, it'll spoil the rest of the wine. Then I must pay Meiser. There's a brayso that says that a person should not take a pen and put it in his clothing and walk outside before Shabbos. Unlike our Mishnah, that we can't prove exactly what it's talking about, maybe he's holding it in his hand, and to walk it with a pin in your hand would be a deraisa. Putting a pin in your clothing is only the Rabbanan. So here it says, there's a zera. Don't put the pin in your clothing, that's one zera, and walking with that is only the Rabbanan. And the second zera is, you might forget. So the Gemara, we must say, in order to explain Rabbi, he says there is no zera. Because according to Rabbi Yehuda, that holds that a professional, a tailor, since it is the way for him to walk down with a pin in his clothing, then that's not considered a zera anymore. And now we're down to one zera. Similar to what we have in the Brayso. It says that a tailor should not walk out with a pin in his clothing, nor should a carpenter walk out with a pencil or a piece of wood in his ear, or a money changer that used to walk around with money in their ears to show people that they're money changers. And if he does so, he's putter, but it's awesome. That was the point being made. But Buddha says that a professional person, that's his profession, he's higher, it's only everybody else who is. And there's a contradiction in the Brises. One Brise says that a Zav that has emissions, and he wears a pouch, a kiss, a diaper, to see whether or not he has additional emissions. it's also for him to walk out like that on Shabbos because it's not the way to walk around with a pouch. And if he does, Potter, Aval Asr. It's Asr, no more than that. The other Brisa says not only is it Asr, but it's Chai B'Chafis. Perhaps we can reconcile the Brisas and say, Brisa that says that it's Asr goes according to Rabbi Yehuda. This particular person, it is his way to wear a pouch. And therefore for him, it's Asr is considered the derech to wear it. The other Brisa goes according to Rameir that says, since most people don't wear pouches, it's Potter. Says Abaya. Even Rameir agrees that it has to be that no one wears it like this. Where if some people wear it and some people don't, the professionals do wear it, Rameir will agree that it's Asr. Baraya, if somebody drills a hole, that a professional usually drills a larger hole, and he drills a smaller hole, you think this guy is Potter? Of course not. Therefore, Rabbi says we're talking about one brisa, a zav only saw 2 sightings. And in order for him to be a zav gomer, he has to see 3 sightings. So for him, it's necessary to wear the pouch. That's why he's fighting. The second brisa is talking about that he already had 3 re'iyos, and it's that day. So therefore, the pouch doesn't really accomplish anything, and that's why he is potter. The fact that the pouch prevents his clothing from becoming dirty, that's not considered enough of a usage of a tzarech, and therefore he is potter, having a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Beis continuing with the contradiction we had yesterday in the Brisa. One Brisa says that a zav who walks out with his pouch is only over Issa Rabbanon. The other Brisa says he's over Issa Reis, and if he did it for Shogeg, he's Chayav Achad. The Masmas Gemara says it's depending on the famous Machlokes of Yehuda and Shimon on the Lacha Shein Tzricha Gufa, on the Lacha that you don't need to do the actual Melacha. You want the outcome. For instance, if a person digs a hole in Shabbos, he's over Issa Reis. But if he wants only the sand, he doesn't want the holes, so according to Shimon, he's Potter, according to Yehuda's time. In our case, since the Zav doesn't want the pouch, doesn't want to walk with it, doesn't want to get dirty, therefore, according to Yehuda, he'd still be Chayav, according to Shimon, he'd be Potter. Allah says that one is allowed to walk outside with tefillin before Shabbos. We're not concerned that he'll forget and go into another rishus on Shabbos. Chavachomer from the tzitz of the Kohen Gadol. The Kohen Gadol's tzitz only has one mention of his name. Nevertheless, he has an obligation to constantly feel his tzitz and make sure that still on him so keep tefillin that have the name of his Baruch many times. The person constantly has to check his tefillin and make sure it's still on his head. And we're not concerned that he'll forget that it's Shabbos and walk outside for one rishus. The famous Anan Yoimer. The person has to check his pockets before Shabbos to make sure he has nothing in them, because perhaps he'll walk outside with something in his pocket. And the Gemara says, this is a very important halacha when it comes to Shabbos. We learned in the Mishnah that a person should not remove lice, and the Gemara explains it means for the candlelight. Just like one is not allowed to read from the candlelight because it might just work, so too we shouldn't remove light. Small ads. In sense that in certain situations a person is not allowed to pick his clothing from within his wife's clothing, because it's so similar. In those days, men would wear skirts. Well, it depends. If he's a guy that doesn't really work, so his skirts are different, they are wider, they're different than his wife. Or, if they're young women, they have wider skirts, so it's easier to differentiate. Older women, they have narrower skirts, harder to differentiate, also to keep them out. The Gemara teaches us proper etiquette. It's also to remove lice in public if it gross other people out. The same will apply to causing one to vomit in public. The question is, are you allowed to kill a louse in Shabbos? According to the Tzilo, the incredible halacha, it says you're allowed to kill a louse in Shabbos. And according to the Shammai, you're not. These are one of the Gemaras very difficult to understand. They still say that anything that's not part of the Rava it is created through the sweat of the human, you're allowed to keep. And there are those who explain it is so small that it's hard to see the tree of a Rabbi, and therefore it's allowed to kill himself. The more goes on to say that Rabbi Shol will just take the louse and toss it. He wouldn't even squeeze it. So the Ganagama says you let it squeeze it and not kill it. By squeezing it, you cause it to get weak. And Rabbi would till it in water, if not going to go a step further. And he tells daughters, I want to hear my enemy die. I want to hear them pop. I want to hear that sound of death. Some explain because he wants to show that he's not being over Israel rights by killing. You're actually his enemy, and that's why you're allowed to kill him. Unlike the popular song, the shaman holds you're not allowed to do a shidduch on Shabbos. You're not allowed to teach or teach the Lamdei Sefer on Shabbos. You're not allowed to send your kid to the tutor or to teach him a profession. Because it says in the pasuk, you're not allowed to do your personal needs, and these are your personal needs. In addition, says the shaman, you're not allowed to do the Bakafayla or Yitz Marbenim because you're calling another person's name. You're still saying no. When it comes to a mitzvah, that's not your own personal need. So all these things, shidduchim, teaching your kid a profession, that's all part of the mitzvah, and it's not considered chapsefah, you're allowed to be kailam and each. What do you tell a sick person on Shabbos before we're on him? On Shabbos is the famous. Shabbos is the reason. Not screaming, crying, being pain on Shabbos, with full for the Rabbi. The healing is coming soon. Remeir would say, Yechoyli ish derachem. Because Shabbos itself could cause the healing if you are not in pain on Shabbos. Shevna ish Yerushalayim would say, when you walk in, you say shalom. So when you leave, you say Shabbos, you leave the school, you for the Rabbi, and then you add a word. The Rachamon Merubach is Baruch, the Rachmanis is much. The Shipsa B'Shalom, and you should sit in peace. The Rebbe says, anytime you mention the sick, you have to mention all of the sick of Klal. Put it in certain within that, and therefore you'd say, Hamachim Yerachim Alecha, Hashem should have Rachmanis on you, the Sayyid Sha'ar Klal Yisrael, within all the other sick of Klal. Rabbi Lazar would sometimes say his saying in Russian and Kurdish, and sometimes in Aramaic. He would say, Hamachim Yifag the Shalom, or he would say in Aramaic, Rachmani et Kedimah Shalom, Hashem, to remember you in peace. And the question is, Malachim don't understand Aramaic, so how are they going to be people up at the work? And the answer is that his boat is down here below together with the sick. As the Prophet says, as the Kifofu is there, he supports the sick and he feeds the sick. And therefore, since the boat is right there, right above you, the sick person's head, it's also to sit on the sick person's bed or to sit next to him, rather as to sit in fear with his talons and sit opposite of him. Now, when the Mishnah tells us you should not read for the light of a candle, you don't differentiate. Even if the candle is 10 stories high, it's still usher for you. Yet, if you read with another person and you're reading the same exact material, then it's worth it to read the light of a candle because the other person will remind you not to adjust it. If you're reading in front of a large bonfire with people sick at a distance and you're worried about the fire catching on, then it's also to read, even if you're reading the same thing. Rabbi says, an important person who never readjusts the wick even during the weekdays, he's allowed to read by the candle on Shabbos because he won't readjust. The Gemara asked a question from Yishmael ben Elisha. He said, I'm not worried about adjusting the flame on Shabbos. And he sat down and he read, and in fact, he readjusted the flame on Shabbos, and he wrote down in his notebook, when the Beis Hamikdash is rebuilt, I owe a nice program Shabbos. And the Gemara tells us because Yishmael ben Elisha, when it came to Torah, he acted like a simple person. He readjusted the wicks himself and wouldn't ask his servant to do so. The Gemara has a contradiction. On the one hand, it says that his servant is allowed to look at his dishes to the light of a candle and if you're not worried, it will readjust it. On the other hand, it says that a servant should not do so. The one answer is that the price of it says you're allowed to check the dishes to the light of the candle because it's talking about a servant who's not a permanent servant. A permanent servant is so worried about losing his job that he'll readjust the flame on Shabbos. Another answer is we're talking about a permanent servant in both cases. Just one guy is talking about olive oil, you're worried you might be adjusted. And the other guy is talking about nest, kerosene, we're not worried since it smells so bad, we won't readjust. Rav says that a servant who's not permanent can check with olive oil. But don't tell people this halacha, we don't say this halacha in public. And the Rabbi says, you do tell people this halacha in public, and wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Gimel. We are hunkered down here in quarantine or about the Shemesh, but nothing's going to stop us. We have Torah. The Mishnah tells us that about Torah has to lay in the following morning to walk over to the children that are reading from the Torah to the candlelight and keep inside. The shot is that he's only looking for a Russian prophet. So the beginning of the Torah, and that will remind you and make it easier in the following day. What about the children themselves? How are they reading from the Torah to the candlelight? The answer is either they're only reading Russian prophet as well, or since the Rabbi is standing over them, they'll be aware and they won't readjust the flame. When Nisim Dain says on the side of the Gemara, he says, beautiful shot, children, they rather the flame go out. They don't want to readjust. They want to run home. The Mishnah tells us that a Zav should not eat a meal with his Zava wife because he might come from an Avera. The Mishnah doesn't say anything about a person who's tar should not eat with his wife who's Tmeya because that we don't have to make it zero. People are very makbid on Tumah and Sahara. Another halacha, a person who's a Zav tar, a person who's makbid to eat food with the Tahara, he should not eat together with a Zav who's a Hamar. Rabbi says the shot is because the Amars make feeding food that Shus HaMaisis one thing. Rabbi says the shot is because we're concerned that later on when this Zav becomes starved, the Amars may feed him food that's funny. We know the answer to this question. The Gemara asks, a husband and wife, the wife is a leader and they eat the same bread, fully clothed. The answer is no. Why? Because the Torah tells them, the Apostle talks about an Isha and right afterwards, the Nida, we say, just like Asian said, you cannot be in the same bed with them, even though you both clothed. Rashi says, why? Because he says it's just logic. So, two, a Nida is also. The Gemara says, perhaps, we should bring a raya from the fact that they still say it's possible to eat chicken when on the same table there's cheese. And chicken and cheese is only for a woman, nevertheless, they say this. But the other reason is, because it's only one person. There's nobody there to remind you. Whereas with your wife, she'll remind you. Whereas you bring a raya from two people that are eating on the same table. If they don't know each other, they're allowed to eat even meat and milk. If they do know each other, it's awesome. So here's a case of two people that know each other and can remind each other. The answer is, it's different. In our case, since we're both wearing clothing, that's a pecker, that's something different, and perhaps it's different than you would be like. What about our Mishnah? We learned a Zav and a Zava should not be able to eat a meal together. And the answer is, there is no hecker. Yes, it's two people, but there's nothing different about them. The Das is the whole time this whole thing. He says the only Issa Raisa is Gila Raisa, Hashmish. Everything else, especially if you're wearing clothing, is not even an Issa Rabban. The Gemara tells us that when the Ula came back and learning from the Bisamedrash, he would kiss his sisters on their chest, and some say on their hands. But the Ula himself is Mechud on himself, because Ula holds, just like we say the famous saying, tell him Nazir, Reich, Amri in zero, Sechar Schar, person who has to abstain from alcohol, from wine, from grapes, you tell him, don't go through the vineyard, go all the way around, because you might come to an issue. So too, when it comes, Arai is the concept of Harchaka. The Gemara tells us an amazing story. Hanan Belio is once a Talmud who was a tremendous Talmud Chacham. He learned all day Mishnah, Torah, and he was Mishanish Talmud Chacham. Yet he died at a very early age. His wife was very upset. She took his tefillin and ran around the Beis HaMedrash and she asked, it says in the pasuk, Torah is your life. It gives you longevity. Why did my husband die? Nobody knew the answer until Belio told her, let me ask you, how does he treat you when you're in Nida? She said, Chas v'sholom, he doesn't even touch my small finger. But how does he treat you in Yeshiva Nekiyim? The second 7 days. And he said, oh, he eats with me and drinks with me, and we sleep with kiru vasa. He said, if so, he didn't do our chokah. It's a good thing he died. He deserved to die. And Tysus points out that in those days, perhaps, after 7 days of Nida, a woman would go to the mikvah once, and then do Shiva Nekim and go to the mikvah second time. And he held that since she was tired, I mean, the Rashi she's tired, it's only from the Darabbanan, it's okay. The Gemara says, Rabbi says, they had a very large bed, and there wasn't any cure of basar. And ROTHSCHILD answered that what's going on, that she was wearing pants, sort of pants, so there's no pure basar on the bottom half. We learned in the Mishnah that a person is not allowed to eat louse's clothing or read a sefer, Laura and the candlelight. And it says that these two halachas are from the 18 halachas that Hananiah ben Chizkiah ben Goroin said in the attic. What happened was, the Talmidim of Bishami got together, the Talmidim of Yisrael got together, there were more Talmidim of Bishami than Yisrael, and they won. And they made 18 zeres, and those are two 18 zeres. Who's this Hananiah ben Chizkiah? He wrote a brayso called Megillas Tainas that goes through the calamities of Klal Yisrael, the Xeris, the terrible Nisim, the terrible tragedies that happened to Klal Yisrael, and then the Nisim, the Gula that happened to Klal Yisrael. And Rabbi Shimon says we could also write a sefer like that. There's so many tsaras and gullahs that Klal Yisrael went through that we're not going to write. Or the pshat is, the Gemara says that a shaita, a crazy person, can feel pain. He doesn't know that something is wrong. We don't know all the good that HaKadosh Baruch Hu does for us. Or the Gemara says, a person who's alive, who has dead flesh, you could run a knife through it and you won't feel anything. By the way, the Gemara says, a dead person feels, and feels just a worm that goes into his flesh is like a needle into a live person. Hananiah also saved for us Sefer Yechezkel. Without him, Chacham wanted to destroy Sefer Yechezkel with too many contradictions, and he gave him 300 barrels of oil, and he sat in his attic, and he rectified all the contradictions that are in Sefer Yechezkel. The Gemara continues, and we're going to learn in great detail what the rest of the 18 zeros are. Have a wonderful day. Stay safe. Stay healthy. I'll see you tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. Shabbos Daf Yudalet. We're discussing the 18 halachas that Bishami and Bisul agreed upon. 9 of them have to do with Surah Truma. That's exactly what we're going to be discussing today. And very relevant to the current events today. When you understand Corona, you have a better appreciation for Tumah and Tahara. And you have to distance yourself from the Tumah, how spit could be Nakana you, etc. It's quite you designate fruits for Kayin Tumah. If one of the main day rights that touches the fruit, you have to burn the fruit. Chachamim instituted another 9 things that could passel the truma. Passel, Lashon of Psul, means the truma becomes also to eat, but it doesn't have power to become something else. It's possible, it stops right here. What are these 9 things? Well, yesterday we discussed 10. But the Gemara in our daf removes 1. Somebody that went to the mikvah and is waiting for the shkia to become completely tired. That is the rice that he touches fruit, truma, it becomes possible. So they remove that guy from the list. We start off with somebody that eats a rishon l'tumah. Rishon l'tumah means, the way it works with tumah, you have an adat tumah, let's say, if it touches a fruit, it goes down 1 level, it becomes a rishon. If that fruit touches something, it can go down to another level, to a sheni. If a sheni touches something, it can possibly go down, not always, to a shlishi. And a shlishi touches something, it can possibly go down, depending on what it is, to a rabbi. It always goes down 1 level. So if a human being eats a rishon, if it touches it, nothing happens. If he eats it, digests it, he himself, according to Yeshua, becomes a sheni. It goes down 1 level. Here's a big figure, according to Yeshua. If he eats a sheni, rather than going down 1 level, he remains a sheni. Now this can't go according to the Eliezer, who says that you are what you eat. So if you eat a rishon, you remain a rishon. If you eat a sheni, you remain a sheni. If you eat a sheni, you remain a sheni. Every single goes according to Yeshua. Says Yeshua. person eats a rishon or a sheni, and then he touches truma, but the Rabbanan, he makes that truma puzzle, and you have to burn it. That's a big finish. You have to burn the truma. It's like a dead rice. Why is it? Why do they institute that? We were worried for him to say that he'll eat something that's common, and it'll be, let's say, hot in his mouth, and he'll try to rinse it down with wine of truma. Only wine is what we're discussing here, of truma. That's the only thing that you have to take truma from, and you can possibly ingest wine. And you're not allowed to do that, because now you're making the wine that's truma common. So they instituted every time a person eats something that's common, even a rishon or a chain, and then he goes out and touches truma and makes it truma. The third thing on the list is, and it's the same kind of zero, somebody drinks something that's common, a liquid that's common. And why is it? Because perhaps he'll drink something that's common, and then he'll put something in his mouth that's truma. So why do I have to say it? Isn't it the same as 1 and 2? No. Most of the time when people eat something that's hot, they'll try to wash it down with a cold liquid. But most of the time, rarely ever do people drink something and then they try to stuff something in their mouth. So that's a big thing. The fourth thing on the list is, let's say somebody went to the mikvah and he was a full guy and he has to wait until the night. And then he rinsed himself off.
Oh, are you fucking serious?
Or he poured water on himself. He becomes, why is that? Because what happened was, people used to go to the mikvah and the water was very dirty. So he rinsed himself off with clean, nice shuvah. And eventually, people started thinking that the way to become hard was through the clean water. They didn't realize it was the mikvah. So in order to prevent that, from people not going to the mikvah, just pouring water on themselves, instead pour water on yourself, become hard. And in order to make sure that this zera holds, they instituted another zera, and that's number 5 on the list.
This is gross. Wanda Robinson, I'm gonna trade you.
Otherwise, the first zera would fall apart. And the 6th thing on the list are all Sefer Torah Nevi'im and Ksuvim, all parchments that they themselves are coming, that if they touch Truma, the Truma becomes possible. And why is that? Because people would hide the Truma right next to the Sefer Torah. They said, the Sefer Torah is Kaddish, the Truma is Kaddish, let's keep them together. Mice would come to eat the food, and by doing so, they would destroy the Sefer Torah and Nevi'im and Ksuvim. If you have hands that weren't washed, they are telling you to come through the water because the time is coming. Your hands touch all over your body, like Corona, they become touching it. And people might touch truma and get disgusted by the truma after you touch a certain part of your body. So the institute, if you don't wash your hands, truma becomes possible. Rabbi Parnov says, hands that touch the sefer, they pass over truma. The Rebbe says that if you touch a sefer with your bare hands, you will be buried naked, meaning without that mitzvah that you were dealing with. So let's say you were learning from the Sefer Torah, and you touch the Sefer Torah, so all your learning that you do with that Sefer Torah flies away over that mitzvah. Then what came first? The chronological order says in the Gemara, first they made a zera on hands that touch the Sefer Torah, and only afterwards they made a zera on regular hands that they were coming, because it was vice versa, then there's no need to make a zera on hands that touch the Sefer Torah. They're already coming because regular hands are coming. Number 8 on the list is food that becomes coming from liquid. The zera is because you might have liquid that touched a sheretz, which is common with the raisa, and also that everything that touches even hands, which is the rabbanon, is also common. Number 9 are vessels, kalim, that became tamei through liquids that touch the sheretz, because with the raisa, the liquids of a zav, the spit of a zav, is common with the raisa. So he said that the liquids that touch the sheretz are common. The Gemara says that Shlomo HaMelech is the first one to institute the concept of washing your hands for touching. Later on, Hillel and Shammai instituted the concept you have to wash your hands for truma. But nobody accepted it. Probably nobody accepted it until the Talmidim, Beis Shammai and Beis Hillel came along, and they instituted the zera. And then they even said, Hillel and Shammai originally said that it's so strong the zera that you have to burn the truma, which typically you don't do. You typically let it stay there and go to waste. The Gemara tells us that there's a part was Zugas. The first Zug was Yosef ben Yehuda's straight and Yosef ben Yochanan Shushan. And they instituted a number of days. One of them was that dirt from other nations is Mechama because the other nations weren't careful and didn't mark the graves and their dead are coming to their bottom. So he said that the dirt is also coming. And they said that even glassware is Mechama, becomes from it. And so too true mattress, which we're going to go into. Shimon Shedach said that up until that day, the ksuba of a woman was put aside. It doesn't say, here's a ksuba, it's in this vessel. Then it get really mad at her and say, take your ksuba and go. Because you had nothing to lose, it's already designated. Shimon Shedach said, no, a woman can go after any of the husband's money anyway. Go after his business, whatever she wants. So therefore, a man will think twice before he divorces her. And finally, Shmuel tells us that Hillel and Shammai only argued about 3 things in time and trust, whereas the Talmud and Beis Hillel and Shammai argued about many things, including every one of the 18 opponents they were reciting at a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Tesvav, we're discussing the 18 machlokes between the Shammai and the Hillel, that the halacha is like the Shammai. Even though it still argues with the Shammai in every single one, once they pass in the halacha like the Shammai, the following day they still agreed that they were right, the Shammai was right. There are 300 machlokes in between the Shammai and the Hillel, but there are only 3 machlokes in between the Rabbi, Hillel, and Shammai and the Hillel. The first one is, how much dough does one have to make in order to be chayiv in a precious column? According to Hillel, it's 2 kav. According to Shammai, 1 kav. They're machmir even in a lesser amount. And according to Chachamim, it's 1.5 kav. The Torah says you bring challah on a oimer, which is asirus ha'efa. It's 1/10 of an ephah. An ephah is 432 eggs. A tenth of that is 43 eggs. Have you remember that? Challah, ches, lamed, hey, 43. That's 18 kav. 18 kav is 432 eggs. A tenth of that is 2 kav. How is a tenth of 18 2 kav? Well, because we're going military. In other words, in Gemara math, you put the final number. 2 plus 18 is 20. 10% of that is 2. Chachamim say, well, let's talk about the Shammai for a second. They both agree it's 2 kav. But the Shammai say that the 2 kav is for 2 meals. So we're dealing with 1 meal. 1 meal is 1 kav, and 2 kav is 1 kav. Chachamim say, we don't go milagab, we go milagab. 10% of 18, which is 1.8. In addition to that, we're not talking about the shvirim of the middle, we're talking about the shvirim of Yerushalayim. They took 6 and made it 5. Later on, when they took, again, 6 and made it 5, the shvir changed again, and the said you have to add a little bit more because the eggs were larger in the desert than they are now, and he added another 5%. Second machlokes is mikvah. A mikvah needs 40 saw of rainwater. Let's say you're trying to fill up a mikvah with rainwater, and then you decide, that's not on purpose by the way, you decide to put in a little extra water from the sink. It makes the mikvah possible. But how much water do you need to produce? According to Hillel, it's a hin. To use the word hin, like the Rabbi, which means 12 liters. According to Shammai, it's 36 liters. And here's an amazing thing. Chachamim passing like 2 weavers that live next to Shara Ashby. She points out, weavers is the lowest profession possible. One cannot be a king or a kohen gadol if he's a weaver. And the worst neighborhood in the world is Shara Ashby. Yet, we ask him like these 2 weavers that testified in the name of Shema and Italian that he's real. Why? Because the word is. And the third machlokes is regarding a woman who sees dam. Any food that she touches becomes tummy. Dam takes time to emerge. Once she leaves the womb, she's tummy. Yet Shammai says she's only the tama from here on out. Even though she touched 10 seconds ago, and it's impossible for dam not to be the tama. No, dying chapter from here on out. Hillel say that it's the Mekidim from the last time that she saw down, in other words, from the last time she did a bdika could be months ago, everything in between is every food she touched. And Chachamim come along and say, it's Me'es lays 24 hours. But if she did a bdika less than 24 hours, then we go to the bdika. Whatever is less, the bdika or Me'es lays. There's seemingly a fourth machlokes. And that is, the person brings a carbon on him, is he allowed to do smicha or not? If he lean on the head with all his might. According to Hillel, yes. According to Shammai, no. The reason why it's not included in the, we only have 3 machlokes, not 4, is because this is a very old machlokes. This is actually the first machlokes of Klal Yisrael. And Shammai and Hillel just repeated the machlokes. There's another machlokes. Somebody who picks his grapes for wine, and some of the grapes, wine or grape juice, is that considered mashkin, the liquid that make the grapes susceptible to tumah or not? According to Shammai, yes. According to Hillel, not. But since Hillel later on agreed to Shammai, this is not considered a machlokes. The Gemara just tells us there's 3 stages when it comes to dirt that comes from chutzpah. As we mentioned the other day, dirt that comes from chutzpah, since the goyim don't mark the grapes, it's possible that in the dirt there's fragments of bones, and therefore it's metama. So there's 3 stages. Yosef and Yoezer, Yosef and Yochanan, the first zug, they made the first stage. And they said that if that dirt touches truma, you cannot eat the truma. You don't have to burn it, but you can't eat its whole color. And the ear space, they didn't do any kind of xera at all. And you cannot say that they said you have to burn it, because the only thing that was burned right away is something that was truma that was touched by somebody that had hands that weren't clean. Later on, the Rabbanim of Shemaim Shana, meaning 80 years before the Korban Habayis, they added, and they said that the ear space is also cutting. It also has tumah. You don't have to burn it, but it's tumah, you can't eat the tree. Later on in Usha, one of the 6 zeros that they made in Usha was that the dirt from chutzpah that touches truma, you must burn the truma. But the ear space remained the same, just dirt. Rabbi said that 180 years before the Korban Habayis came, the Romans came in, they started to conquer. And 80 years before, that's when the Rabbanan of 80, which they called, they said that Tumah, and they said what we said before. I mean, guys are also on last 40 years before the Korban, the Sanhedrin moved from Lushkas Agazes to Chanuyas, and he stopped doing capital punishment. 100 years before Korban Habayis, it went.
This is the worst fucking game.
In Usha, there was 6 sfeitos. We have based on pras, that means according to Rashi, if there's a grave that's in a field and we don't know where the grave is, so any truma that touches that field has to be burned. As we discussed, the second thing is dirt from chutzpah. The third thing is clothing of an amor that his wife either might have sat on them, and we come with the measures. If you find it in the street, that the street is coming, somebody's trying to touch it. If you touch food to spill, you have to assume that it came from a zav, and you have to burn the truma. And finally, may look like. Yossi says that you burn this truma in the shusayachid, even if you're not sure that you touched it, if you're not sure if there's a bone in there, and you're not sure if you touched it, double say this, since you shusayachid, you burn it. The Ham say in shusayachid, you don't eat it, you don't burn it. And in shusarabim, it's tahar. Or suffix from shusarabim is tahar.
Wandale.
Why did they make a zera on glassware? Because glassware is created from sand, and sand is similar to what we create earthenware from. The answer is you can't. The only time you put glass in a mikvah is if it has a hole in it, and you fill the hole with lead. Now we're looking at a key that's made out of lead. Like the mayor says, anytime you have a maimed, something that makes the key function, over here it is the lead, then the whole key turns into lead, and therefore that's the only time you put such a glass in the mikvah. Have a wonderful day.
It's more expensive, and that really from 98 till when my father passed was me becoming a man. The last straw was my father. You're a man until you don't know you're a man until your father passes.
Shabbos Dafka Zayin. We're discussing glassware and how in some ways it's similar to earthenware, and how in some ways it's similar to metalware when it comes to tumah. There are 5 differences between metalware and earthenware. The first one is shritik tiferes. If the tiferes is flat and the metalware is flat, tiferes is not mekabel tumah, metalware is mekabel tumah. In this case, glass is similar to teferes, to earthenware. Second thing is that earthenware is not mekabel tumah from the outside. If you touch a shirt to the outside of the feet, it's not mekabel tumah, whereas metalware is mekabel tumah. And that glass is similar to metal. And we discuss why that is. Third halacha is that if earthenware or metalware
Who the fuck peels
have a
grapes?
hole in a tummy cleat, that makes the tumah go away. What happens if you repair the hole? If it's earthenware, the tumah does not come back. If it's metalware, the tumah comes back. And by glass, the tumah does not come back like earthenware. Fourth halacha is tefillah. If you take a kli that's tumah and you put it in the mikvah, if it's earthenware, it does not become tar. If it's metalware, it does become tar. When it comes to glass, it does not become tar. And finally, the fifth halacha, the amazing concept of avir, the ear space of a earthenware kli is mekabel tumah. If you put a sheret without touching the kli into the ear space of the kli, the earthenware becomes tumah, whereas metal does not become tumah. Another halacha, once the kli is tumah, you put a fruit that's tar into the ear space of the earthenware kli, that fruit becomes tumah, whereas in metal, it does not become tumah. Glass is like metal. It does not become tumah into the ear space. Now, why is it that glass is mekama migabel? It's mekama if you touch it from the outside. If glass is similar to earthenware, it should not be mekama migabel. The answer is because glass is similar to metalware in the fact that if glass breaks, you can melt it back and make a new glass. Just like you do to metal. You melt metal and make a new plate. So in some ways, glass is similar to metal. Now, why is it that if you repair a hole in glass, it does not become tumah? That is like earthenware. Should it be similar to metalware? And the answer is because the concept of repairing and recapturing tumah is d'Rabbanan. And the whole idea that a glassware is tumah is d'Rabbanan. That's 2 d'Rabbanan. That doesn't go. We don't do 2 d'Rabbanan on one item. Now, why is it that glassware, if it's flat, is not mekabel tumah, just like earthenware is not mekabel tumah if it's flat? And the answer is because the Chachamim wanted to make a distinction and show people that glassware is d'Rabbanan, and therefore if glassware touches tumah, do not burn the tree. Just let it hang as is, let it destroy itself, but you don't go with your hands and burn it. There are only 6 things that you burn, like we discussed yesterday, such as dirt that comes from chutzlars, that we burn tumah, even though it's d'Rabbanan. Rav says, glassware in fact is exactly like earthenware. Besides one thing, besides the fact that glassware becomes tumah if you touch the outside of it. Why is that? Because glass is see-through. So the outside has the same halacha as the inside, and just like the inside can go tumah, so too the outside. New subject. Midoraisa, metalware is mekabel tumah. That's a mafurish of us. Shimon came along and said that metalware, if it has a hole, midoraisa becomes tumah. But if you repair the hole, Shimon said, it recaptures the original tumah and remains tumah. There's a story with Shimon Shadach's sister, who was Yana Melech's wife. She made a big feast for her son, and during the feast, all the dishes became tumah tumas meis. Perhaps somebody died at the meal, and they all became tumah through oil. Instead of waiting 7 days for all the vessels to become tired and go through the whole process of sprinkling them on the 3rd day and on the 7th day with mechatos, she had a great idea. She punched holes through every single one of the vessels and sent them to a professional to repair. So that's a no-no. People are going to forget the whole concept of sprinkling the mechatos on the vessels. So instituted a takana that even if you repair a kli, it recaptures the tumah. Now, what if Shimon Shadach said at that time that all tumahs, even tumah sherets, for instance, and you repair the kli, the tumah is recaptured. We don't have the idea that people might forget about mechatos. There is no mechatos on tumah sheret. 2 answers. Abai says because perhaps you're concerned that people won't poke a large enough hole in the kli instead of it being the size of the tummy around it, we do less than a pound. Rabbi says, but we're concerned because even if you put a kli in a mikvah and it's tar, you still have to wait until nightfall. Whereas if you poke a hole in a kli and then you repair it, you can use it immediately. So people might come to think that if you put a kli in a mikvah, you don't have to wait till the night. You can use it immediately. So Shimon Shadach was misaken that no, if you repair a kli, it's not even tar at all. What's the difference between Abai and Rabbi? In a case where a person broke the kli completely, flanned out and started from there. In that case, nobody's going to confuse that and say, oh, you don't have to go to the mikvah, you don't have to wait until nightfall after you go to the mikvah. Because people see you're dealing with a brand new share. But people might think that you don't need a full share of a pomegranate to make a hole. When we're discussing the 18 halacha, that the halacha like Shammai versus Beisil, so we discussed so far the 9 that have to do with Sulei Shumah, and 2 in the Mishnah where we shouldn't read the candlelighting, we shouldn't be loud and quoting. And now the Gemara continues with number 12, and that is the concept that a mikvah needs to have 40 saw of rainwater. And yesterday we discussed if you have 3 of Mayim Shurubim, raw water, before you get to the 40, and you introduce those Mayim Shurubim to the rainwater, it passes the rainwater. Now we're discussing what constitutes Mayim Shurubim. Before this Bisham is still, a person takes any type of vessel, a very large vessel, a very small vessel. In other words, vessels that are not mekabetum at all because they're so large and so small, or they're made out of material that's not mekabetum, such as mud. And you put it under a downspout to catch water. You do it on purpose. You want to catch the water, even if it didn't rain immediately. But you see that there are clouds in the sky, and you think it's going to rain, but it didn't rain immediately. And you went to work and you came back, and then it rained. According to everybody, that's considered Mayim Shurubim, and that makes a mikvah possible. If there are no clouds in the sky, everybody agrees that's not considered Mayim Shurubim, because you have to have das. You have to think, I want to capture the water. So where is the machloek? In a situation where there were clouds in the sky, if those clouds went away, and new clouds came. According to Bishamai, since I had the proper machshava, you're right, it's on the wrong cloud, but my machshava remains, and therefore this water is Mayim Shurubim. According to Beisil, it's not considered Mayim Shurubim, and the halacha is like Bishamai because they counted how many people there were, and there were more Bishamai than Beisil. Halacha is like Bishamai. This says no. That's not one of the 18. In fact, halacha is like Beisil. What is one of the 18? The fact that all Kusi girls, even one day old, are considered nida. Why? Because Kusi don't believe that a girl under the age of a gdoila can become a nida. So we cannot trust the Kusi, and therefore they instituted that all Kusim are nidas. Have a wonderful day.
See, that was a house, that was a way of life. Guys like Ralphie, neighbors, guys, they figure out a way how to make a great living and not bust their home. So what they would do is they would get a job, they work 8 months a year, but it's June, they were guaranteed laid off. They would collect unemployment till October. And the whole summer, they lived.
Shabbos David Zayin. If a person were to take any vessel, any kli, and hold it over a dead body, that kli becomes tamei as an oil. But that kli doesn't have to have a shear. It can be the size of the pig. However, if you want something in the room to become tamei because of oil, in other words, anything under the same ceiling as the dead person is tamei, the ceiling must be at least a tefach wide midorais. As one of the 18 halachas that we pass on like Bishamai, according to Rabbi, is the halacha that the ceiling does not need to be a full tefach if you're holding on to the ceiling. In other words, a mardeya, a goat, a prodding animal. The shear in the time of the Gemara was exactly a third of a tefach wide. The diameter was a third of a tefach. That means the circumference was a full tefach. Since people might confuse the circumference with the diameter, therefore, they instituted that the person is holding onto the mardeya rather than making him tamei until the evening, because the mardeya was over the dead body. The dead body is aviyah v'sekuma. The mardeya becomes the avah from one step less, and the person holding onto it becomes a rishon. A rishon was the mikveh that same day. But people might get confused and they'll say, wait, even a full-fledged 7 day
if you give it to Scalaboo,
only has to go to the
so
mikveh. There is no such thing as 7 days. Therefore, they instituted a code where it's supposed to be for 1 day, and made it for 7 days. The Rabbi says, I'll curse my sons if this halacha is true. It's impossible, it's a mistake. What happened was once a farmer,
he was
walking with his goat on his shoulder, he was touching it, yes, but he went over in his mouth over a grave. And that in return made him a rishon. But he thought that he's coming for 7 days. It was a mistake. There's no reason to institute it. A Kohen always going to get confused and mistake a circumference with the diameter. So according to a Tarfin that doesn't hold that this is one of the 18 components, we have to institute another one. So he's going to hold, like we said the other day, the noise exclusive. Kusim is the 18th one. And all daughters of Kusim, even if they all have Kumas Midah. There's another halacha that they instituted that day, one of the 18. That's Haboitzer Lagas. If you harvest grapes, wine, and some of the grapes, they use out grape juice, that grape juice is enough to be considered Petra Tuma. Now the grapes can become Tuma because, say, the Shammai were concerned that perhaps they'll harvest them in a waterproof container and they'll try to save that juice. Since he wants that juice, it's as if he had intent to use that juice. Mar tells us that day the Shammai convinced Philip, who happened to be the Nasi, and they forced him into agreeing to their halacha. It was like the day Klal Yisrael did the Chet Hagel. They should have listened to Aaron and Hur, but they didn't. Over here, Klal Yisrael should have listened to Hillel, who's the Nasi. Yet they embarrassed him, they put him like a student, and they forced him to agree to their halacha. Another one of the 18 halachas, the Gemara says in the name of Tavi Rishba, Tavi the hunter, he says in the name of Shmuel, that if you take truma, that's tameh, you give it to the kohen, and the kohen, instead of burning it, he takes it and he plants it. He won't gain anything, because the truma that comes out will have a halacha of tameh truma. Why is that? We're concerned that instead of him burning it, he's going to keep it. Now, he would be allowed to the rice to plant it. We're concerned that he might use it the wrong way, and therefore we'll burn it right now and don't wait for time. Another one of the 18 halachas were decided like Yishamai. If a person is walking Erev Shabbos with his wallet and all of a sudden becomes Shabbos, with their Raisa, he's allowed to walk less than 4 amas and stop. Walk another less than 4 amas and stop. And do so until he reaches home. But we're concerned that he might take more than 4 amas and he'll be over their Raisa. So say, give it to a guy, let the guy carry it. Usually you're not allowed to do so, but it's better to give it to the guy than to walk 4 amas. Another one of the 18 halachas says that the guys are on Chas Atom, on the bread of a guy, on the oil of a guy, the wine of a guy, and the daughter of a guy. In other words, there's a disagreement for the guy. All these 4 halachas are considered one. According to the Joyce, that yesterday, he doesn't hold that one of the halachas is packing rainwater in a kli and creating mayim shuvim. So we say that the Reis Kusim is one of the 18. He's still missing one. The Reis Kusim we count as one of the 18. If we count the Reis Kusim as one of the 18 and not shuvim, how does he get to 18? The one tells us there's a zera on all non-Jewish boys that they have a halacha of becoming zav. Although a guy never becomes zav, but they instituted that guy have a halacha of zav. We don't want our children playing with their children the shash of the mishkav of zav. Now, according to Meir, you must say that the 2 halachas of food that becomes coming through liquid and vessels that become coming through liquid, one of those are 2 out of the 9 halachas that we learned in they are considered one. Each Meir has a total of 18 halachas. Now we are done with the sugya of Tumah, and we're starting a brand new sugya. Says the Mishnah, and we're dealing with Shmisas Kelim. That is the concept that you're not allowed to have your property through Malacha on Shabbos according to the Shabbos. And therefore, let's say you take your ink and let it soak before Shabbos. That's a Malacha on Shabbos that would be also the Raisa, Malacha Slisha. You need it. And so to soak your veg, different parshim and different vegetables. That would be needed. When if you want to do so, you have to make sure that the malacha is over before Shabbos begins. According to the Sil, it's not a problem. As long as you put it in 1 minute before Shabbos, that's okay. According to Bishamai, you cannot set out a trap before Shabbos unless you have enough time for the animal to be caught. But the Sil, you can't. You're not allowed to put it in wool until now before Shabbos. That's the new doing. It's also this in the right side, making the wool white. Unless you have enough time to finish before Shabbos. And finally, the Mishnah says, you're not allowed to sell something for a guy before Shabbos unless he has enough time to get to his house. You're not allowed to load him up before Shabbos. But still, as long as you have enough time, 1 minute before sundown, that's enough. But you don't have to finish in the life. For the Shammai, you're not allowed to give it your clothing to the cleaner before Shabbos, and it says enough time when it says you can't. When the Malil says, oh, the King Malil was descendant of Hillel, he goes on and says his father used to give white clothing, which takes a long time to laundry, 3 days before Shabbos. One halacha that everybody agrees upon is that a halacha that you're allowed to do on Shabbos. In other words, you're not over this is the rights on Shabbos, such as putting a weight on your grapes because the grapes are already crushed, but you want to taste them. You want to make the juice come out quicker. So you put a big stone on them, a kaira, a bean. That you're allowed to do. According to Shammai before Shabbos, even if you don't have enough time, because if you do on Shabbos, you have later a day right, so have a wonderful day.
Oh, Wanda did get something.
Thank you for coming, Mr. Camp. Thank you, yes, I'm not going to argue with you, damn.
Shabbos Daf Yuches, we discussed in the Mishnah that according to the Shammai, you're not allowed to eat and soak in water before Shabbos unless the process is done before Shabbos. Obviously, the Shammai hold the only thing that's also to do before Shabbos is something that's also to do on Shabbos. Now, soaking ink doesn't involve any hand movements. You don't have to knead the ink. Therefore, the Gemara assumes that this goes according to Rabbi. Rabbi holds that this sort of lisha, kneading on Shabbos, applies even if you just introduce water to flour without kneading it with your hand. Even if you introduce water to ashes. According to Rabbi, lisha is when you do it with your hands. You knead the dough. You take the water and the flour and you knead it with your hands. So our Mishnah doesn't go according to Rabbi. The Gemara says, no, perhaps even Rabbi Yossi would admit in an object, in an item that doesn't require knead, such as ink and such as ashes, you don't have to knead it. Just introducing the water is enough. So why does Rabbi Yossi say that you have to knead ashes? The answer is perhaps he never said ashes. He said alpha, and we're reading it aether. You could confuse the two. The Gemara tells us there are other halachas of things that you can do before Shabbos. You're allowed to make a ditch to bring water from a water source to your field, even though it will continue on Shabbos. You're allowed to put fragrance under your clothing before Shabbos, even though it will continue on Shabbos. You're allowed to put sulfur under your silverware in order to create some coloring for the silverware, even though it will continue into Shabbos. What you're not allowed to do is put wheat in a watermill. There are two reasons given. According to Rabbi, because a watermill makes a lot of noise, and that's not nice for Shabbos. That's designed for Shabbos. People will hear a machine working on Shabbos. Another reason the Gemara gives, according to Rabbi, is a concept called Shvisas Kalim. You have to have your utensils rest on Shabbos. Now, according to Rabbi Yosef, even Beis Hillel agreed to the concept of Shvisas Kalim. So then, why isn't the Mishnah of Beis Hillel saying you're allowed to put flax in an oven? You're allowed to do all these things because all those things, the machine wasn't moving. The oven doesn't move. There's no moving parts. You put fragrance under the clothing. It's in a vessel. The vessel's not moving. What about trapping on Shabbos? Where they still say you're allowed to have a situation where you traps an animal on Shabbos. You must say that we're talking about traps that don't move, like a hook for a fish, or like a kurkuri, like a certain basket that's shaped in a way that a fish goes in, gets trapped, but the basket doesn't move. That's what still allows on Shabbos. According to Rabbi, the concept of Shvisas Kalim is only according to Beis Shammai. And Beis Shammai hold in our Mishnah, even if the vessel doesn't move. Like an oven, like a vat for dyeing wool. But we need to explain, how do Beis Shammai allow one to light a candle, which will last into Shabbos? How do Beis Shammai allow to make food, which cooks over Shabbos? Or make beer, which takes 8 days? Even though the vessel is not moving, you need Shvisas Kalim. We must say, says the Gemara, that in all those cases, the person is mafkir his candle, he's mafkir his barrel, he's mafkir his spit, whatever it is that is mutter, the pot, he is mafkir. The Gemara tells us that it's also to put beans that take a very long time to cook. You're also to put them on the fire before Shabbos. And if you do so, it's also for you to eat them until the amount of time it takes you to cook. So if it takes you 12 hours to cook beans, you have to wait 12 hours after Motzei Shabbos in order to eat these beans. The same would apply for cooking up a very large amount of hot water. You could say that this is also even according to Beisila, because of a new passage called Shema Yitzchak. The problem, you might stoke the coals, you might stir the coals on Shabbos. Now, when it comes to the fragrance and sulfur, there is no problem of Shema Yitzchak, because if you stir the coals, it will create smoke, which will ruin what you're trying to do. What about flax in the oven? Also no problem. Because if you open up the door to the oven, you'll ruin your flax. That's the concept of the ear will ruin it, and therefore there's no future. What about dyeing wool? Dyeing wool, we do have an issue of Shema Yitzchak, you might stoke it. So there's a way to get out of it. If you remove the pot from the fire, from the flame. But there's another issue. Even if you remove the pot from the flame, there's a problem with hadas. You might stir the pot. The way to get over that problem is if you seal the pot with cement or something else. Now, this halacha of not being allowed to put beans, that's only beans. But meat, you are allowed to put meat on the oven before Shabbos. We're not concerned that since you're not able to eat it, you are not going to stir the coals, you'll forget about it, and you'll eat it. And the same will apply if you have food that's completely cooked. So you're allowed to put it right before Shabbos. The only thing you're not allowed to do is if it's semi-cooked. Semi-cooked food, you're not allowed to put on before Shabbos, unless you introduce the semi-cooked food, a piece of raw meat, then you won't touch that pot for a while, and we don't have an issue of Shema Yitzchak. There are two reasons that we said that help us with stirring coals. One is if there's air that ruins the coal, or ruins whatever food you're doing or any malach you do. And the other is if you seal the oven, you seal the pot, then we don't have a problem of Shema Yitzchak. So if you have both of those reasons together, let's say you have a young goat that introducing beer to the cooking is terrible, and you seal the oven according to everybody, that's not an issue. What if you have one out of the two reasons? According to one Lashon, that's exactly the point of Rashi, according to Rashi, it's mutter, and according to Miriam, it's different. What if you don't have any of the reasons? Both reasons don't exist. According to a second Lashon, that's where the Machlokes of Rashi is really this exists. Rashi says it's mutter to put food in the oven because we're not going to come to do keep it cold, we're not going to stir the cold. The door to the oven will be your mind. However, with Rashi if it's on directly on the coals, then that's a concern that you might stir the coals. The Shammai said in the Mishnah, and adding to the Mishnah, the more brings that you're not allowed to lend something to God, you're not allowed to sell something to God, you're not allowed to give a guy a present if the guy won't make it to his own home before time. So it looks as if he's doing something for you. Amir allowed to do Shmita. It's still saying, as long as you can get to the house that's next to the wall of the city, in other words, he has a place where to place his items, that's okay. And the Kiva says, what the so Kiva say is, as long as you leave your house, from that point on, it's moving. None of the Shammai holds that your field could be Nevada Thomas to destroy Thomas. Exists even if you sell it to somebody else. Even if you sell it to a guy from the shul, the guy eats the chametz. Amazing. You know for a fact if the guy won't consume the chametz, you're not allowed to sell it. They still say no. As long as you can eat the chametz, you can sell the chametz. And if you do go who holds like your Shammai, you can't sell chametz to a guy as long as you know that he's not going to it. He says that's only 30 days before Pesach. But more than 30 days before Pesach, I'm not concerned. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Dafitas permitted to feed your own dog on Shabbos, and you're allowed to give a poor non-Jew food enough for a meal We're not concerned that they might take the food out of your shus, out of your domain, and it'll look as if you're doing your shlichus, and you don't have to provide. You're allowed to rent your kilim, your different tools to a non-Jew on Wednesday, Thursday. You're not allowed to do so on Friday because it looks as if you're renting it to him specifically for Shabbos. Sending something with a gut, sending a letter is much different than sending anything else. Because a letter, as the Mishnah explains, has the writing of the Jew, and everybody can tell it's coming from the Jew. Therefore, the following are left. If you're sending it on Wednesday, Thursday, it seems like for most Chayim, that's mutter. Although Rabbi Chayim, or some say it's Rabbi Chassid, is machmar himself and he never sent a letter in the hands of a non-Jew, even on Sunday, Monday. If you stipulate a fee, and now the non-Jew is acting on his own terms, according to Beis Hillel, you're allowed to send it even on Erev Shabbos. According to the Shammai, you're not. Now, on Erev Shabbos, if there's no fee stipulation, and there's no daya means the mayor of the city, but it really means that the receiver of the letter has a permanent address, where the guy will most likely find the receiver won't have to travel any further distance. If you don't have those two reasons, then it's also to send the letter every time. However, where it is the person does have a permanent address. Now, you didn't stipulate the fee. According to the Shammai, it's okay as long as the messenger, the guy, reaches his destination. And according to the city, he doesn't need to reach his destination. As long as he reaches the first house by the city wall, that's okay, because he can put it down there and if he decides to go on his own any further, that's on his own term. The halacha is, one should not embark a ship 3 days before Shabbos. There are 5 reasons given. The Guru brings them down and brings them test. 2 of them are brought here. Places says because it's similar to swimming, and Rabbi Hanal says because it takes 3 days to overcome seasickness, it's not proper to go to Shabbos while one is sick. For bar mitzvah, according to Rabbi, you must go over to the captain of the ship on Shabbos. And the captain says, okay, and of course he laughs at the guy and doesn't stop, and that's okay as well, not talking to the captain of the ship. A very short trip, but you know you're going to reach your destination before Shabbos, you're allowed to embark the ship, even on Erev Shabbos. You're not allowed to make a siege on a city less than 3 days before Shabbos, but if you start, you're allowed to continue. The Shammai says, the reason is, it says in the pasuk, Ad Rizka, until you decimate your enemy, that means even on Shabbos. There's once a launderer who wanted to charge a buyer the same amount of money for colored laundry like for white laundry. He says, buyer, I know what tricks you're up to. I learned. And Shimon said that his father never gave white laundry to launderer less than 3 days before Shabbos. In other words, it's much more difficult to do white laundry than colored laundry, and therefore the price should not be the same. Rabbi says that before you give your laundry, the launderer always measure before and measure when it comes back in case he decided to shrink your clothing or special clothing. We learned that the Shammai hold that you're not allowed to start a process before Shabbos. It's something that's also in your rights to do on Shabbos. Therefore, when the Shammai say it's mutter to crush your grapes on Shabbos, to put heavy loads on them, the heavy beams and stones on your grapes and olives on Shabbos, before Shabbos, that is because on Shabbos it's not even said right. Who does that go according to? The Gemara brings 2 yeshivas. You can either go according to Rishmal who holds, but once you start the process of crushing non-mature grapes before Shabbos, you're allowed to continue on Shabbos. Rabbi Akiva argues that's problematic because the version says that Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Shmuel both agree that since it's a missing crushing, it's also to do on Shabbos. So there's another shita. The Gemara brings the Amoira of the Lazar says in the name of the Tana of the that once you start crushing a honeycomb and the honey starts oozing out, you're allowed to continue the process of Shabbos and benefit from the honey. It's not concerned about speed on Shabbos. That would be the same as in our Mishnah that you're allowed to, once you start crushing the grapes before Shabbos, you're allowed to continue on Shabbos. Although it's slightly problematic because honey starts out as a salad and ends up as a salad. They're both fruit, whereas grapes are a salad and you make them into liquid. However, that's not such a problem because Rabbi Lazar himself was brought down in a brisa saying this exact same halacha, as he said, by honey, he says it regarding grapes as well. Yosef Hanina says that halacha of Shmuel that says you're allowed to put a heavy bean or a stone on grapes and olives that are not completely ripe and on garlic. There's a famous machlokes in Sefer Shabbos. In Yesh Muktzah or Ein Muktzah. Rabbi Shimon holds Ein Muktzah, meaning you don't have to be so stringent on the Hilchos Muktzah in certain zars. And Rabbi Yehuda says Yesh Muktzah. Rav passing like the Yehuda with his Muktzah, you have to be more stringent. And Shmuel passing like Shmuel, you don't have to be stringent. The Gemara brings here 4 nafkamina. One case is if you have these reeds that you use in your olive press. The olive press doesn't work on Shabbos, so these reeds are muktzah according to Rav and not muktzah according to Shmuel. If you set aside olive oil for your worker, it's his salary, so
come on,
the olive oil becomes muktzah, or the Shmuel tzah. A cart for your merchandise on your
they're
boat,
fucking
according to
obsessed
Rav,
with
are
that shit.
muktzah, or the Shmuel tzah.
They're
You're allowed to shut
supposed to be
an animal
fired.
on Shabbos.
No passing game.
What if the animal is designated for milk, for eggs, for plowing, or even fruit? You have dates that are
5 minutes
designated
left.
for commerce, for commercial use. So you set it aside before Shabbos. According to Rav, they are muktzah. You're not
Russell
allowed
Wilson
to change
sucks.
your mind and try to shut this animal or use these dates on Yom Tov. Why? Since you set them aside and you didn't have the mind to use them when Shabbos came in, you're not allowed to use it for the rest of the Shabbos. There's a Talmud that decided to paskin the halacha like
Wandale.
even though the halacha is like Rishon. He passed like Rishon and they put him up there. And why? Because the story happened in the city where Rav was the Rav, and therefore they put him up there. These machlokes and two Talmidim decided to paskin on their own. In what way do you save food from a fire
Wandale.
when you're in a place that has an Erev Chatzeret? One paskin that you have to take you can take as many meals as you want as long as you put into one vessel. And the other one said you can take as many vessels as you want full of food as long as they fit into one vessel. And then tomorrow we're going to discuss the Mishnah of Ein Soylin Basar Batzal.
Oh, that's what we really about what you really give a shit is whether this motherfucker's having fun on the scout team, not why aren't we getting the ball to Wandale Robinson. That's the question that I have for them. That's the fucking question that I have for them. Wandale Robinson, you're the worst. You deserve to be fired. Wandale. He's open. Just throw it to him.
Shabbos Daf, we learned from the Mishnah that Erev Shabbos, one is not permitted to roast.
Dog, he is so shitty.
Unless you're able to roast it before Shabbos. What does that mean? Machal ben Yusoy, it's a shear, what the Rashi means, a third done, according to the Rambam, 50% done. Once you're going back to Machal ben Yusoy, there's a few keys. Number one, once the food
why would you hand the ball off? Under what fucking situation?
Issue of ritual act. It's going to take on the cooking from that point. According to Hananya, there's no Isser Shehiyah. Once your food reaches third done, you can leave it on the flame.
Wandale.
When Shabbos comes in, and we're not worried about Shehiyah, even though you don't have room for Kuma, you didn't remove the coals, and you didn't sprinkle the coals.
What the fuck was that? Dude, Russell Wilson, he sucks so much dick.
Before Shabbos. Unless Cardinal Cornell has a nice color for the Dagam, means the outside of the bread. Whereas the lezer means not only the outside, but also the part that lays on the oven. As we learned yesterday, a young goat, if you introduce air, oxygen, into the oven, will ruin the meat. So therefore, we're not concerned they're going to open up the oven door and stoke the coals. Yet, when it comes to Carbon Pesach, we say,
if they hand the ball off, they deserve to lose. Every game this year. Oh, Wandale.
Part of the group. And the group is going to remind each other not to stoke the coals. But what happens with the reason that oxygen is not good for the meat? The answer is because Carbon Pesach is a whole goat. It's not cut up into pieces, sausage. So therefore, the air and oxygen doesn't cause any harm, and it won't be
Wanda.
concerned that because you have other people there, it's not.
What the fuck is that?
There's an initiative that is based on like it. There's a fire to warm the Kohanim's feet. You let us start the fire right before Shabbos, even though you don't have most of the wood burning. But outside of the Mikdash, that's not allowed. What is the reason? So one reason given by Rabbi is because it says that there's no isser to light the fire on Shabbos and the Mikdash. The Gemara has a bomb kasha Rabbi. What Chizda says is because Kohanim's reason, beautiful Rashi, the Kohanim are all b'nei Torah and they're very careful with the mitzvahs, and we're not concerned. And the pasuk, which Rabbi published, is referring to Haftarah Sevarim Chalavim that they're allowed to burn on Shabbos on this bed. Outside of the Beis Hamikdash, the shear is that it has to grab most of the wood. What does that mean? According to Rab, it means most of the pieces of wood. Every piece of wood, you have to have a majority of that piece on fire. And according to Shmuel, this means that it's caught on enough, they don't have to do small pieces of wood to create a flame. Now, we have a great riot for Shmuel because it says by the menorah that you have to light the wick enough that the flame should go by itself. In other words, it doesn't have any help from the outside. If you're lighting one piece of wood, so according to Rav, it has to be that the fire catches on most of the circumference. Another shot is most of the actual piece of wood, the thickness of the wood. The flame has to go through the wood. So Papa says it's most of the thickness and the circumference.
This guy is so bad.
And it says in the pasuk the Esha'ach, the fun of Mubarak. Rav says that means in a rubber tree, and Shmuel says that they were together. It's a lot of achla. So we have a three-way machlokes here. Reads that our individuals, they don't need roiv. They're easy to catch. And if you're in a bundle, they need that most of the majority of it should light up. Because this is the exact opposite. But if individuals, they need the roiv, and when they're together, since they're together, it's easier for them to catch on flames. And Rav Kahana says, like Rav Huna, when it comes to pits, so Rav Huna says the same.
Are you fucking serious?
That when they're individuals, they don't need a roiv, and when they're together in a vessel, in a basket, they need roiv. This is the exact opposite. And Rav Kahana in this case says, like Rav Chizda. These are things that don't need a roiv, majority fire. You're talking about zephet, which is pitch, tar, buffers is sulfur, vina, cheese, revav is grease, hash, straw, and gvava is stubble. The Rebbe says that the trees of bava don't need. What is that? Rabbi says, as we'll see later on, it's a branch of a cedar tree that's dry and thin, and it has like a woolly substance that catch flame. But it doesn't mean that it's cut into small pieces, because Ula says that even a Shabbos candle, you have to light it and make sure that it's lit, the majority of it, and therefore small pieces doesn't help. And Rami Barabba says this referring to Zaza. Zaza is moss. And with that, we finish the first herod of the Sefer Shabbos, tremendous mazel tov, Haganah of Yitzias HaShabbos, and now we're going to start herod. Remember this. You cannot light with the width of left, which is, like we just discussed, the wool that is found in a cedar tree. And you can't light with person. According to Rabbi Yosef, it's the small pieces of flax. According to Alchaya, it's flax that wasn't honed. And the little color. So Shmuel asked them, Yami asked them, what is it? They told him it's kucha. It's a woolly substance. It's a saros, something like that. The reason why Zero says it's pushkira. It's a very inferior type of silk that comes from a silkworm. They call it floss silk. Rabbi says no, it's a good grade of silk. It says the Mishnah looks to the Sa'idan, which means achlina, which is like the woolly substance from a willow tree. And Rabbi showed Rabbi says, that tree, a willow tree? Yeah, no, but he pulled it apart and showed him, look, there's a substance, like almost like a wool in there that catches on fire. It says, Shavra, which is nettle grass. They braid it and they make wicks out of it. There might be a regal pneamai that's not referring to algae, but rather it's referring to the moss Now, some people added hair and wool, but our Tana says that hair and wool are not added because wool actually shrinks and hair burns. Now, from here on out are the oils that you're not light with. You can't light with tar, which is pitch. And shava is wax. But you make a candle out of the wax, since this is in the category of oils, but not the category of wick, so you're allowed to, you're permitted to use, as we do today, make a candle out of wax. Have a wonderful day.
And that's why, like, I can't sleep with my white sheets because it reminds me of the hospital. I have really hard time sleeping because I don't know if I go to sleep, I think I'll die. So that's why I take the pills now to sleep.
Shabbos Daf Chaf Aleph. Read a list of the Mishnah, different wicks that are also used in Shabbos. These wicks are only also to make a candle out of them. If you use it to make a bonfire or for heat, it's mutter. You can't use shemen kick. 3 opinions. Shmuel says it's the name of a bird. Rizak says it's cottonseed. And Rosh Hashanah says this is the kohen. Kick is the kohen of Yoina, the leaf that protected Yoina. From all these 3 things, you cannot make oil. The isser of using wicks on Shabbos is because these wicks flicker and you might fix them. This is to use the oils in the Mishnah because these oils are not very absorbent into the wick. And again, you come to fix it. Now, if you added olive oil and now it works well, it's still also because you might forget to use the olive oil. Rabbi Shimon Gamliel says the whole list of wicks that are also if you use it to beat a wick and use it for the actual flame. Says Rabbi, melted fat and melted fish inner are also to use. Now, if you add oil, it's mutter to use. The reason is because now they are absorbed well in the wick. However, by themselves, they're also because you might not melt them. We don't make a double zero. We don't say, well, with olive oil, you might not use the olive oil and you might not melt them. That's 2 zeros, and we don't do that. All wicks that are also to use for Shabbos are also to use with the because it says in the Pasuk, how is their product? It has to be a flame that goes by itself without any help. In the Amigos, they made the wicks out of the belt of the kohen, and the belt was made out of wool. How did they do so? The answer is because it's only on certain spaces Sho'eva where the mitzvah is not the Doiraisa. However, there is a brisa that says that they made wicks for the menorah, which is the Doiraisa, out of the leftover clothing of the kohen. And the answer is that it was only from kohenes, which is made out of women. From here on out, the next 3 daf approximately, we're going to be discussing Hanukkah. This is the Sugi of Hanukkah Dolshan. Rabbi says all the oils that you're not permitted to use on Shabbos, you're not permitted to use on Hanukkah, in the weekday, and on Shabbos. The reason is because on the weekdays we have a concept called Hafsa, which is if the flame of the menorah is extinguished within the shear of time, let's say you have to light the candle for half hour, during that half hour is extinguished, you must relight it. So we're concerned that perhaps he won't light it on purpose. He'll use the superior product and he won't relight it. On Shabbos, we have another reason. And that is because since you are permitted to use the light, you might read to the light, and then you'll come, Shemayato, you'll fix the candle. Rav Chisda says, in the weekday, you could use that oil, because Tafsa aims up it. You don't have to relight it. But on Shabbos, you still have the concern that you might fix the candle lighting, the candle, because you are permitted to read to itself. And Rav says, you're allowed to use it for weekdays and for Shabbos, all these oils that are possible. Because Tafsa aims up it. We're not concerned that he might be Kosher, that he might not relight it, but he doesn't have to relight it. And on Shabbos, it's also to use the candlelight, and therefore we're not concerned of Shema Yaakov. Abaya heard this pshat from Rabbi Yirmiyah.
Wandale, if you give it to Scatterville,
in the name of Rabbi, in the name of Rabbi Yochanan, and he accepted it, and he felt bad. He said, I wish I would have heard this when I was younger. Because when he was younger, there's a concept called the youngest, so heard that you learn when you're young sticks. The mitzvah of their Hanukkah is from Shkia until the Talmudim leave the marketplace. Talmudim are people that sell firewood and they stay in the marketplace last, and therefore that is Rechiel In other words, if you didn't light your candles, you have all the way up until they leave to light. Or another shot is how much oil should one put in his menorah enough to last from Shkia until these people leave the marketplace. There are 3 levels of mahadrin in Ner Hanukkah. The basic level is 1 candle every single night for all the people in the house. That's all you need. On the 8th night of Hanukkah, 1 candle is enough for everybody. The next level is mahadrin, and it's 1 candle, but for every person in the house. And the 3rd level is according to the Shammai, the Rabbi. According to some Rishonim, the place we're at, this place is in the Rambam, is this in addition to every single person in the house, or it's only the Balabais? Shammai say, you start out with 8, and on the 2nd day you go down to 7, and on the 6th day you go down to 6. Still say you start with 1 and you build up. 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 2 svars in the Gemara for Shammai and 2 for Beis Hillel. The Gemara says, according to Shammai, you light as many candles as you have left in Hanukkah. So on the 2nd day, you have 7 days left, you light 7 candles. And the second shot of Shammai is because on Sukkot, they started out with 13 cows. They were green for Karbonis, 13 cows the first day of Sukkot. The second day was 12. So on Hanukkah, you go down. Beis Hillel says that you light as many candles as days that went by. So on the 2nd day of Hanukkah, it's 2 days that went by, you light 2 candles.
1 day.
Another shot of Beis Hillel is Malam B'Kodesh, you always go up in Yusha, so you start with 1, you go up to 2, etc. If your house is open to a front yard, and that front yard is open to Rabbi, you light by the front door, outside of your front door, in your chutzner, or by your house, by the door. If you live on the 2nd floor, you should light by the window, facing your Rabbi. If it's a time of Tzakana where you're not allowed to light outside, you light to the mitzvah, lighting inside. On your table, it says Rabbi, provided you make a hecker that this is your Ner Hanukkah, not your lamp for regular usage. Now, if you have a bonfire at home, you don't have to make a hecker. Obviously, that's small little candles that you use for Hanukkah, unless there are other pashut who never uses a bonfire. The Gemara tells us on the 25th day of Kislev, we make 8 days of Hanukkah, which you don't do a hesped and a levaya, and you don't fast. What happened was, you run one into the heichal, and they will come all the oil, and then when the Fishermen beat them, they found only 1 hach shemen with the seal of the Kohen Gadol, which should have only lasted for 1 day, it lasted for 8 days, and therefore, the Chachamim made Hanukkah where you say hallow, and you give Shevach Vaidot and Rizbal. The halacha is, if you cause a spark, and that spark makes a fire, you are fired. If you have a camel loaded with cotton, and the cotton goes into a store and catches on fire, and your camel creates a fire, that's your responsibility, and you are fired. If it caught on fire outside of the store owner put his fire outside of the store, that's the store owner.
He is so bad. How many fucking
I don't know. Since you have a mitzvah to light outside, then it's not the store owner's responsibility, it's the camel owner's responsibility. Says Rabbi. But here you see that the field of Ner Hanukkah is from between 3 tefachim from the ground, shouldn't be lower than 3, but not higher than 10. Otherwise, you would tell the store owner to light his candles above 10 tefachim so candles can go by. So you know that's not a good raya. Perhaps you could be yaitza above 10, but we don't tell the store owner to do so because it's a pure call, and you might not want to do it. Wonderful day.
You fucking snap your fucking arm. Yeah. So I turned I go home, I'm cooking top con Joey, and I'm shook up, man. I'm like, Coco is like shook. If he smelled what it was, if you're upset about something.
Shabbos Daf Chov Beis, Rabbi Tanchum says that just like you're not allowed to build a sukkah that's over 20 amas, and you can't have a mobile, a cross beam of Torah above 20 amas, so too you cannot light your menorah above 20 amas. Another famous saying that Rabbi Tanchum says, when the Shvatim threw Yosef HaTzadik into the pit, the pasuk says, "Habor reik, ein bo mayim." It's empty and it doesn't have water, which is a double language. The Gemara says, yes, it didn't have water, but it had snakes and scorpions. Rabbi says that when you light the menorah, make sure that you put the menorah 1 tefach within the doorway, not further away, because people might confuse and they won't realize that you are the one that placed it there. Rav Acha says you put the menorah on the right side of the door. Rav Shmuel says you put it on the left side of the door. Like this, you have the mezuzah on the right and the menorah on the left. Rav Yosef says you have to treat the menorah with respect, even a very simple task as counting money should not be done by the light of the menorah. Where do we see this from? From Kisui Hadam. You're obligated to cover the blood of a chaya and a bird after you shecht it, not a behema. And you should do so with your hand, the hand that shechted the animal, rather than with your foot. Kicking dirt is a bizarre. Rav Yosef, Rabbi Shua ben Levi asked, how do we know that you cannot benefit from sukkah decorations? Let's say you hunger food, you can't eat it. You learn this from the menorah. Says Rabbi Yosef, Marida Avram, as we would say nowadays, Rabbeinu Shalaylam, the master of Avram. It's Mefurish Brisa that you can't use sukkah decorations. Hanukkah is not. Rather, the Mekar of this halacha is from Kisui Hadam, and we learn sukkah and Hanukkah from Kisui Hadam. In all of Shas, when Rabbi and Shmuel argued, halacha is like Rabbi and Yisur. But the following three halachas, Abayi's Rebbe, Rabbi Manachmeni, Paskin like Shmuel, Lekula. And that is, that you are permitted, according to Shmuel, to light one candle to another. You're permitted to untie your tzitzis and place them in another beged. And the halacha is like Reb Shimon, according to Shmuel, the greater. That you're permitted to drag a heavy object on the ground, even though it might create a furrow in the ground, as long as you're not mechaven to make that furrow. Now, what is the issue with having a ner l'ner, lighting one wick from the other? One man Omar says this is a design of the mitzvah. You should not be using a mitzvah to light a match to light another candle. And the other man Omar says it's a kushi mitzvah. You're taking away from the original mitzvah. It looks as if you're using some of the oil of the first candle. What is the difference between these two shocking? In a case where you go directly from wick to wick, in that case, there is no design mitzvah because you're going directly to another wick rather than going to a mundane thing like an ad. However, there's still a kushi mitzvah. It looks like as if you're using some of the oil of the first wick. Now, the Gemara asks a question from Meiser Sheni. If a person has a lot of fruit which he needs to bring to Yerushalayim to eat because it's Meiser Sheni, he's permitted to redeem all of his fruit onto a coin. The coin becomes kaddish. Now, I want to take that coin that's kaddish and use it as a counterweight to weigh another coin in order for me to use that other coin for Meiser Sheni. I want to do a mitzvah with it, but right now I'm doing a mundane task. I'm weighing with it. The halacha is you're not permitted to do so. We must explain, in order to explain Shmuel, that the reason why it's usher because we're worried about the outcome. What if you find out that the weight of the second coin is not adequate? It doesn't weigh enough, or weighs too much. You're not going to use that coin. Therefore, you weighing it the first time, you're using a kaddish coin to do a mundane thing that never had a good outcome of a mitzvah. But in our case, you take a match and you light one candle, perhaps that's okay because the chances that you're not going to use that to light another candle are very slim.
I'm Miss Aquarius.
The Gemara tells us that.
How are you, madam? You have something in the morning? What do you have in the morning?
I gotta go to the work. I gotta go to the mammogram, please. So I gotta go get my hair done.
All righty.
Let's go. Yay!
That's good. You got these three, no doubt.
Ooh.
Beautiful spare, perfectly placed.
Thank you. Everyone got this. Thank you.
Oh, for sure. No doubt. They shouldn't even make me do this because they know I'm going to get it. Get it, baby.
Yay!
There we go.
Come on, let's go. You got it right on. You got the opportunity now.
Give it to me. I'm going to get these 4. Oh, they're 5. I'm going to get these 5. No doubt. Are you serious? How does it slide like that? That's garbage. You've got it. Oh, no doubt. Did you go? Oh, there you go. This is a tough split, Miss Aquarius. Get 2. The goal is to get 2.
Girl, I keep missing it. Okay, you got it.
No doubt. Alright, I'm going to get these 2. Then I'm going to celebrate. Get it. Yay.
You did. Here, come on.
Now that makes it interesting, Miss Aquarius.
Yeah, I know, right? Come on, come on.
Oh, no. Oh, how hard is this?
Oh,
2 strikes in a row. Miss Aquarius is making an amazing comeback. Oh, get it. 3 in a row. That's a turkey. It's over. 4 in a row. That's a record for Miss Aquarius, everybody. You took the wind out of my sails. You got 4 strikes in a row. That was amazing. 4 strikes in a row. Bravo. Yeah, that was amazing. I'm not going to stop talking about that for a long time. 4 strikes in a row. Get 5 here. Get 5.
Come on, Rabbi, it's your turn now.
No, it's not. It's your turn.
It's your turn, though. You gotta get it. You gotta
I don't know if I'm getting 4 in a row. That's not. But I'll take it because I'm going to get these 3. No doubt.
Oh, you got it. You got it.
Get it.
Come on, right.
Okay, I'm going to get these 2 now. No doubt. Got it.
Yeah. Nope. It's okay.
There we go. That's a big lead.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. I like that. I like that for you. Yeah,
Miss Aquarius making the comeback.
come on, Rabbi. Got it. Do it again.
Oh, what is that? Get it, girl. Get it, girl.
No. You got it this time, Rabbi.
Miss Aquarius. Get it.
You got it, Rabbi. You got it.
Oh, no
Yay.
doubt. No doubt.
Come on. Strike again. Strike again. Strike it. Strike it. What was your name? Yeah.
I am in agreement. Oh, that's right.
Yay!
You win, I win. I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. Miss Aquarius, that was amazing. You got 4 in a row. That was a night to remember. Beautiful job. Best wishes with your appointment tomorrow.
Yeah, right?
Absolutely.
Let me not do good lashes. Good lashes. I know I'm a good tissue.
God willing.
That's good. All right, I'll be there. I love you.
I love you
I'll
too.
see you tomorrow, God willing.
God willing. Excellent job.
You too. Thank you.
You're welcome.
35 minutes and 10 seconds. So if you take the time stamp plus the clock saying it was 107 and 15 seconds and 35 minutes and 15 seconds, what time would you have? 1:43. So they technically were watching a car chase video. What do you think they were cheering for? In the back.
That the 40 years that Klal Yisrael was in the desert, HaKadosh Baruch Hu lit up and created light for Klal Yisrael. Therefore, it doesn't make any sense that we're lighting the menorah to help HaKadosh Baruch Hu, so to speak. We benefit from his light; he doesn't need our light. The menorah is a testimony to the nations that HaKadosh Baruch Hu, his Shechina, is shayr on Klal Yisrael. And how does he testify? How does it work? Because we use the Ner Ma'aravi to light all the other candles. The Ma'aravi depends if the menorah is facing east and west, then the second candle coming into the Heichal, that's the one we light. If the menorah faces north-south, according to one Mandomar, then the center one, the Emtsai, that's the Ner Ma'aravi. At any rate, we use that Ner Ma'aravi to light all the other candles, and that's the last one that we clean out. We must explain that the way it worked, it was not that we took a match and went from one to the other, because that would be a problem of Bizui Mitzvah. We must explain that the wick was long enough to reach the other cup. Each cup's wick reached the other one. Yet the only issue that remains is if you hold Akushe Mitzvah, it looks as if you're taking and diminishing the oil from the first cup. Over here, we still have that problem. Rav Huna ben Yeshua says, if a cheresh shaita v'katan, people that are not able to light Hanukkah candles halachically, if they lit it, are you yotzei if you pick it up and place the menorah after they lit it in its proper resting place? If you hold hadlaka is a mitzvah, that the mitzvah is when you light it, then you wouldn't be yotzei the mitzvah. But if you hold the hanacha is a mitzvah, then it's fine. Doesn't matter who lit it. The point is you have to place it in the proper final place, and you are yotzei. So therefore, the Gemara says, I could bring a raya perhaps. If a person lit the menorah but kept on holding the menorah throughout the whole duration, he's not yotzei. Why not? He performed the hadlaka. Shouldn't he be yotzei? You see from here that hanacha is a mitzvah. The Gemara says no. Perhaps the reason why he's not yotzei is because other people don't see the Persuma Nisa. They're going to think that you lit it for your own good. So the Gemara will have another raya. What about a case where a person lit it indoors and he brought it outdoors? The halacha is he's not yotzei. But why not? If hanacha is a mitzvah, I put it in its final resting place, it should be okay. You see from here, hadlaka is a mitzvah. Gemara says the same answer. Perhaps people will say that you did it for yourself. And finally, the Gemara brings a raya. If a person lights a very large glass bowl of oil from Friday all the way to Motzei Shabbos, and he wants to light candles, what does he do? He extinguishes the candle and he relights it. But if hanacha is a mitzvah, he should have to lift it up and put it down again. That's one raya. Second raya is, from the fact that we say, V'tzivanu lahadlik ner Chanukah, you see from here that the mitzvah is in the hadlaka. We don't say v'tzivanu la'aniach ner Chanukah, but rather lahadlik. So from here you see that the mitzvah is lahadlik. Now the Gemara says, since we proved that the hadlaka is a mitzvah, therefore if a cheresh shel v'katan light it, you are not yotzei even if you place it in its final place. And a woman certainly could be yotzei with the mitzvah, as we're going to see tomorrow. She could also be mitzvah to your husband, because afhein hayu b'is hanes. Yehudis was the one who cut off the general's head, and it was a terrible decree tibal lehegma tchila against all women, all brides. Therefore, they were in the nace, and they could certainly light Hanukkah candles. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Chav Gimel. A guest must light Ner Chanukah, and if he wants, he can participate by giving money to the host and being part of his candle. If he's married, He could be soymach on his wife. Women are mechuyev in Ner Chanukah like men because afhein hayu b'os hanes. Yehudis is the one who killed the general, and they had other exeris against them. Therefore, a wife can be mitzi a husband. Rav Shmuel Levi says the best oil is olive oil. It's clear and it's very bright. It's actually better than sesame seed oil, which lasts longer, but it's not as bright and clear. When you make ink, there are two processes in the making of the ink which require oil. Process number one is you burn oil and you capture the smoke in a glass, and that smoke is soot. You peel that smoke off and you mix that smoke with step two with oil. To make the soot, it's best to use olive oil. But to mix the soot, some say it's best to use olive oil, some say it's not necessary. There's another ingredient in ink, which is the sap of trees. The best sap is a blackthorn gum. But the Gemara says you can use any sap you want. As we know, and this comes from Rav, the first night of Chanukah we make three brachas. Lahadik ner Chanukah, sha'asa nisim lavoseinu, and shechiyanu. On the second night of Chanukah, we don't say shechiyanu. But on all nights of Chanukah, you say sha'asa nisim lavoseinu because there was a nace on every single one of the 8 nights. If you know for a fact that you are not going to light Neres Chanukah, you're on a ship, you're on a plane, you see from a distance, you say a bracha just for seeing it. You don't say lahadlik because you aren't lighting. But you say sha'asa nisim laviseinu. And on the first night, you'll also say shechiyanu, but on the second night, all you say is sha'asa nisim. The question is, why do we say in brachas that are on mitzvahs derabanan, like Ner Chanukah, why do we say vitzivanu? You, Hashem, commanded us. Chachamim commanded us. Gemara explains because it says in the Torah, lo yisasu. You cannot deviate from what Chachamim tell us. So therefore, anytime Chachamim give us a mitzvah, it has the power of a da'iraisa. Another pasuk is, Sha'al avicha v'yegetcha, zikeinecha v'yomer lach. The zikein and the Chachamim will tell you, and you must listen. When it comes to the mai, these are fruit that you buy from an Amaretz. You're not sure whether or not he performed Trumas Amaisrus. He separated Trumas Amaisrus. Chachamim are mechayev you to be mafresh Truma Amaisrus. Why don't we make a bracha on that? It's a derabanan. We should make a bracha just like we make on Ner Chanukah. In fact, the halacha is you can take this dmai and make a bracha on it, make zimun on it, use it as an erev chatzeros, as an erev tavshilan, as a sheet of mavais. You could also be mafresh the Truma Amaisrus unclothed. That shows us that there's no bracha. And the answer is, says Abaya, because it's a suffix derabanan. But Rabbanan are not sure whether or not the Amaretz was mafresh Trumas Amaisrus, whereas by Chanukah it's a vada. Rabbi says even more. Not only is a suffix, it's not even a suffix. It doesn't start at all. Because most Amaretz do perform Trumas Amaisrus. It's a chumrah. And on a chumrah, you don't make a bracha. Rav Huna says that a house that has 2 front doors, we're not concerned that some out-of-towner that's not familiar with your house will think that 2 separate families live there and will wonder how come one of the families didn't light Ner Chanukah. Therefore, all you need to do is light 1 candle. However, if you have doors on 2 sides of your house, let's say on the front of your house and on the side of your house, you're mechuyev to light 2 candles. We are concerned for the people that live in the city. They might think that since you didn't light on one of the doors, you didn't light at the other door. Where do we see that you must be concerned with what other people think about you? In the Torah, by Peyah. The Torah says that you have to leave the corner of your field for the poor. And you must leave it all the way at the end when you're finished harvesting. Why is that? Why all the way at the end? Why can't I leave the corner in the middle while I'm harvesting? There are 4 reasons given. Well, the reason that's important for us is that we are concerned that other people might think that you haven't given Peyah, and they'll curse you. And we don't want other people to think bad about you. The other 3 reasons are because if you could give it whenever you want, you'll wait until the poor people leave, and then you'll make a phone call to your best friend and have him come down and take it. Or we don't want the poor people to waste their time. They don't know when you're going to give it, so they'll sit around for days. Like this, they know exactly when it's going to happen, and they won't waste their time. And the 4th reason is, the Torah says, Bal Techalo. You have a chiyuv to take payah. And we don't want you to lie and say, yes, I gave it yesterday. We know exactly when you're giving it. You're giving it all the way at the end, and like this, you won't come to lie. A candle, a lantern that has 2 wicks coming out of the 2 sides. The Mishnah Berurah says, even if it's 1 long wick, but you don't see it, you just see the 2 ends of the wick, 2 people can be yotzei the chiyuv of Ner Chanukah. If you have a bowl with many wicks in it, Many people could be yaitza the chiyuv of Ner Chanukah. However, that's only if there's a cover to it. If there's no cover, then it'll be one large flame, and one large flame is called a medura, a bonfire, and that's possible for Nero's Chanukah. The Gemara teaches us that Shalom Bayis is the most important. If you have a choice whether to buy a candle for Shabbos, which is considered for Shalom Bayis, or a candle for Chanukah, Shalom Bayis comes first. If you have a choice between the candle of Shabbos and to buy a cup of wine, rather than making Kiddush on bread, Shalom Bayis comes first. The Gemara just wonders, what about Kiddush, which we do every single week? Does it come before Ner Chanukah if you only have money for one? Since Tadr V'Sheina Tadr, Tadr V'Kaidam, the one you do more frequently comes first. Says the Gemara, in our case, Ner Chanukah comes first because Pirsumei Misa, to publicize the nace that Kosh Baruch did for us, comes before Tadiros. The Gemara tells us that a person who's careful with Shabbos candles and Chanukah candles will have children that are Talmidei Chachamim. In fact, Rav Huna walked by Rabbi Oven, the carpenter's house, and he noticed that he's careful with candle lighting. And Taisus points out that it wasn't just him, it was him and his wife. And therefore, he said, you'll have two children that are Talmidei Chachamim. In fact, he had Idi Bar Oven and Chia Bar Oven because him and his wife were careful. Then the following story is that Rav Chisda saw that Rav Shizvi's wife was careful with candle lighting. And in that story, only one out of the two parents were careful, and therefore Rav Chisda promised her a son of Talmid Chacham, and she had Rav Shizvi. If you're careful with mezuzah, you'll have a beautiful home. You're careful with tzitzis, you'll have beautiful clothing. If you're careful with kiddush, you'll have many barrels of wine. The Gemara tells us a story. Rabbi Yosef's wife wasn't very careful with Shabbos candles. She would light very late, not after Shkia, but at the last moment. So he gave her a hint. He said, it says in the pasuk, we had the leading cloud and the leading fire at night. Because the Torah doubles its language, the Torah is telling us that the fire came into being during the daytime. So she took the hint, and she tried to light candles way before Shabbos. Came El Yoel and told her, too early is also not good, because it's not noticeable that you're lighting the candles for Shabbos. Rabbi says if a person loves Talmidei Chachamim, he'll have sons Talmidei Chachamim. If he gives honor to the Talmidei Chachamim, he'll have a son-in-law that's a Talmid Chacham. And if he fears Talmidei Chachamim, he himself will be a Talmid Chacham. And if he cannot be a Talmid Chacham, so at least his words will be listened to like Talmid Chachamim. Shemen Sreifa, says the Gemara, means truma that's tamei, that you must burn, and we're concerned that you might want to burn it on Shabbos and Shemiyata. Rav Chisda says we're not concerned that Shemiyata. The concern is that it might be Erev Yontif will fall out on Erev Shabbos, and you're not allowed to burn kachim like we'll see tomorrow on Yontif. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Chav Dalet. Please join us for our live Zoom share today. We had 110 people that joined the live Daf from all over the world, from New York, from Brooklyn, from Los Angeles, from Melbourne, from South Africa. Please join us, 7:15 a.m. Israel time. The halacha is that we say Ala Nisim in Shemona Esrei because Ala Nisim comes to give praise to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Where do we insert it? In the part of Shemona Esrei that's praising HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But in Birkas Hamazon, it's not necessary to say Ala Nisim. Birkas Hamazon is the Raisa, Ala Nisim. The whole concept of Chanukah is the Rabbana. If one insists on saying Ala Nisim in Birkas Hamazon, we should insert it by the Haidah part of Birkas Hamazon, by Noidalacha, and not we insert Yalav Yahweh, which is by Bnei Yerushalayim. Bnei Yerushalayim is a bracha that HaKadosh Baruch Hu should rebuild Yerushalayim, and we should have the Beis Hamikdash, we should be able to bring karbanos, and that's the tefillah of Yalav Yahweh. Rav says that on Rosh Chodesh you say Yalav Yahweh in benching. That's what we do today. Why is that? Because it's the Iraisa. Rosh Chodesh is the Iraisa. Rav Chanina says, no, we don't say Yalav Yahweh, since there's no Isser to do Melacha, we let him work on Rosh Chodesh. The halacha is like Rav, because it's a Braisa that Rabbi Shai says, and it goes as follows. There's two categories. There's the category of days, like Rosh Chodesh and Chol Hamoed, that you bring a korban musaf, and there are days, like fast days, that you don't bring a korban musaf. The days that you bring a Karban Musaf, says Rishai in the Brisa, you say Yalav Yavai in Birkas Hamazon. And that's exactly what Rav says. In addition to that, you say Yalav Yavai in Shemona Esrei by Ritzei, and if you forget to say Yalav Yavai, you repeat Shemona Esrei unless it's the first day of B'mayr. And there's no Kiddush, we know, you don't take a Kiddush cup and make Kiddush on Rosh Chodesh Chol Hamoed. The days of a fasting, on Sheni V'Chamishi, that we fast for rain, or the Ma'amodos, and that is, there were people that were Yisraelim that were designated from Klal Yisrael to represent the entire Klal Yisrael when they brought Korbanos of the Tzibur. Half of them, or part of them, went to the Beis Hamikdash, and part of them remained behind and fasted Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, and they said psukim, and they daven that the Korban should work for Klal Yisrael. That's Ma'amodos. Those days, we say Haneinu. When does the Gemara say Haneinu? In all Shemona Esreis, Shachar, Mincha. Rashi brings the Ga'inim that we only say Haneinu in Mincha like we do today. And the reason is that we shouldn't look like we are lying in our Shemona Esrei. Perhaps a person will have an Einus and he'll eat by mistake, and it'll be a lie. However, Tosfos points out that the Shliach Tzibur should say Haneinu in Shachris, because it's impossible that from the entire Tzibur there won't be at least one person who's fasting a complete fast. Rav Huna and Rav Yehuda hold that you don't say Al Hanisim by Musaf on Shabbos and Rosh Chodesh on Chanukah. Since Chanukah is not the cause for Musaf, there is no Musaf for Chanukah. The other Shita is that you do say Al Hanisim because all the other Shemona Esreis have Al Hanisim in them, and we don't want to make Musaf different from the other Shemona Esreis. The Raya for Rav is from a very similar place. Yontif that falls out on Shabbos, we don't mention Yontif in the Haftarah of Mincha. In those days, Rashi says they would say Haftarah by Mincha until the Parsim came and they did away with that minhag. But nevertheless, even though it's Yontif, you're not mentioning Yontif because there is no, not today. So that's a good ride. What's not a good ride, you don't mention, and that's what we do today, we don't mention Rosh Chodesh in the Haftarah brachas of Shachris. And the reason is, the Gemara says this is not a good ride because Rosh Chodesh never invokes Haftarah. There is never a concept of Haftarah Rosh Chodesh. Rosh Chodesh just happens to be today, which is Shachris. The Gemara says that Allah is like your Shum and Levi. In another similar case, Yom Kippur that falls out on Shabbos, by Ne'ilah we mention Shabbos. Even though we never have an Ne'ilah on Shabbos, the whole Ne'ilah is only because of Yom Kippur, nevertheless we mention Shabbos. The halacha is that we mention Chanukah, Al Hanisim by Musaf. Now on Shabbos Rosh Chodesh, according to Rashi, we do mention Rosh Chodesh in the Haftarah, but as Tosfos points out, and Allah is like Tosfos, we don't. And the halacha is that the halacha is not that we don't say Yontif in the Haftarah of Mincha Shabbos. But Leil Shabbos, Friday night, is different. Friday night, when the Shliach Tzibur says Chazar Shashat, Me'in Sheva, and it's Yontif, we don't mention Yontif. Why is it? Because the whole reason you do Chazar Shashat by Ma'ariv of Shabbos is because of Sakana. The shul was always out in the field, and we're concerned about somebody coming late to shul, and if you have to leave after everybody left, and he'll be by himself, and the Mazikim will get it. So they prolonged the Ma'ariv. On a weekday, people didn't go to shul in those days. So because it's a sakana, we said Chazar Shashat, but it's only because it's a sakana, there's no reason to mention Yontif. In the Mishnah, there are two shitos that say the same exact thing, that you should not light from chayla, from fat, whether it's cooked or uncooked. One of the shitas, though, is different. One of those shitas holds that if you add olive oil to the mix of diluted fat, of melted fat, it's actually mutter to use. Says the Mishnah, you don't use shemen sreifa on Yontif. As we explained yesterday, shemen sreifa is truma oil that became tamei, and you must burn. Halachically, you have to burn. You cannot burn it on Yontif, as we had the other day. Now, shemen sreifa, the reason why you can't use it is because you cannot burn that oil on Yontif. Even though you have a concept of asay, the asay of burning the oil should push off the loisas of you should not make a fire on Yontif, which is not the truth. There's three reasons given. Either because it says, ad boiker twice, And the second time comes to tell us the second morning you have to wait to burn it until Kalamah. Rabbi said, or Rabbi says, Oilas Shabbos v'Shabbat. You bring the oila on Shabbos, but you don't bring the oila of the weekday on Shabbos or on Yom Tov. So certainly you cannot bring the oila on Yom Tov, so certainly you cannot bring oil that's possible. And Rabbi says, Who levada yasel lechem? We learn from the pasuk. Who? You cannot make machir, you can't make knives on it. Levada, you cannot make a bris milah for a child that's not on his 8th day. It's 9th, 10th day, it's already pushed off. You don't make a bris milah, even though it's a kal v'chaymer that you should be able to. So if you cannot do a bris milah, we learn from you that anything that's pushed off, push it off on Shabbat Yom Tov, including this one. And Rav Ashi says, even though we have an essay that should push off a lois essay, but Yom Tov is actually an essay and a lois essay. And one essay does not push off an essay and a lois essay at a wonderful day.
They're really smart, but they're like, I got anything. They are dumb people. They've just been given the opportunity to expose themselves as dumb. No, my friend, he's really smart. Like, I'm not joking, he's really smart. And I was talking to him the other day, and we started talking conspiracy theories. And I know that pretty much any conspiracy theory, so I just started going off on a tangent about like all this crazy shit that wasn't true. And he was like, yeah, bro, I can see that totally being. He bought it all. Yeah, he bought it all. I'm like, bro, I just told you that there were aliens underneath the pyramids, and they're made up.
Shabbos Av Chavei. Rav says, just like there's a chiyuv for you to burn kachim that became tamei. Let's say you have meat from a carbon that became tamei, you must burn it. So too you have a chiyuv to burn truma that became tamei. Rashi explains, there's two reasons. Truma is very similar to kachim, and second of all, because of the color, we don't want you to by mistake use the truma that's tamei. There's a very big difference between the two. Kachim, when you burn, you cannot benefit from them. Truma, when you burn it, the kohen can benefit from its light, from its heat. But how do we know this? The Gemara gives us three reasons. By Truma it says, Mishmeres Trumoisai, plural, the safekeeping of my Trumois. Meaning, Truma number one is Truma that's tar, number two is Truma that's tamei, and we can benefit, the kohen can benefit through using the fire and the light, the heat and the light. Rabbi Yochanan says that it says by Meiser Sheni, which Yisrael could eat in Yerushalayim, on the 4th and 7th year, there's a chiyuv to be mevared, to destroy it. And when he destroys it, he says a vidu. He says the famous pasuk, I didn't destroy it when I was coming or when the Meiser Sheni was coming. Mars Medayah. Only Meiser Sheni cannot benefit while you burn it, but there's something else that you could benefit from. And it could be one of two things. It could be either kachin or truma. So why do I pick truma as the lighter one and saying you could benefit from truma? Since kachin has 6 things that make it chomer, whereas truma only has 4. So it makes more sense to say kachin I cannot benefit. What are these 6 things and what are the 4? By kachin we have pigul. If a kohen thinks in his head while he's doing one of the 4 avodas, shchita, kabbalah, hilach, and he's going to consume this animal, this carbon, outside of its allotted time. In other words, it's a carbon to eat for day and night. He thinks himself, I'm going to eat it in 2 weeks from now. And he eats it then, he's chayiv kavos. Noisar, if he leaves over from his carbon, past the allotted time, chayiv. The fact that it's called a carbon, very interesting. Just the name is a chumrah. Mihila, if somebody benefits from kachin, he has to pay back the principal plus a fifth. Karetz, if he eats kachin when he's tamei, he gets karetz, meaning Hashem will take away from his life and his children's life. 2 things. And kachin is usher to a person that's impregnating, a person who lost a beloved one that day. Whereas truma is only 4 things. Somebody eats truma, the truma is chayiv nisa b'dei shamayim. It doesn't have the karetz part where it kills his kids. Chaimesh, he has to pay a fifth. You cannot redeem truma, whereas you could redeem kachin. Let's say the carbon becomes a balmon, and truma is always also to Yisrael, whereas kachin there are times that Yisrael could participate in this carbon if it's shlamim, kayid, etc. Carbon kachin power. Another reason the Gemara gives that kachin is more chomer than truma, because kachin has karetz, which is the 2 things that kills his children as well, whereas Yisrael Shemayim is only. We're not by Yitzchak says. When it comes to being mafresh truma, the Torah tells us don't use truma that's tamei. You try to get away with using it to alleviate the fear that you have on your truma that's tar. Don't use tamei for tar. And the Torah tells us kitain loy. Give something to the kayan that he can benefit from it. Loy, not that he should heat it up and use its light, but that he actually can consume it. But from here, the Gemara infers that you could use. You shouldn't give it to the kohen, but if he already has it, the kohen could use it for his own benefit and use the light and the heat. Rav says that lighting a Shabbos candle, to have light in the house, is a mitzvah. In fact, we say, it's a chayva, he calls it, but it's a mitzvah. And we say bracha. Tzivonu lahadik ner shel Shabbos. Whereas washing oneself before Shabbos, according to Rav, is only for Rosh Hashanah. It's not obligatory. Rav Nachman argues and he says that bathing oneself before Shabbos is a chayv. It's a mitzvah. And in fact, he proves it from Rabbi Yehuda Bar Ilai, the famous Rabbi Yehuda in our Mishnah usually, that he would wash his face and his hands and his feet, and he would adorn himself with a talus that had tchelis in it, and the Gemara says he resembled Malach Hashem Tzvakos. A Malach. And the Gemara had tucked the corners of their beged, of their clothing, inside, so you wouldn't see that they're missing the tzitzis. And he asked them, why aren't you wearing tzitzis? Are you concerned about shatnas? There's no concern because we hold like Beis Hillel. Is machlek Beis Hillel and Shammai, could you put tzitzis of tchelis, which are semer, they're woven together with the beged of linen? We hold like Beis Hillel that you can. But the Tamidim of Rabbi Yehuda Bar Ilai were concerned of Eksus Laila. At night, you cannot wear tzitzis. You can't wear shatnas. And you might leave that beged on, you might wear shatnas at night. It says that Yirmiyah Hanavi said, "Vatiznach mishalom nafshi noshisi toiva." He was complaining that he lost his hope. He doesn't have hope. He doesn't have the peace of his neshama, of his nefesh. Noshisi toiva, forgot the goodness that he used to have. What did he forget? What is he missing today? Says Gemara, according to Rabbi, he's missing Ner Shabbos. He doesn't have light. Noshisi toiva, according to Rabbi Yirmiyah, means I don't have a bathhouse. Rabbi Yitzchak Nafcha says I don't have a nice bed with nice linen. Rabbi Abba says, I don't have a mate bed with a woman who's adorned with jewelry for a Talmid Chacham. I was just thinking, we should be grateful. We have all these things. Yes, we're in quarantine, but we have, based on American standards, we have a shower, we have great light, we have light, Ner Shabbos. We're doing great. Ezu Ashir, who's considered wealthy? Reb Meir says, somebody who appreciates his wealth. Rabbi Tarfon says if a person has 100 vineyards, 100 fields, and 100 slaves, says way too much, that's an Ashir. Rabbi Akiva says a person who has a good wife, but Isha Noah the Maisa, she has good midos. And Yossi says someone who has a bathroom in close proximity to his table, meaning he has good hygiene, he has good health, have a wonderful day.
That's a great question. I think it's vanilla and chocolate with like nuts and with marshmallows. Mine does. The ice cream. Mine does. Right. Chocolate ice cream. I think there's chocolate in between chocolate ice cream and a no bake candy bar. This sounds big. That's not what I need. Candy bar. Well, we need to make sure chocolate marshmallows and nuts. That's what I said. Yeah. The candy bar is keeping me up. Commonly almonds. Damn, it was invented in 1929.
Shabbos Dav Chavav. I hope you're all staying safe and healthy. And let's daven one for another. You're not permitted to use sari, which is balsam oil, for Ner Shabbos. Since it smells so wonderful, one might come to remove some of the oil and try to use it somewhere else. And that is an Isser of Mechaba. He's causing the flame to extinguish earlier than it was supposed to. And another reason is because balsam oil is very flammable, and it might burn the house down. The Gemara tells us one of the craziest stories in Shas. There was a mother-in-law who hated her daughter-in-law so much so that she convinced her to use this balsam oil. It smells really good, she tells her. So she sprayed it on herself. Then she tells the daughter-in-law, hey, I need this candle. Can you please light the candle? And she went up in flames. The Guzar done. Kar tells us that he sent all of Klal Yisrael to Golos, besides the Karmim and the Yoivim. Karmim, says Rav Yosef, are those who know how to harvest a farsimah. and they were able to harvest it from Ein Gedi all the way to Ramasa. Yoigvim are those who know how to trap the chilazoin, the snail that makes tchelas, from Sulamois Tzur till Chayva. We cannot use white neft, even in the weekdays, because it's so flammable, it's dangerous. It's certainly not on Shabbos. We can't use oil that's tevel. In other words, from fruit that you didn't remove trumas and maestros. You can't use it not on the weekday, and certainly not on Shabbos. How do we know this? Because the pasuk says mishmeres trumoisai, as we had yesterday. Trumoisai is plural. 2 trumas. Tar truma and tame truma. And just like in tar truma, you can't use any of the fruit until you mafresh the truma. If it's tevel, it's also. So too, if the truma is tame, tevel is also also. There are some who are more machmer than our Mishnah. Rabbi Shimon Elazar says you cannot use sari, as we had before, which is balsam oil. Rabbi Shmuel says you can't use any oil that comes out of a tree. Rabbi Shmuel ben Bragi says only that oil that comes from fruit. And Rabbi Tarfon says you can only use shemin zayis. Says Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri, he got up and he was upset. He said, if so, people in Bavel who only have sesame seed oil, how could they light candles on Shabbos? In Modeh they only have nut oil. In Alexandria they only have radish oil. In Kapoitikal they only have kerosene. Halacha is everything that it says in the Mishnah is asur. Those are the only oils that are asur. The rest are mutter. But the oil of fish, according to Rashi, is the innards, made from the innards of fish, according to places the oil from the eye of a fish, and itron, which is from pitch, that is mutter. Comes Sumchas and says all oil that comes from the flesh of an animal, meaning from chayla, from fat, you cannot you can use the oil of a fish. Now, what is the difference between Sumchas and the Tanakhama? They're seemingly saying the same things as the Gemara, as we had earlier. But over here it means slightly different. In other words, according to one of the two Tanoim, we don't know which one. Chaylev, fat, is mutter if you add olive oil to it. And fish innards are mutter even without adding olive oil. But according to the second Mandama, we take it down one step. Chaylev is never mutter, even if you add olive oil, and fish innards are only mutter if you add olive oil. And then Rabbi Shimon Shizuri says, and we're not clear why and how he adds anything, he says, hakois, which is calcinate, and neft, which is kerosene, is mutter. And now the sugya of Tuma. We're going back to the sugya of Tuma, and I'll make it very simple. When it comes to the Tuma of Negayim, first let's talk about the size of the cloth, and then we'll talk about what it's made out of. Even Shesi Veir, in other words, a string that you are about to make a cloth, and it's as long that you can make a 3x3 finger breadth cloth, that's Mikabel Tuma. Certainly, a 3x3 tfachim cloth, which is appropriate even for rich people, as a beged, as a fabric, is Mikabel Tuma. 3x3 finger breadths of a beged is a Shesi Veir. Now, the Torah says by Negayim, the word beged, and the Torah explains it's made out of semer upishti, either wool or linen. So now we know that anywhere in the Torah that it says the word beged, and it says it many times, by tzitzis, by tumas meis, by sheretz, by shechazera. We know in all these places the Torah is referring to semer or pishti. But what about other clothing? So we know that by semer or pishti, no matter what size it is, even a string or 3x3 fingers, and certainly 3x3 tefachim, what about other clothing? According to Abaya, other clothing are not Mikabel Tuma at all, any size, anywhere, everybody agrees to that. Rabbi Shimon Elazar and Rabbi Shmuel. But according to Rabbi, yes, Rabbi Shimon Elazar says other clothing are not Mikabel Tuma in all sizes. However, Rabbi Shmuel holds that when it's 3x3 tefachim, then other clothing, not Semer Pishtim, and other tumas are Mikabel Tuma. Have a wonderful day.
Neil Wagner having a show in Omaha tonight, so I'm going to go see that. just come off it almost as much as I like the Billy Bass. Nice. I really thought I was going to be the first person to bring back up Billy Bass. He's not wrong. Yeah, just one of the legendary moments in after our history. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how you guys started the show, but shout out.
Shout is Daf Chav Zayin. I hope, my friends, you're all doing well. A continuation from yesterday's sugya. According to Rabbi, in Reb Shimon ben Elazar, the Torah says by nega tzaras the word beged, and then explains to us semeru klishtin. It has to be wool or linen. It doesn't matter what size that beged is. It's mekabel tuma. Whether it's a thread, 3 fingers wide, 3 tefachim wide, they're all mekabel tuma. And Rabbi holds that there's a binyan we learn from tzaras to all other tumas in the Torah that they're mekabel tuma when they're semeru klishtin. But if they're not semeru klishtin, they're not mekabel tuma. Shimon ben Elazar says, however, if other begadim are 3 by 3 tefachim, then they are mekabel tuma. Where does he get this from? So the Gemara gets it from in the pasuk of Sheretz. It says, "Oy beged." From those extra words, I learned that if a beged is 3 by 3 tefachim, it's mekabel tuma, even if it's not semeru klishtin. Abaya argues completely, says, according to everybody, other clothing is never mekabel tuma, even 3 by 3 tefachim. So what does Abaya do with the words oy beged? Abaya says that we don't have flat out binyan for all tumas in the Torah. I cannot learn sheretz from Negaim, nor can I learn out Negaim from sheretz. And therefore, I need a beged to tell me that a beged that's 3 fingers by 3 fingers, that semeru klishtin, is mekabel tuma by a sheretz. Why can I learn out sheretz from Negaim and Negaim from sheretz? Because each one has a chumah that the other one doesn't have. A sheretz is mekabel tuma b'chadasha, whereas tzaras is mekabel tuma b'kigris, which is 9 times the size. On the flip side, tzaras is mekabel tuma even if it's a thread, and sheretz is not mekabel tuma by a thread. There's a seeming contradiction in Rabbi Shmuel himself. And Abai says, yes, in fact, it's a major contradiction. It's Mekatza L'Katza, where Abai learned to Rabbi Shmuel yesterday that no clothing, that's if it's not made out of semeru klishtin, can be mekabel tuma at all. Over here, Rabbi Shmuel says that every clothing is mekabel tuma, whether it's made out of camel hair, goat hair, silk, inferior silk, it's all mekabel tuma. Rabbi says a pshat that perhaps Rabbi Shmuel is saying that there's no tuma sheretz in other clothing when it's 3 by 3 fingers, but it's 3 by 3 tefachim. It is mekabel tuma, and that would be different than what Rabbi said the other day. Rabbi took it back. Another pshat is that it wasn't Rabbi that said so. It's Rabbi's Talmud Rav Papa. Sometimes Talmudim got confused. They weren't sure what Rav Papa was saying. What was he saying? His own Torah, or was he saying over from his Rabbi Rav? And Rav Papa says that Rabbi Shmuel wasn't discussing Torah. Rabbi Shmuel was just saying halacha that there's no shatnez on clothing that are not semeru klishtin. The fact that the Torah tells us semeru klishtin by shatnez, the Torah is talking about wearing it. But if you just put it on, I would think that there's shatnez, and that's why the Torah comes and says there's no shatnez even if you put it on. And the Gemara says, it's completely wrong. The opposite. If we know that when you wear clothing, it must be semeru klishtin, then certainly when you just put it on, it has to be semeru klishtin. Nachman Yisrael says that Rabbi Shmuel wasn't talking about Tumah. Rabbi Shmuel, the second Rabbi Shmuel in the contradiction, is talking about tzitzis. And Rabbi Shmuel holds that the only garment that's chayiv with tzitzis is a garment made out of wool. If you wear a beged made out of wool, then you have to put on tzitzis. If you wear a beged made out of cotton, you don't put on tzitzis. In fact, that's how the Mechaber paskins la'alacha, and that's why Sfardim wear a beged made out of wool with tzitzis made out of wool. Ashkenazim paskin like Ramah, and therefore we wear cotton with wool tzitzis. Although the Mishnah says that a Yirei Shamayim should be makbid to wear wool and wool tzitzis. According to Rabbi Shmuel, we just said, he learns from Oy Beged to include all begadim for Tumah, so why don't we include from tzitzis? It says Asher Techasa, we should include all begadim for tzitzis. And the Gemara tells us that from the word Asher Techasa comes to include a blind man's clothing, this kind of tzitzis, because other people can see it. U're'isam oisai, though, comes to exclude something that you don't see. What don't you see? Night clothing. That no one can see at night, and therefore, Sislayla is putter from tzitzis. Rabbi says a statement that Shimon ben Elazar and Sumchos agree to the halacha that you're not allowed to use pishtan. In other words, something that's mekabel tuma for negoim for your schach. Shimon ben Elazar, we said, and Rabbi Yehuda holds that pishtan, flax, even if it wasn't spun, it just came out of the oven, the process that causes it to whiten, that itself makes it possible for schach. There's a machlokes between Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Meir about shasi. Shasi, Rabbi Yehuda says, only becomes possible for schach once it comes out of the kettle, and Rabbi Meir says it's like erev, that it's possible for schach immediately. The Mishnah says, and Zayin on the base at the bottom, anything that's a derivative of a tree, you cannot make woods out of them. Says Rashi, for instance, cotton and hemp. And Taisus doesn't understand. It says, cotton, what's wrong with cotton? The whole point is, according to Rashi, that it doesn't carry the flame well. What better wood can you have than cotton, says Taisus. And anything that comes out of a tree, says the Mishnah, does not become common tuma soil. In other words, if there's a dead person in the room, the ceiling does not become tuma. Unless the ceiling is made out of cotton, then the ceiling becomes tuma. Have a wonderful day.
Unless the distance between the hole is infinitesimally approaching zero small. Yeah, agreed. So do you believe all holes are 2 holes? No, I believe all holes are 2 holes, yes. No, because here, if there's a hole in this fucking floor, that's 1 hole. I just fucking got it. So easy and good. No, because the tunnel area, I didn't call it a tunnel. I never said it was a tunnel, motherfucker. I said if there's a hole in this
Shabbos Daf Chav Ches. Rabbi say, I hope you're all doing great. What a tremendous opportunity is right now to add Torah to our lives. If you're not part of the shir, please join us. Today we had over 200 people live watching the shir on Zoom and on YouTube. If you can't catch us live, you can catch us afterwards on YouTube, on Torah Anytime, on our app. The Gemara tells us that typically, when there's a dead person in a room, the ceiling is not mekabel tuma. It's attached to the ground, so if you have a ceiling made of cement, wood, it's not mekabel tuma. However, if the material is identical to the Mishkan, such as flax, or the hair of a goat, or different type of hides, they are mekabel tuma. The Gemara learns that out from Xer Shalom. That's only the material, but it doesn't have to be done exactly like the Mishkan. The Mishkan, for instance, took the flags and they did 6 strings. It doesn't have to be with exact details, it just has to be the exact material. Even though the Mishkan was built with crushing with wood, wood is not mekabel tuma. Why? Because the Torah says, crushing la Mishkan. The wood is for the Mishkan. In other words, it's not the essence of the Mishkan, it's just for the Mishkan. The essence of the Mishkan are the uriyas, are the layers on top of the Mishkan. The 3 to 4 layers, depending on who you hold like, and each one is mekabel tuma because there's a hekish one to the other. The bottom one was made out of semer pishtim, wool and flax. The middle one was the goat hair, and the upper one is elim and tachash. Now, Rabbi Lazar had a suffix. What about non-kosher hides? Leather made from non-kosher animals. Are they mekabel tuma ba'oil? What was this suffix? The suffix was, did Moshe Rabbeinu use non-kosher hides to make the tachash? What was the tachash? The Rabbi Yosef says it's impossible. Because only something that's tahar can be used to build a Mishkan. So what is this tachash? The Gemara tells us if you hold up Rabbi Yosef, you must say that the tachash. There's a language used there, tala ilo, which means one of the wild cats. So it has to be that it looked like a wild cat. It had beautiful coloring to it, but it wasn't made from the hide of a wild cat. Rish Lakish says that this tachash is a one-of-a-kind species, only existed in the time of Moshe Rabbeinu. In fact, it had a single horn, like a unicorn, but it was kosher, not like a unicorn that we're familiar with. Just like other Marisha, the karban, the bull that he was makriv, had a single horn, because the Torah says, meat carrot. It was a one-time thing, it was nizistam lefisha, it was necessary for that time. But after that, it was nignaz. We don't have tachash anymore. But the Gemara is still mesupik whether tachash is a chaya or a behema. Because even though the animal with one horn by other Marisha was a behema, was a bull, yet it's possible that it's a chaya because there's something called a keresh. And a keresh is a chaya. If I remember correctly, when we were learning chulin, there are some shittas that hold that a keresh is a giraffe, because there are some giraffes that have a single horn. Rabbi says, since I can make a tzad shava, you take two things. You take sheretz and saras. Both of them have a chumrah to themselves. Saras has the chumrah of shesi, it's metama even a thread. Sheretz has a chumrah that it's metama with a very small amount of kadash. But the tzad shava, the common denominator between the two of them is that they are mekabel tuma. In other words, if you have a non-kosher hide, say a tiger's hide, it will be mekabel tuma if saras develops on it. It will be mekabel tuma if it touches a sheretz. So says Rabbi, you can take those two and have a common denominator and say, therefore, hide from a non-kosher animal is mekabel tuma, but oil hames. Comes Rabbi Mebarnish and says, no, sheretz and the goyim and saras have something in common that mace doesn't have. They both are mekabel tuma, are mekabel with less than a kezayis, where a mace, in order for it to be mekabel tuma, that gives it off tuma, the oil, it has to be at least a kezayis. Therefore, Rabbi Mebarnish says he learns the kavachomer from Yedizim. As we mentioned before, one of the layers in the Mishkan was the ear of a goat, and it's not mekabel tuma from saras, as we said the other day. Saras, when it comes to beged, has to be semer upishtim, not goat here. Yet, at the same time, it's one of the materials from the Mishkan, and one of the materials in the Mishkan is mekabel tuma by laves. So, the hide of an animal that's tameh, which is mekabel tuma from saras, that's in the Torah, or mekabel tuma from saras, certainly it should be mekabel tuma by oil hameis. So now we have to understand Rabbi Yosef's statement from before. He says when it comes to Melech Shamayim, it has to be from a kosher animal. What is he coming to add? So the Gemara is coming to add that the ritzuas of tefillin must be made from a kosher animal. Yes, Halacha Moshe Messina says the ritzuas have to be black, but Halacha Moshe Messina doesn't tell us from what material. That's where Rabbi Yosef is coming to be found. To tell us that the parshiyos of tefillin have to be from a kosher animal, we don't need Rabbi Yosef. Yes, it fits into Rabbi Yosef's klal, and his klal is perfect for everything. But it's not needed for all these other things. The parshas of tefillin, it says in the Torah, Torah Hashem beficha min hamutar beficha. Whatever you can eat, that's what you can make tefillin from. That the box of the tefillin has to be from a kosher animal, that we know from Halacha Moshe Sinai, because you have to make a shin, and that's Halacha Moshe Sinai. So the hide has to be that has to be from a kosher animal. The fact that you have to wrap your parshas with the hair of a kosher animal, or sew tefillin with kosher sinew, Halacha Moshe Sinai, that you have to make square tefillin, also Halacha Moshe Sinai. And now the Mishnah. The Mishnah tells us that if you make a wick out of clothing, you fold up clothing and make a wick out of it according to Rabbi Lezer, it's tameh. Why? Because it still remains a beged. The beged is tameh. Says Rabbi Kiva, but when you fold it up, you take away the name beged from it, it becomes a wick, and therefore it's no longer tameh. Says Rabbi Lezer, since this wick remains a beged, and he says a 4-step halacha. Therefore, if this beged is exactly 3 by 3 fingers, and it happens to be yontif that falls out on the Friday, and we hold like gula that you must burn most of the wick. In other words, once you light it a little bit, that's not enough. You have to light the whole thing. But once you light it a little bit, you just broke the wick. You ruined it. And by ruining it, you caused noilad. And if you cause noilad, Rabbi Yehuda says that it becomes muktzah. So it's also for you to light this on yontif shechal b'erev Shabbos. Now, according to Rabbi Kiva, when you fold up this wick, it's no longer a kli, so you're just lighting wood, so you're not over anything. Yosef says, now I understand. I always heard this halacha about being exactly 3 by 3 fingers. I never understood what it meant. Based on this halacha, now I understand completely. Have a wonderful day.
So good. It's comfy and ready to go in my house. And so I drop him off in the morning, and he's like, yo, I got the golf simulator shit that I'm not using anymore. take it. So I took it because I already had the so I'm saving like 1,000 autistic 8-9ers in the garage. Or are they autistic? Because I'm just 7. So you're gonna be like,
Shabbos Daf Chavtes. I hope you all have a wonderful Shabbos. Please keep safe and healthy. Going back to the mission that we had yesterday. Silas habeget shekitla v'lo hidava. You take a garment, you fold it up, you make it into a whip, but you didn't singe it. Yesterday we had one shot in Machlokes of Eliezer and Rabbi why it might be tamei or tar, and why you can use it or can't use it on Shabbos. Here we have another shot. Rabbi says, the Rabbi says you cannot use this whip on Shabbos because it's unsinged. You must first make it black where the fire can catch nicely, and you won't have issues with it on Shabbos. Otherwise, we're concerned you might fix it on Shabbos. How to explain Rabbi Yosef's halacha that he heard and he wasn't sure where to apply it is a concept of 3 fingers by 3 fingers that are exactly 3 fingers by 3 fingers. Yesterday we said one shot. According to Rabbi, we have to say another shot. He's talking about Tumah. And Zmach like us, what constitutes a beggar? Is it 3 fingers by 3 fingers exactly, or 3 fingers by 3 fingers plus the hem? Says Rabbi Yosef, it's exactly, not without the hem. Rav says, we have a machlokes with Yehuda and Rav Shimon we mentioned the other day. Somebody takes a pot on Yom Tov and he burns the pot. The pot just changed from a pot to a broken pot. A broken pot is Nailah, who was just born today on Yom Tov, and therefore it's muktzah according to Yehuda, according to Rav Shimon it's not. Says Rav, it's not only a pot, it's even something like a date, where from the moment it was created, it has a pit inside. Nothing was created on Yom Tov. But when you open the date on Yom Tov, you discover the pit. That's Noilah. And he takes it one more step. Not only a pit, but even, let's say, a walnut, where there's the fruit inside and the wood is on the outside, where you could visibly see the wood, yet it's not wood until you crack open the walnut and you extract the nut. Then you're going to use the wood. So it's Noilah on Yom Tov. Rabbi Shimon says in all these cases, there is no Noilah on Yom Tov, and you're allowed to use all these items. The Lord tells us, Rabbi never said this halacha before. Rabbi Yehuda heard a story. The Rabbi, who was Rav's uncle, told Rav, he saw him eating a date, and he had a pit. He said, listen, if you threw that into the fire on Yom Tov, you'd be over on Noilah. And Rav didn't answer. The Gemara says, well, he didn't answer. Did he agree with his uncle or not? The Gemara brings a story. Rav was eating a date on Yom Tov, and he took the pit and threw it to an animal. Now, if he held that the pit was muktzah, he wouldn't throw it to the animal. Says the Gemara, wait a minute. It's possible that Rav was eating a very inferior date, and that date had fruit on the pit. A good quality date, when you open it up, there's no fruit on the pit. But this date was inferior. And since it had fruit on the pit is not muktzah. It's considered fruit, and therefore he allowed himself to take it and toss it to the animal. If a branch falls off a tree on Yom Tov, that's called Noilah. If it falls off into your oven, how do I use it on Yom Tov? If you add more wood that's not muktzah, I can use it on Yom Tov. The same thing would apply to our case of a pot that was burnt, or there was a broken pot. If I add more wood to it, I can use that pot on Yom Tov to make a fire. Now going back to the Mishnah, the case of folding up a wick, a garment and making it into a wick, according to Eliezer, it remains tamei. Says Rabbi Nuna, let me explain to you. We're talking about a situation where there's a garment that started off as a garment. It was from the measurement of 3 fingers by 3 fingers all the way up to 3 tefachim by 3 tefachim. It was a garment, and the owner of the garment decided to make it into a shmata. He took it, and he wants to use it either to plug up a hole, or to clean, or to hold a hot pot. Whatever the reason is, it's a shmata. If he takes it, folds it up nicely, puts it in a drawer, into a box, then he's showing that he wants it, and it's 100% fine, according to everybody, even Rabbi. If he takes and tosses it out into the garbage, and you found it in the garbage, according to everybody, it's not tamei. It's not a beggar. Machlokes is when he takes it and hangs it up on a peg, or hangs it up behind his door. Rabbi Eliezer says he still likes it, he still wants it, it remains a beggar, it remains tamei. Rabbi says he showed that he doesn't want it, it's not tamei. Says the Mishnah, brand new Mishnah, brand new sugya. We know that if you have a bowl of oil and you light a fire in Shabbos, you take some of the oil out, you're over on the chavos, you're making the fire last less. That's what happens. What if I have an egg full of oil, with a hole in the egg and it drips out into my bowl over the entire shot. By me removing the oil, I'm over on the same machab because this candle is supposed to be lit for X amount of time. Because I removed the oil from the egg, now that candle lasts less. If I do so, even with something that's disgusting, let's say instead of an egg I have earthenware, most people won't use that oil, still awesome. If I do so with a bowl side by side to the other bowl, still awesome. The view that says in all these cases, however, if that egg is permanently affixed to the bottom bowl, let's say my Gutierrez is fixed, that's how I created, or later on I glued it together, then it's mutter because now I know it's one and the same, and I'm not going to remove the oil. The Gemara tells us that Rabbi Yehuda was in Beis Nitza. It's a neighborhood place, and they gave him this egg, and he filled it up with oil, and he used it over Shabbos. So the Gemara is different because in Beis Nitza, they were reasoned, they were very careful. It seems like the Gemara wasn't so happy with that. The Gemara says that Rabbi ben Elazar gives Musar, he was Moshchiach, he was Moicha to Rabbi Yehuda. Famous machlokes, are you allowed to drag a bench on Shabbos, knowing that perhaps you might create a groove in the ground? And that's the Issa Harisha. Shimon says it's not a problem. I don't have kavanah to do it. It's mutter. Rabbi, he was dragging a bench over a marble floor. It's impossible to make a guma. Impossible to make a groove. Yet Rabbi Yisrael was moichan. He said, listen, maybe today you won't, but tomorrow you might forget and do so. And therefore it's awesome. The Gemara tells us a three-way machlokes. What happens if I have a very light bench? I can lift it up easily. It's efshar. Concept of efshar. I can lift it up, but I don't want it. According to Rabbi Yirmiyah, Rabbi Shimon only said his halacha was very heavy and you can't do it otherwise. But if it's light, you have no business dragging it and perhaps creating a group, and therefore, in that case, he says it's awesome. Now we have to explain when the Mishnah talks about a kisei, a safsol that mentions a chair, it's talking about a very heavy chair. Ula says no. The machlokes is even in a very light object like a chair. Rabbi Shimon is going to say it's mutter, but in a very heavy bench or bed, then Rabbi Yehuda would also agree that it's mutter. So why does the Mishnah talk about a bed? It's talking about a very light bed. And Rabbi Yosef says no. The machlokes is in both cases. Even if it's very heavy and light, Rabbi Shimon says mutter. Very heavy and light, Rabbi Yehuda says it's awesome. Gemara asks a bomb question from a person who's selling clothing in the street. Says the Gemara, if he's just putting it on him and he's not having any benefit from it, he's not saving himself from the elements, from the heat, from the rain, it's mutter. But a tzanua, a tzaddik, should put it on a stick and not hold it. When you see it's efshar, it's possible for him to get away from the whole problem of Shabbos. Yet we say it's mutter for him to carry it on himself. So that's a kasha Rabbi Yirmiyah that says that in a situation of efshar, you're not allowed to do so. Have a wonderful day. Have a great Shabbos. We'll see you tomorrow.
They didn't show highlights on ESPN. They would always show stills. They wouldn't give the footage, which I think was really dumb of that sport. If I could find it, but I lost my Twitter. Still working on getting that back. It was like 2008. I tweeted my branch out with like boxing and like trying to organize it. Now being a white is living my dream. More ways than one. Guys, let's take a little break, because guess what I'm all about? I'm all about playing on legends.
Shabbos Daf Lamed, we're going to start from the Mishnah on the bottom of Daf Ches. If a person extinguishes a flame because he's fearful of the goyim or the robbers, or he has a person who's very ill, he's potter, meaning he's completely mutter. Our Mishnah goes according to Rabbi Yehuda that holds Malacha shein shricha lekufa asur, where Rabbi Shimon holds it's mutter. What does that mean? The best example is the person extinguishes a flame because he wants the flame to be extinguished. In other words, it helps him burn the wick, and he wants that charcoal on the wick. That's the malacha shetzricha. He needs it. Another example is, let's say he prefers that the candle wasn't lit to begin with. A robber is coming. He doesn't want the candle to be lit. By him extinguishing it, he gains nothing. That's malacha shetzricha. Therefore, if a person extinguishes a flame because he wants to save the pot, he wants to get the oil, grab the wick, then he's chayiv. On the other hand, if he extinguishes a flame because he has a chayil shem, or just in general, according to Rabbi Shimon, it will be potter, because he's extinguishing it not for the sake of the extinguishing, but because he just doesn't want the flame. It's also to do, but he's potter. Gemara tells us, they ask with Tanakh, are you allowed to extinguish a flame if you have a chayil shesh b'sakana? And he went into a huge tangent of a garika. The next 4 da are full of a galka. And he started by saying, there seems to be a contradiction in Shlomo HaMelech between himself and his father. On the one hand, Shlomo HaMelech says, I have to give praise to the dead. And he says, a live dog is better than a dead lion. The Rabbi says, the dead can't do anything. They can't praise the Baruch Hu. It says Gemara 3 pshat. When a person is alive, he can learn Torah, and he can do mitzvahs, and he can accomplish. Once he's done, he's over. He's free from mitzvahs and Torah. On the other hand, when Moshe Rabbeinu davened on Klal Yisrael by Chet HaEgel, he davened and HaKadosh Baruch Hu didn't listen to him. But when he mentioned the Havais, the Sfus Havais, HaKadosh Baruch Hu listened to him. You see that the dead are greater than the life. Another pshat. If a ruler makes a decree in our days, sometimes people listen, sometimes they don't. But when Moshe Rabbeinu made a decree thousands of years ago, he made decrees to learn the halachas of Yom Tov 30 days before Yom Tov. Or in benching, the first bracha benching, he decreed. That lasts forever. A third shot. David HaMelech asked HaKadosh Baruch Hu that he should show him a sign. The Klal Yisrael should know that he was moichelim on the Aveira of Bashem. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu said, I cannot give you the sign when you're alive. I'll do it after you die. In fact, the Shlomo HaMelech did Chanukas HaBayis and he tried to bring the Aron into the Kodesh HaKadoshim. It was too wide, he couldn't fit it into the door. So he davened 24 Prakim of Tehillim and he wasn't answered. But when he mentioned his father David, then the doors became wider and Klal Yisrael realized that the Baruch Hu forgave David. But it says there, the famous passage that we say in Shira Yoim, the Yavai Melech HaKavod, the doors thought that Shlomo HaMelech is referring to himself, Melech HaKavod, the king, and they want to swallow him up alive. So Shlomo HaMelech says, no, Hashem is the Gibor. I'm referring to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. David HaMelech says the Gemara, when they finished the Chanukas HaBayis after 8 days, it's a very long pasuk. And the Gemara darshan the pasuk by Yichol Aleya. Yisrael went to the tents. They found their wives b'tahara. And then it says Smeichen. They had Hannah from the Zivah Shechina. B'toyvelev. Each and every one became pregnant with a boy. And then it says LeDavid Abdoi. That HaKadosh Baruch Hu forgave David. Yisrael Amar. HaKadosh Baruch Hu forgave Klal Yisrael for eating that Yom Kippur that was so simply ate. In fact, they got awarded Gan Eden for eating on Yom Kippur. David HaMelech wanted 3 things from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He wanted to know how his life is going to turn out, what year is he going to die on, and what day of the week is he going to die in. HaKadosh Baruch Hu said, I cannot tell you when you're going to die and how your life is going to play out, but I'll tell you the day of the week you're going to die. You're going to die on Shabbos. He said, if I die on Sunday, it's better for my family. He said, no, Sunday's already the Maluk of Shlomo HaMelech. If I die on Friday, he says, every day that you're alive and you yourself said it to him is better than 1,000 oilas that Shlomo HaMelech is going to bring. So every Shabbos, David HaMelech would learn Torah, pasuk from the Girsa. He wouldn't stop learning because he knew that the Malach HaMavis cannot kill him as he's learning Torah. So the Malach HaMavis made a lot of noise in the backyard. David HaMelech, as he was continuing to learn, went to see what the noise was, went down the stair, and the Malach HaMavis took out the stair, he fell, and from falling, he got scared, he stopped learning for a moment. In that moment, the Malach HaMavis killed him. So Shlomo HaMelech sent the Chachamim 2 questions. First of all, my father, the king, is lying in the sun. Can I move him on Shabbos? Second of all, can I feed the dogs? Is it mutter to feed dogs on Shabbos? He said, yes, you can give the nevela, which is typically mutzah, but since it has a purpose, you can give the corpse of an animal to a dog. On the other hand, you cannot touch the dead person unless you make a special heter. If you put a loaf of bread or a baby on the dead, then you can carry the dead agav the bread. So you see that a live dog has more importance than a dead king. Finally, the question that he asked, Rabbi, he said, as a mashal, because we have a pasuk b'chai b'hem, obviously you're allowed to extinguish the flame for Chodesh, but he said in the derech of Agadah, because there's women and Amaratzim who wanted to open their hearts to Torah, and he said, a person is like, the neshama of a person is like a candle, like Hashem's candle. So of course Hashem's candle comes before a human candle, therefore you can extinguish the candle so Hashem's candle will live longer. The Gemara tells us that they wanted to bury Koheles because of the contradictions, the seemingly contradictions in Koheles. It says, but however, since Koheles starts with Torah and ends with Torah, so they decided not to. How does it start with Torah? It says, says the Gemara, a person has no purpose of working hard and toiling under the sun, but above the sun, before the sun, meaning the Torah that came before the sun, that is very important. And finally it says, what is this? First of all, the whole world was created for this individual, or he is equal to the whole world, or the whole world comes to serve this individual. But what's the contradiction in Koheles? It says, anger is better than laughter. And then it says, laughter is great. It says, so the Gemara says that Baruch Hu, when he's upset at tzaddikim, that's a good thing. He gets rid of the averos, and when he's happy with Yishayim, that's not a good thing because then he gets rid of their misses in this world. But in Olam HaEmes, Baruch Hu, Tzchok Amarti Mehula, Baruch Hu is going to be happy with the tzaddikim. Anisa Simcha is referring to Simcha Shal Mitzvah, like dancing by a wedding. With Simcha Zoom. With Simcha Mazza Oisa, what am I doing with the Simcha? Why are you so happy? When a person is happy on something that's not a mitzvah. In other words, it comes to teach us that the Shekhinah doesn't rest on a person that's sad or lazy or with spike, levity, and kalas roish, with sonas, or sicha, just talking. For things that are important, things that are not important, only in the Torah. For Simcha Shal Mitzvah, when a person is doing a mitzvah, then the Shekhinah is Shoyra. And when you want to learn Torah, it should be the Simcha. And when you want to dream nice dreams, it should be the Simcha. Elisha, who was angry, he said, bring the musicians, because there's a mitzvah to have this Shriyas HaShekhinah. Two Lashonos. One says the Rabbi should be the Simcha, but his Talmidim should be in fear. Another Lashon is the Rabbi should start off with Simcha, and Talmidim should be in fear. Like Rabbi, every shir he would start off with a milsa de bichusa, with a funny joke or something to get everybody into the mood. They wanted to bury Mishlei, but they said, look, you wanted to bury Koheles and you saw that you were wrong. Let's look into Mishlei. It says in Mishlei, Al Tanksil, don't answer a fool, and then it says you should answer a fool. When it comes to Torah, you answer. When it comes to Dvarim Acherim, you don't answer. For instance, Chacham said that a woman is going to give birth every day. The trees are going to bear fruit every day. There's going to be bread growing from the ground. And Talmidim laughed and they put them, look, you see a chicken lays an egg every day. There's a slav that gives fruit off every day, etc. And then when the fool said to the Chachamim, your wife had an affair, you're a mamzer, so they didn't answer, but they gave him a cup of wine. Here, drink a cup of wine. And they exploded. Have a wonderful day.
The last day I told you about was I went to Poison. That was like maybe 2 months ago. I haven't really tried to go on any dates though. The dates just like, it just feels like a waste of money. Like we go on dates, it goes well, we talk about it after, and it just goes well. One of us either loses interest or whatever. It just feels like a waste of time. Yeah, don't force it. Yeah, I'm just like not. It's like whatever. What about you, Chan? What about you, Chan?
Shabbos Daf Lamed Aleph, the Gemara tells us one should act with humility like Hillel, and not with kabbadonos, with strictness like Shammai. There were two people that made a bet. Which one upset Hillel? One of them took the bet for 400 zuz. He went to Hillel's house on Erev Shabbos while Hillel was in the shower, and he screamed out, Mikan Hillel, Mikan Hillel. It's a Lashon of Bazar, that's not how you talk to an old adult. Hillel comes out, wraps himself up and says, how can I help you, my son? And he asks him, I would like to know why are all the Bavli's head round? Says Hillel, asking a beautiful question. I think the answer might be because the midwives, they deliver them in a certain way where it causes their head to be down. Oh, goes back inside, and as soon as he gets back into the shower, the guy screams out again, is Hillel here? He comes out, well, how can I help you? I'd like to know why Tamudian's eyes are round. They'll say, it's a great question. It's because they live with a lot of sand, and it helps to keep the sand out. He gets back into the shower, and the guy once again screams out, Hillel! Comes out, how can I help you? Why are the Shekhinah's feet so wide? He says, that's even a greater question. And the answer is because they step on mud and they need wide feet. He waits until he gets into the shower again, and he calls him out, and he says, listen, I have a lot of questions. Says Hillel, Shal ben Shal, ask me whatever you want. He says, are you Hillel the Nasi? He says, yes, I am. He says, Rabbi, there shouldn't be anybody like you again. He says, what did I do? He says, because of you, I lost 400 zuz. He says, Hillel, it's kedai to act like me. You should lose 800 zuz rather than one who should lose their two. The Gemara tells us, 3 goyim came to Shammai and Hillel at 3 different times. One asked Hillel to become a ger, but he doesn't believe in the Torah of itself. Shammai was upset at him and shoot him out of there. He went to Hillel, and Hillel taught him. He made him a ger, taught him Aleph Beis. And the following day, instead of teaching him Aleph Beis Gimel, he taught him Tov, Shin, Reish, Tov, etc. He says, what's going on? Yesterday he taught me Aleph Beis Gimel Dalet. He says, well, if you trust me for that, let you trust me for everything, and I'm telling you, he's a Torah B'Tzav. Another guy came to Hillel, and this is the famous story He came first to Shammai and said, I want to be Ger. Teach me the entire Torah while I'm standing on one foot. In other words, give it to me all in one sentence. Shammai took a stick and shoot him out of there. When he went to Hillel, Hillel was Megayer him, and Hillel told him, my Da'aloch Sani, what you hate, don't do to your friend. Rashi explains it could be powerful, and it could be in other Chaveros. You don't want people to steal from you. You don't want people to do other sorts of Chaveros. Don't do it to them. And the rest of the Torah says so. It's just an explanation and to explain how that all fits in to that one line, the 5 words. There's another guy who heard a Rabbi teaching his children, his Talmidim, about the big day Kuhuna, and he found out that for the Kohen Gadol, he says, tell Shammai, I want to become a Gerish, like for where the big day Kohen Gadol, Shammai took a stick, the Hamas, Abinyan, and shoot him out of there. He went to Hillel, and Hillel was the guy, and then Hillel said, listen, if you want to become a Kohen Gadol, you have to learn the halachas first. He learned the halachas, and he got to the puzzle by Azar, and he made a Kavachaymer. If David HaMelech cannot be a Jew who's born as a Yisrael cannot be a Kohen Gadol, certainly I, Ger, cannot be a Kohen Gadol. He went back to Shammai and said, why did you tell me the puzzle by Azar, and he went to Hillel and he said, because of your Nava, I was discovered to be Baruch. Why does the 3 came back together one day and he said, because of Shammai, we almost lost out on this opportunity, but because of Hillel, we returned to Baruch. Why does the Shisha Sidbei Mishnah are hinted in the puzzle? Emunas is right that you have emunah, you believe that the person took meiser. Itecha is times referring to all the mayadim, the mayik, the yom tayvim, the comments of chaysim. There's a lashon of Yerusha, that's nashim, it comes from nashim, that's how you have a yored. Yeshuas is nezikin, they will salvage you from having to pay money if you know the halachas of nezikin. Chachmas is seder kachim, it's chachma, and das is taharas. The Gemara says the situation of the pasuk is Yiras Hashem here, Tzara, but Yiras Shamayim will bring you to the Oitzar. You'll remember Torah through that. Rabbi, the famous Rabbi says when you get up to Shamayim, the first thing they ask you is Nasakov and Akabed Emunah. You do business with integrity, and that comes from the same pasuk, Emunah. Emunah Itecha. What's Itecha? Kovato Itim. You set time for Torah. And then the following word is about Puru, and then comes the Yeshua, choice, and then when you follow the Chachma, you understand, double, it's all about Torah. And then here's Hashem here in Tzara, and the Gemara tells us that if a person, it's the muscle, if a person says to somebody else, take this wheat, bring it up to the attic, and then he asks him, you put in the preservative, he says no, so why, whatever you did wasn't good enough. In other words, you need Yiras Shamayim in order to learn Torah. You're allowed to add preservatives to the wheat and charge the person for the weight of this dirt that's a preservative, because without that, the wheat will be spoiled. Torah without your Shamayim is as if somebody gave you the key to the Oitzar HaMelech, to all the jewels, but you don't have the key to get into the building. You have the key to the safe, but not to the building, so what good is it? You need Yiras Shamayim. It's another mashal Gemara gives is somebody built a doorway in the middle of his field and it doesn't go anywhere. What good is it? What it says, Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi Lazar, they saw Rabbi Yaakov walking by. One of the two said, let's stand up for him because he has Yiras faith, he has Yiras Shamayim. The other said, Shamayim, he's a big Tam Chacham. So the other said, what good is Tam Chacham? I'm saying Yiras Shamayim, it's much stronger. The Gemara says, that must have been Rabbi Lazar. Rabbi Lazar holds that the Baruch doesn't have anything in this world besides Yiras Shamayim. Going back to Gehelas, there seems to be a very puzzling passage. It says, Al Tirsha Harba, don't be a big Russia. Meaning, you could be a small Russia. The Gemara know a tremendous society. If a person doesn't have Beir, it happen. Don't despair. Don't say, oh, I already was over on this Beir. I was Mechal Shabbos, so let me just throw away the entire time. It doesn't work like that. A person can do an Aveira and do Tshuva for that Aveira and be a great Yid. Rishayim, not only are they not scared and don't think about the day of judgment, Yom HaMisa, but they live without any fear and they have no humility. Says the Gemara, it's like as if they have this chaylev on top of their kidney that prevents them. It's not that they don't know, just don't care. We learn from the Mishnah, Rabbi says that if a person extinguishes a flame to save the lamp, he's not chayiv. But he extinguishes the wick, then he's chayiv. Says the Gemara, Rabbi Yossi holds like Rabbi Yehuda, the malacha shensichol gufa. If you don't need the actual extinction of the flame, you are chayiv. But he holds that if you are soiser in order to build, you demolish something in order to build, and it's in the exact same spot, and it must be in the exact same spot, you are high. So extinguishing a flame is soiser. You're demolishing, you're ruining. However, it's in order for you to light it up again. And the wick is considered its spot. Even if you move the wick somewhere else, that's its spot. It doesn't matter where it is. The spot is wherever the wick is. Whereas a lamp, the lamp has to do wherever the wick is. So if you move a lamp, but it has the same width, it didn't move the spot. But if you remove the wick, then you move the spot. That's why in a lamp, the grace he holds your butter. But when it comes to the wick, another pshat the Rebbe says that he's extinguishing the flame because he wants to singe the wick. In other words, he wants the extinction of the flame. Therefore, it's called Misakemanis, fixing the wick. Fixing the wick is higher. Have a wonderful, wonderful day.
Honestly, that could be your job right there. Just going around and filling people's. I don't know if I want to do that again. It was a lot of work. Just saying. However, you did it well. Also, because I was kind of figured out what my setup was going to be on the fly, so it took a little bit longer than I wanted to. But now that I know what setups I like and all that jazz, it would be a lot faster. But I'm stoked with how it looks. I'm excited to get whoever comes in as the first people. Maybe it's us. But
Shabbos Daf Lamed Beis, the Mishnah tells us that there are 3 causes that women die during childbirth because they aren't careful, the nida, chala, and alibis and there. This explains, since a woman wasn't careful with something from in her body, childbirth. The law explains, Baruch Hu gave humans a minimum of a revi's dam. He says you have to be careful with that revi's dam. Chala, Baruch Hu calls it rachis arisi seichem. He calls us rachis. So we have to be careful with chala. And there, the neshama of a person is considered a candle, and we have to be careful with that candle. The Gemara gives us 5 mishal, 5 parables. There are sayings that people say. People say when a bull falls to the ground, go ahead and sharpen your knife quickly. In other words, when a person is in a situation of danger, more likely that additional danger will occur to that person. So when a woman is giving birth, it's a time of danger for her. Second thing people say, if you're going to beat your slave, you wait until it accumulates and then you just let it all out. So too by a woman, you're punishing her for the fact of chava. So once you're punishing, you add to it. Third saying is, let the drunk fall on his own. The fourth saying is, if you have a shepherd who's in the barn and then he catches the goat. And finally, we're in a situation where things are going well and people are getting out food. Everybody's friends. But when the situation is not that good, there's not a lot of food going around, people aren't friends, the situation isn't good for a woman, she's giving birth, she's in pain, then things go wrong. But how do we check men? We check men when they are in a situation of danger, when they go on a bridge, on a rickety bridge, or anything similar to that. Gemara tells us the Rav wouldn't go on a boat that had a guy on it. So perhaps that guy deserves death, and the boat will go down and he'll die because of the guy. Shmuel was the exact opposite. He made sure there was a guy on the boat because if the boat doesn't punish 2 nations at the same time. So Yanai would check the boat to see that there are holes. He didn't want to be sunk on an ace. Because if you are sunk on an ace, there's a concept called menakim tzviyosef, which Baruch Hu uses your schusim to pay for those nisim. And that's not a good thing. Rabbi Zera wouldn't walk below palm trees during high winds for fear that the branches would fall on him. Rabbi Yitzchak says, and this is a big insight in life, don't wait until the tzara happens, don't wait until a person is sick. Doubting that a person should not become sick. Because once they become sick, it's harder for the refuah to come, then you have to use a lot of schusim. As it says in the passage, people hanoifo mimenu. The person himself, mimenu, you need his schusim. But another question the Gemara gives us from that passage, people had noifel, the person who falls had already fallen. In other words, because Baruch Hu knows from day one, from Sheshis Mebereshis, exactly what's going to happen. And the only difference is, Baruch Hu decides who is going to cause the harm. In other words, the person who causes the death is a bad guy. The person who causes good is a good guy. But death is going to happen. If a person knows he's about to die, he should say vidu. Just like a person is taken out to death because he's over on Israel that there's a fee of misa of business, he says vidu. So to a person who knows he's going to die. If a person goes into a place where there's danger, like the marketplace, there are a lot of fights. So that's similar. Imagine to himself that's as if a cop, a police officer grabbed him. Once he feels a headache coming, it's as if they're already handcuffed. He's in chains. And once he has to lay down in bed, he's that sick that he has to go into bed. That's bad news. That's as if he's going to be judged in a life and death matter. And if he has a really good lawyer, meaning he has good schusim, he'll be saved. A person has 999 malachim that sing bad about him, but there's one malach, echad mini ela, 1 out of 1,000 will be saved. The Gemara says, there's another malach that says 1 out of 1,000,000. In other words, 1 out of 1,000 malachim, 999 reasons that one malach are against him, and he has one reason for him, it's 1 in 1,000,000, that will be matzah. Rabbi says the women die when they are younger. Rabbi says because they do laundry on Shabbos, they wash the dirty diapers on Shabbos. And some say because they are not careful and they use a lotion of design instead of saying are in kodesh, they say closet. As Rabbi Shmuel would say, Amaratim die because they call their kodesh Arno, which is a closet, and they'll call a shul a base am, just a regular folk house. Rabbi says there are 3 bedikas, meaning there are 3 checkpoints that a woman goes through to see if she's chayv misa. Nida, chala, alogas. Some say there are 3 debek, there are 3 glues. In other words, there are 3 causes to make her die earlier, chala, nida, and alogas. The Shimon Gamliel says that hilchos hegdish and meiser, trumas and meisers are the gufei Torah. That is the center of the Torah, and we give a certain nemanos. We believe Amaretz that he took trumas and meisers from the deraisa, along with the rabbanon. There's a concept called Mai. We don't trust him, and we trust Amaretz that he wasn't magdish this object, and therefore we could use that object. Rabbi Nosson says that because of the aveira of not fulfilling a neder, a monetary obligation, let's say tzedakah or any neder, a person's wife will die. Rabbi says his own children will die. Now, Rabbi said that his own children will die. Rabbi himself said it will tire, but once he heard that his Rabbi said children, he took it back. If a person's children die because a person is not careful in mezuzah, or it's because he's not careful in Pitul Torah. And the machlokes is based on the question: could you learn a pasuk, one pasuk back, or even 2 pasuk back? Because the pasuk says, "L'man yubi yimecha." You want to live longer? What the pasuk right before is uksafta, mezuzah. It's talking about mezuzah. 2 pasukim before that is talking about mathematics. B'neichem, teach Torah to your children. You go all the way back and say even Torah and mezuzah is just mezuzah. Machlokes remain in Yehuda. If it's the mezuzah or tzitzis that causes a child to die, the Shlokish says that someone who's careful with the mitzvah tzitzis, Lasad Lover, will have 2,800 slaves. It's 10 per nation, there's 70 nations on each corner, that's 700 times 4 corners. Every time he says, because of sinas chinam, there's a midah and a gemida, person will fight with his wife, will lose his children, his wife will miscarry. And a person who is not careful with challah won't see a bracha with his oil and his wine, and will plant, and other people will eat from it. And a person who is not careful with truma meiser, there won't be any rain, and he won't have any profit, and he'll run after parnasa, and he won't achieve it. And Shmuel says, if you're not careful in the summer, in other words, truma meiser, you'll be punished in winter. But if a person does Trumas and Maestros, will have a lot of bracha, like the pasuk says. And we learn, until your lips are numb from saying die. A wonderful day.
About like all this crazy shit that wasn't true, and he was like, "Yeah, bro, I can see that totally being." He bought it all. Yeah, he bought it all. I'm like, bro, I just told you that there were aliens underneath the pyramids. Well, and they're made out of ice. Aliens that would have to cross. Yeah, and we're in big trouble. And he's like, bro, that was the plot of a movie I saw recently, where the aliens, they were like, we thought that because there was no sign of them landing or anything like this or anything like that.
Shabbos Daf Lamed Gimel. The Gemara gives us 6 categories of different averos and what the different punishments for those averos are. Starting off with gezel, stealing, locusts will come and devour the entire crop. If there's no crop, people get really hungry quickly. They'll end up chas v'shalom eating their own children. The pasuk says Parais habashan, the fat cows. It says Rabbi, this is referring to these women who don't have jobs and all they do all day is shop, shop, shop. And this causes their husbands to go into debt and not have enough money, and they'll have to steal in order to pay their credit card bills. The Avera of Inuit, meaning if you are a judge and you have the judgment and you don't give it over to the Baldin, you torture him a little bit, or a corrupt judgment, or kilkuladin means you don't look into the case deep enough. Perhaps you'll find a heter or something for the guy, and you don't. Or for the Avera of Bidul Torah, all these, there's chereb, this sword, this war, and the enemy comes and takes the booty. There'll be famine, you'll eat, you won't be satiated, and you'll buy bread by the weight. For the Avera of Shua, Shav, and Sheker, meaning you swear falsely you did something in the past, or you're going to do something in the future, or you say that right now it's night when everybody knows it's day. In the pasuk it says the word chilul by Shua. It also says chilul by Chilul Shabbos and by Chilul Hashem. So all 3 are the same in terms of the punishment. There'll be wild beasts, they'll come and eat the livestock. There'll be less people, and therefore the roads will be desolate. Because of the Avera of Ritzicha, of murder, HaKadosh Baruch Hu was machrev the Beis Hamikdash, and the Shekhinah was removed from Klal Yisrael. For the Avera of Gilai Reis, Avodah Zarah, and not keeping Shmita and Yovel, there'll be golas to the world, and we will lead our country, and others will take over. For the Avera of Nivel Peh, the Lashon of the Gemara is this Tzaros, Rabbis, Xeros, Koshes, terrible decrees, terrible Tzaros. And the young Bacharim will die, the orphans and the widows will cry out to Hashem, and you won't answer them. Everybody knows why a cow gets married, but if you talk about it, even if you're supposed to live 70 years in peace, HaKadosh Baruch Hu flips it over. It's not only the person talking, it's the person that hears and doesn't make a makah also gets punished. They deepen the Gehenna for both of these people. If a person sets aside time to an Avera, what will happen is he'll have welts and wounds on his body, and he'll even have this disease called hidrokai. Hidrokai comes in 3 varieties. One of them causes the skin to be puffed up and tough, and that comes for arayis. That's usually when the Gemara says Avera, it's referring to arayis. When a person is in starvation mode, then it swells, and when it comes from kishul, from sorcery, then a person gets skinny. Shmuel HaKatan had it broken, and he was worried that people will be chayshish that it's because of he was over the arayis. So HaKadosh Baruch Hu killed him right away. Abaya had it broken, and Rabbi said on Abaya, I know that Nachmani, otherwise known as Abaya, he fasts a lot, and therefore he has it broken. Rabbi himself, who knew how to get out of it broken, the reason why he got it broken is because he didn't relieve himself in the bathroom when he had Talmidim. He was an oinus because of the Talmidim. If a person has sinas, you can tell that if he has jaundice, he has yellow, that is because of sinas. If a person has gases ruach, the simon for that is that he becomes poor. Simon for a person that talks lashon hara is askara, is the restriction of the esophagus when he can't breathe any longer. The Rabbi Yossi says askara comes because a person eats tebel without giving trumas and maizros. When Chacham went into Perem B'Yavna, so Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yossi, and Rabbi Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai were sitting there, and they asked them, why is it that askara starts from the intestines and works its way up to the throat? Rabbi Yehuda is Reish HaMedarim B'Chol Makom. He starts answering every place, as the Gemara is going to describe later on. And he said, even though the kidneys give the advice and the heart understands, and the tongue articulates, but it's the mouth that finishes it off. And that's why it finishes off by the mouth. Rabbi Yossi says, because people eat tebel, and Shimon Bar Yochai says, because of a Bidul Torah. But women who are not mevatel Torah, why do they get askara? Because they're mevatel their husbands. Goyim are not mevatel Torah, they are mevatel Jews. What about young children? It says more because they're mevatel their fathers. It says Rashi, when they come to ask their fathers for candy while the father is learning, that's their avera, and that's why they get punished. When kids that are learning in school don't have the time to bother the father. Why is it? Because when the door has tzaddikim, the tzaddikim take the brunt of the averas of the door. When there are no tzaddikim, then it's the children that take the avera of the door. Why was Rabbi Yehuda the Rosh Hashanah from Makom, as I mentioned before? Because he sat with Rabbi Yossi and Shimon Bar Yochai, and Rabbi Yehuda said that we have to give praise to the Romans because they made us marketplaces and and bridges and bathhouses. Rabbi Yossi was quiet, and Rav Shimon Bar Yochai didn't like it. He said the reason why they make marketplaces is to put zarnas in there. The mechatzais is just for themselves, and the bridges are to collect tolls. There was a person by the name of Yehuda Megerim, which Rashi places both to say that he was a chashuv person, he was a Tana. And he said it over to his friends, and eventually traveled from his friends all the way to the Romans, and the Romans put Rabbi Yehuda Roish Hamidar Muhammadam because he gave praise to the Romans. Because Rabbi Yossi didn't make a macha, they threw him to Tzipayri, and they wanted to kill Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. The famous story of Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai took flight, he ran to the Medrash where his wife would bring him bread and water. But then he said if they torture his wife, she might give up where he's at, so he ran to the cave, and there was a nace, that a carob tree, which usually takes 70 years to bear fruit, it beared fruit, it actually grew there, that's nace number one, and it beared fruit, and there was a spring of water there. Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai and his son, Rabbi Elazar and Rabbi Shimon, were both there, and they went into the mud, they took off their clothes in order to save their clothing, they would put their clothing on for davening only. After the Caesar died, Elianavi came and he notified them that it's over. They were in the cave for 12 years. They came out of the cave and they saw people plowing the field and they couldn't believe their eyes. How could people waste their time with mundane things like earning a living and not spending their time with Chaya Olam, learning Torah? And they started burning everybody that they saw. And Baskel came down and said, what are you trying to do? You're trying to destroy our world, my world. Get back into the cave. So they went back into the cave and they made a calculation. They said if a person could only be in Gehenna, Russia, for 12 months, we shouldn't be in our cave for more than an additional 12 months. And they went out, and as they were coming out, Baskel said, yes, you can come out. Wherever Rabbi Elazar and Rabbi Shimon destroyed, Rabbi Shimon would fix. And Rabbi Shimon told his son Rabbi Elazar, what are you so worried that there's not enough Torah in the world? Between me and you, we have all the Torah the world needs. Let it go. And on Erev Shabbos they saw Ahu Saba. Many times, like it says, where it says Ahu Saba means Elianavi, they saw an older person carrying 2 bundles of Hadassah. And they said, what are you doing with this? He said, I need it for Shabbos. But why 2? He said, one for Zachar and one for Shamar. And here's the concept of lighting 2 candles for Shabbos, Zachar and Shamar. And he said, Kama Chavibim Yisrael, look how beautiful Klal Yisrael is, or the mitzvahs, Kama Chavibim in the mitzvahs, and he calmed down Rav Shimon Bar Yochai. Says Rav Pinchas Ben Yair, who's either his father-in-law or son-in-law, his mechutim, he said he couldn't believe, he gave him a massage, and he couldn't believe the welts, the scars that he had on his body from the mud, and he started crying, and a tear went into the cut, to the wound, and it caused Rav Shimon Bar Yochai to be uncomfortable and scream. And Rabbi Pinchas Ben Yair said, I cannot believe that I see you like this. And Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai told him the opposite. It's because you see me like this, because of what I went through, I became who I became, Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. And the Gemara just tells us that before they went into the cave, Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai would ask Rabbi Pinchas Ben Yair a question, and Rabbi Pinchas Ben Yair would answer him 12 answers. But after he came out of the cave, Rabbi Pinchas Ben Yair would ask Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai a question, and Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai would answer him 24 questions, 24 answers. Have a wonderful day.
Cold enough chin. How cold is trying to get chin? Wait. There you go. Oh, he knows? No, he knows less than you. Imagine how little you know. And then think about it knowing even less than that, and then you have chin. You said you were going to be good. Yeah, at least I waited for you to show up to me. I'm like, yeah, he's bashing it. You'll see on the episode. The stuff I was saying, crazy. You'll probably never talk to me. You crazy. Jen, have you found any tattoo artists in Texas?
Shabbos Daf Lamed Dalet. Due to Erev Pesach and Pesach Chalamayid, we're falling slightly behind on the 8-minute daf. We're doing everything we can in order to record and edit. Today, we're going to do Daf Lamed Dalet, and hopefully Daf Lamed Tes, and the same thing for tomorrow, we'll try to do 2 daf. The Gemara tells us that when Yaakov Avinu came to Shechem, the Torah says he was shalom, meaning he was healed from his limb, even though he spent a lot of money, extravagant amount, on a gift for Esau. He didn't have any monetary loss. And even though he was traveling, he didn't forget any of his Torah. He said, let me give back to the community. And he created a new coin for Shechem. Rav Shimon Bar Yochai as well, when he came out of the cave, he wanted to get back to the community. And he found out there was a certain path that they had a suffix whether there were bodies buried there, and Kohanim wouldn't walk on that path. And it caused him a lot of aggravation to go all the way around. There was an older person who told him that back in the day, Ben Zakkai took trumas in a certain type of bean, and he cut them, even though they were truma, even though Ben Zakkai was a kohen, he wasn't concerned about the tumah there. In other words, that place was not a cemetery, and therefore halachically he could exhume bodies. Shimon Bar Yochai, although he never exhumed the bodies, but he did the same thing. He imitated that act, he took turnus and he spread them around. And by nace, the bodies would rise up and soften the dirt. And anywhere the dirt was soft, he marked it off as a place where a kohen can walk. Anywhere where the dirt remained hard was a place a kohen could walk. That Saba, that older person that told him about Ben Zakkai, made fun of Reb Shimon Bar Yochai. He said, Reb Shimon Bar Yochai was an entire base of forest, graveyard. Reb Shimon Bar Yochai took offense. He said, how can you talk to me like that? Even a Zaina treats her friend with respect, she'll do her here, even though they're in competition. A Talmid Chacham should certainly treat another Talmid Chacham with respect. He looked at him and he killed him. And then he saw Yehuda ben Gerib, the one who caused the whole story, which caused him to go into a cave. According to Rashi and Taisus, he's a Talmid Chacham. He looked at him and he turned into a pile of coals. The Mishnah says that Erev Shabbos, a person should walk into his house and ask his family, did you take Meiser? The Gemara says he must say it in Kusa, he should say it calmly. If you want people to listen, you don't yell and you don't dictate. Talk calmly. Rav Sheshes says this is common sense. The other thing the Mishnah says, he asks them that you make it Eruv Techumim. That is, you place a meal somewhere, and from that place, it's as if you're kind of shvisa, as if you are dwelling there in Shabbos, and you're allowed to walk from that spot on another 2,000 amos. According to one shita, Erev Techumim is the Raisa. Even if you don't hold Erev Techumim is the Raisa, at least it has a smachta in the Torah, there's a mekarfer in the Torah. And finally, he asks them, he tells them, Hadliklu is on there, like the Shabbos scandals for Shalom Bayis. Bein HaShmashos, which the Gemara is going to describe what it is exactly. Time we don't know if it's day or night. It could be day and night. It could be the day before. It could be Friday. It could be Shabbos. Therefore, you don't remove meiser from the fruit that is a certain tevel fruit that you must take meiser because you are fixing the fruit. You also can't remove tumah from a kli by immersing it in the mikvah, and you certainly shouldn't light a candle because if it's already Shabbos, you're over Issa Deraisa. However, you're allowed to take meiser from demai. That's fruit that you buy from an amaret, that it's only a chumrah derabara that you have to take another time meiser. And you're allowed to do eruv chatzeres, which is not in the Torah. Eruv chatzeres where two people, let's say, share a common yard, so they participate in a meal, and it's as if they both own that yard together, and they can carry their own Shabbos. And you could bury and hide a hot dish. It's not considered mevashel. The Gemara says that the same person, a person does two acts, and we treat Bein HaShmashos as 2 different days. How? For instance, a person makes an Eruv for his friend. Now, an Eruv must be done before Shabbos, and it must be during Shabbos as well. It has to be at least a moment into Shabbos. He made the Eruv on Friday, and during Bein HaShmashos, the dog came and ate the Eruv. No more Eruv. We say the Eruv lasted into Shabbos because Bein HaShmashos is considered Shabbos. On the flip side, that same person made an Eruv. He started it on Bein HaShmashos, but the Eruv must be on Friday. So we say no, Bein HaShmashos is considered Friday, and it goes into nighttime, and then the dog ate it. So here we say Bein HaShmashos is Friday and Bein HaShmashos is Shabbos. Which one is it? We say it's both. Bein HaShmashos is a suffix, and since this is Erev D'Rabbanan, we say this is okay. Rabbi says you cannot bury your pot with material that doesn't add any heat on Shabbos, because you might find that your pot is not hot enough, you might light the fire. But Bein HaShmashos is okay, like the Mishnah says. Taimim, you're allowed to do so in Bein HaShmashos, because Bein HaShmashos, derech klal, usually people have really hot pots going into Shabbos. Now, on Friday, it's also to hide something with a material that adds heat to it. You're concerned that you might use ashes that have coals, and you might come to stoke the coals. Now, as we said before, Bein HaShmashos is suffix day, suffix night, suffix 2 days. The Gemara says in the Shita of Rabbi Yehuda, 2 shitas. According to everybody, if the horizon is dark and the top of the sky is dark, that's 100% night. If the top of the horizon is red and the bottom is dark, according to everybody, that's Bein HaShmashos. But if the horizon is red and the top is red, that's where the machlokes is. That time to be completely red and then to go to the bottom horizon dark and only the top red, that's a difference of 1.5 minutes. How good did that come? That's the whole machlokes. Rabbi Nechemiah says that Bein HaShmashos lasts from Shkia until it takes a person to walk a half a mil, which is approximately 9 minutes. Yossi says Ben Hashmoshes is terrifying like the blink of an eye, and nobody knows when that exactly occurs. Now, when it comes to a Zav is someone who sees an emission. It's not carried, it's a special emission called Ziva. It comes from a disease. If he sees one emission, he has Allah of a carry, he goes to the mikveh that day, becomes Torah. If he sees 2 emissions, he becomes a Zav. He has to wait 7 days of Tahara, not seeing any emissions. If he sees 3 emissions, he becomes a Zav that has to bring a carbon. Now, the 3 emissions by a Zav can happen on the same day, as long as there's a break between the emissions, or in consecutive days. But if there's a day in between with no emission, then the 3 emissions don't combine to make him a Zav that requires a carbon. Says the Gemara, very interesting. What happens to a Zav who sees 1 emission, Bein HaShmashos, Sunday night? And then he sees another emission, Monday night, Bein HaShmashos. Well, it's possible that Bein HaShmashos is only Sunday, and Bein HaShmashos is Tuesday. Therefore, he's not a real Zav that saw 3 consecutive Riyas, because the middle day he didn't see a Riyah. It's also possible that Bein HaShmashos is both Sunday and Monday, and the second Bein HaShmashos is Monday and Tuesday. And therefore it is consecutive, and therefore he has to bring a carbon. Therefore, this person has to be Machmer and bring a carbon, and he's Tameh, and he should wait 7 days. The same would take effect if a person only saw 1 Riyah Bein HaShmashos. Perhaps he saw that 1 Riyah, which lasted from Sunday into Monday, and he's also a Zav. He doesn't have to bring a carbon, but he's a Zav that has to wait 7 days. Have a wonderful day.
Like this, I'm plugging both holes. That's kind of all you want, all motherfuckers. All you want, all motherfuckers can suck it. They're not putting together. That's all. You know when you fill 2 holes, that's called a spin roast. You know when you fill 3 holes, that's called airtight. I wish you guys had. I know. I'm sorry for taking the chair. I want to go back to the regular hole debate.
Shabbos Davan Ches. They asked Rabbi Barabba, what's the halacha if somebody forgets a pot of food on top of a kira from before Shabbos into Shabbos, and in the kira there are coals? It's Eina Gufu Ketuma. He answered them very vaguely. He quotes a Mishnah in Trumas that says that if a person cooks on Shabbos, depends. If it's on purpose, he cannot eat the food. If it's by accident, he could eat the food. And in our case, Rabbi Barabba says that the person forgot. There's no difference between accident and on purpose. Now, what did he mean? Are both mutter or both asur? In fact, it's machlokes. Rabbi Rabbi said he meant that both shogig and mazid are mutter to eat. Why is mazid, when you leave it on the fire, different than mazid when you cook on Shabbos? Because mazid, by cooking on Shabbos, you're taking action. You're cooking with your hands. Leaving it on a flame, you didn't do anything. You just didn't remove it. The only issue is that there's a brayso that differentiates between shogig and mazid. It says mazid, if you leave it on purpose, it's asur to eat. That would be a major question on Rabbi reviews. But Rabbi Yisrael, on the other hand, says that what Rabbi Rabbi meant is that both shogig and mazid are asur to eat if you left it on the flame from before Shabbos into Shabbos. Why is that? Because we're concerned that people will be tricky and they'll say, oh, I forgot the food on the flame, when in fact they didn't forget it. So they said even when it's by accident, asur to eat. The problem is from that brayso that says that by accident you are allowed to eat. And the answer is, there are 2 periods of time. The Chachamim made it zera, and they said, since people are tricky, it's asur to eat food that was left on a flame. And the brayso that says you're allowed to eat food when it was by accident was before that zera. You need to understand, yesterday's daf Lamed Zayin, there's a machlokes between Meir and Yehuda how to explain Beis Hillel. According to Meir, they still hold you can do shihiyah, you can leave a pot from before Shabbos into Shabbos, only with hot water. Now we're saying, according to Rabbi, it's even a tafshil, even cooked food. You need to explain that on Daf Lamed Zayin we're talking about lechatchila. Somebody comes to ask a rabbi, what could I leave? They'll tell him, only hot water. But if he went ahead and he did so without asking the rabbi, to allow him to eat even a tafshil like on today's daf. Now what about Rabbi Yehuda? Rabbi Yehuda says, in Beis Hillel, you can do shihiyah even in a tafshil. And today we're saying that review the holes, according to Beis Hillel, only hot water. You need to explain that on Daf Lamed Zayin we're talking about Yufa Ketuma, when somebody removed the coals. There are no coals. So therefore, if there are no coals, we'll allow him to eat even cooked food. Today we said, we're talking about there are coals in the kiyah. Since there are coals, only hot water and not cooked food. The Gemara has a suffix. What if a person went ahead and didn't listen to the Chachamim and was over and he did Shehiyah? Do we penalize him and not allow him to eat the food? The Gemara wants to bring a raya from Rabbi. He said that somebody had water that was left on from before Shabbos. And the Shabbos, he said, you're allowed to use it. Whereas somebody had shriveled eggs, really cooked eggs, and he said, you're not allowed to have it. So you see that Shehiyah is also. Perhaps what he meant to say is, next week will be also. In other words, don't do this again. Since you did it already, you are allowed to do it. Gemara says that Rav Sheshes holds that according to Beis Hillel, we're going to the sugya of chazar, putting the pot back on the flame. According to Beis Hillel, say you're allowed to do chazar, you're allowed to put the pot back on the flame. It's even on Shabbos morning, where it's not, you can't see from his action that he wants to put it back. Friday night, if somebody takes the chunk off the flame, for instance, we know that he's going to put it back on. He needs it for the next day. But Shabbos morning is different. Perhaps he doesn't want to put it back. Nevertheless, according to Basil, you got to put it back on the flame. Comes Rabbi Todai and says, I need to qualify that. That's only if he continuously holds it in his hand. But once he puts it on the ground, it's also to put it back on the flame. Says Rabbi Yochanan, I disagree. Even if you put the pot on the ground, you can put it back on the flame. And there's a machlokes what Abai says. According to one lashon, Abai says you need two conditions. You need to be holding it in your hand, and you need to think in your mind that you're going to put it back on the flame. If you're missing any one of those two conditions, let's say you think in your mind you're going to put it back on the flame, but you put it on the floor, you cannot put it back on. Let's say you're holding it in your hands, but you never thought that you want to put it back on the flame, you cannot put it back on. Another lashon in Abai is that Abai said it's one or the other. Either you're thinking in your mind, in other words, I can put it on the floor, but I thought in my mind the entire time I'm going to put it back on the flame, you can put it back on the flame. Or, even without thinking, as long as I'm holding it in my hands, I can put it back on the flame. The Gemara remains in a suffix, in a teiku, these following questions. What happens if he didn't put it on the floor? The Gemara mentions floor. What if he put it on a table, on a bed? What if he hung it on a stick? Is that considered as if he's holding it in his hand? Another question the Gemara asks, what happens if he takes something off the flame and he pours it into another pot? Does that restart the whole thing and say, you're not allowed to put that pot back on the flame? We're not taking. The Mishnah talks about a tanur. Until now, we're talking about a kira that has two flames. A tanur is narrow on the top, and therefore it traps the heat in a lot more than a kira. It's much hotter. The Mishnah says that whereas a kira, if you use kasher kvava, straw, and the bottom of the straw, that's nothing. It's not a problem. You could put a pot on top. When it comes to a tanur, you cannot, because it has so much heat. It has the same halacha as real fuel. Rabbi Yosef says that with a tanur, I could place food up against the wall of the tanur. I can't put the food inside the tanur or on top, but I can put it on the side. Rabbi argues, he says tanur is so extreme, the heat is so strong, that you're not allowed to even put the food on the side of the tanur. And in fact, there's a brayso that says exactly what Rabbi says, that it's also to be soymah on the tanur. A kubach. It's in between a kira and a tanur. It's just like a kira, but only has one flame. It's large enough for one pot. So it's hotter than a kira. It retains the heat more than a kira, but less than a tanur. And therefore, if you use straw as the fuel, you're allowed to put a pot on top and inside. If you use real fuel, like wood, or the leftover olives or pits, it's also to use. Halacha is always in Tumah. If you take a kli and you break it, it becomes tough. So if you have a kira that's split in half to its length, it becomes hard because now you just ruined both of the burners. But if you split it to its width, you just created two burners instead of one large kira, and therefore it remains common. Whereas a kubach only has one burner. So regardless of what direction you break it, you just ruin that burner, and therefore it becomes tar. Have a wonderful day.
I'll pull out my Billy Bass. Oh, I'm not going to pull out a Billy Bass. I can talk too, just like the regular Billy Bass. Yeah, why did I picture it? I got a golf simulator. Simulator. I just sent it to the chat.
Shabbos Daf Lamed Tes, the Mishnah tells us that it's also to cook an egg, even though it won't be completely cooked, by putting it by the side of a very hot pot. If one does so on Shabbos, he's over Issa rice and he's chai v'chatas. Similarly, to the case of somebody that takes very old herring or tuna, and some people just eat it by rinsing it off. If he rinses it off, it's considered a gemar malacha, even though it's not completely cooked. That's the way they cook it. So too with this egg, even though most people won't eat a semi-raw egg, but some people will, and therefore it's considered that you cook the egg on Shabbos and you're chai. Any salty food, salty fish, that you soaked it in hot water before Shabbos, you're allowed to soak it again on Shabbos because ein bishul achar bishul. You cannot cook food that's already cooked before Shabbos. And to rinse it off is also mutter. But it would be usher to soak it in hot water if you didn't do so Erev Shabbos, because that would be considered bishul. Mishnah says it's also to take an egg and put it on a very hot piece of clothing, and Rabbi Yossi says it's mutter. So the Gemara qualifies this. If you cook in the sun, according to everybody, that's mutter, because that's not the derech bishul, that's not how people cook. Nobody's going to confuse this with cooking on top of a flame. If you cook it on the tolda of fire, meaning you take a hot coffee by the fire, you heat it up by the fire, and you cook on that cloth, according to everybody, that's usher midiraisa. It's a tolda of fire. The whole machlokes is the tolda of the sun. Now, the cooking in the sun, we said, is under mutter. But if you take clothing and you warm it up in the sun, this is machlokes, because perhaps people get confused and say, if that piece of clothing that was warmed up in the sun, you're allowed to cook, you confuse it with clothing that was warmed up by the fire. So Chacham say, make a gzera. Rabbi Yossi says, there's no gzera. Rabbi Yossi agrees that it's usher to bury food in hot sand and cook through the sand. Why is sand different? This is machlokes. According to Rabbi, Rabbi Yossi is concerned that you might come to bury it in remets, in ashes with coals. And Rabbi Yosef says we're concerned that if you bury it in sand, you might dig deeper, and you're chai for guma, you'll be digging on Shabbos, and that's Issa Derais. What's the difference between the two svaras? What if you bury it in very soft sand, like beach sand? There's no digging really, and according to the shita that it's about digging, you don't have a concern here. According to the Ran, we're not talking about sand, we're talking about something very soft, like ashes. You put the egg down and it just buries itself. That's how soft it is. The Brisa says you let a boil an egg on a rooftop because most rooftops don't have sand. That is, if it did have sand, according to Rabbi Yosef, would be a problem of perhaps you're going to be digging a hole on Shabbos. Mishnah tells us there's a story in Tveria where people took a pipe of cold water and they heated up the cold water by putting the cold water into the hot springs of Tveria. And Chacham said that's also. That's a riot of Chachamim that say that a tolda of the sun. You might understand that how did the hot springs become hot? Through the sun. You see that a tolda of the sun is also. Says Rabbi said no. The water of Tveria, the hot springs of Tveria are a tolda of fire because the water heats up by going right past the opening of Gehenna. It's a real fire and no riot from the Mishnah. Chizah says, since Chacham said in the Mishnah that Chamei Tveria is asur, we learn from this that Hatmana, the Dava Mosef Hevel, hiding, burying food in an object that creates more heat, additional heat all the time, like the springs, the hot springs of Tveria, is also even if you put it in there before Shabbos. Ula argues. Ula says that the hot springs of Tveria are mutter. Says, what are you talking about? Even the people of Tveria broke their pipes. In other words, they took a bath and they don't do so anymore. When it comes to washing yourself, bathing yourself on Shabbos, it goes like this. If you are washing your face, hands, and feet, according to Beis Hillel, you're allowed to do so even with water that was heated up. And according to Beis Shammai, if you heated up the water for food, then you're allowed to add a little bit on Yom Tov for washing yourself, hands, feet, and face. According to everybody, if you take a bath with the water, a real rechitza, it's also to bathe yourself even if the water is heated up before Shabbos. Machlokes is, we have a three-way machlokes. If you're allowed to shower with water, not bathe, shower with water that was heated up before Shabbos. So we have the two extremes. You have Rabbi that says you're not allowed to shower yourself even with cold water on Shabbos. You have Rabbi Shimon that says you're allowed to shower even with hot water on Shabbos. And you have Rabbi Yehuda that makes a compromise. He says hot water is asur, cold water is mutter, and the halacha is like Rabbi Yehuda. Our Mishnah must be talking about like Rabbi Shimon, because you can make a dig in the Mishnah. Since the Mishnah says that it's asur to use this water, it says if you heat it up on Shabbos, and it's asur to bathe yourself with this water, meaning that if the water was heated up before Shabbos, it would be mutter to use hot water on Shabbos. That could only go like Rabbi Shimon that says you're allowed to shower yourself with hot water that was heated up before Shabbos. The whole machlokes is water that comes, they take from the ground. But if you have the water in a vessel, according to everybody, that's asur, because people might come to say, they'll think that you heated up the water on Shabbos. The halacha is like Rabbi Yehuda. Typically, we have a rule. The Rabbi says, anytime you have a three-way machlokes and one man Omar is a compromise, we go like that man Omar. However, it's possible that rule is only in the Mishnah, and our three-way machlokes was in a brisa. Nevertheless, the halacha is like Rabbi Yehuda, like the compromise, since we heard so specifically. The only time we don't have this rule, that if you have a three-way machlokes, you go like the compromise, is like the sugi we had earlier in our Masechta, with kuli matloni. A person takes clothing and he declares it to be a shmata. Rabbi Kiva took the middle position. Nevertheless, the halacha is not like Rabbi Kiva, because Rabbi Kiva was the Talmud of the other two, Rabbi Shua and Rabbi Elazar. And later on in life, he also took it back and he admitted that the halacha is like Rabbi Shua. Have a wonderful day.
Sometimes it is like watching like chess and checkers. To me, like there's just more variables in an MMA fight. Like, oh, maybe this guy's better than this, better than this. Whereas boxing, like sometimes I can be watching the fight super intently and not having a great hand of not fighting because they're just like exchanging blows. Whereas like
Shabbos Daf Mem, there are two versions in Rav. Rav says that if you heat up water before Shabbos, you're permitted to bathe in that water, provided that you only bathe one limb at a time. The fact that there are two brises that seem to contradict that, they say the only way you can bathe yourself is if you wash your face, hands, and feet. Seems like any other limb would be awesome. Rabbi will explain that the brise is just telling us how to do it. Just like you wash your face by itself, your hands by itself, so too each limb must be washed individually. The other version of Rabbi is Rabbi. The way to use hot water that was heated before Shabbos is to bathe your entire body besides one limb. You must leave one limb out. The problem is those two brises seem to contradict Rav, because those brises say the only way to bathe yourself is one of the other ragla, face, hands, and feet, not your entire body minus one limb. And that's a good kasha. Rav Yosef asked Abaya, who was brought up by Rabbi Ranachmeni, he said, the Rabbi, in fact, used Rav's shita that you're allowed to bathe yourself, your entire body minus one limb. Says Abaya, I never saw, I don't know. But the question is, why did Rav Yosef ask Abaya? It's obvious that Rabbi always did exactly what Rav said, besides three things. He had it in the beginning of the Sefta, that you're not allowed to take tzitzis from one beggar to the other. Rav says you can. Rav says you could light a ner of Hanukkah, one from the other. Rabbi says you can. And Rav asking like Reb Shimon B'Greira that you're allowed to drag a bench, provided you don't know for sure that you're going to make a groove. Rabbi says, I don't hold like that. But in everything else, he did exactly like Rabbi. The answer is because this is a kula. Perhaps in kulas, Rabbi didn't act like Rabbi. To say that you're allowed to bathe yourself, your whole body, minus one limb, that's a kula. In fact, the halach is not like Rabbi. The halach is like Shmuel, who says that the only thing you're allowed to do on Shabbos is bathe your face, hands, and feet. For Shabrai is just like Shmuel that says, even if you bathe each limb individually, that's awesome. You can only do one of the other Durag. If you have a bathhouse that they plugged up the holes that let the steam out, or another shot is that let the heat out of the heaters before Shabbos, In other words, you trapped the steam in the bathhouse, but it's not providing additional steam throughout Shabbos. So when Motzei Shabbos comes along, you're allowed to use the bathhouse. You don't have to wait the amount of time it takes to heat up the water. You're only using the steam, the zayah, the sauna part, that you could do even on Shabbos itself and on Yom Tov itself. In fact, there's a story in Bnei Brak, Rabbi Akiva, the famous, like we said in the Agadah, Rabbi Akiva and Elazar ben Azariah, they sat in the steam house on Yom Tov, and they even took a shower with hot water, according to Rashi, but they made sure that hot water was covered with wood. Chacham say you don't need to cover the hot water with wood. Now, the Gemara tells us there are actually 4 steps in the Gzeira that says that you're not allowed to bathe yourself with hot water on Shabbos. The first step was that it was mutter to bathe yourself with hot water that was heated up before Shabbos. But then the Balanim, the people in charge of the mikvahs, they started lying, they started doing shtick, and they would heat up on Shabbos. Some say, Yerushalmi explains, they added extra coals before Shabbos, and there's a problem with chitui. So he said, you know what, no more bathing in hot water, but you're allowed to use the steam. The Avaryonim came along, the people that are Oiva Averis, and they started lying. They said, we're using the steam, but in fact, they were bathing. So they said, you know what, you're not allowed to use steam, but you're allowed to use Chamifera, any natural hot spring you're allowed to use. Then came along the third Zera. People were lying. They said, hey, I just came from the Chamifera, when in fact they were coming from the bathhouse. So they said, Chamifera is also awesome, but you're allowed to use cold water. But they realized, Chachamim, that people cannot be oimed, they can't stand Gzeirah. They weren't able to accept Gzeirah. So they said, Chamifera is mutter, let's take it back a step. You're allowed to go to a natural hot spring. But you're not allowed to use the steam, you're not allowed to use the Zayah. And you see from here that a person who's over on a D'Rabbanan, on this Gzeira, is considered an Avaryon. You're allowed to call him out in public and call him an Avaryon. The Gemara tells us you're allowed to walk through a bathhouse that's very wide and large, because we're not concerned people are going to think that you bathe there and you're not going to benefit from it. But if it's a smaller one, like in a small far in a village, it's inevitable that if you walk through it, that you won't benefit from the steam, and therefore it's awesome. You're allowed to heat up your own body and then pour cold water on it. But to do the reverse, pour cold water on your body, then heat yourself up in front of a fire, that's also because now you're bathing yourself with hot water. Similarly, you're allowed to take a hot towel and put it on your stomach to relieve pain in the stomach. But you're not allowed to take a small pot with hot water. Number one, if it spills out, it's a very big danger, and that's also to do in the weekday as well. But there's an additional problem, that if water spills out onto your body, now you're bathing in hot water. The Tanakh says that you're permitted to take cold water on Shabbos and warm it up, make it lukewarm. It's also to heat it up to the point where it's yatsi ledes, where your hand takes it back, or better yet, the Gemara describes it as an amount of hot water or the heat that could burn a baby's stomach. That's a universal stage. As the Mishnah says, it's 40 degrees Celsius, which is about 104 Fahrenheit, and from Zamenorah says 46 degrees Celsius, which is about 114.8 Fahrenheit. That you're not allowed to do. Now, what about oil? Now, the Tanakh doesn't mention oil. Rabbi and Rav Yosef say that according to the Tanakh, it's 100% mutter. There's no such thing as cooking oil. Therefore, even if you bring it up to Yatsi Ledes, mutter. Rabbi Yosef takes it to the other extreme. It's 100% asur. Even to warm up oil, that's the way you mabashal. That's people use it. They like to warm it up, and therefore that's also asur. Mar brings another 2 shittas Tanaim in oil. According to Rabbi Yehuda, to warm it up to a point that's Yatsi Ledes is asur, to warm it up to a point of lukewarm, that's mutter, because that's not how you cook with it. And Shimon Gamliel says that is the way to cook with it, to make it warm. Therefore, you can only put it on your hand and put your hand in front of a fire. But what is the difference between Shimon Gamliel and Rabbi Yitzchak? You're saying the same thing, basically. You're not allowed to warm up oil, even lukewarm. The answer is because according to Rabbi Yitzchak, it's also to warm it up lukewarm, even with a shinoi, even hilachar with the side of your hand. But according to Shimon Gamliel, that is mutter. La halacha, there's no difference between oil and water. Both of them, if it's yatsi ledes, it's asur to warm up, and if it's not yatsi ledes, it's mutter. The Gemara tells us Rabbi Yitzchak bar Avdimi went into the bathhouse. He was following Rabbi, and he said, "I want to take a flask of oil and put it in the chamik feria, the bathhouse of chamik feria, and warm it up." And Rabbi said, "You're not allowed to do that. You could take kli sheni, water that's into another kli, fill up another kli, and then you put it into that." So the Gemara says, first of all, you learn three things from it. You learn that you could cook oil, like the sheet that says oil is cookable. Second of all, you see that if you take water out of the Chamit and you make it into Klisheni, that does not cook. And second of all, you see that just warming up oil, that's also considered cooking. Now, how did Rabbi tell him these halachas? He's in a bathhouse. You're not allowed to even think in Torah in the bathhouse. The answer is, to prevent somebody from doing it, you're allowed to, like we see, that a Talmud went behind the Meir into the bathhouse, and he wanted to mop the floor for him, and Meir said, that is usher, that's a shui gumas, that's considered koina, because he wanted to prevent him from doing it in Isser. Have a wonderful day.
He's like, go to something I'm good at. Dating stories. TV shows have stories too. But in The Wire, there's a couple police officers that were former Boston or Baltimore cops, and like you can just hear the authentic one compared to the actors. Yeah. It's fucking. It's awesome.
Shabbos Daf Memal, the Gemara tells us three stories of Reb Zera. Two of them had to do with Reb Zera and Reb Avo. First one is Reb Zera saw Reb Avo swimming in his own private pool in the backyard. It's full of Chamei Tveria, which he said is you're allowed to use on Shabbos. He says, I'm not sure though if Reb Avo had his feet on the ground or he's floating. Floating in the river would be also because of the Chavesh Shel Shayatin. Concerned that you might make a life preserver. But in your own backyard, if the Gemara says it has Gidudei, it has straight walls, which resemble a swimming pool. They're different than a river, which goes in a gradual incline. So it's obvious that that's mutter. Or another Pshat in Rashi, Gidudei, it has a lip. It looks like a swimming pool. It doesn't resemble a river. A different time, Reb Zera saw Reb Avo covering his privates. He says, I'm not sure if he was touching himself or not. The Gemara says, touching is usher. That is the Aveira of the Dor HaMabul, as Rashi explains. However, Rabbi explains there are circumstances we're allowed to touch. Kibaleshes is if a person has his mind on something else. For instance, the soldiers, the soldiers that come in, if they're friendly soldiers, and they're not in a time of war, we have to be concerned that they made their wine yain nesach if the barrel is open. If they are enemy soldiers, the only thing they have on their mind is to save their own lives. They don't think about making somebody else's wine yain nesach. So there's no concern. So too over here. Rabbi was walking on the bank of the river. He was concerned that he might fall into the river. Therefore, his mind was somewhere else. He didn't have a concern that he might come to Hirur. The third story about Reb Zera is, Reb Zera tried to avoid Rabbi Yehuda, who held that it's usher to make aliyah from Chutz La'aretz to Eretz Yisrael, as the pasuk says, you should remain in Chutz La'aretz until I redeem you. Zera says no, that pasuk is talking about Klei Sharetz. He was worried that if he bumps into Rabbi Yehuda would make a Zera on him and say, you must stay here in Chutz La'aretz. He said, let me hear one last Bar Torah from Rabbi Yehuda, and he finds Rabbi Yehuda in the Beis HaMerchat. Beis HaMerchat, you're not allowed to talk and learn. So Rabbi Yehuda gave a speech in medicine, different good advice for one's body. And he started talking in Lashon Kodesh to show that when you're trying to say mundane things, you're allowed to talk in Lashon Kodesh, even the Beis HaMerchat. And he said, tells his Gabbai, get me my comb, get me my shampoo, my nesser. Then he tells the guys, open up your mouths when you're in the Beis HaMerchat and inhale the steam, because the steam will cause the bad sweat to leave the body. And this is the halacha that Rav Zera was very impressed with. Not a halacha, but advice. He said, if I came just for this, it was worth it. Drink from the dirty, doesn't say dirty, but drink from the water of the merchats. And what's the reason the Gemara says? It's similar to somebody trying to heat up an oven and he heats from the outside of the oven instead of from the inside as well. You want the benefits of the Beis HaMerchat, you have to make sure that the body's hot from the inside, and you do so by drinking hot water. If you don't have hot water, drink from the merchats itself. Other things that the Brisa says, that if you wash yourself with hot water, make sure that you rinse yourself off with cold, similar to iron. You cook it, you bake it in hot, and then you harden it in cold water. If you bathe yourself and you don't anoint yourself with oil, it's similar to a barrel that the water can't penetrate. You want the benefits of the merchats, you need to let it penetrate with oil. Different halachas about eating. If you eat and you don't drink, that's like losing blood, and that's where the intestinal disease starts from. If you eat and you don't walk for amos, then your food starts decaying in the body, and that's where a person gets bad breath from. If a person needs to go to relieve himself, needs to go to the bathroom when he eats on a stomach like that, it's similar to trying to start a fire in an oven with ashes that already did their purpose. You don't put food on top of an cover. And this is the beginning of the cause of just bodily odor. Says the Mishnah, there's a vessel called a mulia, and that is, it contains water on the outside, and you put coals on the outside. If one removed the coals, he did rufa. Therefore, this vessel is not adding any heat to the water. You're permitted to drink from this vessel on Shabbos. There's another vessel called antichi. One shot in the Gemara is that it's like this kira oven that we discussed, but it has a compartment for water. You would have this compartment in order to ensure that the kira doesn't explode, similar to what we have in a carte. You put some water to cool off the engine. That water is moist hevel. Since this kira is on 6 days a week, it adds, the coals are so hot and the walls are so hot, it adds heat to the water. And therefore it's also to drink on Shabbos. Another pshat is, it's a double-decker dud, similar to the mulyar. Just one layer is the coals, the upper layer is the water, and therefore it adds hevel to the water. It's also to drink on Shabbos. Says the Mishnah, and according to Rabbi Bar Mas, the pshat of the Mishnah is that if you have a small pot that you removed all the water from it and it's still hot, you shouldn't put a small amount of water into it, because that would cook the water. You put a large amount of water, because that just makes the water warm, and that's okay. According to Reb Shimon, we say that Dovashenim Skavin is mutter. Therefore, even though this water causes the pot to harden, since you don't have intent to harden it, your intent was just to warm the water, we hold like Reb Shimon that it's a mutter. As long as it's not a psikration, in other words, it's definitely going to happen. We don't know that it's definitely going to happen, therefore it's mutter. According to Rabbi, the pshat is, you didn't remove the water. You removed this kettle from the stove. And now to add a small amount of water is also because you're boiling up the water. To add a larger amount of water is mutter because it's just going to create lukewarm water. However, if there's no water left in that pot, any amount of water we add to that pot would be awesome, because we hold like Rabbi Yehuda, the Vashain Miskavin is awesome. Rav says this whole halacha, these halachas are only when you put the amount of water needed, not being inside. In other words, in order to harden the kli, you have to fill up the kli all the way to the top, says Rashi. So this would be mutter if you put less than that amount. Shmuel argues, says even if you fill up the kli all the way to the top, it's still mutter. Now typically Shmuel doesn't hold like Reb Shimon. In another halacha, in a malacha shein tzricha legufa, as we discussed, if you have a piece of wood that's a coal glowing red, and you're concerned that somebody might step on it, it's also to extinguish it. Even though it's a malacha shein tzricha legufa, you don't need that piece of wood as a coal. You just don't want the fire. It's not a creative act. Reb Shimon says it's small. Okay? And Shmuel holds that it's awesome. So you see, Shmuel doesn't hold like Reb Shimon. So Gemara says yes. In Melacha Shein Tzricha Legufa, he doesn't hold like Reb Shimon. But Dovashenim Miskavin, he does hold like Reb Shimon. And therefore, the Gemara finishes off by saying that if you see thorn, or let's say in our days a piece of glass in the Rosh Hashanah, Midrabanan, you're not allowed to walk less than 4 amos. Stop and walk again less than 4 amos. That's the Rabban. But since this is a danger, you're allowed to do so. And in a Carmelist, where the whole Isser, the whole idea is only the Rabbanan, you're allowed to walk all the way to the garbage can and throw it out, even though it's a lot more than 4 amos. Have a wonderful day.
Your pet's head did fall off? Yeah, my pet's head did fall off. Oh, damn. No, you got a brand new pet right over in there. Beautiful pet. We should talk about your beautiful new venture. We should. Yeah, we'll record a pod. We'll record a pod and then right next gets back. Okay. I can't wait. In the meantime, you can go to BearButcher.tv on Instagram. Check out all the hot sizzles Mark has been making. Sizzles higher than I know. You got it out. Yeah, I respect you. You want to say a hot studio?
Shabbos Daf Mem Beis. Yishamai say that the bottom water always wins. So therefore, it's also to pour on Shabbos cold water into hot water, because that would be cooking the cold water. But pouring hot water into cold water, that's mutter, because you're not cooking with the cold water. But they still say it doesn't make a difference. Even pouring cold water into hot water is mutter. A bath is a kli rishon. It's heated directly from the flame. And therefore, cold water into hot water is also, and hot water into cold water is mutter. Shimon ben Asya says, and Allah is like him, that even hot water into cold water is also awesome. But there was a havamina that Shimon ben Asya wasn't talking about a bath, he was talking about a cup. And what he was saying is that in a cup, there's no machlokes between the Beisila and the Shammai. Even Beisila admits that you cannot pour even hot water into cold water. Rabbi says that a seifel, which is a wash basin, even though it's for washing, and you need really hot water, it doesn't have a halacha like an ambatya of a bath that is a kli rishon. It's in fact a kli sheni. Since it's a kli sheni never cooks. Even if you have it at yatzei ledus, even if you have the temperature of 104 degrees like the Chazanish or 114.8 degrees like Rav Shlomo Zalman Auerbach, it can't cook. And therefore, I could pour cold water into the bottom, hot water, and it won't cook it, and that's mutter. Rava wasn't makbid when it came to kli sheni. He said you could pour cold into hot, and he has a raya from the Brisa. The Brisa says ma'ara kitan, you could pour from a flask of cold water directly into kli sheni hot water. Says the Mishnah, if one removes a large pan or pot from a flame, so they are now kli rishon removed from the flame. You're not allowed to put spices into that dish because you'd be cooking the spices. Spices cook in a kli rishon. However, once you take out of that dish and you put it into a bowl or into a serving dish, now it became a kli sheni, and you could add spices. It doesn't cook it. But Yehuda is more making. He says spices don't cook typically in a kli rishon. The only way a spice can cook in a kli rishon is if you have vinegar or fish brine, which are very sharp, and they cause it to cook. Rabbi says that salt is not in the category of a spice. So there are two explanations. Either he is saying that salt is much more sensitive than spices. It will cook even in a kli sheni. Rav Nachman says no. Salt is like bull's meat. It's very tough. It takes a very long time to cook. So Rav Nachman argues on that. Or Rav Nachman agrees to Rav Kiya in the second lashon, and that's why he says the halacha is like the second lashon, that salt is very tough to cook, and it won't even cook in a kli rishon. It takes a long time for it to cook, like bull's meat. The Mishnah says that one is not allowed to bring a kli on Shabbos to catch oil that's dripping out of a candle, because that oil is muktzah ben hashmashos, and by it falling into a vessel on Shabbos, it makes that vessel muktzah. And now you're being with vata klimei chana. You're taking a kli out of service for that Shabbos, and that's awesome. But you're allowed to put that kli there under the candle before Shabbos, as long as you don't use the oil on Shabbos. The Gemara says something similar when it comes to a chicken's egg. You're not allowed to take a kli and put it below the chicken to catch the egg on Shabbos, because you've been vata the klimei chana on Shabbos. You're not allowed to use the kli anymore. However, you're allowed to, if the chicken already laid the egg, you're allowed to take a kli and cover the egg that people won't crush it. Gemara says, though, the only time you're allowed to do that, if it's hatzola mitzuya. It's a common way to save the egg. Typically, a chicken will lay an egg in a heap of trash, so you're allowed to save it on a heap of trash. But if a chicken laid it on an incline, and you want to make sure it doesn't roll down the incline, that's not a hatzola mitzuya. You're not allowed to save it like that. So the Gemara brings a lot of questions from different mishnayos. And basically, we would have to say on these questions that they're considered hatzola mitzuya. For instance, the Gemara asks, the halacha is that if a barrel breaks and it's full of wine, tevel, but you didn't do trumas and maishros on, you're allowed to save it on Shabbos by putting another kli, another barrel underneath. But a barrel typically doesn't break. You have to say that it's talking about hatzola mitzuya, that it's a barrel that does typically break by using a brand new barrel. Brand new barrels are sensitive, they break. Another mission that we have later on in the Masechta is that you're allowed to take a kli to catch sparks that come out of the candle. So we must say that the sparks are hatzola mitzuya. It's common for things to have sparks. Have a wonderful day.
That's so funny. I don't even know how to do that. They're celebrating. Give a little kid. Give like a thumbs up or something. See it? Yeah, that's you. Give like a thumbs up. Hold it. All right, guys. we go. That's you. Do something else, like thumbs up again. Do thumbs up again. Guys, which dick would you rather have that and I never turned that on?
Shabbos Daf Mem Gimel. We're trying to catch up and make up the lost daf that we had over Pesach. This is from 4 days ago. Daf Mem Gimel. We had the sheet of Rav Chisda that you're permitted to cover an egg to protect it, but you're not permitted to put a kli under the egg to catch it. What's the difference? Rabbi Yosef says because you're canceling a kli. You can no longer use this kli once the egg touches it and smoked it. But when you cover an egg, you can uncover it whenever you want. So Gemara brings all the brises and mishnayos that we had the other day. Starting with, if you have a barrel full of teva, full of wine and oil that you never took some ices from, and it breaks, you got to take another vessel to catch the oil and the wine. But that vessel should be muktzah because wine that's teva, l'chayr is muktzah. So Gemara, it's not muktzah because if somebody was over and took some ices on Shabbos, he'd be yaiteh. What about the fact that it says in the Mishnah Daf Mem Zayin that you're allowed to put a vessel underneath a candle to catch the sparks? You must say because the sparks have no mamashis, not visible, so the kli never becomes muktzah. We learned that you're allowed to take a bench to support a broken beam in the ceiling. Again, we must say that the bench is not in there completely. You can remove it easily. What about the fact that you're allowed to take a bucket to catch the rain that's coming off the roof? Rain, that is not muktzah that you can drink. There's a halacha that you're allowed to take a basket in order to help the young chickens to go back into the chicken coop. Says the Gemara, you're allowed to move that basket unless those chicks were on the basket during Ben HaShmashos. Where then we say, Migin Tzkatzoy, in HaShmashos, Tzkatzoy the Kuliyayim. Rabbi Yitzchak argues with this, and he says, not only is it usher to catch an egg on Shabbos, but it's also usher to cover and protect an egg on Shabbos. Why? Because he holds that you're not allowed to move any kli on Shabbos if it's for the tzorech, for the use of an item that's muktzah. But what about all these brises and mishnayos that we just mentioned? You're allowed to move a bench that's not muktzah, hold up a beam that's broken, but the beam that's broken is muktzah. You're allowed to take a basket that's not muktzah for chickens that are muktzah. We must say in all those cases that he started out carrying the bench and the basket and the bowl and all those other things with a heter. It was with tzarich mekayma. He had to pick up the bench because he needed it for the place. He needed the spot that the bench was fitting on. Once he was holding it in his hand, we allow him to continue and support the beam. We allow him to continue and put the basket down for the chips. More asked a question from an egg that was born on Shabbos. It says you're not allowed to cover a vessel with it. And a very interesting halacha. You're not allowed to support your bed. There are people that would support beds with eggs, carry a lot of force, a lot of pound. You're not allowed to do so. However, you're allowed to protect the egg that was born on Shabbos. Again, we must say, you're protecting with the kli that you started carrying with a heter of the tzarich mekayma. It says, you're allowed to take a machzelis, or reed, and put it on top of small stones, but the small stones are muktzah. We're talking about stones that are not muktzah, stones that they use instead of toilet paper. What about the fact that they take a machzelis and cover bricks from a building site? We're talking about that the building is already done, the construction is over, and now he's using those bricks for a heter. They're not muktzah, he's using them to lean on. What about the fact that it says you're allowed to cover a beehive with a machzelis? You're allowed to cover a beehive, but you have to make sure, and you're covering it, you want to protect it from the rain and from the sun. You more understood, it's probably talking about the winter and the summer. Provided that you leave space for the bees to escape, you don't want to trap them, you don't want to be over unsafe. If there's honey in the beehive, then the beehive is not muktzah. You're eating from the honey. If it's in the winter, where there's no honey, you have to say that he left over 2 hives to sustain the bees over the winter. And he thought to himself he's going to eat from that honey, and therefore it's not muktzah. Or another pshat is that we're not talking about the winter or the summer. We're talking about in Nisan and Tishrei when there's rain and sun and honey. So therefore the beehive is not muktzah. All this is going according to Rabbi Yehuda, who holds there is a concept of muktzah. According to Rabbi Shimon, the bi wouldn't be muktzah. But according to Rabbi Yehuda, the other shame is skaven is also. In other words, if you cover the bi and you trap the bees in there by mistake, you're over. We must say he left a nice gap in there so the bees can escape. Rav Huna also agrees with this concept of Rav Yosef that if you're not allowed to carry a kli that's mutter, that's not muktzah, for something that is muktzah. He says this in another halacha completely. He says by a mace, you have a corpse, you're not allowed to cover the corpse from the sun, unless you're covering the mace because of people that are alive. So how do you do it? Two people sit on either side of the mace, and they become really hot from sitting on the floor. So they bring benches. They sit on the benches, and they're really hot from the sun. So they bring reed, they bring oil, and they hold it over the mace. Then they lift up the benches to make it a little higher, and then they walk away, and the mace remains protected from the sun. If a dead person is laying in the sun, what do? It's going to be a design of mace. The first eitzah is to use kikar retina. Use any item that's not muktzah, a baby, a loaf of bread, a carrot, whatever it is that's not muktzah. You put it on the dead person or on the bed of the dead person, and then you can move the baby and the loaf of bread, and then derech agav you happen to be moving the dead person. If you don't have any of those items, according to Shmuel, you flip over the dead person from bed to bed until you get to the place that you need to get to. That's tiltum and atzad. He holds that's not considered carrying. Rav holds that is considered carrying. Therefore, that is also. What if there's a fire? If you have a kikar and pinot, that's not a problem. If you don't have those items, well, there's a Manda Omar that says that you're allowed to save the dead person because the person is Baal al Mesa. He's going to be so concerned about the dead person, he'll be over on the Eraisa of extinguishing the flame. So we rather him just do tiltum in the Rabbanon and not be over. And the halacha is like Yehuda ben Lakish that says you're allowed to do so. Rabbi Shimon says, final today, if you have leftover oil, and we're going to see this later on, if you have leftover oil in a lamp that was extinguished, according to Rabbi Shimon, he doesn't hold Migdal Skatzoy ben Hashmoshes, Skatzoy the Kuli Yom, and therefore that oil is mutter on Shabbos. A wonderful day.
Yeah, but I can still see you in the very corner. I can hear you finally. Okay. Oh man, we were saying all type of mean stuff. Yeah, we've been going. We're going. I know. You guys always say mean stuff about me. I'm used to it. We weren't being mean. Did you say that? No. Yes. I like your house. I like your style of it. And you're looking very like graham crackery with your colors and stuff. Graham crackery.
Shabbos Daf Mem Daled, the Mishnah tells us that both the Tanakama and Rabbi Yehuda hold of the concept called muktzah machmas mius. Something that's disgusting. For instance, a lamp that has oil residue and ash residue, it's disgusting. And therefore, people don't touch it, and you're not allowed to move it on Shabbos. Bread in the box, it's not disgusting, so you're allowed to move it on Shabbos. Rabbi Shimon doesn't subscribe to the concept called muktzah machmas mius, and therefore, he allows you to move this lamp on Shabbos. However, if this lamp has an existing flame right now, then he says that it's possible to move. Rashi explains the Havamina of the Gemara later on, because I'm concerned that you might come to extinguish the flame. The Masfon of the Gemara later on is that it becomes a basis l'davar also. It supports a flame. The flame is muktzah, so the bottom part, the lamp, is also muktzah. Remeir doesn't either hold of muktzah machmas mios, but he holds of the concept called muktzah machmas isur. Since the flame is asur, therefore, migu diskatzoy ben hashmashos, it's katzoy l'kuliyot. We have the concept that since it becomes muktzah during ben hashmashos, it's lit. So even if it extinguishes later on, that isur remains throughout the whole Shabbos, since it was muktzah for that moment of ben hashmashos. What about a very large vessel, a cup, a container that contains a lot of oil that can last for the entire Shabbos? According to Ula, even if there's no flame on it right now, it's muktzah according to Rabbi Yehuda, because the concept migid is katzoy ben hashmashos, it's katzoy the kuli yom, but according to Rabbi Shimon, it's not muktzah. The issue is the wording doesn't fit so well. It says avol. A small candle is also avol. Even a big one is. It should say small, large. There's no difference according to Rabbi Yehuda. Why does it say avol? Mar Zutra prefers to say that it goes according to Rabbi Shimon. A small candle is not muktzah. Avol, but a larger candle that contains oil for the entire Shabbos is muktzah. Typically, Rabbi Shimon doesn't hold of the concept but in this case, since there's enough oil to last for the entire Shabbos, in his mind, he forgot about it. He doesn't want to use it. He thinks that it's going to last the whole Shabbos. So he set it aside. So even Rabbi Shimon agrees in this case. It remains muktzah even if there's no flame right now, according to Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Lazar, the son of Rabbi Shimon by Chai, holds like his father Rabbi Shimon in two things: that there's no muktzah machmas mios and there's no muktzah machmas isser. But he argues on his father in one thing. His father holds that while the candle is lit, you cannot benefit from the oil. He holds you could benefit from the oil if it drips out, and it's not in a way that will cause the flame to diminish. If it doesn't cause any kiboy, then he says you're allowed to use the oil. Jerry says that if you have a metal candelabra, which doesn't absorb oil and ashes, so it's not mohus, it's not disgusting. According to everybody, if you lit it ben hashmashes, Reb Meir and Reb Yehuda both agree because it's ben hashmashes, it's k'tzoi. But if it's not lit during ben hashmashes, then according to them, it's mutter to be metaltal. Mar talks about a bed, similar to a table. One wants to put money on a bed. So Gemara says as follows: if a person designates this bed and says specifically, "I want this bed to put money on it," all in his head. But in addition to having it in his head, he had condition number 2, that he actually put the money physically on the bed. Even though he removed it before Shabbos, the bed remains muktzah. It's a bed that's meant for money. Money is muktzah machmas gufay, and Taisus points out it's even usher to move. It's a gufay mekayma, typically a muktzah klish malachtel isser, for instance, a hammer. You can move if you need it to sit down on its spot, or you need to use the hammer to open up, to crack open up a coconut or whatever. But money doesn't have any other use other than to use it in a store. And therefore, even if you need its space or you want to use the actual money, it's muktzah machmas gufa. Now, if a person either designated the bed for money but didn't put the money on it, or he put the money on it and didn't designate it, then it's not muktzah. However, if he didn't designate it, but he had money on the bed during Ben HaShmashos, then the bed remains muktzah for the rest of the Shabbos. Even if a child removed the money, it remains muktzah. We're a very interesting halacha. If you have a candle, you have a lamp, even if you lit a candle on it before Shabbos, but you didn't designate it, it's not muktzah. You have to designate it and light the candle in order for it to be muktzah. Gemara's question is from Muchni. Muchni is a wheel from a wagon. We'll go into all the halachas, but the question from that sugya is, so you see that if there's money in the wheel before Shabbos, during Ben HaShmashos, and you remove the money, you could move the wagon. Why do we say that if the money was on the bed and you remove the money, you cannot move the bed? And the answer is because the Muchni goes according to Reb Shimon. And what we're talking about goes according to Rav, goes according to Rabbi Yehuda. But what is a Muchni? Muchni is a wheel that's attached to a wagon. If the wheel detaches from the wagon, and we view the wheel as an independent vessel, and it has no connection to the wagon, and therefore, if Tumah, let's say, goes under the wheel, it doesn't transfer to the wagon. If Tumah goes under the wagon, it doesn't transfer to the wheel. Although they're touching, but Tumah doesn't transfer from one kli to another unless they're one. And since they're independent of each other, it doesn't transfer. Another halacha. If a wagon or any kli is larger than 40 sa, it's not mekabel tumah. How do I measure this? According to Beis Hillel, you measure if from the outside it can displace 40 sa of water. So when you do so, you put it, let's say, in a swimming pool to see if it can displace 40 sa of water. You cannot count the wheels as part of the 40 sa because the wheels, since they detach, are not part of the wagon. Another halacha is that if you have a tool on the wagon and it is mild, it creates a tent over, let's say, a basic cars over the paper. If there's a wheel there and the wheel is not part of the wagon, it cannot save that tool from tumah. And if there's money, that's the halacha that the Gemara brings as a question. If there's money in the wheel, because the wheel has a base kibble, it's a kli. If the money's still there, and the wheel is not part of the wagon, you cannot move the wheel on Shabbos. But if the wheel is part of the wagon, you could move the wheel because you're moving the wagon, and the wheel is buttled to the wagon. We see, as we mentioned before, that Rav goes according to Rabbi Yehuda. There's another halacha that Rabbi goes according to Rabbi Yehuda, which is actually lekula. And that is that if you have a lamp, Erev Shabbos, you're allowed to hang it on a tree. And we're not concerned that you might climb up the tree on Shabbos because you know that this lamp is muktzah for the entire Shabbos. According to Rabbi, however, on Yantif, you're not allowed to hang it on a tree because a lamp is not muktzah, and we're concerned you're going to go up the tree to retrieve your lamp. Have a wonderful day.
That's what built that. That was a the One World Trade Center is in Omaha. It is. I heard they moved it. By the way, sounds nice and clear and loud. You got the new AirPods, Nick? Yeah, 4th generation. Noise canceling is fucking crazy. No, I can't even hear myself. Nick, there's new
Shabbos daf mem hey. Rab holds like Rabbi Yehuda and Muktzah, and therefore a candle that's extinguished on Shabbos remains Muktzah for the rest of the Shabbos. However, he made a dispensation when it comes to Chanukah in the times of the Chabarim. Chabarim were people that didn't allow candles lit. Therefore, if somebody wanted to light the menorah and was scared that the Chabarim will catch him, after Beresh Moshes, when it's already Shabbos and the candles go out, you can take the menorah back into your house. B'shas Chag, it's a special halacha. The famous saying goes, when it comes to an emergency like the Chabarim, then we can rely on the sheet of Rabbi Shimon that there's no muktzah. Shmuel holds in Rabbi Shimon that the only foods that become muktzah are raisins and grapes, figs that are set out to dry, because they have two conditions. And in order for something to become muktzah, according to Rabbi Shimon, you need two conditions. Putting something aside with your hands, saying, I don't want to use this anymore, and that it's not right lachila, you can't eat it any longer. Raisins, once you take grapes and put them in the sun, you can no longer eat it for the time being. And by putting it in the sun, you're sending it off to the side. Rabbi Yochanan says, when it comes to muktzah, there's an additional muktzah called muktzah machmas mitzvah, which Rabbi Shimon subscribes to. And that is, if you light a candle to Shabbos, and that's a mitzvah, that candle becomes muktzah for the time being. Therefore, let's say a sukkah, the walls of the sukkah, the schach, even the decorations become muktzah because they were set aside for the mitzvah for 7 days. They're muktzah throughout the entire Chalamayim, according to Rabbi Shimon. Unless somebody made a specific tonight and said, I want to use the wood, I want to use these decorations. What if somebody planted kernels, or you put an egg under a chicken, so you set it aside? Well, it doesn't have the conditions we need, and it's not muktzah mitzvah, so according to Rabbi Shimon, they are not muktzah. Going back to sukkah wood, if you have a sukkah that's standing during other Yom Tovim, like Pesach and Shavuos, you're not allowed to take wood off the sukkah. That's soiser that's breaking the sukkah. What if the sukkah fell down on Shavuos? You're also not allowed to use that wood according to Rabbi Yehuda because it remains muktzah. According to Rabbi Shimon, it's not muktzah. Once it breaks, it falls down, and you anticipated it, it's not muktzah. On sukkahs, even according to Rabbi Shimon, it's muktzah, unless you made it tonight. There's a brayso that says that there are other fruit, such as peaches and quinces, that you put aside on the roof and you let them dry, and they're muktzah. That must be going according to Rabbi Yehuda. But what's the chiddush? The chiddush is even though they're fruits and you're eating from them, nevertheless, by putting them on the roof, you're mesiach das from it. You don't want to have anything to do with it, and therefore they remain muktzah according to Rabbi Yehuda. Rebbe's son, Lazar, asked Rebbe, what does Rabbi Shimon hold when it comes to Patzili Tmar? These are dates that will never ripen. From the fact that he asked Rebbe the question about Rabbi Shimon, that means, the Gemara understood, that Rebbe subscribes to Rabbi Shimon's shita of muktzah. Otherwise, he wouldn't ask his father, what does Rabbi Shimon hold about Patzili? But he told him, even though Patzili Tmar are not edible, but he never pushed it aside with his hand. So he has one out of the two conditions, and therefore they are not muktzah, according to Rabbi Shimon. Nevertheless, the Gemara asks a question. There's a Mishnah that tells us that on Yom Tov you're allowed to shep an animal that's yours. But if it's yours and it's in the midbar, and what that means exactly is machlokes, whether it comes back after when it starts raining, in other words, it's away for a half a year. According to Rabbi, it never comes back. The point is, that kind of animal you cannot shep on Yom Tov because you never had it in mind that you're going to have that animal. You're not allowed to give it to drink so that the skin comes off easier. You see, the Rebbe holds of muktzah. The Rebbe is the one that says that the animal doesn't come back at all, and therefore it's muktzah. So the Gemara gives three options. Either Rebbe holds like Reb Shimon in muktzah, but this particular animal is like raisins. It has two conditions. First of all, you're done with your dive, you push to the side, you said, I don't want to see you anymore for a year. And second of all, it's very difficult to catch and capture. So it has two conditions, and therefore, even Rabbi Shimon would agree that this midbar animal is muktzah. Second answer is, the Rebbe never said that he holds like Reb Shimon. He was just answering what Reb Shimon would hold. In fact, Rebbe holds like Reb Yehuda in muktzah, and he was answering his son what Reb Shimon would hold in muktzah. Another pshat is that Rebbe was talking in the opinion of Reb Yehuda. In other words, he holds like Reb Shimon in muktzah. But don't you Chachamim agree that if an animal comes back every half a year, then it should be considered a domesticated animal and put after Nayot? And they said no. We don't agree to that. Rabbi Bar Chana said that Rabbi Yochanan holds like Reb Shimon in muktzah, that there's no muktzah. Why did Rabbi Yochanan say chicken coop is muktzah? We must say that it's talking about a very specific case. Chicken coop had an egg, and in the egg was a chick. And therefore, this egg is not royal achilas kela, because the dog won't eat egg peel. And it's not royal for a human. You have that chicken there, we can't eat it, it's straight. Nor will go eat. Therefore, Reb Shimon does hold a muktzah machas gufa, something like money, stones. This egg with the chicken inside has absolutely no other use, and therefore even Reb Shimon agrees that's muktzah. Now, why didn't he just say that there's an egg there that was born to shita that holds, holds that Reb Shimon doesn't hold of a noilad on Shabbos? In other words, since you anticipate the birth of this egg, Reb Shimon doesn't hold that it's noilad according to Rabbi. And to say that there's a dead chick there without an egg, there's a man that holds in Reb Shimon that you could use that chick and you could feed it to your animals on Shabbos, as long as you knew about it beforehand. In other words, there's one man that says in Reb Shimon that if the chick was healthy and it died on Shabbos, another man that says that it's muktzah. Rabbi Yitzchak and Rabbi Yosef holds is muktzah. And why did he have to say so? There's a story that you could learn from, and you know from that story that Rabbi Yochanan held it like Rabbi Yehuda that there's muktzah. A menorah, a large candelabra, fell on Ravasi. Ravasi didn't move it. Maybe he walked away from it and it fell by itself, but he didn't move it because he held of muktzah. And his Rebbe's Rabbi Yochanan. So you see from here, Rabbi Yochanan holds a muktzah. So the Gemara on today's daf says perhaps the reason why he didn't move it is because there's a new muktzah called Chivei HaMakom. It has a very specific spot. Similar to muktzah machmas sarm kis. If you have something really expensive, you don't want to use it, designate an area for it. And therefore, this candelabra had a designated area, and that's why it was muktzah. Not because of the muktzah of Rabbi Yehuda. Have a wonderful day.
I said, if there's a hole in this floor, it matters. It does matter. Piece of paper. No, you're talking about an entrance. You're talking about an entrance hole and an exit hole. I'm talking about a hole in this floor right now that's 6 feet deep. That's one hole. So eat my ass and suck my balls. Yes. Put just a piece of paper or put a hole in a piece of paper, like just a 8.5 by 11. That hole is just a really, 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 really short straw. True. Yeah, even like a donut, right? A donut is still one hole, but then if you
Shabbos daf memvav. How's everybody doing? I hope you're staying safe and healthy. We finished off yesterday saying there's a story where a menorah fell on Ravasi, and he refused to move it with his hand. He said it was muktzah. What kind of muktzah? So we try to say perhaps it's called a muktzah of kriyas makom. Since it's a large item, has a designated spot, you don't move from that spot, it's muktzah. Says the Gemara, but what do you do about kriyas chasana? It's a tent that you build over a bed. The top is narrower than a tefach, so we don't have a problem of building the oil on Shabbos. You let it put it together on Shabbos and take it apart on Shabbos. But how can you touch it? It's muktzah, kriyas makom. You see that there is no muktzah called kriyas makom. So then why did Ravasi move the menorah? The answer is because if it was a menorah that came apart and you could put back together, then certainly that would be muktzah. But we're dealing with a menorah that just looks as if it could come apart. So So they made a gzera on such a menorah because of a menorah that could come apart. And if it's a really small menorah that could come apart, machlokes. Rabbi Yochanan says, even though it usually doesn't come apart, we have to be goyzer on a small menorah. And Rabbi says, since it doesn't come apart, nobody's going to confuse it with a menorah that comes apart, and you don't make a gzera. He said that Rabbi Yochanan holds, like Rabbi Yehuda in Muktzah, that there is Muktzah. The issue is that Rabbi Yochanan always haskins like the Stam Mishnah, like an anonymous Mishnah. And the Mishnah of Muchmin that we had the other day, the wheel that detaches from the wagon, one of the halachas we learned is that if there was money, even ben hashmoshes inside the wheel, and the money was removed, you can move it on Shabbos. That goes according to Rabbi Shimon. So on the one hand, the Stam Mishnah is Rabbi Shimon, but Rabbi Yochanan passes like Rabbi Yehuda. Says Rabbi Zera, we must learn, even though it's a doichah, that the Mishnah is talking about that there's no money during ben hashmoshes, and that's why you can move the wheel on Shabbos. But if there was money during Ben Hashmashos, in fact, the wheel would be muktzah, like Rabbi Yehuda that says, "Nigid iskatzay Ben Hashmashos, it's katzay l'kuli yom." Yeshua Levi said, the Rebbe said a very cryptic statement. He said that a menorah is like a ner of Reb Shimon. Menorah is Reb Shimon ben ner, meaning it could be two meanings. Either there was one psak halacha or two. Either the psak halacha was that a menorah is not muktzah, like Reb Shimon says that a candle that was lit and it was extinguished on Shabbos, the candle is no longer muktzah. In other words, a menorah is muktzah. Or he said two statements. A menorah is also. A candle is muktzah. The Gemara remains in a teiku. The Gemara tells us that Reb Malkiah, and at a different time, Reb Yossi Gila, both acted like Reb Shimon. There was no muktzah in front of the Rabbein, and both the Rabbein were makin on them. On the other hand, Rabbi Avo, even though he himself held like Reb Shimon, but when he was in front of Rabbi Yochanan, out of respect to Rabbi Yochanan, he acted like Rabbi Yehuda that there is muktzah. Machlokes, Rabbi Yehuda says that if you have an earthenware lamp that's full of oil, it doesn't get disgusting, and therefore it's not muktzah, you're allowed to be your tapas. But if it has nefesh, kerosene, so it is muktzah. Now, we're not talking about muktzah machmas minus, because Rav Shimon doesn't hold it muktzah machmas minus. What we're discussing is since there's no other use for this candle, because it's disgusting, therefore it's like a stone that has no other use, and it's muktzah. In other words, muktzah machmas gufa. Rabbi and Rav Yosef both hold that you're allowed to carry, you're allowed to be metaltal, a lamp that was used with nefesh. The Gemara tells us an amazing story. The Rabbi went to visit Rabbi, and he had a lot of mud on his shoes. And they sat him down, they said, sit down on his bed, and he put his shoe on the bed and put a lot of mud on the bed. And this upset Rabbi. And Rabbi decided he's going to torture Rabbi with questions to punish him. Some server has a beautiful shot, you should look into it. And he asked him, why is it that Rabbi and Rabbi Yosef both say that a lamp that was used with nefesh, with kerosene, is not muktzah? So he told him because you could use that lamp for another usage, you could cover another view of it. He said, wait a minute, but what about all stones in the world? They're very muktzah, but you could use them to cover Canaan. Says Rabbi, no, there's a big difference. This lamp has a name of a kli on it, where a stone is not a kli. And I'll prove it to you from a Mishnah. Halacha is that a woman is not allowed to walk out on Shabbos with beautiful jewelry. She might show it to her friends. But in her own chutzner, she's allowed to move it. Why? Because Ula explains it has a name of a kli. So anything that has a name of a kli is not muktzah. Says Reb Nachman Bar Yitzchak, Biruch Rachmana, Baruch Hashem, that Rabbi wasn't successful in embarrassing Rabbi Avia. The halacha is that if a person has a firstborn animal, cow, sheep, it goes to the kohen, and the kohen brings it to the Beis Hamikdash. But if it befalls a mum, and the kohen could check it outside the Beis Hamikdash, it says to do what he wants. What if he finds a mum on that? It's muktzah according to Reb Shimon. Question: why is this bechar different than oil that's left over in the lamp? The Reb Shimon says is not muktzah. Says Gemara, there's a big difference. Oil that's left in a lamp, when he lights the lamp, he knows that he might have leftover oil, so he thinks about that oil and he wants it. So that's why it's not muktzah. But an animal of bechar, there's three reasons why he's not even thinking about it. First of all, who says that this animal will have a mum? And even if it has a mum, who says it will be a mum kavur, a permanent mum? And even if it's a permanent mum, who says they'll find a rabbi, they'll tell him that it's a good mum and he can check. What about a woman who makes a neder on Shabbos? She could mefer or matter the neder. What if her husband doesn't agree? Says Gemara, because when a woman makes a neder, she's doing it al das for her husband. And what about a man? How can you be made for his neder on Shabbos? What if he doesn't find a rabbi? Because he doesn't need a rabbi. He can just find 3 simple people to be matter his neder.
You said do it.
In the Mishnah it says, we learned that according to Rabbi Shimon, if the fire is still lit, even Rabbi Shimon says it's muktzah. Why? The answer is because it becomes a basis l'davar asur. The lamp supports the flame, which is muktzah. The pshat is not because we are concerned that perhaps, like Rashi explained in the Mishnah, we're concerned perhaps he will extinguish the flame by mistake. Because Rabbi Shimon holds the davar she'ein miskaven mutter. If you don't think about it, that's not your intent, then you're not chayav. In other words, if a person drags a bench, he's trying to bring it from point A to point B, but by doing so, he creates a groove in the ground, he's potter. And don't say that there's enough community between the Iraisa and the Rabbana. Extinguishing a flame is the Iraisa, and moving a bench, making a groove in the ground is not the derech to do so, so it's only the Rabbana. Perhaps that's why it's mutter, but in the Iraisa, Reb Shimon would say it's awesome. Because we have the case that we had last week or so. If a person is peddling his goods, his clothing, and their shatnas, says Reb Shimon, he's allowed to wear shatnas if he's not mechaven to be over to wear the clothing. If he's not being protected by the elements from the sun and the rain, it's mutter. So you see that even in the rice of shatnas, as long as you don't have tavana, Reb Shimon says it's mutter. Have a wonderful day.
So I'm just hitting like 1,000 autistic 8 irons in the garage. Or are they autistic? Because I'm just like... So you're gonna be like really good after this? Yeah, I mean, I was already really good, but now I'm gonna be really gooder. Really? Yeah. Gooder? Yeah. I can't wait to see that. Where's it at?
I have an objection.
Okay.
What you said, and I don't want to get you back.
That's just seems to be the theme of the day.
It's not a golf simulator.
Oh no, you're right. But what you're saying
that's a net.
what you're seeing there is not a golf simulator. But what you're not seeing is the Garmin R10 placed 6 feet behind the ball, and then I haven't dialed it in, but I can then sling my phone to a TV in the garage, so you hit the shot, and then you look at where it went on the screen. So it's not like a $6,000 golf simulator, but it's effectively the same thing. But yes, fair call-out. Yeah, not at all mad about that. It's a fair call-out. That was just right when I first set it up, and I was excited, and had a beer in the end to compare.
Shabbos that from Zion, up until now we learned about basis l'davar asur, a support to something that's asur like a flame. The support is muktzah. What about if you are supporting something that's asur together with something that's mutter? Basis l'davar asur v'amutter. For instance, you're permitted to carry your son who's carrying a stone, because you're carrying 2 things, mutter and asur. So the Isser comes because of the heter. Same thing, if you have a basket that has fruit, but also carries a stone, that's mutter. Reb Zera asked Rav Asi, so then why is it that Rabbi said that it's mutter to carry a machta, a pan, that has leftover incense, the ashes of incense? The incense is muktzah. The Gemara uses a pasuk from Daniel, Yishtoimeim k'shol chada. Rav Asi was in shock for a moment. And then he answered, he said, perhaps there's some leftover incense that's actually not muktzah. And that's why it's basis l'davar asur v'hamutter. Rabbi didn't like that. Rabbi was very wealthy. And a small amount of incense was insignificant to Rabbi. And we learned, when it comes to Tumah, a wealthy person doesn't consider a beged of an ani, 3x3 beged, or any beged made with different type of yarn or whatever, is not considered a beged for an ani. So that's not considered non-muktzah item for Rebbe. Therefore, Abaye prefers to say that we're talking about a grashal ray, a disgusting vessel that usually contains excrements, human waste. And there's a special halacha that since it's disgusting, you're allowed to move it and take it out of your room, out of the house. Rabbi says it's not, there's no comparison. A graf sharei is an open kli, which this machta has a net on top. Graf sharei is disgusting. Ashes of incense is not disgusting. Therefore, Rava learns that these ashes are not muktzah because they serve a purpose. You could cover spittle, you could cover excrement. So what is the Chiddush? The Chiddush is that in addition to these ashes, there was something that was muktzah, there was some unburnt wood. So again, it's a basis l'davar, a mutter, ashes, va'asr, the wood, and the Chiddush is you're allowed to move it. The Brisa says that both Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Shimon, there is muktzah, isn't muktzah. They both agree that if you have leftover wick floating in the oil, that's considered muktzah. But you have a basis l'davar, also about mutter, says the Gemara we're talking about in Golem. There, wicks were worth a lot of money for them. And therefore, the wick, which is davar asur, overcomes the oil, which is davar. Chaisa says, and it's very interesting, Chaisa says that Golem had so much oil that the oil was worthless. Talking about today, that the oil prices dropped from a 20-year low. We're talking about a mita shetarsian.
No, I'm just messing with you because
this is a bed that comes apart. You're allowed to put together on Shabbos. Rabbi Shmuel says it's a issur deraisa. You're chayav achatos. Why? Says Rashi, you're making a patish. You're finishing off the binyan. And in fact, there's a brisa that says just like that. It says that if you take the final part of a menorah and you put it in, or you take a round horn and you put it together. It's difficult to put together. You're chayav achatos. If you have like an extension stick to paint, or one of those sticks that comes together, or a simple horn, that's patur aval asur. Now, Rabbi Abba and Rabbi Huna, they argue, and then they say it's completely mutter to put together a bed on Shabbos. In fact, there's a brisa that says if you have bed platforms or the bed legs or an arrow rest, you shouldn't put it back on Shabbos, and if you do, you're patur aval asur. And if you put it in forcefully, you're chayav achatos. Hundred Shimon and Gamliel, and this is how Rabbi Abba and Rabbi Huna hold. It says not only is it not patur aval asur, it's mutter. You can put together these things, and so Rabbi Paskin lahalacha. If you have one of these traveling beds, you let it pick it apart and put it back together on Shabbos. We learned in the Mishnah that if you have a lamp and the lamp is spewing out sparks, you let it put a bowl underneath to catch the sparks. And it's not considered mevatel kli funny that you're canceling the kli out for Shabbos because the sparks, they're invisible. So you're allowed to move the kli afterwards. However, that's if you put a kli without any liquid, but you're not allowed to add liquid to the kli even before Shabbos. Because if it was on Shabbos itself and you took this kli and you brought it closer to the sparks, you would be extinguishing the sparks on Shabbos. Therefore, they would geyser not to put water even on Erev Shabbos. And with that, we finish Perek Kira, and we're starting Perek Lamed Tanya. We learned the issur of burying, insulating your pot on Shabbos, your pot of food. It's also to insulate with something that's moisef hevel, something that adds heat. So the Mishnah goes through the list. There's a list of things that give off a lot of heat. So much so that doesn't matter if they are dry or moist. They add a lot of heat, such as leftover olives, the olive pits. They decompose. Manure, as we know, gives off a lot of heat. Salt, lime, calcium, and sand. And there are some that only add heat when they are moist and not when they are dry. And those are straw, grape skins, anything soft like a soft cotton, some soft wool, and grasses. Gemara does this halacha. If you have a box that's not moist of hevel, doesn't have heat, and you have food inside, you're matkin on Shabbos. It's also to put that box on top of decomposing olives. And that would be like halacha l'maisa today. You're not allowed to take a chunk pot and cover it with a blanket. And the blanket is not moist of hevel, but underneath you have a blef, a plata that adds hevel. The top is not moist of hevel, but the bottom is moist of hevel, and that's why it's awesome. The Gemara says you can't bring a raya from this halacha that our mission is talking about olives, because it's possible that we're talking about any kind of like even burying in sesame seeds. This halacha that the hevel goes upwards is regarding talking about olives, but in general, it would be awesome to be making an anything. Have a wonderful day.
buy unboxing and like try to organize it. Now Dana White is living my dream.
In more ways than one. Guys, let's take a little break, because guess what I'm all about? I'm all about playing on Legends. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? They got a ton of games, a million different games. 100% match on your first purchase, up to $100. Nick, you've been playing this. You've been playing silly. There's hundreds of games available. I like Cluck It. I like the slots. I like to play big money slots. That's my thing.
Shabbos Daf Memches. How's everybody doing? The Gemara tells us that it's permitted to take two urns and place them one on top of another when they both contain hot water. The top one is not a tmana. You're not burying the top one. You're just trying to prevent heat loss from the top one. However, when the servant in Reish Galusa's house put a cold cup of water on top of an urn, then Rabbi yelled at him and said, "Don't do so." What's the difference? Because you're trying to introduce heat to the cold cup. That looks like hatmana. That same servant was having a very bad day. Later on, Rabbi caught him taking a head turban, placing it over a pot, and on top of the turban, he put some sort of ladle. And he yelled at him and said, "Don't do so." Reb Zer says, "What did he do now?" He says, "Rabbi, wait and see." And sure enough, the servant went and took the turban and squeezed it, or was trying to squeeze, do schita, which is also, it's libam. Says Reb Zer, "But what's the difference? We all cover our pots with some sort of rag or something." Says Rabbi, "That's the big difference. If you cover it with a rag, you don't care about the rag, you're not going to squeeze it out. But a head turban is important. That's why I told him, don't do so." There's muchen, which are soft wool, cotton. People set them aside to make felt out of them. And that's called muksa machmas yisra. You set it aside, you say, "I'm not going to use this." Now what happens if a person, he doesn't have a choice, he ran out of straw, different material, he uses his muchen to do atmana, to insulate his pot. The Gemara says it doesn't lose its muktzah, it's still muktzah of chisarikis. But we cannot prove this from the brisa that says that you're permitted to do atmana with muchen, and be careful not to touch it. Perhaps the brisa is talking about don't touch it before you use it as muchen, as atmana. But once you do atmana, perhaps the isur muktzah goes away. You show that you don't care about it that much. So then what's the chiddush? They can't touch muchen. Of course it's muksa machmas kesarim kis, says the Gemara. It's coming to teach us, even though it's so nice and soft, perhaps you want to sit on it and use it as a seat, and therefore it's not muksa. Chumash malon, it is muksa. You take a pillow and you stuff it with muchen, you stuff it with the soft stuff, that's makeh b'patish. The Mishnah says that's an isur d'oraisa on Shabbos. However, if you already have a pillow, it's a used pillow and it was already stuffed, and the muchen, the stuffing comes out, you're allowed to put it back on Shabbos, and it's not considered makeh b'patish. To take clothing that's uniform and you take a scissors and you cut out a hole for the neck, that's makeh b'patish. But to take a sword and chop off the top of a barrel, that's not makeh b'patish, because the lid of the barrel is not one with the barrel. It was never one. You just put it together and now you're taking it apart. If a person has an axe and he doesn't have the handle and he goes and he finds some sort of stick, it's not a permanent handle, it's just a stick. Says the Gemara, as he's using the axe, they're considered one. The handle and the axe. The handle and the metal. If Tumah touches one, the other one becomes Tumah. But once he's done with his malacha, he's done chopping away, then they are considered two individual items. They're independent of each other because he's going to take that stick and throw it away. This is different than the halacha. If somebody has a lot of clothing that he gives to the launderer and he wants to make sure that they don't get lost, so he sews them together, or if somebody has a lot of keys, he's a macher, he has a lot of keys. You touch one, they all become tummy. You touch one cloth, they all become tummy. Or if, let's say, you take two garments that are made out of tzemer and you sew them with pishtam, they are shatnas for the time being. Once you start undoing the stitching for the launderer or for the shatnas, it's no longer the time of one to the other. But over here it's different than that axe. Over here, a person wants the stitching to be there just in case he has to throw it into the laundry. He wants them to be together with the handle of the axe. He doesn't care about the handle. He'll use it as firewood. There's a saying, anything that's attached to something, it has a halacha just like it itself. Says Gemara, for instance, this goes like Rabbi Meir, who's talking about a kira, a stove, that has compartments that you can put salt in on the side. Do those compartments, are they considered like the kira itself for tumah? Says the Gemara, according to Rabbi Shimon Gamliel, they're independent of each other. They're just compartments. According to Rabbi Meir, they are independent of each other. However, if a sheretz, a mouse, and we're talking about a kli cheres here, earthenware. So the only way earthenware becomes tameh is if the tumah is in the inside of the kli cheres, not on the outside. If a sheretz goes inside, touches the inside of this kira, then the entire kira becomes tameh, including the compartments where you store the salt and different spices, or the candle. If you hang the sheretz in the ear space of that kira, then the kira does not become tameh. The rest of the compartments do not become tameh. The kira itself becomes tameh. Typically, kli cheres becomes tameh ma'aviroi, from the ear space. Over here, we say no. Why? Because we want to show that this whole tumah, that it transfers to the compartments, is only with the Rabbanan. We don't want people to burn their trumos and kachim based on this tumah. You're not allowed to burn your trumos and kachim based on the Rabban tumah. So therefore, we make a distinction. We say it only becomes tameh with maga by touching physically and not through the ear space. If you have scissors that come apart, or a carpenter's plane that has a blade on top that fits right into the wood, during the malacha, as you're going back and forth on a piece of wood, shaving it down, as you're cutting with the scissors, then they're considered one, and if tumah touches one part, one blade, the other blade becomes tameh. However, when it comes to hazah, sprinkling, making this device tahar, you have to make sure to get the sprinkle on both parts of the kli. Why is that? Because in the Raisa, they are considered one only b'shas malacha, only while you're doing the work that it's intended to do. When it's sitting on the side, they're not considered one. Therefore, Chachamim said, let's do the chumrah in both cases. Tumah, to say that they're both tameh is a chumrah. Hazah, to say that they're both not tahar, that's also a chumrah. Therefore, you have to be mazeh both, but by tumah, you only have to touch one in order for both of them to become tameh. Have a wonderful day.
It's tough to get from Baltimore, Philly, right to Boston. Think about it. How far upon you? I believe you. No, I don't feel like it. Have you been fucking anybody? Like Pamela Henderson. Yeah, I fucked up by the bar. By the bar? I didn't even go to the like so, what's a good LA date? It's a good thing to do.
Shabbos Daf Mem Tes. Good Chodesh, and I hope we all hear Jewish Chodesh this month. We had to listen to Mishnah of different products that it's usher to do atmana with, if they are moist. Now, there's two types of moisture. There's moisture that comes from an external moisture, and there's moisture that comes from within. The one that comes from within produces more heat. And the Gemara tells us, since one of the things on the list is moichen, moichen is soft material, obviously it doesn't produce its own moisture, so the entire list has moisture that comes from an exterior source. There's a brisa that says that you shouldn't use clothing, garments for atmana. And garments, obviously, the moisture comes from an exterior source. The Gemara says that's not a raya. It's possible that they produce this garment from an area of the animal, such as the thighs, that produced its own moisture. New Mishnah, the Mishnah says you could do atmana with clothing, with fruit, with kanfeyoina, a pigeon's wing, which is going to lead us into a beautiful story of Elisha Bal Kafayim. And with sawdust and fine flax. Rabbi Yehuda says that tishtan is also when it's thin. It's similar to manure, which is mitzvah hebel, it produces additional heat. And when it's thick material, thick pishtan, then it's mutter to do atmana. Gemara tells us tefillin require gufna, clean body. Like Elisha Baal Chafai points out, since he had this nace that's upcoming, obviously he had a gufna. What does it mean to have a gufnaki? Abaye says you have to be careful from hafacha, from passing wind. Rabbi says careful from sleeping because that could lead to hafacha and could lead to terror. The story is that the Romans said whoever wears tefillin is going to puncture the person's brain. Elisha Baal Chafai didn't care. He walked out with his tefillin, and we saw a Roman officer. He removed his tefillin, put them in his hand, and the officer said, "What's in your hand?" He said, "I have the wings of a pigeon." So let me see. He opened up his hand, and sure enough, there were pigeon wings. He had a nest. Gemara says, "But why do you say pigeon wings?" So Gemara, just like a pigeon, its wings protect it from the elements and from its enemies, where other birds don't fight with their wings. The pigeon fights with his wings. So too, Klal Yisrael are protected by the mitzvahs they perform. Says the Mishnah, you could perform atmana with hides, the skins of animals, and hides are not muktzah. You can do atmana with wool shearing, but they are muktzah. So if they are muktzah, how do you get to your food? It's covered with the wool shearings. What you do is you grab the handle of the lid and you pull it up, and the shearings fall off themselves. That's typical l'achriyat with shinu. Rabbi Azari says once you have the lid off, you should not remove the pot because then the shearings will fall in the spot that the pot was. You wouldn't be able to put the pot back in. What you do is, with the pot in your box, you put the entire box as is, and that's how you pour whatever is in the pot into your bowl. Yosef ben Elazar says that our Mishnah is talking about specifically hides that are owned by a common person, not a hide dealer, not someone that does business with hides. Because if it's somebody that does business with the hides, a uman, that would be muktzah. They're designated for shchira, for selling. Tanakama says that hides that are tanned during the finished product, they're asur. But according to everybody, the only types of hides that are mekabel tumah are hides that are tanned and finished. And Tysus points out that they are finished hides. You don't need to think about designating them; they become designated automatically. If a carpenter has wood, they're muktzah because he's makbid, he doesn't want people to ruin them, so they're muktzah. I apologize for the noise. But a common person who has wood, the wood is not muktzah. Even a carpenter, once he places food on it, he says, let's use it for something, then those pieces of wood are no longer muktzah. These Amoraim that we discussed before, they also had a discussion. Why is there 39 malachas? One man said because there were 39 different malachas in building the Mishkan. And the other man says, Rabbi Yossi ben Lekunya says, because the Torah mentions the word melacha, melachtoi, and meleches 39 times. Now, it's not going to help to go count the different times, because if you count, you'll come up with more. More just for instance. And the Gemara remains in our taker. The pasuk Vayavai Habaisa, referring to Yosef HaTzadik, he came home, last says melachtoi. Melachtoi can mean work, a malacha. It could also be referring to the Aveiro with Eshes Ketifah. Is that counted as one? What about the pasuk V'malacha Haisa Dayam? Klal Yisrael did enough work. Well, over here it could be the word malacha could refer to task, job, not a malacha of doing. Therefore, the Gemara says it could be either one of these two psukim, add up to 39, and not both of them, because then you'll have 40. There's a brisa that seems to be saying, like the Manda Omer, that says that the 39 malachas are neged the Mishkan, correspond to the Mishkan. And that is, in the Mishkan, they would plant, they would reap. Why? They needed to have some money, they needed dye for the different fabrics that they made and produced. Interesting, Rashi says they needed it for the chelas, although chelas is a snail, but they needed other chemicals to add to that dye. And you learn the concept of Yitzhak, going from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah, from the ground to the wagon. From Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah, from the wagon to the ground. And from wagon to wagon teaches us Rosh Hashanah, because there was a strip of Rosh Hashanah in between. Have a wonderful day.
We're losing our jobs. I lost my job. My headsets are falling off. Your headset did fall off? Yeah, my headset did fall off. Oh, damn. No, you got a brand new pet right over in there. We should talk about your, we'll record about it when Nick gets back. Okay, how about that? I can't wait. In the meantime, you can go to bearpunch.tv on Instagram. Check out all the hot sizzle smart it's been making. This is hard. I know.
Shabbos Daf knows we learned that you're committed to do Hakmon and insulated food with using the shearings of wool. One shot according to Rabbi, he holds like Rabbi, that as long as they don't designate the shearings, it's also use those shearings, but if you designate them and say, I want to use these shearings for Hakmon, for installation purposes, they're no longer muktzah. Or the shot is, if somebody sets these shearings aside and says, I want to sell this later on, that automatically makes them muktzah. But if he doesn't want to sell them, they're not muktzah. We learned about the kinds of muktzah machmas, something that doesn't have usage, like a stone that is not a kli. Or in the Gemara's example, you have a branch of a pine tree, it's for fireworks. Muktzah machmas. How do you switch that into not being muktzah on Shabbos? According to the Trinity on Neil and Shmuel, all you need to do is think about it in your head. It's not Shabbat. Say, I want to sit on these branches forever, or for some Shainim, for this particular Shabbos. Rav says, no, you have to take action. You have to tie these branches together for something like that. Just like Rav Chanina ben Akiva, he told his Talmidim in a time of an emergency, he was in the Shever Brachos, he was in Shiva, he said, go outside, think about these branches that you want to sit on them on Shabbos. But in a typical day, without an emergency, he held, you have to take action. But Rashi says you don't have to take action, you have to sit on that branch. You sit on it, then you show that you want to use it for non-muktzah purposes. There's actually a Bryce that says that if you have cotton or wool and you want to put on a wool, you need to dunk it in some oil and tie it to your hand in order to go out with it on Shabbos, not be over and itself. However, if you use it in that fashion before Shabbos, that's all. That's how you want to use it. It's no longer muktzah. Same thing would happen if you have straw. Straw is muktzah because they used it for building materials. Sometimes it's bad. You're not to smooth it out because they're muktzah. You smooth it out with the rest of your body, not with your head. However, if you used it before Shabbos, you lay down on the bed, so you showed I want to use it for a bed, or it's designated for the animal feed, then it's not muktzah anymore. If you take, let's say, a bucket of sand. Sand is muktzah. You bring it to your house, you want to use it to cover spit or whatever you have in your house. Those days the floors weren't made out of concrete or tile, it's just dirt. If you designate a special spot for this dirt, it's not muktzah. Otherwise, it becomes bubbly on the floor and it's muktzah.
What do you mean first?
It's very possible, the Gemara says, the Rabbanan agree in dirt. Because dirt, you can't take action, you can't tie dirt, you can't change the composition of the dirt, and therefore maybe they agree that in dirt, you don't need to take action. When it comes to shining kalim, you want to shine a kli on Shabbos, but you cannot shine silver with harder, with some sort of something that takes off a layer of the silver. But to be medallic and say that you could use sand and nether, which some translate as alum. The problem is that there's another verse that says you cannot shine your silver with nether and sand. So what do? There's three explanations of murder. Either this group is not like something that's like sand, like nether and sand, and you can't take action, so action doesn't work. And therefore, either it's not muktzah, or it is muktzah, you have to take action. That's the machlokes between two rabbis. Or the question is, he's not intending to remove a layer of silver, but it might happen as he's polishing the silver. And that's the machlokes. One brayso that holds this muktzah goes according to the Shimon. The problem is, if you go according to the Shimon, it also says in the brayso that you shouldn't wash your hair with it as shampoo. According to the Shimon, you don't wash your hair with shampoo. It even says that a nazir is not allowed to cut his hair. He's allowed to use sand and nether for shampoo, although it might remove some of the hair. So another shot is that it goes according to the group that says Dam Shem Skaven also. It's actually machlokes and mitzias. It's a technical thing. Does this product, this tartar, does it remove a layer of silver, or it doesn't remove a layer of silver?
That's what I was going to say.
It also says in the Seifa that you may wash your face with these products. Now, what if a person has a beard? It might remove the beard. We must say we're talking about a woman or a sardis, a pumpkin. People don't have beards. Rabbi says you can take brush bricks and wash your face with it, but I can see that it might remove facial hair. The Rizzi says you're allowed to take crushed pepper according to Rabbi. Rabbi says sesame pulp. There's something called barda. It's made out of a third of violets, a third of aloe vera, and a third is hadassah. If you have that concoction, you can use it on your face. But if it's more than a third of aloe vera, then it becomes dangerous and might remove hair. According to Rabbi Yosef, even up to 50% is mukha. The Lord tells us that our Meimar have actually used this on the face, and Marzutzu did it. It's a fundamental machlokes. Whether a man used beauty items, these different products that beautify a person, is it are you acting like a woman? According to Marzutzu, point out, Meimar is actually very interesting. It's actually a mitzvah. You have to take care of your body. Hygiene is very important. And another Pshat in Rashi that when people see a beautiful person, they give shut up that Hakadosh Baruch Hu. There's a Veira to mash the food, to destroy food. You might have a question: can you crush olives in order to make them sweeter? By doing so, you'll be destroying all the olive oil. When it comes to bread, the Gemara says bread doesn't become disgusting. So you do all sorts of different actions with it. You can clean stuff with it, whatever. At the end of the day, you can eat the bread. It doesn't become most.
Let's see, demonstrate.
Now, a mission that we learned, Rav Moshe ben Azariah says that if you have hatmana, you have a pot, tin, or box that's surrounded by insulation, what you do is you tilt the box and you get the soup or whatever you have in the pot. The Gemara explains that Rav Moshe ben Azariah is concerned that you remove the pot, even if the shape of the pot remains, it's us to put the pot back in. We're concerned that the Gizei Semer, the sharing of wool would fall in and you're going to touch them in their muktzah. But Chacham say, we're not concerned. If they'll fall in, we're not allowed to put the pot back in. But if it has a perfect shape, you put the pot back in. There's a beautiful flower called stikusta. You used to smell it, use it during the meal. So if you put it into some dirt, you take it out, put it back in. So now the hole is large enough, it's not going to move the dirt around. We're not concerned you're going to move dirt on Shabbos. You're allowed to take it in and out on Shabbos. The same thing if you have a knife in a wall between the bricks. We're not concerned you're going to move the mortar, which is a problem of baina. The dayak, which is baina. If you have a knife, you put it between the leaves of a palm tree. We're not concerned you're going to perhaps cut some of the leaf off. And finally, the Gemara says if a person buries turnips in the ground, if he has some of the leaves sticking out of the ground, he's allowed to remove them on Shabbos. We're not concerned that he's going to plant them under, let's say, a vineyard and it will be over flying, or he'll plant them on needle. That's not considered planting. What he's doing is he's just storing them. He's not planting them nicely, he's just storing them. The worst problem is, how does he remove that on Shabbos? By removing it, he's going to be moving dirt. You see that moving dirt is not an issue like the Gemara told before. The Gemara remains in a question. Have a wonderful day.
Whatever I want. Oh man, I'm a computer guy at this episode. My computer guy is I know. Okay. Let's all be distracted. Think I give a shit? Yeah. So all I want to do ultimately is have some fun. I got the feeling. Care's not the only one. All I want to do is have some fun.
That you're committed but don't do so once
to the after hour.
However,
So it's me and Kev.
and then you
Mark is going to get his sand out.
and you get to cover it on
Nick is
Shabbos.
in
Another
New York.
you have a cold drink you want to protect from the
And
sun.
Jen is in Austin. He's
You're
always
not insulated,
Austin.
as you said.
No big
In
changes
reverse,
there.
you have a hot drink,
No
you're
big
not
changes
insulated.
here at the desk. It's just us. I feel very far away
Once
from
Rabbi
physically
heard,
not
Rabbi Haskins that you're allowed to insulate a cold drink. So he retracted his own shot, which was that it's also
I took for granted how easy the high fives were.
And the finish is that even if Yossi was right there in front of Rabbi,
Still make it work.
Yossi
How are you doing? What's going on with you? Same old shit, man.
Nevertheless,
Same
Rabbi
old. Just sucking ass, eating grass. Pretty much. Yeah.
Why?
Not much changed.
the treasury truck.
Now I have a computer, so I'm a distracted guy. Okay,
And
so
the
I'll just
Gemara
talk.
on the page says that there's a shito that actually holds that it's also to insulate the country
My camera? Oh, shit.
Naka wanted to make a statement and he wanted to show everybody how love it is. He allowed it insulated full through.
How many would you think?
And not only that, he said you're allowed to
I would say one.
water that was boiled up by a flood because anything that's
Double that number.
for
Whoa,
Bishul
two.
Akum,
You know, there's
there's no problem with Bishul Akum. He told his servant daughter to go ahead and do his thing. And Rabbi Ami was very upset at him. He held that other question like it would not be. So not act like that, because other people are going to take it as if you let it be making it like, it's also
I have friends.
like money with something that's supposed to happen.
And they're like, the crazy part about it is they're not dumb.
Produces meat,
They're
and
really
salt,
smart, but
and
they're
other
like,
things that we
I
mentioned
can't
about other
believe
things.
anything.
If you're
They are dumb.
doing a kamana with something that's
They've
not
just been given the
you already did our
opportunity
kamana.
to expose themselves
Already
to stuff.
insulated.
No,
You
my
gotta add
friend,
another
he's
layer.
really smart. Like,
Explain
I'm
your
not
team,
joking,
not
he's
only
really
that,
smart. And I
a
was
lot of
talking to
people
him
all
the
the
other
way,
day, and he started
and we don't
talking
think, oh, you
conspiracy
just started
theories,
over,
and
and
that was, I know that
on
he
a much
believed
thicker layer.
pretty much any
It's
conspiracy
not
theory, so
considered
I just started
as
going off on a tangent about like
Only
all
this
this
server,
crazy
like one
shit
of
that
the
wasn't
that
true, and he was like,
original
yeah, bro, I
copy,
can see
the
that
second
totally
copy,
meaning.
recorded by
Yeah,
another
he bought it all. I'm like,
showing
bro, I
you
just
that
told you that there were aliens
off
underneath
this
the
anyway.
pyramids.
So
They're
there's no
made
sense
up.
in saying
They're
that
made out of
perhaps you can go
ice.
ahead and boil up again. He's already in the process of
And when
cooling
the
off.
defrost, yeah, and we're in big trouble.
If a
Big trouble.
person takes his
He's
food
like,
and puts it in
bro,
the box,
that was the
and
plot
the
of the
box
movie I saw.
cover is looked on, it's
Where
also
the
to
aliens,
take
they were
the
like,
food out.
we thought that
But
they,
if the box
there
is
was
slightly
no
ajar,
sign of
slightly
the
open,
landing or
then you're
anything
allowed
like
to take
this
the
or
food
anything
out.
like that.
Obviously, if the
And
box
then,
is not cooked up, then it would be wilted.
The
Take the
guy
food out.
from Parks and Rec was like,
Or
it's
tells us you're allowed to take a metal
they start
bird
here
and put it on
initially
top
or
of an earthenware
ice.
vessel, even though the earthenware vessel is much hotter, as long as you don't want to increase the heat, you start with the heat or bird. And of course, the opposite is also true. You're allowed to take earthenware and put it on the metalware, and you're allowed to put metal on top of metal, and earthenware on top of earthenware.
That's a real movie. Yeah.
And then finally, for this part,
So here's the
it's
deal.
also to defrost ice cube in the sun, in the heat, defrost snow. But it's important to take ice cube and put it into a drink. Because if defrosting happens on its own, then how can I love that I'm pregnant? How can I love? And I'm going to start with Eric. Is this the right? So she's not for him. Let's make sure
seeing the
that your
glasses
animal
that
keep
he
shop,
have us on the
the
thing.
animals
Oh, he's
that
looking at
live
my
on the light
screen, I
is
think.
love it,
Yeah,
just like you're not. Therefore, your animals are not allowed to carry out challenges. What constitutes carriage and walking around for hours, going from suspicious is a chain that you take your animals to carry is a nug, some sort of jewelry that we're beautifying itself. What's considered carriage?
This actually is pretty compelling. Watching
The
shit
deal with
without
the animals.
knowing that
Go
we're
out
watching
with
it.
an absent, a halter, is
Oh,
that's how you
well,
go.
there's something weird. How about not checking?
It's a very wild
No, you can see his glasses. He's looking at Mark's screen.
white female knockout. The only way
Yeah, but I can still see you in the very corner. I can hear you fine.
that little camel,
Oh man,
but those
we're
things
seeing
not
all type
considered.
of being stuck. Yeah, we've been going. We're
You
going.
have a ruby
I know.
donkey.
You guys want to see me
Very
stuff?
special.
I'm used to it.
We weren't being mean.
More
Did you say that, Kev?
difficult. You use a bit, a metal bit,
I
and
like
put it in
your
its
house. I like your
Typical
style
colors,
today.
use a
You're
shape.
looking very
It's
like
like a
graham cracker with your
typical
colors and stuff.
dog leash
Grab
around
cracker.
the neck.
Yeah, you look like a s'mores. You look like a
If one of these chain devices becomes
Oh, thank you.
too much space, we're
This is a
dealing
great
with the
boy.
hard
A little bit of
and with
pouch
so
of sugar.
even though it's on animal,
Because the s'mores
they
has
put the whole
chocolate
animal or
in
its
it.
head in the big cup,
And
and that's
mushrooms.
enough. Apparently, you
The
don't have to
mushrooms
take
are
it
called
off the animal.
marshmallows. I eat with them.
Well, just tells the story, Levi wanted one of
Chef,
these
what's your
little
favorite
donkeys.
dessert?
He heard it was really good, so he
Most
sent money
recently,
to
I
hurry this
I-
place. And he
I
said,
don't
listen,
eat
back
sweets, but I've been stuck on eating ice cream these days.
Journey.
Pistachio.
Therefore, take
Oh
these
my God,
barley,
pistachio ice cream.
bag of barley,
That's
said,
incredible.
just feed your donkey
I have
barley.
that.
Yeah.
That's all it needs to be like a
What about
little
you?
donkey.
I love a good
He said it's
donut,
on the Rabbi.
a cookie, and apple
But
pie,
if you
and a
have
milkshake.
a
Those are
very
like
wild donkey,
those
but
are
not
the ones I
wild
like to every
camel.
dessert. Every dessert.
And instead of giving it a nose ring, you give it a stroke. It's not really going to control it.
That's some white
That's
shit.
considered
It's
high
not white shit.
That's
That's white
animal.
shit. White shit's good. Have you ever
It doesn't do its
go into any cheesecake factory, you won't see a black guy in there.
Dude,
They don't, it's not, they don't just have cheesecake in there, they have everything.
That's what I know. If anything, there's
more black people there. That's racist, Mark.
there's a
You
guy
can
that
say
says,
the inverse
that
is
a real
not racist, but if you
go
say
out
it,
with
then
a
it's
culture,
racist.
we're
And that's
typically
obvious.
do it.
That's how it works. I was kidding.
Even
It was
unless
the
it's
opposite.
explained
I
to go both ways.
Shit.
What about a
I
cat?
Googled, because if
We're
for folks
typically
at home, I have a
controlled
laptop now, because
very
I'm
thin
in today.
stream.
So I
Yeah,
have a
a very
laptop,
thick
I'm
stream.
going to be
So
distracted.
Machlekes,
Are we
since
recording?
that's considered a shmiri, it's more than necessary.
And
That's
so I
considered
Googled this
carrying
cheesecake
for
white chip, and it said
or it just tells us a story
cheesecake
that
is dessert made from cheese, not
overtook
feces.
Rabbi and Rabbi closed
That's that on that.
the president. You said
What's
that
my
Levi
sweet
was
tooth?
over even though he was more functional than Levi. So Levi wanted to
If we're going ice
reason
cream,
Levi
I
asked
like
him
a
a
good
question
rocky road.
which kind of explained
What
what
is
happened.
that?
He said,
That's a
what's the halacha regarding my donkey?
It's
Not a very
I think it's vanilla and chocolate with
I
like
use
nuts.
on Shabbos
And with marshmallows and pine nuts. Like ice cream with pine nuts, right?
He said,
What is
yes,
Rocky Road ice cream?
your own
Rocky
father
Road is
asked me. Chanino at home,
I think there's primarily between chocolate
any
ice cream
additional
and a no bake
guardian of an
candy bar.
animal,
This
giving
sounds
the nose ring to the
not
animal,
dominant
giving the nose
candy
ring
bar.
is not
Well, what do you
considered
think makes it rocky?
wonderful.
Marshmallows and nuts, that's what I said. Yeah, the candy bar is what gets me off. Commonly almonds. Damn, it was invented in 1929. Imagine being at the forefront of the ice cream movement and having an idea for a fucking type of ice cream. And being like, yeah, and then now that type of ice cream exists, it's just like the benchmark in ice cream. That's cool. What about making ice cream, and then you're just like realizing you can put stuff in it, kind of along the lines of what you're saying. I wonder if you're like, nobody's done this before. Yeah.
How does that
Strawberries, no pineapple.
How's everybody
No
doing?
pineapple.
The other day we were learning
I
about
wonder how long
different
after
dishes
they
and
invented ice
colors
cream
that animals allowed to go out on Shabbos doesn't constitute.
You think the same week? You think like a month
But
after?
then we're discussing goat. The goat has a very narrow shape.
That's
If you were to put an officer or a poker on
question. I gotta follow.
that animal, and therefore it doesn't accomplish much. It doesn't accomplish much. That
What do you think was the
constitutes
first
carrying
thing
a
that they
Shabbos.
decided to throw
Therefore, you
out
do not put
in
an
there
officer on
on
a
there?
goat.
I think
If you want to put an officer
just
on a
follow
goat on Shabbos, what you must
their
do is drill a hole in its
lineology.
horn
I think it was just chocolate
put the
chips.
officer to it, and therefore you won't be
You
able to
think
get
so?
out.
Yeah,
Water
because they
remains
didn't have a
solid
ton of
and
shit back then.
What
It's
if
not
you
like Ben and Jerry's.
the goat's beard? Very easy
Yeah,
question.
that's not frozen.
On the one hand, it's very painful for the
Pretty
great
good
animal.
question.
But on the other hand, if
How
you
long
really
after
wanted to
Ben and I
shake back and forth and get out of it, you want to remain.
And what
If you were
was the
to
first
take a leather piece
I
and
want
tie
to
it
be like,
between the horns of a cow, if you did this for decorative purposes,
chat says,
that everybody
chat,
else considers fine. Nobody
searching the
in
web.
the right mind wants to
Where's
support
Nick, by the way?
cow.
Nah.
However, if you put it there
He
in
was
order to
already
release the
ready.
cow,
He was
that's not
that was the first ready.
Rob says it's also
That's a great question. It turns out we don't know exactly
big problem with Rob is
what's mixing things into ice cream.
Love like
Or
Parad
running
Lewis,
some
you're not allowed to
stories that put
any
together
kind
quite a
of
lot
weight
of
and load
back
on
in
top
the
of the
fucking
Parad
short
Lewis.
answer.
On the other hand, I love
Notice
it
what's
that
speculated one night
Shut
going
up,
around is
doesn't
the first mix it.
wait, it's not a load.
If you want, I can try to check down the
You're not allowed to go out on shops with
Oh my god, bro,
so
much.
Bro,
Sometimes I say to
There's three answers.
ChatGPT, explain it like a
Ice says
five.
we're
Give me
discussing
the fucking short
reading
answer
Facebook
here,
with
dude.
another
Update
city.
on Nick. He
In
didn't
that
see the
case,
Zoom
it's the
link
norm
because it was
to
sent
catch a
from
leech
him.
who died
The
of
link is coming from inside the house.
Bubba says perhaps we're talking
All
about
screams from
or
ancient
as
China.
Duma,
Calls the
that
lights
is
out.
extremely expensive. Or as Dumas are always expensive, like you see from the
That's a
story from
surprise.
Venezuela.
Why is
And
that a
therefore,
surprise?
it's the norm to add an extra level of protection to this way to get hurt. And you added a leash.
Wait, by the way, so the first ice cream is the vanilla, right? What else could it be? The actual ice cream, the foundation, as base.
Really
I don't know,
wild,
I
and
don't
therefore
want
it's
to
the
read
norm
all
to
of
pass
this.
a leash called wild
It's too much.
cow.
We should jump into what they mixed
But of
into
course,
it
goes
before
out
we
to shape.
figured out what ice cream really was in the first place.
Well, here we go. But what do we know about early stuff
What if
in
you put a
addition
color
to ancient China and other
according to
civilizations had frozen desserts and good
That's
flavors
okay.
like fruits,
Go out
honey,
with something
wine,
like that.
for example.
And according to
Wow.
Shmuel, that
A great
constitutes
in the Iran dynasty was
carry
flavored
on
with
shop.
fruits, honey, wine.
Also,
Also,
and
no
get
rice
a
was
nice
mixed
wrap.
with that's what I
Decorative piece.
they'll mix
So
up,
they could do so on
blend it
Shabbos,
all up, or
but the
push it all
rice
together
is
and have
exactly
it
like Shmuel.
to
That's
figure
in
out how
fact
to
also to do so.
That's the question. Ice.
There's two
Freezing
types of
stuff.
wrapping.
Yeah,
right?
but imagine you don't have a freezer.
all the
You
way
gotta freeze something
around.
right now. But not even that long ago, they would have
Horses and that.
ice delivery
Now
guys.
it's there.
If it gets below
Provided
32
that you
degrees,
leave
then
enough
you
room
just
grab
put
it
some in a
or
bucket
another
of
side of
ice.
action where
What if you
leash
water in a bucket?
is slightly longer than you can grab that. And
I
then
don't
you
know
have a
about China's
leash.
climate, but I'm sure
Just
there's
a
air
long
here,
leash
right?
for a dog to lead.
Clearly he doesn't. sure
But
there's areas of
saying,
China that
when it
get
comes to Rabbi,
cold enough. Chin,
one is the same
China,
as saying,
how
some
cold
of
is
them
China
even
get
said
Chin?
that
Wait,
4 types of animals go out with a halter, and one of them is a mute.
No, he knows
The
less
other
than
saying
you.
is Rabbi,
Imagine how little you
Rabbi's
know.
mules went out
And
with a
then think
halter.
about
But
it
it's not
knowing
clear.
even less than that,
Me.
and you have Chin.
The decorative one,
You
or the
said
legal
correct.
one.
You said you were going to be nice. You said you weren't mean.
Shmuel,
Yeah, at least I waited for you to
says
show up to be mean. I'm like, have you
that
been
in
bashing
fact,
it? You'll see
Rabbi's
the
mules
stuff
went
I was
out
saying.
with a
Crazy.
halter.
You probably never talked to me. Crazy. Jen,
The
have you
bottom
found
line
any
is,
tattoo artists
from
in
all these sayings,
Texas
we
that you
see
like?
I haven't even looked yet, but I
went
once
out,
I have,
even with
right now there's like just a ton of moving parts going on. So once everything settled down,
that these
I'll go ahead and look for a tattoo
bits
artist.
and halters that
Oh, there he is.
come out like slings, you can sprinkle them with Torah,
Where is it?
and you can dump them
Come
in the
on,
animal
Nick,
in the
come
cup,
on. I
and
think
they
he's in
become
Nebraska.
hard.
You're in
Trust me,
Big
what kind of
Big
ring
Apple, huh?
can come in? One shot
Omaha.
is a human ring.
No.
It's a human that can come in and was given
It was
to the
beautiful,
animal.
Kanye.
Look at how
That's how
Yeah, who knew?
another shot
it's like
is
chicken.
an
That's
animal
the
being
That's
all
what
along,
Camino did,
but
yeah.
since it serves a human being, it's like a
Well,
human
that's what
being,
we do.
which is the Kabul Tumah, whereas an
Oh,
animal
steaks.
is never
Oh, my steak.
Oh, my son.
That's what built that.
Yeah.
We learned in the
That wasn't
Mishnah
huge.
The One World Trade Center is in Omaha.
I would never do.
I heard they moved it.
By the way, sound, I just finally like took the bullet and finally got new AirPods.
Why didn't the
It sounds nice and clear now.
You got the new AirPods, Nick?
Dad doesn't
Yeah, fourth generation. Noise canceling is fucking crazy.
No,
I can't even hear myself.
Nick, there's newer ones coming
or
out.
according to the other Friday.
Oh, whatever. I don't need the newest ones. I just want the ones that were shaped like the original ones. And they got rid of those. And the fours are the closest thing.
Got it. Copy that.
Another
Out
shot
New York.
that we're discussing a ring that had
You wouldn't
with
know. Omaha's great.
a fit very distinct, and the water was able to get in between them
Mark
without
Norman and
water.
Neil Bond are having a show in Omaha tonight, so I'm gonna go see that.
Finger that's made out of metal. You have all these conditions.
I think I love this Omaha bit almost as much as I like the Billy
There's no
Bass bit.
difference between rings.
Nice. I really thought I was gonna be the first person to bring back up Billy Bass.
Metal
You thought
that is not
to it.
Yeah, just one of the legendary moments in after our history.
bell.
Yeah,
Back.
fans
I
are
don't know how
really
you guys
big
started.
for it.
Sleeves
I don't know how you guys started the show, but shout out to we are now up to 4
as I
YouTube
said before,
members.
a ring for an animal or a ring
Getting all
that's
the extra episodes, 112 paid subscribers. We're gonna reach my nemesis
bring
in
up
no
a frying
time.
pan with the rings with the ring is removed.
Hey, your hair looks
Thank you, subscriber.
Did you do like a thing with your hair or
The
what?
frying pan
Your
is
hair looks good.
part of the frying pan. For Shabbos purposes, for muktzah, a ring that has a signet to it. If a woman walks out with that on Shabbos, it's a issur d'oraisa. If it doesn't have the signet to it, then it's an issur d'Rabbi. When it comes to a needle, if it's a whole needle without any rust, it's mikabel tumah. And even if it has rust, as long as it doesn't hurt the sewing process, it's mikabel needle. And you're planning on making that whole. So right now it's not mikabel tumah, it's not a kli yet. However, it's not muktzah because it still serves a purpose to remove a splinter. When it comes to Shabbos, to taking out from Rishus to Rishus, if it has a hole, you're chayiv. But if it's for the poor, for a woman to put a pin and it doesn't have a hole, then she's allowed to go out with it, have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Gimel. I hope everybody's doing great. The Mishnah tells us there's something called a radas, a saddle cloth. It's much wider than a saddle. The saddle goes on top of that and provides for the donkey. So therefore, the donkey is allowed to go out into Rishus Rabbim with a saddle cloth, provided that it's tied to the donkey. You don't have a shash that'll fall off and you'll pick it up. So Shmuel, and you must tie this before Shabbos. The price tells us a radas.
Yo,
walk an animal.
How are you?
Not with a
What
saddle.
up, G?
The saddle is also to put on the animal. Shabbos, let him walk it out. Shmuel says the saddle is mutter because the saddle.
G, can you hear me? G. G, can you hear me? How's your day going? G. G, how you living? G, can you hear me? Did you find out about me from Twitter? G, how's your day going? What's good, son?
This episode is brought to you by ExpressVPN. More on that later. Let's get into the news.
You're watching The Honeydew with Ryan Sickler at your mom's house.
Welcome back to The Honeydew, y'all. We're over here doing it up at Studio G's at your mom's house. I'm your host, Ryan Sickler. I'm on social media at Ryan Sickler, RyanSickler.com. Quick date, Baltimore, September 14th. I'm coming back. One night only. Get your tickets for that show. Any in-town dates, just go to my website. It's all there for you to check out. And as I say every week, thank you. Thank you for the messages, the feedback. Thank you for supporting the show. I mean, it's still new. It's still a new show. You know, I've been podcasting for a while. This is still a new show, and I'm learning a lot about everything. So thank you for the support. Thank you for supporting the sponsors. That's how we keep this free show free. And anything you want to know about the show, thehoneydewpodcast.com. Go there. That's where you follow the social media, the email, all that merch, everything. We got some new merch coming up for you soon, too, as well. And very excited for this episode here today. Somebody I've been wanting to have on for a minute. As he said, we're family. And I say all the time, if you're new to the show, we're highlighting the lowlights over here. If you're a fan of the underdog, this is your show. These are the stories behind the storytellers. Today's storyteller, ladies and gentlemen, Joey Diaz. All right.
What's up? How are you then?
Listen, I have to say something. You just did a quick jump. I've been watching this video of you when the Star Spangled Banner comes on, and you have your head down. When that shit kicks on, you jump so hard. It makes me, that just out of the game makes me laugh. You know the video I'm talking about?
I love the Star Spangled
Oh, you jumped up.
I fucking love it. I fucking love it. Like, it's, you know, when I came here, like, you know, they let you into school. You're an immigrant, you know, you come here, you walk around for a few days, and they let you into school. Most of you start reciting Pledge of Allegiance. Yeah, when I did it in kindergarten, like, you gotta remember when I got this country was 1966. When I busted into the school system, it was 68. We were following the war. We had just finished the Cold War with the Cubans and Russia. You know, there was underground shelters in every building. Tang. Remember Tang?
I do.
Tang, like fucking Spam.
That's the astronaut.
Yeah, sardines. Every basement was prepared for a nuclear event, but
We had the pear jars, mason jars.
mason jars.
We had all like
Everybody had a fallout
Yes,
shelter.
we did.
If you got the fallout shelter, is when you go when fucking Iran sends a missile over here. Back in the 60s, you would go into the fallout shelter. Thank God you never had to go into them. But patriotism was big, and it was bigger for me because I was from another country. I was just trying to fit in. So the Star Spangled Banner, I pledge allegiance. You know, it's so funny how right now there's a thing in the news that I hate to highlight, but let's talk about it. About a guy who said, "Go back to your own country." Let me fucking tell you something. 20 years ago, that was a staple in New York. You couldn't just talk from the language from your country in New York when I was
Spanish?
Yeah, Spanish. Whatever the fuck you were talking, that wasn't New Yorkish. They would say, oh, cut it out. You're in America. And then you would yell something back. And then they would yell back, you know, like, go back to your own fucking country. But on this fucking street, you're speaking English. And that's it. And, you know, it was something that was, I remember because it was said to me.
So here's what I want to talk to you about, because I want to go back to the beginning. You said you came to the United States in 1966. How old were you at that age?
3.
All right, so you have no memories of
nothing.
So this is your country. You get here at 3 years old. And where do you begin? Where does this? Are your parents married? Are they together?
My parents are married. They're in somewhere in New York. I remember waking up at a house in Union City, a block and a half from my mother's house, across from the school called either Robert Waters or something. Tragedy struck. My father died.
How?
Out at the bar.
How?
37. So my mom didn't like the Jersey house. She didn't want somebody dies.
Well, how old were you when he died?
3.
Okay, so it happened. All this is happening just as they get here.
So then we go to 89th Street and Riverside Drive.
Just you and your mom.
Just me and my mom.
No siblings.
No siblings. I'm with my mom 24 hours a day.
And her family's where?
Cuba.
All back.
Except for my uncle who's in LA. I still talk to her.
She's still fine. All right. And how old's your mom? Single mom, new country.
38. My mom had been here as a teenager.
Okay, all right.
My mom had been here and knew the language and already was running numbers. Then she went back to Cuba. What happened to my mother was very interesting. My mother was 16 or 15 and she went to a dance with my aunt. Like a high school dance. And somewhere along the dance, my mom noticed that her sister Rosita was missing. So she went outside, started yelling for Rosita, and she found a guy raping Rosita.
Whoa.
My mom took a glass, broke it, and stabbed the guy.
Wow.
The guy dies.
Why?
They take my mother and ship her out of Cuba that night. Just a young kid. Vito Corleone was half retarded. He got the asylum, he's singing songs and shit. That was my mother, right?
Wait, so they literally took her,
My family,
your whole family,
whatever pennies they had, as poor as they were,
and said, you're out.
You're out.
Where?
New York City.
They were sent to New York City.
Sent to Miami.
This wasn't a
She had distant cousins in New York City.
Wow.
She went to New York and stayed with them for a while. Snuck into the country. You gotta remember, there was no TSA. You could just give them a fucking piece of paper then. And if you could fog the bottom of the glass, they'd let you in. Fog this. Okay, you're in. It was way before anything. There was no drug smuggling going on, so it was wide open border. So she came in to like the city or something, went to work for a fucking numbers guy, and she met a girl. And her and that girl became partners. Like they were a team for a couple of years. And doing what? Running numbers. Then her and my dad met in New York. But they went back to Cuba because my grandmother was sick. So when we were in Cuba, my mom had my sister, who was about 4 years older than me, and me. Then something went down. Like I couldn't get all the accurate stories. I get small bits and pieces from my uncle. He's 80 and he lives in Glendale. I just went to a Dodger game when that's your source. So, but whenever I ask him, somebody tells me, look, it's more than I want to know. So I stopped asking. You know what I'm saying? So I had to stop. So then they came back and my mother used that girl's name to get back into the States. When my mother went back to Cuba, she went back as a lady named Sophia Cecilia. She was a Puerto Rican. That was the mother of the girl my mom hung out with. Okay, so then my mom came back. My dad died a few months later, and here we are at 89th Street. I was probably 4 and a half. And then that apartment got raided. For what were in numbers. It was a shakedown. I still remember the cops sitting me down the couch. shut your mouth. You don't know nothing. You know, my mom was already training me in a way that I didn't know. And then my mom had a bag with cash and all the numbers receipts. So what happened was my mom had the building wired. The landlord called. And I answered. It was like 8 in the morning. Like the cops are on their way up. So I woke my mother up. My mother got up, went in the closet, and took a bag out, the receipts and the cash. Went to the kitchen. There was a balcony under an old lady. She would duke the old lady like 50 a week. And she threw the bag under. The bag landed on the second floor on the balcony. The cops rushed in. There was nothing to arrest my mother for. But I still remember being not hanged, my mom being handcuffed, and me sitting on a couch. And then the landlord, and they left. They didn't arrest my mother. They gave her a ticket. It was basically a shakedown in those days. If they find 10 G's, they take 6 of it. And they leave you 4 and you don't go to jail. But my mom was hit to whatever. They kept threatening my mom. 2 days later, we moved around the corner to 205 West 88th Street between Broadway and Amsterdam. And I went to a grammar school named PS 166. Stayed there till the 3rd grade, 2nd grade, then 3rd, 4th, and 5th. I went to sacred heart school for boys. That was a private school.
Were you starting to have trouble? Were you
I just admitted to my wife something that a lot of people don't know about me. I didn't want to tell my wife until my daughter got older. From the age of 4 to 6, I was a very sickly kid. There was a lot of problems. There was mental problems with me because of my father. And I was a sickly kid. I was allergic to maple syrup. I had stomach problems with my ears. I had problems with my throat. I couldn't breathe at night. You know, they knew me by first name basis at Medical Center on 165th Street. And they knew me like I went to the hospital between the ages of 4. Without exaggeration, if I average it out, it was every 10 days. Like I wouldn't go for 2 weeks, but then I'd go 3 days in a row.
And it would always be something else. It wouldn't be consistently.
It was just I was a sickly fucking kid.
Yo,
I was really skinny.
how are you?
My mom didn't know what to do with me.
Can you hear me?
I didn't really like a lot of food.
It's good.
Also, God.
Hello?
God is like the fish grinded down his eyeballs, his feet.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, then you go to CVS now because kids are pussies. They flavor it because these little faggots are here. They're like vanilla flavored and fucking strawberry.
They really have this shit? I'm
Look
gonna
it up.
look. I have.
It's called emulsive of cod.
All right.
And I'm gonna tell you something. A couple years ago, I went back on it.
You did.
I found a little bottle. First couple days, I fucking puked it up. But after a while, I felt how much better I felt. It's a tough fucking swallow. But your dick will never die. You'll never get sick. You'll never get AIDS. You'll never get dementia. If you drink that fucking stuff, Scott's emulsive and fucking, you'll never get nothing. Nothing. No dementia. Nothing. It's a proven fact.
1 a day?
I don't know how it is now, but when these fucking people had it before, they just put the fish in the blood with his tongue, his brain, and it was a milky paste.
And you drank that?
I was not allowed to go to school until I drank it in the morning. So she would give me a fresh glass of orange juice, and she'd be waiting at the school, and I'd have to drink it and fucking down the orange juice, and I'd puke it, and she'd go, let's do it again. And it got that bad. Like I was that sickly of a kid.
Why wouldn't you want to tell anybody that? Why didn't you want to admit that?
Because I didn't want, if my daughter would get sick, I didn't want it to be like genetic. Like I didn't know. My daughter does have asthma, but it has not affected her like it affected me at that age. I was allergic to dogs. I was allergic to cats. I was allergic to just my eyes would swell up. My throat would swell up when I would choke.
And did this fish shit, did it cure you of allergies, or did it just protect you?
What happened was, my mom went to see, like in Cuba, what's the big thing of Santeria? So my mom went see a Santeria lady that she knew for a long time and asked her, and it said that that I needed to be inducted because for health reasons. And by the age of 6, by the age of 5, I would go up to 100. I lived on 88th Street with a bunch of little faggy white kids, and they were nice kids and stuff. We had a good time. You know, we played kick the can and stickball and hot peas and butter. Go get your mother. You ever play hot peas and butter? Go get your mother? No. That's when you hide it. You hide a belt with a metal buckle. You have to hide it. So I hide it, and all of us are playing. And we're in this room, and I'm like, you hop, and the bases 30 yards away. So if you find the belt, you get the witness all the way till we find it. And it's up to you whether you want to whip us with the belt or the metal side. So if you whip somebody with the metal side,
Remember when you come over like I'll tell you what we're gonna do. We're gonna fuck you up all the way back. So you can say A, B, C, D, E, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and whistle.
hot peas and butter, go get your mother. The only thing I hate Bill Cosby before the rape, like I always thought he was a sack of shit. But he really always was a sack of shit. Like, I thought he was a sack of shit. It was confirmed to me in 93 at the Colorado Festival that Judy Brown put on in 93 and 94. He showed up and I saw him. He was talking shit about dirty comics. So I never liked him. I always knew he was a guilty fuck. But the only thing he ever set up was one good album was he spoke about a game named Buck Buck. Yeah, that's another New York City. Yeah, that on Fat Album. That's Buck Buck. Like Buck Buck every day. You can't run and jump on somebody's back, right? Yeah, you jump on somebody's back. That's why all these kids got that new wheels, this shit with the fucked up back. Scoliosis. Whatever fucked up. These little fat kids today, they all got scoliosis. Because they don't play Buck Buck. When I played piece of dog, one kid in my neighborhood's got scoliosis. He might have had a punctured lung, but scoliosis did not exist in my neighborhood because we played Buck Buck and the girls played too.
So if I remember correctly, so somebody grabs on a wall or whatever, they bend over. You're standing up here, now you're bent at a 90
on the pillow,
and then you connect like a centipede, right?
We all connect like centipede.
And then somebody sprints from the back
30 yards, sprints and leaps.
And legs out, like dropping your ass on your spine.
On your spine.
And you're supposed to try to hold it.
You're holding on. So what you do is...
But then does that person stay and another one comes, or do they get off?
We have strategies
going, right?
Some assholes just jump, they play to be frogs.
Yeah.
Me, I play to fucking win. So I would jump, I tell you. So Ryan Sickler was the weak link in that. Bert Kreischer, everybody jump on. Everybody jump on. Everybody jump on Bert. So we would all just get
But I'm
Bert.
saying you go first, but you get to stay on the Bert's back and then the next Bert until he
I
shakes,
can
right?
crawl all the way up.
Oh, okay.
Let's say you put the skinny guy up front.
Okay.
There's different rules. There's English rules.
Yeah.
There's white rules. Black people didn't give a fuck. Where they landed, they landed. They had afros. They had the helmets. You know what I'm saying? In the 70s. So when let's say you would land, like the English rules, you could pull yourself up. But in the black and white rules of the city kids, where you landed, where you landed, and you stayed. So I went to the weakest link. So let's say there was something like, let's say Bird, me, Tom, Rogan, Ari, and Duncan were playing Esther Cool. I'm just throwing Esther Cool up. She's a tiny girl. Let's say Esther Cool is I want to play. Our plan is to break Esther Cool.
Yeah, I'm running up
Whoever
there.
has to play is what you're going to get. And then, this was the
30 yards. I get to sprint 30 yards.
30 yards, 10
And
yards.
then I just get to leap and try to break it.
But here's the beauty of it. Once we all get on top of Esther Cool, then there's a countdown. 10, 9, 8. That's when you have to try to break them.
Oh, right. What happens if they don't?
So right now you're on top of Esther Cool, and everybody starts grabbing Esther Cool's tits and her pussy, right? Like just everybody. Like so for us, it could be Esther Cool, it could be Whitney Cummings. They all go down. Like the girls would be stop grabbing my tit. We'd be fucking choking them, pulling their fucking hair. So girls weren't allowed to play after a while. Girls like that's the fuck.
Yeah, no shit.
So then it was just guys.
Would the girls girls go dirty too? Would you
Oh, yeah.
balls and
Girls would
everything?
scratch with
Oh,
their fucking-
yeah.
And it was legal. Some girls were fucking dirty bitches. They'd scratch. Well, let's say you landed on a guy. It was the same thing. And it was punching
Punching up the ball.
grabbing his
Yeah.
ball. And he'd be yelling, stop grabbing my balls. What he is a faggot. Why are you doing this to me? And all of us would just be punching his fucking nuts until the line breaks, and then we kept doing it over.
Well, what if the line doesn't break? What if
And now it's their turn.
Oh, they get the. All right,
They're
that's
walking
good.
away from you with their hair messed
Bleeding.
Now it's our turn, motherfucker. Fucking tremendous
Bug,
game.
dude. I remember that. Yeah.
So I graduated from playing all those street games on 88th Street to 148th Street. That was a different type of individual. Like,
What were they doing up there?
they were killers.
Bug hunters killing
Buck
people.
was like nothing for them. They didn't even
Buck
play
shot
buck
up there.
They played buck with garbage cans. They just threw it at each other. The kids on 148th Street were Puerto Rican, Irish, Italian, a couple of Jews, and all of them were tough.
But we're talking same age range and everything.
Same age range. Before I got into Santeria, my mom would send me up to my godmother's house on 148th Street and Broadway, 20 blocks from the epicenter of the world. Harlem. You're 20 blocks from Harlem. I was the heartbeat of New York City. I'm 20 blocks from the heartbeat of New York City. 6'5". Wow. So I'm hanging out down there on 88th Street playing one killing rats. 148th Street.
6-year-old and they're killing rats.
Complete different game. First day on 148th Street, they came up to me. How you doing? Ricky, whatever. They're like, what do you want to do? I'm like, my stick. They're like, nah, you want to see a body? Let's go see a dead body. I'm like, I like these kids. They took me down to West Side Avenue, and they had some guy that had been bit by a car. This is the 70s. This is like 65. There was no CSI. If you got hit by a car, you would have like 2 or 3
You
days.
saw that your first dead body.
The first dead body I saw, he was already had the flies on him, and they just put plywood over him. And he was starting to stink like from 10 feet away. Like he had just been there maybe like these kids. He was right by the Hudson River. And we would walk down to the Hudson River. And then finally 2 days later, we went down there. It was a crime scene, obviously. So fucking, in those days people didn't jog. It's not like today. They just jog. I can kill you and drop in a 170. They never find you. Today, these fucking joggers drop in looking around. And they always find bodies, joggers. It's not like they find like a $20 bill. You know, a jogger. I follow them on the pull them up. They always find some lady beat up, raped. What the fuck kind of morning is that?
Oh my God. Oh shit. We're only at 6. All this we're only at 6. Holy shit.
I was ashamed. I was ashamed of going up there because
Why?
because my mother had money and these kids didn't.
Alright, so what was the reason you first went up there? Just
Because my godmother lived up there, and then my mother wanted to see if we could mix.
so your mom would go up with you and then you'd go outside and play with those kids.
Playing them. She had a dog named Lassie from college. And even though I was allergic to dogs, my eyes would swell up. I really liked going up there and playing with the fucking dog. So, over time, my mom let me do sleepovers up there. She had an older daughter, my godmother, name was Bev. Rest in peace. And I was with Raoul, and they had a spare bedroom, and I would just go there. And then she would talk to me about Santeria a little while. Every day she'd tell me a story. She would just tell me things, like little things, like a story about, I always liked Catholic stories, like Frank's, I don't know what saint it was, he got accused of murder when he went to court. A note came from the heavens and said he was innocent or something. When you get those Catholic type stories, I really enjoyed that shit as a kid. But in Santeria, they're entities, but they're supposed to be the slaves in Cuba, the slave owners in Cuba by tying them in with these same Catholic saints, so nobody would really know. So she would just tell me little things, little stories, and then she would let me sit in when she did readings.
Yeah, what up, Jose?
Sit in the living room. She had like a room with a saying
Go fuck yourself, dog.
At this time I had never seen chicken's heads get cut. So it's all at that time I wasn't hip to that. That's not what I wanted to do. Nothing like that.
Some heat, not as much as our dads, but provide heat, provided that it doesn't have two straps, one in front, one in the back, that prevent the saddle from slipping forwards and backwards if it goes uphill or downhill. That looks like you are trying to get ready to carry the load. A saddle is also to take them off on the animal from shops. And the question is, why is a saddle look so good? A saddle cloth is not look so one reason given is a saddle can make the animal walk out the forward and it'll shake it off by itself, whereas when it dies. Rabbi says that the difference is that when it dies, it provides heat. In other words, taking away the discomfort that an animal has that's looking, but take off a saddle, that's giving it pleasure. It doesn't really mean take off the saddle, it's giving an animal pleasure, or taking away the discomfort. According to this person, it's also to put on a saddle on Shabbos. So according to the first track, it seems like if you look to put on a saddle on Shabbos, there's something called a transcoat, which is a feedback. You put food in a bag, you hide a horse or a donkey. Is that mutter to put on an animal? Like it's one shul, it's awesome because it's only a pleasure for the animal. It doesn't have to take it down, but it's not to prevent the discomfort. In fact, remember, you have to set it in the different words, the very first. You have to say, hey, on the Chagin to Argo, to the lion from Baba, in other words, the Shul. But Rab says that it's easier to put a feedback on the animal, and when Shul heard that Rab said this, he said, if that's what Rab says, Rab doesn't have any clue when it comes to the Shabbos. A horse should not go out with ornaments such as toxis tail, which prevents iron hara. A son should not go out with a couch to catch the emissions. A goat should not go out with a couch on its udders. We'll see much more about that later. That is the mission. A cow should not go out with a muzzle because all these are considered absolute perverted. A shoe on a cow is also because it might slip off. We're not talking about a horseshoe, which is a pure, strong one. And this shoe halacha is affirmed by an animal that you don't have to by a person, because obviously a person should go out with a shoe. An animal should not go out with a kameya, which is an amulet. Even if this kameya already proved itself to ulfa by a human being, because what's good for a human is not necessarily good. A kameya amulet for an animal, even has a nozzle, has a mouth that goes with it, and provides for it, goes to shamayim, to be playing with it, and it won't work for an animal. An animal is permitted to go out with a bandage and a skin on a broken bone and some placenta and a bell that is stuffed so it doesn't make any. It does say though that young horses should not go out with a pastoral feedback to the next one. Seems like prior to getting all that done, this mother, Gemara says we must explain that we're talking about providing something that takes away the discomfort, not giving pleasure of ignorance. Young horses are very difficult to implement that on. Therefore, it's considered discomfort and similar to their dance. So, saddle which you are allowed to put on Shabbos. It says that you're not allowed to get the scab from an animal. Why? I must say that we're talking about the field scab. This is the pleasure, not discomfort. It's again another Allah. An animal is not allowed to go into water if it has some sort of blood clot, or a human is allowed to go into cold water. It says, well, it's not because of discomfort, not discomfort. It's a different question about this some money cold like you're giving it medicine, and you'll come to grind herbs. Medicine, and that's also, in fact, it's my place whether this serious which is some money applies to an animal. There's another shot. Finally, make it zero. Let's say when you're about to lose money, let's say your animal will die if it doesn't get moved in cold water. Another example is, let's say your animal had a cook. Are you letting it fall to you? You're in zero, you might grab it, and that would be awesome. But perhaps not easy. You're allowed to use that case, not a good raya, because he's not talking about out of the cook. And so I think your cook is just the animal's out of the cook of the shut. This is my focus. As we mentioned before, about let's jump further. to the contradiction of whether or not a goat go out with the out its mother. There's two ways to explain that. There's a person that says it's also there's a person that says it's like the person that says it's only because it's a clear, very strong and it won't fall out. There's no shot to pick it up. Another way says it's not clear. Another way to explain it is that the knowledge itself is not clear. Not a common explains. It means the Slayer holds that couches on the udders of the goat on the udders. Rabbi says that it's a third explanation. That there's a third under now mission that makes a distinction between a pouch that's here to stop the milk from flowing, and that's actually considered medicine for that animal. So the animal's benefit is not versus if you're just trying to catch the milk, then above it, where that is not for the animal's purpose, it's for your purpose, and therefore it is awesome. What tells us a Maisa that it was an animal that had very large udders that were scraping on the ground, and for that, you see that's prevents discomfort for the animal, and that follows everything we said. We're allowed to provide one of the most incredible stories in Shas. There's a story where a person's wife died and left him a child who was nursing, and the father couldn't provide for the child, and unfortunately the next the father was able to rescue his child. And the says, look how weird this person was incorporating in this for him. Or, look what this person did. But truthfully, the mice of the makes a lot of sense every day. Provide to save people, but not to keep personal reserves, not to add food to your storage facility. That he doesn't do. And here he did that. That's not very health and everything. Another incredible story, one to remember for the ages. There was a person who married a woman and never realized until the day she died that she was missing an arm. The Gemara says, look what a tzimur she is. So the Gemara perhaps she wasn't a tzimur. That's the derech of a woman. And especially her, she had a hide of her husband. Look how tzimur he was. He never looked at her in a way that he noticed that she was missing an arm. The Mishnah says that a zafar sheep goes out all the time. One shot is that it's to protect his heart from the wolves. The wolves like to attack the eyes and go after the males who stick their nose up into the sky, and it is a threat to the wolves, so they attack them. Another time the Gemara is that it's to tie up their zafars so they don't mate. Similarly, the opposite is shefuza, and that's to tie the females tail so that it will be easier for them to make a wonderful
because these white people today, they just baptize you and they have no respect.
I love these. A friend of mine said, here's the deal with me. And he was like, I'm not the god.
Yeah, no respect. If I sit down to me and says, Nicholas knows one thing for sure. If I'm not on the road on Saturday, I have to break away from my daughter for 2 hours every Saturday for my date with Nicholas. And
Shab is not for knowledge. The list of things that an animal is permitted to go out of their surroundings and what is not permitted. One of the things is the helix. It means that you wrap the tail of the sheep downwards to prevent the male from being the lotion of not producing, not having the helix. So Shlomo Melech gave Pharaoh a gift of 20 cities. Pharaoh gave 20 cities of helix. They consist of wealthy people that are spoiled and don't contribute to society. Rabbi says it's a lesson of salty dirt that you put into preserve the wheat. In other words, it doesn't produce. It's soft and you step into it, sink up until you're full and you can't plant again. It just says you go out. Funugs means it's a coat that protects the will for the day the sheep is born so that it remains perfectly white.
and she said,
as we learned yesterday, to cover the udders, dry it out for little portions of captured in Rav constantly like this Yehuda. And it depends. If you're trying to dry out the udders, then if you go out with that, you're trying to capture the milk, it's not go out. Shmuel says, like, Yosi, no matter what, it's awesome. Some people say that Shmuel constantly like the Manama that says, one thing it's area. In fact, dry out the udders is okay. But since people don't have a friendship, therefore the boys are everything is awesome. Where do you go to see that? Somewhere where and they never try to capture the milk. So dry out the udders, that will be says that a double should not go out with fellas. The third side of Rashi, that's the one he likes the most, is a piece of leather that's strapped underneath the tail of the camel, and on top of that piece of leather, you put a strap. This piece of leather prevents the strap from causing injury for the camel. So the camel cannot go out with this strap. It might fall down or it might pick it up. Unless it's also strapped to the hump of the camel, and therefore won't fall apart. You're not permitted to tie camels one in front of the other like a string. It's not like as if you're doing it in the market itself. You're allowed to grab all their ropes and leashes and hold them in your hands, provided that you don't wrap around your hands and make two knots. A double knot would constitute lying shot as if you have ropes of salmon and fish. To put a needle through one piece of cloth of salmon and the other fish, that's not shot. If you make a single knot, that's not shot. You gotta make sure that when you're holding ropes in your hand, you don't have to be bottom. That's what this is. The rope is between your hands and the camel should not drag down close to the ground. Although the halacha is fucking, it will not hear one. The halacha is that a human being can plow with an animal. Just two different species of animals that are not allowed to plow together or pull a wagon together. Mishnah says you're not allowed to do something called a buckle. Buckle, according to everybody, is no place in which means you take one foot of an animal, then you support it and tie it like that, and now the camel only has the question is, what is up with this? There are three choices. Either it means that you tie the front and the back like the salad, or it means you tie the front from the all three options. And Rabbi said the middle option means the front leg and the back. Look at the Mishnah. It's also for a donkey to go out and dance. A saddle cloth is supposed to be tied on the donkey before Shabbos, because when it wasn't tied before Shabbos, it takes away no proof that you're putting under the dance and heat it up. And use that heat. And a belt, even if it's stuffed with wool or something, it's also to go out with Shabbos. You're not putting a matter by an animal's neck. He was able to take you somewhere where you can't tell your mom. Which falls, you might have. There's a certain bandage that you put on the bottom of the donkey's head to knock each other asleep. And chicken.
They knew you were watching, or they didn't know.
Some sort of
He was giggling.
He was your chicken and neighbor's chicken. That was what you call it together so that it doesn't spring feathers with great issues. The male has a very long tail that runs around, and sometimes wheel that is also possible to do on Shabbos. And look, it's also either it means there's a toothpick or some sort of wood underneath the nose of the sheep in order to make what to sleep, and that would sneeze out the worm on the floor. Another man says, wait some. Another shot is after the shirt's rolled, it's really cold, to put a compress of oil on his forehead, and he says, so just like meaning made it important that I'm present with the holy person. Other shot was when it gets blurred, you put a compress on his head, and it's cold. Since we're not made it with my wife young, and spoiled it, it doesn't make sense that he would treat the sheep like that. The shot of funnel that's a piece of wood that goes into the nose, that makes sense. That fits with the word design. Other people would say that it was a tunnel, fashion towards a catch like the opportunity for it's a small goat, it's a training goat. The young crab then puts it down to be able to child later on in its life. And do not put on the udder of the cow the skin of the hedgehog, which has sharp, thorns, spikes, to prevent struts and rats from breathing in the cow. Mishnah says, cow, however, because of the Zaria, had decorative use that were from the as the home warden having that, the word explains the living husband as in fact, the living Zaria has so many cows. Every year you have a student to die with which would gather to give 12 nicer. So you have one Mishnah says, the verse says it's talking about the cow of his neighbor. And he's here in front of himself. So much loves the neighbor. It's to kill the few. It's next door lady neighbor. It's as if he himself was a neighbor on that neighbor. Don't be a friend. It's as if you yourself take on that neighbor.
It's gonna be great. You're gonna love it. I'm like, what are you talking? You asked Tina. I go, what do I Tina? Tita. I go, what do I get my next son? And he goes, ask your babysitter on Saturday. Like 7:30 more late night. If I give you $20, will you suck my dick? And she's like, yeah,
Shopping doesn't pay. Where it poses, person see somebody sitting in a mirror.
and then I took a shower. I put on the window and
What's their
chain
word? It's sound from the city. Cloudy Straw has the ability to see the next week. It's as if he
and I
himself
have my little tiny bodies on low skin marks, the whole fucking thing.
Rabbi
This dirty bitch comes in,
listen,
and she goes, that's a blowjob. And she goes, that's not a blowjob. So I started arguing. I started arguing with her, right? This argument.
Your Rebbe is myself. It's in full form.
8 years old.
Your Rebbe's Rebbe.
She calls my mother. She's like,
The Mishnah says because of this
shut down with crazy.
in Shomayim,
I was young, you guys
because of
like, my God. I know my mom.
on the other hand,
Clean toilets.
answering what?
My mom would make me stick my hand in the tampon
The
box
fact
and
that
take the
he
tampons
some
out.
Rebbe
That's what I got $10.
That's what
If you like $10, I was gonna kill you for it.
Jerry says, that's what somebody
Like there was no charity in my world. I mean, like, they want $1 for the Arts Association. They ain't actually got it for me. And my mom's like, you're donating to donate. I'm not donating shit.
see that
I got Tina dreams for this one. So I gave Tina like $120. She didn't suck my dick. I barely went to sleep. I was
that's what's getting
crying
the
all
move
night.
on the
And then my mother came home at 3 and I got up that
the
morning
people
for
are
the
going to
because
put the letter
Tina was asleep on
on
the
the
couch.
forehead of
And my mother was literally like making eggs with the most top ready.
and made out of blood.
And here I am sharpening a knife. I was that crazy. I was sharpening a knife. My mom was like, what's going on with you? She's so old.
And in
She
fact,
probably gonna grab a blow at night before
the
30
love and pain was destroyed
and she's smoking a cigarette. She's like, what's wrong with me? This is why I go, listen,
started
let me tell you what happened. Last night I followed this.
as they were playing
I go, even that's what I need.
England instruments.
Fucking my mom, I made that. And she was sucking. She didn't suck. I owe my $20 back.
The six
And then my mother for like a fucking look. Like she's like,
that's
oh,
like
yeah,
half the people that watch me
yeah,
Fury England
I
there.
gave Tina $4 to suck my dick last night. And she didn't do it. I want my $20 back. And I'll never forget my
Why
mother
does
just smoking that cigarette, looking at me. Like, she was just started worrying. And she goes, can I ask you a question? I go, what? She goes, this woman has a good boss. And they get $150 for a blowjob. Why would Tina suck your
The
dick
signature of his book
for $20? I'm like, listen,
first
I
letter
don't know what the fucking stock market of this value is. All I know is I want my $20. I'm gonna stab this bitch. And that's how it was. Like I was sharp. I'm dead serious. Like I remember I was ready to kill him for my $20.
It's March 9th, 1971.
I was gonna wake her up like that. Wife was like, I said, you better get my $20. I'm gonna stab you right now. It got so bad. And the mother had to hold me
no one
back.
in this world
But my mother gave me $20.
no one in
Tina
this
just
world
won't give it up.
Tina would not give it up. I didn't talk to Tina for months after that. I hit her in the head with a shoe. Talk to me later. And she wouldn't let me watch Hawaii 5-0. Hawaii 5-0 was on. She told me how to go to bed. And I know this. I had a little shoe once on the street.
They also
I
said
just
you should
laughed
have listened
and
to
fucking
Parker.
head with it.
You should
And that was
stick
the end
around
of
and
Tina
not speak to them.
babysitting thing.
However, there's a big question for the Bryce.
It's crazy how my godfather
That
took
never
me to
ever
see
said.
Dirty Harry.
And the only reason they
I
died
was
is
sitting
because
at
of
Dad's steakhouse.
and they are
And in the
young
end, he
or
goes,
fucking. Amram, the father of Moshe Rabbeinu, Hashem, the father of David, and Caleb, the son of David. In other words, it's possible to die without sinning, not like Rabbi Ami says. Where goes to different ways, the Rabbi says that they sin, make a mistake. Whoever says that they sin, they make a mistake, is a mistake. Although the person says Yishkap is Bila, doesn't mean necessarily Yishkap. What it means is, the fact is the person says, one of the 12 look at all the Shvatim messages, the same thing. That I just got good at it. 50 years ago. Some say even as well. The true Rabbi says it's impossible that in later generations, moving descendants of us stand illegal and scream out, oh, first is the one who gives us while their own grandfather
Let's take a quick break to tell you about our sponsor, ExpressVPN. If you believe that you're not being snooped on or that nobody cares about your online data, well then I'm sorry to disappoint you, but you are wrong. Because you listen to my show, you're clearly smart enough to understand that your privacy is under attack, alright? Hackers, governments, ad companies, and ISPs are all gobbling up your data like ball. That's why I recommend getting the software I trust to protect my online activity, ExpressVPN. Their apps use powerful encryption to secure your data. ExpressVPN runs in the background of your computer or your phone, and then you just use the internet like you normally would. You download the app, click connect, and voila, you're protected. I never go online without ExpressVPN. You shouldn't do it either. ExpressVPN is the fastest VPN I've tried. It costs less than $7 a month. It comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee. ExpressVPN uses new cutting-edge technology called Trusted Server to make sure there's no logs of what you do online. It's time to stop hackers, big brother internet companies, grabbing all your data. Take back your online privacy like I did with ExpressVPN. Protect your online activity today and find out how you can get 3 months free at expressvpn.com/honeydew. That's expressvpn.com/honeydew for 3 months. 3 months free with a 1-year package. Visit expressvpn.com/honeydew to learn more. Now let's get back into the show. So real quick, your mom remarries, or you get close with her new husband, is he a stepfather or is he her second husband? That's got to be
that's one.
And I met him while he was doing
Why did her say? They didn't
he was sending pictures every week.
because the women didn't go back to their husbands and say,
Shit like that.
finally, another one said that the son, wicked son, in other words, because he also says the Lord, Coffee is sinner. But because didn't give him most of the Papa, it's as if he was himself sin basis ish.
My mom was like, what do you mean? Like, that's so damn good. Except for the fucking black and white suit. He seems like a nice guy. So when he got out, he was dating my mother when he was in the halfway house. So he would only come off and then he had to go back there at night or whatever. He had to go back at night. So it was pretty nice to have him around. He felt like that age, yes, he was. He would be, I don't know, my hair, he knew that thing. Shabbos, how to be a man on the iron, how to color coordinate your suits. He was just
Shabbos after we fall, how's everybody doing? With the name. Sometimes it seems like the third of the two going sin, in fact, it's not a sin. Because Reuben, he didn't sin. They were saying, whoever says the sons of Shmuel sin, because it says in the Pasuk, you're mistaken. What happened was they weren't like Shmuel, their father, who went around to the Biddic herders. They stayed in their place and they sent their messengers out, and that's considered Botza. They try to fatten their salaries, and they received the return, and therefore they weren't as great as their fathers. Here it says, since they were entitled to the Meiser, but they demanded the Meiser, and since they were violent, and in return, the other Levine, the Halabakim, they would take back your money without giving the Halabakim any money. But in return, they show favoritism during Torah, and that's wrong. But Akiva says they would take the chaos, which force extremites stealing. And Yosef says they took the Matis Kahuna, which is also stealing. Famous Gemara, whoever says David HaMelech sinned Bathsheba, the wife of Uriah, making a mistake. Rabbi says that Rabbi was the descendant of David, trying to find for his forefather a way out of this. It says the puzzle lasts around. David only pretended to do bad, and he never sinned. As the puzzle says, it's real after the so the power. He killed Uriah.
So now
Mara says it's he was supposed to bring him in front of the Sanhedrin, and he failed to do so. Even though the Mara says he was a word of Malchus, he deserves to die because he said to David, Adon Yoav. He called Yoav his master rather than David the master. Or when he didn't listen to David, was unable to come home in the war. So he deserved to die, but David should have brought him in front of the Sanhedrin. Yeah, the Pasuk says, just like Bnei Amish, it's not David's fault when the guy in Amish killed the king. So too, the guy wasn't David's fault. So it's still a capital relation. You did for Uriah's wife as your own. If her says she was your wife, that means she was tell it was a good kiddushin and it was legal and it wasn't like that. God says in one hand that God has never seen all the good Uriah. On the other hand, the Christ that says, the same that says, the Rab says, that David sins by accepting his heart. God says I never accepted it. But he saw signs that there was one was right, that's what he took. David went to search for the servants of Shaul, and he found Siba, one of the servants, and he said, Shaul got the servants, and he says, in fact, he has ransom and devotion to some of the others. He called him the Lord God. We read it with the highest meaning to say, someone saying, it's not a common fuck, this is not a word. But when David found the devotions, he realized the Lord God. David says, devotions is greater than David. He was heavy. The Lord God, was full. When David HaMelech later on ran away from Yerushalayim from his own son Absalom, he talked to Tzibah and says, where's my devotions? And he says, he was rebelling against him. And David accepted that rebellion. But he saw that Tzibah was a liar. Why did he accept it? Because he saw the devotions the devotions didn't pay, didn't shame, didn't adhere himself.
Spanish music.
When she supposed to have money, upset, not a few upset, why did you give my devotion? Having my devotion. So the Lord asked him about it, said, not to the not to fight with me, just like your grandfather Shaul told me about the riverbed. Says Rabbi, at the moment that Rabbi HaMelech accepted Yosef from the slave, immediately Lena's Malchus went half to his son and half to the slave, Rabbi. After the Rabbi, and because of that, the Rabbi brought up the Zoe, set up the Zoe on the way to this English and Christ will come in this Mika, and Christ will start doing the Zara, ever since Shema Melech sinned by worshiping of the Zara, it's making a mistake. His wife's bride, was supposed to have a Zara, but he didn't listen. And just like the same passage says that the Shiyah wrote the Bamas, although it wasn't a Shiyah, it was also in the Shachar. The prayer says, I'm not saying according to the Shachar. The prayer also says, I'm not nice to Shema Melech. Melech built the Bama, even though it didn't really build it. Shlomo would rather be the Shabbos Tabitazar, cut down Shabbos Tabitazar, and have the person written about it, the Yas, Rabbi, and Hashem. What was so bad that Hashem did? Shlomo didn't do his wife. His wife was married her, and they brought Tabitazar, and
Mr. Religious son.
The moment that he did the
So
Kippur,
that's
that's when
all
Rabbi
I
Amal put a stick in the ocean,
There's a funny
and around that it started growing and growing. The island became regular, which eventually destroyed the second Israel.
It was a pot.
The day that you put
Beans and then it goes back.
Ugly Zohar down, that's the day that the
I'm
was built
sitting there watching the wonderful
and came eventually grew and grew to become
I think one of the beans. I pop it in my
Whoever
ear.
says you should yo,
When I pop it out,
it's
I
like a
pop it
mistake.
in my ear.
What
I pop
it
it out.
says,
I'm doing
that's
this
your
for
show.
half. I pop it in my ear. It won't
It
come
means
out.
that Yeshio
But you know,
found
we
him
have
third and started
to
learning
6
third
hours.
and
I
realized
got no
that 18 years of his being third was going wrong, and he went and returned
Christmas
money
Eve,
for every
it's
single one
fucking, it's
of
good.
the how he did it from his own money. He didn't pay for one.
By fucking February, I'm walking around.
Rabbi argues and he says, no, Yeshua
Like
was
my ear
created
got
for
big, they couldn't
generation.
figure out what
We
it
have
was.
our
There's my
generation.
mother
I go
coming
with
every
the
day.
period. And Rabbi says, in our generation, we have someone called Before Barnechemia,
Let's get one
became
thing
the rich
straight.
Golos, the Golos Pride Israel, otherwise known as Nassan
So my mother can eat your ass
Sorry,
alive and would watch it.
Nassan
She would
Tzitza, Nassan
be sad,
Tzitza,
be happy,
mouth, stuff like that, except his Tuba.
just a fucking
animal of our days. This is an amazing story of Nassan
your ear. So
Tzitza. A man
my mom would come home at 3:30
from
and
Barnechemia
I'd be crying like a little
wanted
pussy.
an Asian fish.
Not once did I mention the fucking bean.
Eventually, the Asian fish
She's my mother
needed
doing
money.
witchcraft. She's
And she
working
told
hollow
Fuck,
in
I'll do
my
it
ear.
you want
That's
to do
not
it,
but
but
hang me upside
gave her the
down.
money.
You know, she's staying awake with me every night. She's suffering. Finally, here,
One moment
on the 65th
of
and
himself,
Broadway.
the
The medical
sunshine
center,
of
I don't know
Vegas,
what's called. See, this is
to the point where he had a glow around his head.
And at that time, I
So
said,
something
guys,
else
they
that
put
says
me on
that
the first
they
day.
didn't see the glow
Hey,
while
you're back. How you doing?
weren't able to
That's
see the
how
glow.
much I
Therefore,
enjoy
he
it.
was looking to
And they're like, what is it? You haven't been here for a year. You're straight. What's going on? I got another ear infection. They went in there, and I never forget, my mother was like 4 feet from me. They stuck in those tunnels, and he fucking goes, voila. You know, like the guy put like a tube in first, and then sucked that one out. And then they stuck the thing in the bean out. That bean came out of my ear. My mother goes, what's that? I go, oh my God, how did that get in there?
Shabbos Daf Nun Zayin. It's amazing. We're already holding 56 Daf for the Shabbos. How time flies. Red and Perk. Let's finish tonight discuss what items a woman is not permitted to wear. Rather, the concern is if they are jewelry, she might need them for friends. And if it's the first few items in the Mishnah talking about braiding one's hair with strands of wool or strands of flax, that is a concern. Women are still in since water not shaking through a strand of the hair, she must be safe. And she might be even a law for honestly, Rabbi. There's a Mishnah in Hud. There's these strands of hair that don't break the hair. And it says that according to everybody, one uses a strand of human hair, not a vegetable, but human hair, in order to braid her own hair. That does not create a particular according to everybody. So that daily tighten up where the water can penetrate. The water will penetrate, and then what's happening? The only place there's enough flavors, if there's enough flavors, whether or not there's enough flavors, is that when you go home and strand of wool, it's not a pizza, have a hole, including a strand of wool, it's
Most kids, most people,
if these strands
forget Mother's Day, forget Father's Day, because I
flex are very tight around the neck, that would create a tita.
but every
Means
year I
a
would
tita
go
on
over
hair,
there,
that
give a
creates
big
a
out,
tita
go
on
fuck
soft
Father's Day,
skin.
fuck Father's Day.
Usually a woman does not hang it around the neck like that. She doesn't want to choke herself. She wear a choker, she won't choke herself before the suffocation. And therefore, it usually doesn't create a tita. There is an exception. All wears a coat. That's part of a bit. And the top part is a wide string that's very smooth. And if you tighten it really tight, you can create a double chin. In those days, it was a sign of love if you had another extra calories. You had that double chin. And therefore, that does create a tita. Now, there's no problem. She might take it off. And you choke her friend because then her scam will be exposed. She won't remove it for that reason. Remove it for a tita. The Mishnah says a woman cannot walk out with a headband the same day. Hopefully that's where the third are. Basically, it's a headband that goes from here around on the forehead. But Joseph said that it's some sort of amulet. But Rabbi says if it's an amulet and it's a milk amulet, she's permitted to walk out with that child.
So
A woman is permitted to go out with sort of a baby cap,
when you
what we
start
call
getting
today a snood, that's
say you're
golden
running
snood. It has more like jewelry.
once I got a lot of kids and teens, I feel like they were younger than that.
Nothing is a hat.
It was from 7.
That's snood or sardine,
Running the streets,
which
second
goes the opposite way. If you're a patch, then she's permitted to go out with it because she won't remove the snood, because then her beard will be exposed to the public, and she won't do it. Sardine is a headband like what the girls wear today, only if it goes down, they'll drop. Before, women were decorated with colorful strings. In the wealthier women were decorated with gold and silver, some were shining gold. The wealthy woman decorates it with strings. There's no concern that she might remove it from her friends because the opposite is true. She doesn't want to show that her friends, she wants to show her friends gold and silver. If you've been a lesser home, there's something called a tumble. Especially in Gemara, today we're holding the public rules. Only yarmulke made out of wool. And since a woman doesn't want to remove that because it might expose her beard, therefore she can wear that in Rishos Yachma, not in Rishos Rabbi. And that is because we don't want to avoid all our jewelry, like the Shgano Bala, should become disgusting in the eyes of the husband. Istamol is another piece of fabric that comes to cover the runaway hairs that stick out on the bottom of the cover. That is also an issue she can be off to her friend, and therefore she's going to go out there. The three halachas concerning Islam. The way Islam is made, it's felt. And felt is not shua kabbalah, which takes a shot woven and like a piece of fabric made out of threads. And this one is basically, you can even take flax and wool, but you press them together rather than making streak. And therefore, there is no shot. And since there's no shot, it's not considered a beggar. And if it's not a beggar, then there's no halachas of turas. So you can find a funny color of milk and think, oh, beggar is really red, whatever the color, it is not turas because this is not considered. Other halachas, you're not allowed to go out, you're just around with stuff. And finally, the Shin says, although it is an issur for a color clear yada, brown on
just throwing them out there.
this Istamol is not technically brown, therefore she's permitted to go out with it. I was permitted to wear one of these wonderful.
I saw a kid, he was like one of those guys who's walking dead. Like if I hit him on a machete across the head, he had like 3 sticks. He's like, what happened? He goes, I don't know. I was playing stickball and all of a sudden, a disc hit me in the head. You have no idea how guilty I felt, but not really. I loved it. It was like, oh, good. I would go down every morning. Oh my God. So my God. During the week, I would go to PS 166. Once Friday came, my mom would drop me off in bed at 148. And there I would just run wild, like Halloween, for example.
God, I want to ask you real quick. You're 7'8". Are you the only one of your age hanging in this group, or are there other 7'8"?
Everybody's 7'8". I believe we all knew each other. From about 5.5, and their mixed ages, let's say from 5 to 10 down. Because there was one other in the crew. Yeah, I was
Shabbos after fast. Relate to the mission that a woman is not permitted to go out with a couple. What is a couple? We had the other day, the law says couple is the willing change. Today we're learning about shul. Shul says it's referring to a slave. A slave is to show a lion, special master, wears an emblem that says place. Sometimes the emblem, some are made out of clay, some are made out of metal, sometimes they're worn on the neck, sometimes they're worn on the clothing, sometimes they are made by the master, sometimes they're made by the slave himself. Well, we're talking about a slave who made her own emblem, and therefore the concern is, since she wasn't forced to wear it by the master, she might take it off in order to fit in with everybody else. If the owner, the master, made the emblem, and it's on the neck, it's made out of clay, there's no concern. She can go out with it. She won't remove it because she's fearful of her master. And even if it falls off and breaks, it has no value. She won't pick it up or bring it back home. If it's on clothing, then it's also to walk out with it on Shabbos. Perhaps to pretend that she was hot. Clothing the coat, holding it up. Holding up a coat and carrying it on Shabbos $1 is an issue the rights. For the same reason, in those days, those who were puzzled had to show a line to the rich clothes they were wearing emblem, saying that they're part of the rich clothes. If they didn't wear one, they could get the trouble from the rich clothes. Therefore, it's also to go out with it on Shabbos. Perhaps you may pick it off, fold it up, etc. If the emblem is made out of metal, it's always up to go out with it, because if it falls off, you might pick it up, and it has value to carry a bell is made for a slave, is a kasha, it's an ornament, and therefore it's also to go out with it on Shabbos, perhaps, for long as you can carry, unless it is woven into the cloth by a professional. And we had the statement yesterday regarding Chatzitza. Rabbi says that that's woven. There's no zero. Today, that statement is said on something else completely regarding a belt woven into clothing. There's no concern that it'll fall off the clothing, and therefore you're allowed to carry it. An animal is also to go out with a belt because it looks as if you're bringing it to the marketplace. In order to sell something in the market, you want to look good and dress it up. Bells, whatever else you have, it's also for an animal to go out and it's an emblem as well. An emblem for a slave is not Mikabel Tuna. In order to be Mikabel Tuna, that's the It has to be important. And an emblem is literally distinct. It's made to read the slave, but it's not made to beautify it. A bell is Mikabel Tuna even without the flapper of the belt inside. And that is a belt for a slave because it's for a kasha, it's for an ornament, it's jewelry, and therefore it's Mikabel Tuna. For an animal, on the other hand, it's only there for the nose. So without the flapper, it's not Mikabel Tuna because it's no longer a cleave. With the clapper, it's designed to service the human, the owner, to know where the animal is, and therefore it's Mikabel. A bell for a door, it's a extra door. It's not Mikabel because it's ultimately a door. The door itself is not part of the house, it's part of the ground, not Mikabel. If you go in your mind and you want to pick the bell off the door, and use it for water, then it is susceptible to corruption because in order to make something susceptible to corruption, all you need is a machshava to really think about it. But the reverse, if it was a belt for an animal and you thought to make it a belt for a door, it remains common because in order to take something away from susceptibility to stigma, you need to do a really nice, you need to change something in the belt. And just by hanging it up, screwing it and nailing it into the door, that doesn't change the belt itself, it changes the location, but not the belt itself. Any belt that was designed in sound, such as a belt for an animal, belt for a child, crib, a belt that you put on a bib, all these belts, if you're only finished once you attach, then you go to clap. Then you attach your clapper, and there's no time to lock up, it's not considered collection. Once you have that plastic in here, and you take out the clapper, it remains covered. Why does it remain covered? The Bible says that it remains covered because anybody can take the clapper and reattach it to the belt. You don't need a professional. The question is, you learn that you have scissors that come apart, then they are only Mikabel Tuna one part of the other. In other words, if you touch part A with the ferret, part B becomes common only while you're using the scissors. And the same thing for carpentry. Only while you're using it, you touch the metal, the wood becomes common or vice versa. If you put it aside, even if they are attached, one part does not make the other part common. Certainly, by a bell, the clapper is attached to the bell itself, they should be considered one. Therefore, Rabbi and Rabbi have a sign. The reason why the bell itself is common where the clapper itself is not the Kalakuna itself, but the actual belt is. The reason is because the actual belt can make sound even without the clapper. If you take the belt and you bang it against something else, it will make that sound. Yes, it might not be the exact sound that belt makes, but nevertheless, it's a sound. Similarly, with basket. You have a basket that holds have a very large hole in it. Stay out of it. It's still how it comes to come up as long as the whole pomegranate. In other words, it might not serve its original purpose, but it has some other purpose. And how it come up, so for this belt. And tomorrow, we'll see other reasons that a wonderful
found that knife, and that was it. That was the end of fucking Joe Diaz. She put me in captivity. She threatened me with Loyola Military Academy in Miami and St. Patrick's. And she went to St. Patrick's from the third grade to the fifth grade. She didn't want to deal with the boys. And there was
that was Dr. Pets.
How
was everybody doing?
Go away to that, or you know?
I looked yesterday for Bell.
You stay home and go in the room. They drop
Clapper. We don't consider the bell as a broken. It remains tough. The question is why. You saw yesterday, Rabbi says, since any simple person can put the clapper back
on Sunday,
so it's as if
you get picked up there. One day when I was
Rabbi Yossi Bar Chanina said,
my stepfather,
since I have a new usage, I can use the outside of the bell as a cup to give water to a child, even though it's a new usage, it's considered public. However, Rabbi and Rabbi Yossi both hold in order for something to remain public, it has to be given to its original use. Its original doesn't do that. Therefore, they say the only way and the reason why the bell remains public is because if you hit that bell and bang it on something, it'll make a sound of a bell. It might not be the original sound, it will be a sound nevertheless, and therefore it remains public. You see that Rabbi holds up this concept in order for something to remain public, it has to have its original meaning. Because the Chumash meant that is, the person is a Zava, lettuce. They sit on a chair, couch. That chair counts as come in less than put it on top of it, and so you scroll from up on top of this, since it says in the passage, it has to be something that's designated as a bucket that's meant to measure something. Put it on the floor, flip it over, and sit on it and say, now it's a chair. That's not enough to make it less measures. So someone will come over and say, I'm not today. Stand up, let me do my job, let me mop the floor. Therefore, it doesn't come from me. Unless you're old, that by two master names, we don't say this concept of avoiding master names. Therefore, whereas by two master names, verse 1, in order to be susceptible to Tuma, you need to designate that item as a chair. And the second thing is, once it does become in order to remove it from all you need to do is, let's say, imagine this people are you set on a designated position, but it's no longer public cosmetics because it no longer serves the purpose of sitting. Whereas by human names, even if you cut it in half, since it serves another purpose, the smell, it's 1.5 by 3, it remains public cosmetics. You live your own since it doesn't serve its original purpose, it's long as coming. You see there be the item needs to serve its original purpose. Another thing is if you fit an animal with a metal shoe, animal shoe, you're susceptible. Rabbi says the reason is because the human being in a real need, in the middle of war, when he's running away and he wants to run like this thing, he might use the animal shoe. So it serves its original purpose of a shoe for a human being. Therefore, it's a Kalakuma. When Rabbi says the reason why it's a Kalakuma is because it serves another purpose. You can fill it up with water. According to Chanina, you can fill it up with oil. There's a distinction between Rabbi and Chanina that if it becomes disgusting, people will use it for oil to run. Or if it's really heavy, they won't use it for running, they might use it for water and for oil. Going back to the Mishnah. We learned in the Mishnah, a woman should not go out with ears till summer. The city will go, what is that? The Gemara is talking about a depiction of Yerushalayim, that this is really similar to what Rabbi Kiva made his own wife, Rachel, a story. Promised his wife, one day when he had money, he will make her a ear shazah, and so he did. There's a thing in Machlekes. A woman who goes out with the rabbin with ear shazah, according to Rabbi, it's the worst of the worst. It's an Issa Deraisa because It's a burden. It's a load. It's a massive. Why? The only reason people wear it is to show off their wealth. It's not even a decor. It's not a decoration. It's not jewelry. For the Chacham, it is a tachshis. It's jewelry. And the issue is that you might come take it off and surround it and show it to your friends. Therefore, it's usher to do. And if you did it, your pocket was only this the Rabbi. When you're Lezer, we're not concerned that a woman will take it. Who wears a Yerusha Zav? Well, the woman, Shukashuba, it's low dignity to take it off and show your friends. The Gemara discusses a kilo, tiara, which a kala would wear, crown. According to Rab, it's also to go out on Shabbos, and Shmuel says it's mutter. According to one lashon, he was talking about a solid piece, like a solid piece of gold. And if it's a solid piece of gold, there is no machlokes. According to everybody, it's also. Where's the machlokes? When it's made out of fabric, and there's studs of gold in it. The question is whether or not she will take off something like that and show it to her friends if it's kosher enough to show her friends. Another lashon is, according to Rav Asher, that if it's made out of fabric, there's no machlokes that's supposed to go out with no one will take that off and show off. Machlokes is in a solid piece, and the question is, maybe she'll show her friends. Or maybe perhaps the only person that wears it is a noble woman, and she won't take it off to show her friends. Rabbi Yosef Paskin, like Rav Ashi, that a kula is mutter to go out with. The Gemara tells a story. When Rabbi was on his deathbed, he told Rabbi Hanina, I want you to be the Rosh Hashanah. After Rabbi was nifter, he said Rabbi Office would be insulted, so everybody else, Rabbi Office would be the Rosh Hashanah. But he himself, he didn't go to be spiritual, he lived with the lady. When they told Rabbi that a very tall, Chashish on the coffin came, and he was limping, Rabbi knew right away it's Levi. And he said it has to be that Rabbi Office was just and therefore it's Chavrusa. Rabbi Hanina because of Rashi. It can't be that Rabbi Hanina was nifter, he was nothing like Chavrusa, because Rabbi Hanina, because Levi would have been subordinate to Rabbi Office. And the fact that Rabbi said to Rabbi Hanina that he should be Levi came and he made a drush and said a kalila is mutter. Most Rishonim learned that he said all kalilas, all tiaras, whether it's a solid piece or fabric or mutter, that is the halach. That day that he made that drasha, 24 women in Ardot came out with the kilos. And when Rabbi Barabu darshan in the Chayza, 18 women came out of one courtyard. Times all the courtyards in Chayza, many more people had kilos in the Chayza than they had in Ardot. A beautiful bell, you're allowed to wear on Shabbos. One lashon says that it's made out of fabric and it has studs of gold, and it's like a talus made out of gold, which is a tachshit. And nobody will take that off because you take off a belt, your clothing might fall off, and one won't do it. Another lashon is that it's a solid belt, and the reason why you're allowed to wear it is because you're like a king. All Jews are considered kings. Kings wear this; it's considered a bush. And if you put one belt on top of another belt, that's already a burden, and it's awesome. A corset, you take a piece of clothing and tie it around your body. If it has ties and it's tied well, it won't fall off its mother. Without the ties, it's awesome. Hatla, we discussed already, it's a bit that catches crumbs. Nizamen is a nose ring, but an earring. A woman is not flushed to take it off, it's hard to get to. And then we learned about a ring, which we will go on tomorrow, Bezer Hashem, to explain the sugya of a ring that has a signature, it doesn't have a signature. Wonderful. Shabbos Daf Samach. We learned in our Mishnah that a woman cannot go out into Rosh Hashanah with a ring that doesn't have a signet. And that's the Issa Rabbi. We've been dying from the Mishnah that if it does have a signet, then it's also even Midai Rising. The problem is that the Mishnah Kalim tells us that what's considered jewelry, a ring that has a signet or doesn't have a signet. So you see, even though it has a signet, it's considered jewelry. It's considered jewelry. It should be mutter to go out of Rosh Hashanah and only also the Rabbi. Says Rabbi, perhaps the Mishnah Kalim can be read as two separate halachos. If it has a signet, then it's jewelry for a man because the derech of a man is to use a signet and sign it, not the derech of a woman. If it doesn't have a signet, then it's jewelry for a woman. Nachman Yitzchak says, when it comes to tumah, all you need is a kli, a vessel. And if it has a signet, then it's a kli and it's not attached, it's not jewelry, and therefore it's without a tumah. When it comes to Shabbos, what we're looking for is this thing considered jewelry or is it considered a burden, a masu? If it has a signet, it's considered a masu, and therefore it's possible to go out with it. The Mishnah tells us a woman should not go out with a needle that doesn't have a hole. What purpose does a needle without a hole serve? Well, if she takes the needle and wraps her hair around it, and then takes the needle and puts it underneath the svacha, the covering of her head, we're not concerned she's going to take it out on Shabbos because she'll show her hair and that's not sneaks. If it's a needle that she's using to part her hair, then it is also. According to Rabbi, this particular needle has on the other side of the cord, and therefore during the week she uses it to part her hair, to comb her hair, and on Shabbos she uses it as jewelry. She puts it into her head. Therefore, it's also to use on Shabbos. You might come take it out and show your friend. Says the Mishnah, there's a very interesting zero that you're not allowed to walk out on Shabbos with sandals that have nails on the bottom. Why? Because of a Maisa Shahaya. There's a story that the Jews were hiding from the enemy in a cave. And they made a rule, like in Corona. If you come into the house, you cannot leave. And if you leave the house, you cannot come in. Or the cave. And they noticed footsteps leading away from the cave. In fact, what happened was someone was walking into the cave, but he was wearing a sandal mesumah backwards. So you could put it on both ways. So they made Xera. They cannot walk out on Shabbos with sandal mesumah. And since the story happened on Shabbos, the Xera is only on Shabbos and Yantif, which is very similar to Shabbos. There's another Xera by Mechatis. The ashes of the Parah Aduma, they once shipped the ashes over the Jordan River on a ship. And they realized later on that there was a kazayas of a dead person there, which was Mecham, and ruined the ashes, which were very valuable. So they made a Xera that you cannot transfer or transport ashes or aduma over any body of water in any form. It doesn't matter if it's a ship or you're swimming. Chagrin Chanina Barakin says no, it has to be exactly like the Xera. Only over the Jordan River and only in a ship. That is, if you swim across the Jordan River, it's okay. And if you use a ship on any other river, it's also okay. In our case, we clean our people, we admit that the Xera is also on Yom, since Yom and Shabbos are so similar. The Xera is only exactly like it happened. The shoe that happened, the story that happened over there was a sandal that had nails to strengthen the sandal, but not for the core. So if you're using these nails as the core, it's mutter. And any other shoe that's not exactly like the Xera would be mutter, as we're going to describe in a minute. Rabbi Yochanan says like Rabbi Hurai, which is that you're allowed to have up to 5 nails per shoe, 2 on each side and 1 in the back. It's also possible that Rabbi Yochanan holds you can have 7 in a case where you're using these nails to lift up the shoe. According to Rabbi Chanina, he holds a good muscle, you can have 7 per shoe, 3 on each side and the back. And according to Rabbi, 13 on a shoe that you're trying to raise and 7 on a regular shoe. If you took a piece of leather with the shoe and you sewed it into the sandal, that's mutter because it's not like the Xera. The Xera happened without a piece of leather. The Brisa says it's so awesome to wear one of these sandal mesumahs on Shabbos, you can't even go from one bed in your house to the other. But these following cases you're allowed to do. You're allowed to take a sandal mesumah and cover another vessel. You're allowed to take a sandal mesumah and lift up your bed with it. Rabbi Elazar Rishim says that's awesome. You might come to wear it. Although he makes a lot of sense, but since he's one against many, we don't pass like him. If you take a piece of leather and you cover the whole bottom of your shoe, mutter, that's not what the Xera was. If you use staples, kalbos, that's not what the Xera was. If you use a tas or yassin, narrow nails, wide nails, or you cover the entire bottom with nails, that's not what the Xera was. Mutter. If most of the nails are worn out, but you could tell that there was nails there, so that's not how it was created. That's not how you made it. Mutter, if you have 4 nails on a very tight shoe, or 5 on not so tight, mutter. Rabbi Rabbi says, if not for the fact that people called me a person that's Mako, I would say you let him put a lot of nails on. Machlokes, Rabbi said he meant 24 nails, and Surah they say he meant 22. You want to remember, Rabbi went from Bala, and he passed by Surah. By that time, he must have lost 2 out of his 24 nails, and therefore, in Surah, he said 22 nails have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Samach Aleph. We learned in the Mishnah that if a person has one shoe on one foot, it's also for him to go out into Rosh Hashanah if he doesn't have a wound. The concern is, according to Rashi, one of two possibilities. Either the concern that people might think that he's carrying a second shoe, or perhaps people might make fun of him that he only has one shoe, and then remove that one shoe that he has. It's magical from the Mishnah that if a person does have a wound, he's permitted to go out with one shoe. Machlokes is, on what foot is he wearing that one shoe? According to Rabbi, he's wearing that shoe on the foot that has the injury. And we don't have the two reasons. Since he has an injury, and since Rabbi holds that the reason why you wear a shoe is for protection purposes, not for comfort purposes, he won't remove the shoe when he's made fun of because it's empty. And people are not going to think that he's hiding a second shoe because they see that he's injured. According to Chia Barat, he wears the one shoe on the foot that does not have an injury. And again, since they see him limping, they realize that yes, the reason why a person wears a shoe, according to Chia Barat, is for comfort and not for protection. They see him limping, and therefore he doesn't have a shoe on the injured foot. They won't make fun of him. Or if the reason is because they might think that he's carrying a second shoe, they won't think that because they see that he's limping. Rabbi once asked for his shoes, and he was given the right shoe, the shoe for his right foot. And he commented and he said, Osisei Maka, you made it as if I have an injury. The simple meaning would be, since they gave him the right foot, and Rabbi Yochanan holds that if you put your left foot on first, therefore he would not put on his left foot because he already put on his right foot shoe. You're going to think that he has an injury on his right foot. Like Rav Huna that says that he's supposed to put the shoe on the foot that has the injury. But perhaps you could say, no, Asisei Maka is not referring to the foot that he just put the shoe on. Perhaps it's referring to his left foot. You made my left foot an injured foot. Rabbi Yochanan holds that a shoe is like, just like a righty puts his tefillin on the left hand. So too, when it comes to shoes, put the left shoe on first. There's a Bryce though that says you're supposed to put on the right shoe first. Therefore, the Gemara says, if your minhag is like the right shoe first, then you go like that. If you want to put on the left shoe, put on the left shoe. In fact, the Gemara says Rabbi saw that Rav Kahana didn't mind. He put on either one first. Gemara says, however, that a Yereisha Mayim could be Yaitse both. What do? You first put on your right shoe, then you put on the left shoe. You tie the left shoe, and then you tie the right shoe. Of course, if you have a slipping shoe, says Taisvis, you put the right on first. The Brisa says you put on the right shoe first, but when it comes to taking off shoes, you take your left shoe off first. When you bathe yourself, you bathe the right side of your body, your right arm before your left arm, your right foot before your left foot, etc. Bathing your entire body, you start from the head. The head is the key of all your limbs, and you start from there. It says in the Mishnah, do not go out on Shabbos with your tefillin. Rav Safar said one of the two things. Either he said that this is going even according to the Manda Omer that says that Shabbos, you do wear tefillin on Shabbos. Nevertheless, do not go outside because perhaps you'll have to go to the bathroom and you'll have to remove the tefillin and you'll be carrying Daled Amos with Yisrael. Another way to learn of Safra is that it says in the Mishnah that if you did go out with tefillin and all other things in the Mishnah, you're not chayiv achatos. So Safra says, even if you hold like the Manomah that says Shabbos is not a time for tefillin, you're still not chayiv achatos because tefillin is like a labosh. It's like a beged. It's clothing. People wear it during the week as clothing. It says in the Mishnah that a person should not go out into Rabbi with a kameah that's not a mumcha, with an amulet that wasn't written by a professional. If it's written by a professional, then you could go out with the Rabbi. It's there to heal him. Even if it's a professional kameah, meaning that the person that wrote it is a professional. Certainly, if the kameah itself, the amulet itself, already healed people, you could go out with the Rabbi. It doesn't make a difference if the amulet is words written or it's grasses and different herbs. Even if the person doesn't have a disease that's dangerous, he's a chayla she'en bo sakana, even if he's not even sick, he's just concerned that perhaps because of his genetic makeup, he will have a particular disease. His family has epilepsy, for instance. He could wear a kameah, he could tie it and untie it in Rosh Hashanah, as long as it's not on a bracelet or on a ring, because then it's a marasayin. People might think that he's carrying it as jewelry, and that's false. What exactly is a kameah? There seems to be some confusion in the sugya between the Rishonim, even within Rashi himself. There seems to be a contradiction. We're going to go according to Rashi based on some Rishonim. If a person wrote 3 kameahs, 3 amulets for 3 different diseases, and they all work, this particular person is a mumcha. You can write any kind of kameah for any disease, and you're allowed to carry it on Shabbos. If he wrote 1 kameah, which would work 3 times for the same disease, even on one person, the same disease, 3 times on one person, that particular kameah is a mumcha. In other words, anybody in the world could write that exact kameah, and it will be considered a kameah mumcha, and you can walk out with it on Shabbos. The Gemara remains in a thing. What happens if he wrote 3 kameahs for 3 different diseases, but for the same person, and they all work? Do we say, look, he knows what he's doing, he's a professional, he's able to heal 3 diseases? Or perhaps we say, the person that was healed, he has a special mazel that he's healed by these kameahs. The Gemara remains in a suffering. The halacha is that a kameah and brachas, such as the brachas of Shemona Esrei and Rosh Hashanah, even though they have the name of Hashem and Pesukim, you don't save them from a fire on Shabbos. However, obviously you have to bury them geniza, just like you would bury even a foot, a leg of a table that has Hashem Hashem on it. If a kameah is covered with leather, you can bring it into the bathroom. If it's made out of herbs, you can bring it into the bathroom. If it's a chayla that has a sakana, his life is in danger, he could go into the bathroom even if it's not covered with leather. But for somebody that's not a chayla sheyesh bo sakana, if it's covered with leather, he may go into the bathroom with it. Even a chayla sheyesh bo sakana, he's in imminent danger. He's not allowed to walk Daled Amos, which is Rabbi, with the kameah. Tefillin, it seems like they are covered with leather, but since they have a shin, and the shin is part of Shem Hashem, because we have a Dalet on the back of the Ritzuz of Tefillin Shel, and we have a Yud on the Tefillin Shel, together they spell Hashem's name. Therefore, it's also to go into the bathroom with tefillin. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Samach Beis. The Mishnah brings a list of things that is usher for one to go outside with on Shabbos. That Isser D'Oraisa, starting with a needle that has an eye that has a hole in it that's a burden, a ring that has a signet for a woman since she typically doesn't go out with a signet. That's an Isser D'Oraisa. Ula says for a man it's the exact reverse when it comes to a ring. If it has a signet, that's normal for him to run around with a ring with a signet. But a ring without a signet, it's not the derech for a man in those days, and therefore that would be a isur d'oraisa. Ula holds that women are a nation to themselves, and therefore what's considered a beged, clothing for a man, is not clothing for a woman. For instance, if some men wear sacks, such as shepherds, then all men are permitted to go out with sacks, but not women. When it comes to saving tefillin from danger of being destroyed on Shabbos, the way to save them is you put on a pair of tefillin, you go out to safety, and you remove them, and you come back and try to save another pair. Women should also save them in the same fashion. But what about the fact that women are not the same nation as men? We must say that this Mandama holds that tefillin is not a mitzvah asesha as my grandma, and therefore women are mechuyev. He'll hold that Shabbos is a time to wear tefillin, and night is a time to wear tefillin. Therefore, women are in the same nation, so to speak, when it comes to tefillin. Rabbi Yirmiyah holds that a typical woman, when she takes out on Shabbos, when she carries a ring that has a signet, that's considered kalach hariyah. That's not the derech. That's a weird way of carrying a ring. You don't carry something that has a signet on your finger. Rav argues. He says, since there are situations where a woman will carry her husband's signet ring, for instance, when he tells her, "Can you please put this away in a box?" She doesn't want to lose it. She puts it on her finger. Or when a woman asks her husband to please bring the ring to a repair shop, he doesn't want to lose it, so he puts her ring on his finger. Then it becomes the derech for a man and a woman to wear all rings. The Mishnah continues. One is not permitted to go out with a kulia. It's a brooch. It's a pin that closes a blouse. If you were to wear it to close a blouse, that would be mutter. But we're discussing a case where the woman wears it in her clothing, and that's considered a burden. A woman should not walk out with spice bags or spice bottles attached to her neck. And the Gemara says that if a woman did walk out with these things, or with a key on her finger, the mayor holds she's chayav achatos. This is the rice. Chacham say the whole issue is the rabbanan issue that she might take it off to show friends when it comes to spices, because they're nice in beautiful bottles. Therefore, this is the rabbanan, and she's not chayav achatos. According to Eliezer, it's mutter for her to go out lechatchila. Why? Because only women that don't have very good smell wear these bottles, and such a woman won't dare take off the spice that masks the smell. And now we go to Amid Beis. According to everybody, there's no machlokes that if the bottle is empty, it's considered carried. Even though the bottle might have some remnants of the perfume and it smells good, it's still considered carried. In other words, the bottle is not bottled to the smell that's not there. So the Gemara wants to say, perhaps, according to Rav Adabar Ahava, that the same would apply if you have a vessel that contains food that's less than a gregaris, less than the shear. In that case also, we won't say that he's carrying food, rather he's carrying a vessel and he's chayv midiraisa. Rav Ashi argues, he says, no, when it comes to perfume, there's physically nothing there. It might smell good, but there's nothing there. When it comes to food, although it's less than the shear, but there's something there, and therefore, perhaps the kli is bottled to whatever's left over of the food. Lahalacha, Chachamim made gzeiros that we should remember the Churban Habayis. And they said, if you have a combination of joy and pleasure, tainug and simcha, those two things combined, you shouldn't do them after Zeitel Churban. Therefore, to anoint yourself with oil, that's pleasurable, but it doesn't bring simcha. To drink wine, two people out of one cup with straws, or to juggle wine and drink it, that brings pleasure, but not simcha. And therefore, it's mutter. The Gemara, we're going to Agadat now. The Gemara brings psukim. Ashodchem Amitoy Shed. It's referring to Klal Yisrael, Yerushalayim, that they put their beds together, and they were oibrans nus anishasish. They were switching couples, and they left the shikva zera there. And the Gemara tells us that three things cause a person to lose his money. A person who urinates in front of his bed undressed. It doesn't mean dafka in front of his bed and undressed. It just means if he does it in a disgusting way in a place where he typically doesn't do it, it could be in front of his table, and he doesn't bother to go to the bathroom. There's a malach, Rashi explains, that loves disgust, and he goes there, and that malach, which is in charge of poor people, will create a situation where you lose your life. if a person has zilzul in Tilas Yadayim, he doesn't care about the Tilas Yadayim, meaning he doesn't wash his hands at all. Not the pshat that he washes with revias and doesn't wash his hands carefully. But Rav Chizah says he became wealthy because he used extra water. And finally, if a person's wife curses him because he has the means to buy her jewelry and he doesn't buy her and she's upset about that, that will bring him to lose his money. In Yeshaya, the Navi tells them because the women who were married women would try to entice the men. They would go become a skufa with their heads up in the sky. And Rashi says since their heads were up in the sky, it was hard for them to see where they were walking, so they would walk small steps, their toe to their ankle. They would put a lot of makeup on and wink to the boys. And the tall ones would walk with shorter ones so that they looked better. They would also put perfume in a bottle by their feet, and when they would walk by the boys, they would bang it on the floor so that it sprays, and it would be like a mad snake. Would put the eris into the boys, they would bring them in Sahara. What was their punishment? Mida connected Mida. Everything they did, they got punished back. In the place that they put the perfume, their flesh decayed. In a place where they put a nice belt, they got wounded. They did their hair up to entice the boys, they became bald. Their erva, they have to put a sack. As Rabbi says, instead of beauty, they had wounds. Gemara says, some say they even got saras. Gemara tells us that they said, we don't care, let the Goyim take us. We're beautiful. And the Goyim took them, and immediately Hakadosh Baruch Hu made them disgusting to the point where they threw them off the carriages and the wagons and killed them. Why? Because they saw a lot of damida or a lot of hair. They were disgusted by them. Gemara says the people of Yerushalayim were disgusting. They said in a remez, they were referring to Znus, and they would say, ask each other, what do you have for breakfast? Meaning for Znus. Do you have a well-kneaded dough? In other words, a non-basula? Do you have white wine or dark wine? Do you have a wide bed, a narrow bed, skinny, fat? Do you have a good friend, meaning good-looking? And finally, Rabbi says that in Yerushalayim they had cinnamon trees that made such a beautiful smell throughout the entire city. But after the Churban, all we were left with was one barley amount, which is at the king of Tzitzimai. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Samach Gimel. The Mishnah tells us that according to the Chacham, there's a disadvantage rights if we want to walk out of Yerushalayim Rabbim with war gear, such as armor, a sword, an arrow, a spear, even a club that has a nice ball at them with spikes, a bola. It's not considered jewelry. Nobody shows off with it. It's disgusting, actually. According to Rabbi Lezer, people like to show off with it, and therefore it's considered jewelry. It's only also for the Rabbanim to go out. According to one lashon of Rabbi Lezer, when Mashiach comes, we're no longer going to need these tools, and therefore nobody's going to use them as jewelry. He argues with this shita on Shmuel, who holds that when Mashiach comes, nothing's going to change. The only thing that's going to change is that Klal Yisrael is not going to be in Golus anymore. We're all going to be in Eretz Yisrael. We're going to be Samigdash. But there are going to be wars between the Goyim, and these tools will be necessary. According to another lashon, though, according to Eliezer, these tools, in fact, won't be bought for Klal Yisrael. And he holds like Shmuel. In other words, he argues on Rabbi. Why does Rabbi Eliezer hold that these tools are considered enormous tachshel jewelry? Because it says in the pasuk, take your sword and put it into its holster on your hip. This should be your splendor and your glory. The Gemara says, wait a minute. The pasuk is referring to the Torah. Says the Gemara, yes. It's referring to the Torah, but you cannot look away from the simple meaning of the pasuk. The simple meaning of the pasuk says, take your sword, referring to a real sword. Says Rav Kahana, I was 18 years old when I finished Shas. I knew all of Shas, and I didn't know about this concept that Ein Mikra Yotzim Le'Pshuta until I learned it now. In other words, says Rav Kahana, you have to learn all of the Torah, Ligmar, V'Hadar Lizbar, and then only afterwards go into the depth, go into the lumdas, try to understand the thing. First, you have to know all of Torah. The Gemara goes into a series of chavrusas, Talmid Chachamim, learning together, and they're on different levels. Two Talmid Chachamim that sharpen each other with halacha, with Torah, so HaKadosh Baruch Hu gives them hatzlacha, and they rise to greatness. But they have to be learning the Shema, and they can't be learning for Gaiva, and then they'll be Zaycha to Torah that was given in the right hand. It says in the pasuk, the famous pasuk, says Gemara, it doesn't necessarily mean that if you learn Torah with your right, in other words, you do everything to the end, you'll only get Arichas Yom and longevity, and you won't get Oisha. It means you'll get longevity and wealth. So if you learn Torah like a lefty, in other words, not complete, you don't go down into its depth, then you'll be Zaycha to something, you'll be Zaycha to wealth, but not to longevity. If two Talmid Chachamim sit together and they're calm with each other, they talk in calmness, they listen to each other, so Midah Keneged Midah, the Shbok will sit down Kaviyachal and listen to them. If they teach each other Torah, in other words, they accept from each other, then Midah Keneged Midah, the Shbok will listen to them and answer them. Just like you accepted me, the Shbok will accept what you're asking from him and give it to you. You don't do that. You don't listen. You don't sit for your chavrusa. Then HaKadosh Baruch Hu will leave. If two people get together to understand Torah, then HaKadosh Baruch Hu loves them. It says Rabbi, that's talking about a situation where they already had the seed. They heard some of this Torah. Now they want to elaborate, and they don't have a Rabbi to teach them. So HaKadosh Baruch Hu loves them. If a person thought about doing a mitzvah, but he had an einus, he couldn't do it, HaKadosh Baruch Hu considers it as if he did a mitzvah. If you do a mitzvah as you're supposed to, with all the halachas and everything around it, then you won't hear a bad surah ra. And even if HaKadosh Baruch Hu makes a gzeira, you can be mevatel the gzeira. The Lord tells us, what's better, to give a poor person a loan or to give him a gift? The answer is to give him a loan, because a gift, he'll be embarrassed. A loan, he'll be happy, he thinks he could get paid back. It says Gemara, there's something better than both of those things, and that is doing business with a poor person. Giving somebody money to invest, and you share the investment. That person feels good. He feels like he's doing something, he's accomplishing. The Maharsha says maybe he'll get even more money because of that, and therefore it's bad. A Talmid Chacham who has bad midos, he takes revenge, he's noikim and noitir like a snake. It's better to be his friend because you learn something from the Torah, rather to be Amaharetz's friend. Miram is his friend, who could steer you wrongly in Torah, even though he has beautiful midas, he's a pious person, he's a chassid. Pasuk says, "Smach b'chura v'bachar b'yadusecha." In other words, when you're young, enjoy life, do what you want, follow your heart. And that same pasuk, the Torah flips around and says, "V'da, you should know that there's going to be a din one day." What's going on here? One shot is the Torah is talking about a Yetzer Toiv, and then the pasuk goes to the Yetzer Hara, or vice versa. The Torah starts with the Yetzer Hara, and then moves on to the Yetzer Toiv. Or the Torah is telling us, learn as much as Torah as you can, but when you learn, you do the Daf Yomi, you do the Himenit, apply it to yourself. Don't just learn it, you have to apply it. You should know that, because Baruch Hu knows that you know this stuff now, you better apply it to your life. There's a beautiful mashal of the Dubba Maggid who says that there was a poor person who didn't have a penny to his name, and he went to Shul to look for a meal, and the guy said, you know what, why do you need a meal? Come with me to a hotel. There's a special hotel here that gives free room and board. Stay as long as you want. He goes to the hotel with the guy, he checks him into the Ritz-Carlton, and he stays there for a week, and he's about to check out. The person at the front desk says, $7,700, $1,100 a night. He says, but the guy told me it's free. The guy lied to you. He didn't know what to do. This guy in the lobby, the guy tells him, listen, who told you to check out? Stay there. Stay for a month. Stay for a year. Who cares? You don't have money. Stay for as long as you want. Says the Dubba Maggid. A person wakes up at midlife and he says, what did I do? I did all these averos. Let's do tshuva. Says the Yetzer Hara, don't do tshuva. It's not a good idea. Stay in. Don't check out. Keep on doing your averos. So that doesn't make sense. Because every day costs you $1,100 versus earning who knows how much in Torah currency you do learn. Says the Gemara, there was a woman who The Gemara is discussing dogs. You shouldn't be megadol kalabra. If you have a dog, it chases away the poor people. You want to prevents chesed. It says the Gemara, a woman walked into somebody's house to bake bread, and he had a dog, and it barked and it scared her, and she lost her pregnancy. And he says, "Why are you so scared of a dog? I took out his teeth. He doesn't have claws." She said, "It's too late. My pregnancy is over." In other words, be careful with a bad dog. We had in the Mishnah beers. Beers is a belt that goes around the sock to make sure the socks don't fall off. According to Rabbi, a beers is a one belt, and a kovel it's two belts. And according to Rabbi, it's two belts with a chain between them. Why do you need this chain? So that there were certain families that had very large steps. In order to prevent them from having large steps and losing their psulim. And Rabbi Yirmiyah agreed to that pshat, and he said, he woke up from his sleep, he heard it, he said, "You will mechaven to Rabbi Yochanan." With that, have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Samach Dalet. How are you all doing? The halacha is if you take the hair of a goat, and that's what you typically make cashmere out of. Even though it's not artery, it's not woven, it's still giving mikabel tuma if you take 3 strands, 3 strings of this goat hair, you can make a necklace out of it. Where it brings a Xerishah. There's a connection between the Tumah of Asheretz and the Tumah of Mix. By both it says the words, Beged V'Or, and they're both extra. And therefore, whatever halachas we have by the Tumah of Asheretz applies to the Tumah of Mix. Whatever halachas we have by the Tumah of Mix apply by the Tumah of Mix. By Asheretz it says, Maisi Dizet, you take the hair of a goat and you make Honey V'Or. You spin it and you eat it. Therefore, anything that's not spun like a rope, you just take the hair of a goat and clump it together, but it's not spun in wool. It's not Mikabel Tumah. By Mace it says, we learn that a chevek, these are straps that you strap onto a horse to hold it saddled down or to prevent things from falling backwards when the horse is on an incline. Even though these are made specifically for an animal, nevertheless they are probably might see these by sheretz. And the same halacha will apply to sheretz because we learn Xerishah. By sheretz it says oisak. We learn from oisak that it's not only goat hair, but any hair. It could be the tail of a horse, the tail of a cow, any kind of hair is mikabel tuma if you do tummy bone. When it comes to Xerishah, there's a concept of movement. If you learn Xerishah, we can answer it easily. The only way you can ask a question on Xerishah is if you have extra work. If you need the extra work by one of the cases or by both cases. But by us, by sheretz and mace, we have extra words. Words that in the heart are completely extra. Why? Because both sheretz and mace have a hekesh of 2 shechva zera. And by shechva zera it says begit b'har. There's no need to say begit b'har by mace and by sheretz. Therefore it's complete. So you can't ask any questions. What question would you ask? You'd say, well, you cannot learn out mace from sheretz, and you can't learn out sheretz from mace. Why? Because each one has its own chumrah. Sheretz is so powerful that even a small piece of a sheretz the size of a lentil is mikabel tuma. Whereas by a mace, you need a lot more, you need an olive's worth, so it's more compiled. On the other hand, mace is so common that once it does impart its tuma, it lasts for 7 days. Whereas by a sheretz, it only lasts for 1 day. But lucky us, we have extra words, begit b'har, and it gives us Xerishah, so you cannot ask these questions. It says in the pasuk, "Vanakre is korban Hashem." When Klal came back from the war, they wanted to bring in carbon. They wanted to give all the jewelry, the gold jewelry that they found. What does it say in the pasuk? What type of jewelry? Asher matzah, zahav, tzada, ankle bracelets, tzavit, regular bracelets, in the vase, rings. Then it says, "Obvil." What's obvil? It says here the laws are referring to jewelry that goes in private. Obvil is a form of a chest, and kumaz goes by the base harechem. And it says, the Gemara says that preceding the paragraph, it's a lotion of late sodas. A rayas brings late sodas. Says the Gemara. Rabbi says, I don't need the part. I can learn from the actual word of the apostle. Kumos. What is Kumos? Kumos is a worship place. This is a place of arise. It says in the apostle that Moshe Rabbeinu was very upset at the commanders of the army. He thought when he went to war, they will favor the same favor they were favored beforehand in other wars. So favor and so he told them, don't worry about it. Not a single one of us is missing. In other words, not a single one of us not here is Korban Hashem that it's loose with their minds. Rav Shesha says, as a Hekesh, since the Torah says 5 kinds of jewelry. 3 of them are out in the open, 2 of them are private. There's a Hekesh between the private ones and the exposed. That there's an issur to look at a woman's pinky the same way there's an issur to look at the Muhammad. Says the Mishnah. These are the following things that a woman is permitted to go out on Shabbos. She brings her ear. He said in the other day, the Mishnah, the beginning of the paragraph, cannot braid her ear with a regular string and go out with Shabbos. She might take it out. If that string is made out of human hair, her own hair, friend's hair, or even animal hair, that's permitted to go out with Shabbos because it's nothing for Shabbat. Animal hair certainly is a different species. You let it go out. However, an older woman who has white hair, gray hair, should certainly not wear a younger woman's dark hair because then people make fun of her and she come and take it out. A young girl never wears white hair. That's not a concern. As we learned in the first Mishnah, these are headbands. One goes over their head from ear to ear, and the other one goes on the forehead from ear to ear. This Mishnah tells us that if it's sewn into the head, it's not a concern. How did she take it off the shoulder? By removing her entire head. That will expose her ear. That's not a concern. She won't do that. However, the Mishnah says, bubbles and piano. A full cap and a shekel. One is permitted to go on their own private domain. Chachamim made an exception for them. That a woman should not be misganor by disgusting in the eyes of her husband. She should remain attracted to her husband. An exception to the things coupled and the pay-numbers. Rav Kahana says that anything in the Mishnah that it's also to go out into Rosh Hashanah with, it would be also to go out into her own chutzner, private domain. Seira, she might forget and go from her chutzner into Rosh Hashanah. The exception is coupled and pay-numbers. Anani says not true. Things that are possible to go into Rosh Hashanah with, that's it. Go into the chutzner. All the things in the Mishnah go into the chutzner. The more bring the pasuk in Hadava b'nidas, a simple meaning of midah means midah. So even listeners, just in the January China, they said it means that a woman who's a nidah should not wear colorful clothing, she should wear makeup, she should stay far from her husband. And clearly, people say, wait a minute, that's a problem of Shemitah's God al Ba'al, discussing the eyes of her husband, and therefore, all of this is mutter. So what does the Torah mean? She should remain in a state of kumah until she goes. Rav says if something is possible because of the higher side, such as wearing armor on Shabbos or lining up camels in a row, then it's possible to do even the Chad Chadar, even in your own private bedroom, you're not allowed to dress up in armor. In fact, it's not like that a person's shirt falls into a puddle. Tanakama says you dry it out in the sun. Every Eliezer, by your choy, coming up on like Vaimer, say that it's also the Chad Chadar. My side is also Chad Chadar. A wonderful way.
It's not something that anyone who understands that sensation.
Shabbos Daf Samachay. How's everybody doing today? The Mishnah tells us that you're permitted to go out with a wad of cotton in your ear, provided that it's tied around the ear, wrapped around the ear. You could go with a wad of cotton on your foot if you have a wound on your foot, provided that it's tied to your foot. A nida does not need to tie it to herself because it's disgusting, it's Mose, and we're not concerned she'll pick it up. Even if it has a handle where it's not that Mose, this is still considered Mose. The Gemara tells us that when Rabbi Yochanan got older, he had a lot of earwax. So he went in Rosh Hashanah on Shabbos with a wad of cotton in his ear without tying it to his ear. The Gemara explained it.
Something happened. There was traffic. My mother side door, there was only traffic. Because my mother didn't like missing batting practice for the national. Yeah, so she was playing on the national anthem. So she was going to get late. So she got an article. And she goes, oh, fuck that different cat. And the guy's like, I'm not pulling over. So at a light, my mother went, took the keys out of the ignition, and said, I'm going to call Juan. I'm going to call the police. The guy's like, call the police lady, but they were wrestling. My mother cut her hand on the keys. So my mother called Juan. Juan was like maybe 2 miles away at a cookie joint. And my mother put the phone on her face. So you already knew Juan did to that motherfucker that has a dog. Yeah. At that time, this partner our family partner in the bigger operation was Nelson. He was a Puerto Rican guy, Nelson Rivera. I loved him dearly. Him and his daughter Evie and his wife Delilah, I loved him dearly. He showed up with Nelson's Mustang. And when I stepped out, I was like, what happened? I'm like, fine. I was like a little fag. I'm like, what we got in and all this shit. He's like, what we I'll never forget the guy had glasses. When I was part of the BAL, the BAL's Police Intelligence Plate. And the first thing they tell you is not to hit somebody with glasses. So I just think Juan's gonna talk, you know. And Juan goes up to the guy, and the guy's a big burly white guy. The guy's like, fuck you, she took my keys. I'm about to call the cops. And Juan, I remember, like, he took his left hand, and he just moved me an inch. And he fucking just left this guy glasses went flying. There was blood everywhere. He got on top of this guy, and it's you know, it's one of the afternoons, and he's punching this guy like you would see a fight. And in those days, that was New York City going. When people didn't say nothing, nobody even stopped. One punched this guy like 50 fucking times. There was blood everywhere. One stopped punching him. The cops pulled up, but they pulled up behind the Mustang. They couldn't really see the guy. And this is the funniest story ever. One was slick. You know, one was 80 years. And if you spoke to this time, he'd look at you. He was like, two cops pulled out. I'll never forget this. Two cops pulled out. As they came towards me, one turned one in his pocket and shook the guy's hand. It's like, isn't it a beautiful thing? The guy had like 200 in his pocket. One and Nelson were talking. I'll never forget that. And I'm like, shit, the brick one's got blood on his hand. The cops are saying, Mom, they just. And all of a sudden, you're like, oh. And the cop looked over. He's like, what's going on with him? He was like, what? And one's like, nothing. He fell. Yeah, guys, have a good day. They just left the guy there. They just left the guy there. Like, they didn't call an ambulance. Nothing. They're like, everything's cool. Nobody said nothing. They didn't even call. We all went home. And then, so now I'm like, fuck, this guy's on the side. And then about 6 months later, we're at a Santeria party on a Saturday night.
And he's in it as well, right?
He's not a Santeria guy. He's an Abacoa guy at the time.
What is that?
Abacoa, the longshoreman of Cuba. There's male supremacy. What's that? They're like they don't eat pussy. They don't go into a room if there's a gay man in the room. They don't have communication with gay men. Yeah, it's a society.
Is it a religion or a society?
It's a society. But now, Rio Romero was on Rogan with me. I'm talking about Abacoa. He goes, this was a secular religion of men. You had to talk to them a certain way, you had to approach them a certain way. Like, let's say your name is religion of mine, secular. But I grew up with you, and I call you Beansy. I'm allowed to call you Beansy. But if some white kid comes up and goes beans, you pull him aside and go, excuse me, my name is Ryan Sickler. You have open beans, the other line again, I'll stab you. What they did was, these are fishermen. You know what they did? You know what they did? Let me tell you what the masculine. Let me tell you what the masculinity level was in this. Just so you know. When you had beef with them, they beat you, whatever. After they got finished with you, they flip you over, they pull your pants down, and they slice your ass cheek. And that's a warning. Like the next time they put a mark on it, they put a mark on your ass cheek. That's like, I could have fucked you here, but I gave you a breather, and I sliced your ass. The next time, I won't fuck you. Don't ever disrespect me again. That was the level of masculinity, machismo that this guy had. Like, he was up there. You know, he didn't drink alcohol. He detested marijuana and any type of drug. It's so weird. He was by the book. And that's where the conflict with my mother came in. He didn't like the drinking. He didn't like the bars. He didn't like drunk people. So we're at a Santa Maria party. About 6 months later, my godmother's house. Let me tell you how fucking crazy it was. He would read ladies' novellas, the Spanish novellas about love and shit. And he would wear glasses with things even his hat up. So he didn't have to. If you went up there, like, do you have to do something? And you go, and I go, where he can't hear. He would say that to me to let you think he was dead. He wasn't dead. Towards the end, when this guy was worth millions, you know, like he still had the same car he had. He was married to my mother in 1979. Eldorado, like the size of a ship. 2 miles to the gallon. He didn't believe in flash. He knew that the feds did math. Let me tell you how. Never did drugs. This is not paranoia. This is intelligence. He was such a good bookmaker that he would not speak in a room when there was a phone hung up. He said they stole it. He would talk to the outside, very cautious, very smart. Took that pitch in 1966. Never took a pitch again. Took a pitch for shooting the guy and he got away with it. After my mother died, somebody tried to jump him. He took the guy's gun and shot him at like 55. He shot both kids. And then he got into another beef like one day. He always stayed out of prison. How long was he in? When I was a kid, whatever, I don't know how many years. That was for bookmaking. That was for bookmaking. And then, so it's a summer night. Like it's like a July. There's a party at my godmother's on 48th Street. And there's a guy there named Eagle. We got Eagle. His name is Eagle. I don't know what his last name was. But his street name was Eagle. Eagle was a Cuban dishes, chopped meat with raisins, olives, and fried potatoes. Just not a lot of raisins, just enough raisins to throw off the beef. It's delicious. He ate it so much, he just called him Big Eagle. But the guy was a real jerk. He was married to this guy woman named Rabbi, who was a real sweetheart of a lady. Like he had a barn on 143rd and Broadway, or Egos. So for some reason, my stepdad had a reputation of keeping my four brothers and all four wins. But again, you couldn't call him four wins to his face. Right? Yeah, they call his name was Blake O'Connor. That's four guys. That was a street name. You did not call him that. You either called him Bonito, or if you called him Juan Riendo, you were friends with him. When you're going to get an earbeat or a smack or a cut in your head, you never knew what situation it was. So this time I had seen guns from my godfather. I had seen guns at my mother's bar, you know, whatever. But I had never seen a gun. I know he carried a knife, a straight razor. He didn't even carry a knife. Those Cubans carry straight razors. Just that little flip over. It wasn't your shave, but that shit does a lot of damage. So we're at the Santa Maria party, and Nico Picadillo has a couple cocktails, and The party was in the living room where they were playing the conga drums and killing the chickens. And there's a hallway. There's a long hallway. There's a kitchen. And then in the back, there's 2 bedrooms. In the middle there, my godmother was a superintendent of 3 buildings. So she had a path behind the kitchen to go to all 3 buildings. It's about 3, let's say 1 It's me, my mother, and my godmother are talking in the kitchen. One is standing by the doorway, little faggy glasses on, reading a novella. Pretending he's deaf. And Nico walks back there with like half a bag and he goes, what is? By the way, I'm like, oh no. My mother ignores it. My godmother ignores it. Well, guy's wife ignores it. And the guy's drunk. Now he comes into the kitchen. And he's telling these women, he goes, I knew this fucking fucking Cuban, his 4 brothers weren't shit. So I go over and I immediately hope my stepdad's in. And he's not saying a word, but I know he's hearing everything. I'm like, oh, this is really good. And this guy's in the kitchen fucking saying shit, Cuban style, like real big machismo. And this guy would have sucked my dick in Cuba if I would have met him in Cuba and all this shit. And finally, I see my stepdad take his glasses off. He goes, what's this fucking guy saying? I'm like, nothing. I was like a little baggy kid. I'm like, nothing. He's just talking about the weather. Or some shit. And he looks over and he goes, you got a fucking problem. And he goes, yeah, I got a fucking problem. He pops up. Sure enough, my godfather doesn't run out to the basement. He runs to the back bedroom with the Saints on and like the little tips are saying the rear room. And I guess he had a 45 in there. They go left. He'd already set it up. This motherfucker comes out with a 405, a 45 over his head. Like just walking right up. He goes over and he gets white bread. So you make it outside. He's like, I'm not running for nobody, that whole thing. I'll never forget that I went to home, my stepfather. He didn't push me off. But my godmother went home and she just fell off. It was like one of those tackles when you grab the guy. He just fall right off. She just fell off. And this idiot that was on the 48th Street in between Riverside Drive and Broadway, maybe 30, 20 yards away from the top of the corner. We were on I come on there. I'm like, Nico's gotta be fucking running by now. Nico's in front of the place drunk. He's like, fuck you. What are you gonna do with that thing? There was like 30 people outside. He goes, what are you gonna do with that thing? Shoot me. You don't have the balls. He goes, as a matter of fact, if you had the balls, if you're a man, shoot me right in the dick. That was the level of the machismo. One. He went to the gun and shot this motherfucker. They hit him in the leg. The guy went down. One took me by the hand. Walked up the Broadway. We fucking started the car. We went. This 148 goes up. We hit 147 right down. Locked. Over. We hit him walk like 30 yards. We put a gun in the lots. We walked back to his car. We went home. We left my mother. That's how crazy it was. She should know the deal. And your mom knows what fucking. I go to bed like, Jesus, he just shot somebody last night. Like, I go to bed like nothing happened. I wake up and I want to eat breakfast. There's my mom walking and she's like, well, you got no way to phone me. You don't know that it was never discussed again. You never really shot somebody. There was no conversation about that. Again, I just knew that our family relations were wrong. We weren't going to begin invited to a lot of parties anymore. Our party days were over with. Oh my So God. One dies in 2006. This happens 1971, 1970. Yeah, this happened about 1970, 71. And I think about my mom seeing that, my reaction and everything. I think my mom knew it was time once the knife incident and the war my mother dies, I go to prison, you know, 1,000 fucking things happen in our lives, you know. And when I reconnect, and like, I don't know when the Sopranos got on the air, and when I reconnect like in 90, when I went to analyze that, he gave me the ring. He gave me a good luck ring, and I analyzed that. And I wear that ring in every movie I do now. I have respect for that. Even though he robbed me.
Long gave you that. I can't even say anything for some more shit.
Even though, you know, Long, you know, because when my mother died, they were married. So I didn't get the house. I didn't get the jewelry. I didn't get a lot of things. And I'm happy that I didn't get it because I always said that if I deserved to get it, I would get it somewhere in my life.
I believe that too.
And so I didn't make a big deal about it, but I put all my anger aside years later because I realized all the shit I'd done wrong growing up also. And we always were friends. And whenever I would go to Jersey to perform, I would always go to my buddy Chrissy Fish and I would get a box of shrimp from him. They bring it over to Barnes and Barnes made this great dish called camarone enchilado. It's like a Cajun style shrimp. This red sauce with peas in it, and you put it on white rice and you put those fried hard bananas. So I would go over there around 5 and he had remarried. They were very nice. She was very nice. They would, you know, he would cook this for me. I would eat, we would talk, I'd give him a hug. He'd ask me if I needed money. And he'd throw me like $15. You know, he'd go to a whole bar, he'd go to his wallet. He would carry a wallet, he'd go to a thing. He had 3 inches of money, he was so cheap. And he'd just go to 100s, 50s. He'd give me like a 10 money, you know, I'm fucking 40 years old. You know, but he meant well. So one day, him and I, this has to be 2005. The longest short just came out. I brought him a poster. I brought him a copy of the movie. He was really happy. He kept telling me how I gotta lose weight. You're getting too fat. And then I'll never forget them. We're sitting there. They go, where they gotta go? I turned to him like, wait, can I ask you a question? Well, he goes, what? You know, the time you shop, you go to the video on 140th Street. He goes, I don't know what you're talking about. That's how old he was. And when he died, I could go to wake that week. I was shooting something, but I had to go to Jersey the following week. And I went to see her just in case she was going to give me money, you know. She didn't give me shit, no jewelry, no nothing. But the funny story is when I used to come home from Catholic school, I would always, I would sleep at the house Friday and Saturdays. And one Saturday night, something was being done to my room, the air conditioner. So I had to sleep in the attic. And I went there. And I go, I gotta tell you something, I'm scared. I'm sleeping in the attic. He goes, no worries. Back to the attic, and he had a small gun with a silencer on. And he goes, hey, you can see it going. He took the bullets out, obviously. Because I'm up all night shooting at the air. So after he dies, I finish eating. His wife says, come over, and, you know, I give her a hug and condolences. She apologizes. And, you know, I thought she was going to say, hey, look, you got some money. She goes, before you go, one free to go in the room and see what he had there. He was on water. He was just had everything. You know, he's not that he was driving down the street. He saw a TV. He was a millionaire.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he became a millionaire from loan shark. He was very, very good at loan shark. And he got into a bank, so he fell behind. He was the loan shark. He made great money over the years, but he was such a stoic that he lived in a fucking building without no elevator. And he walked 4 flights every day at 70, whatever he was. He was in great shape, guy. Towards the end, I saw him on the shirt. You could see half his shoulders missing. The shotgun blast, and the guy, he had a scar. They tied him up in Cuba with wire, and they squeezed it. He had a scar, and it was cheap stitches. You could still see the holes. Because I was a kid, I would look at the guy and go, geez,
childhood today. Next time you come back, we're going to do pre-teen. We're going to get you all the way through your years, brother. Thank you for being here. Will you please, whatever you want to promote, your date,
I got
all that stuff.
August 9th at Lincoln Theater in DC. I got September 13th and 14th. The 13th in Dallas, the 14th in San Antonio. What else? I got nothing else to promote. Just Ryan Sickler, my brother.
Thank you. Thank you for being here.
So I gotta give credit to Ryan. He's been calling me since he started the podcast, and I've just been busy. I haven't done a podcast. This was the first one I get my word. So thank you very much.
I love it.
I love you too.
I'm Ryan Sickler on all social media, RyanSickler.com. We'll talk to y'all next week. This episode is brought to you by ExpressVPN. More on that later. Let's get into the news.
You're watching The Honeydew with Ryan Sickler at your mom's house.
Welcome back to The Honeydew, y'all. We're over here doing it up at Studio G's at your mom's house. I'm your host, Ryan Sickler. I'm on social media at Ryan Sickler, RyanSickler.com. Quick date, Baltimore, September 14th. I'm coming back. One night only. Get your tickets for that show. Any in-town dates, just go to my website. It's all there for you to check out. And as I say every week, thank you. Thank you for the messages, the feedback. Thank you for supporting the show. I mean, it's still new. It's still a new show. You know, I've been podcasting for a while. This is still a new show, and I'm learning a lot about everything. So thank you for support. Thank you for supporting the sponsors. That's how we keep this free show free. And anything you want to know about the show, thehoneydewpodcast.com. Go there. That's where you follow the social media, the email, all that merch, everything. We got some new merch coming up for you soon, too, as well. And very excited for this episode here today. Somebody I've been wanting to have on for a minute. As he said, we're family. And I say all the time, if you're new to the show, we're highlighting the lowlights over here. If you're a fan of The Underdog, this is your show. These are the stories behind the storytellers. Today's storyteller, ladies and gentlemen, Joey Diaz. All right.
What's up? How are you?
Listen, I have to say something. You just did a quick jump. I've been watching this video of you when the Star Spangled Banner comes on and you have your head down. When that shit kicks on, you jump so hard. It makes me, that just out of the game makes me laugh. You know the video I'm talking about?
I love the Star Spangled
Oh, you jumped up.
I fucking love it. I fucking love it. Like, it's, you know, when I came here, like, you know, they let you into school. You know, they've been making it. You come here, you walk around for a few days, and they let you into school. Also, you start reciting. But really, yeah, I did it in kindergarten. Like, you gotta remember when I got this country was 1966. When I busted into the school system, it was 68. We were part of the war. We had just finished the Cold War. Cuba was in Russia. You know, there was underground shelters in every building. With the tang, I do have like fucking spam, sardines, every basement was prepared for a nuclear event. But
We had the pear jars,
mason jars,
that all like
everybody had a fallout shelter. You know, the fallout shelter is when you go when fucking Iran sends a missile over here. Back in the 60s, you could go into the fallout shelter. Thank God you never had to go into them. But patriotism was big. And it was bigger for me because I was from another country. I was just trying to fit in. So the Star Spangled Banner, I pledge allegiance. You know, it's so funny how right now there's a thing in the news that I hate to highlight, so let's talk about it. About a guy who said, go back to your own country. Let me fucking tell you something. 20 years ago, that was a staple in New York. You couldn't just talk from the language of your country in New York when I was growing up. They would look at you after 3 minutes and go, oh, America.
really you speaking Spanish.
Yeah, Spanish. Whatever the fuck you were talking, that wasn't New Yorkish. they would say, oh, cut it out. You're in America. And then you would yell something back. And then they would yell back, if you don't like to go back to your own fucking country. But on this fucking street, you're speaking English. And that's it. And, you know, it was something that was, I remember because it was said to me.
So here's what I'm going to talk to you about. So I want to go back to the beginning. You said you came to the United States in 1966. How old were you at that age? 3. All right. So you have no memories of so this is your country. You get here 3 years old. And where do you begin? Where does the your parents married? Are they together?
My parents are married. They're in somewhere in New York. I remember waking up at a house in Union City, a block and a half from my mother's house, across from the school called either Robin Waters or something. Tragedy struck. My father died. How did that at the bar? At home. 37. So my mom didn't like the Jersey house. She didn't want somebody die. She moved.
How old were you when you died?
3.
Okay, so it happened. All this is happening just as they get
3. So then we go to 89th Street, Riverside Drive.
Just you and your mom.
Just me and my mom. No siblings. I'm with my mom 24 hours a day.
And her family's where?
Cuba.
All back.
Except my elders is in LA. They still talk to me.
She's still much. All right. And how old your mom? Single mom, new country.
38. My mom had been here as a teenager. Okay, all right. My mom had been here and knew the language and already was running numbers when she went back. She went back to Cuba. What happened to my mother was very interesting. My mother was 16 or 15 and she went to a dance with my aunt, like a high school dance. And somewhere along the dance, my mom noticed that her sister Rosita was missing. So she went outside, started yelling for Rosita, and she found a guy raping Rosita. My mom took a glass, broke it, and stabbed the guy. Wow. The guy dies. They take my mother and ship her out of Cuba that night. Just a young kid. Like Vito Corleone was half retarded. He got the Ellis Island, he's singing songs and shit. That was my mother, right?
Wait, so they literally took her,
My family.
your whole
Took
family,
whatever pennies they had, as poor as they were,
and said, you're out.
You're out.
Where?
New York City.
They were sent to New York.
Sent to Miami. She had distant cousins in New York City.
Wow.
She went to New York and stayed with them for a while. Stuck into the country, but you gotta remember, there was no TSA, but you could just give them a fucking piece of paper then. And if you could fog the bottom of the glass, they'd let you in fog this. Okay, you're in. It was way before anything. There was no drug smuggling going on, so it was wide open border. So she came in, over to like the city or something, went to work for a fucking numbers guy, and she met a girl. And her and that girl became partners. Like they were a team for a couple of years. And doing what? Running numbers. Then her and my dad met in New York. But they went back to Cuba because my grandmother was sick. So when my mom, we were in Cuba, my mom had my sister, who was about 4 years older than me, and me. Then something went down. Like I couldn't get all the accurate stories. I could snore bits and pieces from my uncle. He's 80 and he lives in Glendale. I just went to a Dodger game, but that's your source. So, but whenever I ask him, somebody tells me what I want to know. So I stopped asking. You know what I'm saying? So I had to stop. So then they came back, and my mother used that girl's name to get back into the States. When my mother went back to Cuba, she went back as a lady named Sophia Cecilia. She was Puerto Rican. That was the mother of the girl my mom hung out with. Okay, so then my mom came back. My dad died a few months later, and here we are at 89th Street. Probably 4.5. And then that apartment got raided. For what? For numbers. It was a shakedown. I still remember the cops sitting me down the couch and then separated me and my mother. My mother had already trained me, shut your mouth. You don't know nothing. hands. It was like 8 in the morning. Like the cops were on their way up. So I woke my mother up. My mother got up, went in the closet, took a bag out of the receipts and the cash. Went to the kitchen. There was a balcony under an old lady. She would do the old lady $50 a week. And she threw the bag under. The bag landed on the second floor on the balcony. The cops rushed in. There was nothing to arrest my mother for. But I still remember being not angry. My mom being handcuffed. I'm me sitting on the couch. And then the landlord, and they left. They didn't arrest my mother. They gave her a ticket. It was basically a shakedown in those days. If they find 10 G's, they take 6 of it. And they leave you 4 when you don't go to jail. But my mom was hipped up, whatever. They kept drinking my mom. 2 days later, we walked around the corner to 205 West 88th Street between Broadway and Amsterdam. And I went to a grammar school named PS 166. Stayed there till like the 3rd grade, 2nd grade, then 3rd, 4th, and 5th. I went to Sacred Heart School for boys. There was a lot of private school.
Were you starting to have trouble? Were you?
I just admitted to my wife something that a lot of people don't know about me. I didn't want to tell my wife until my daughter got older. From the age of 4 to 6, I was a very sickly kid. There was a lot of problems. There was mental problems because of my father. And I was a sickly kid. I was allergic to maple syrup. I had stuff problems with my ears. I had problems with my throat. I couldn't breathe at night. They knew me by first name basis at medical center on 165th Street. And they knew me like I went to the hospital between the ages of 4. Without exaggeration, if I average it out, it was every 10 days. Like I wouldn't go for 2 weeks, but I'd go 3 days in a row.
There would always be something else. It wouldn't be consistently.
It was just not what I was a sickly fucking kid. I was really skinny. My mom didn't know what to do with me. I didn't really like a lot of foods. They made me drink emulsive of God. Emulsive of God is like the fish grinding down his eyeballs, his feet.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, you go to CVS now because kids are pussies. They flavor it because these little faggots they're like vanilla flavored and fucking strawberry.
They really have this shit?
Look it up.
Look, I have.
It's called Emulsive of God.
All right.
And I'm gonna tell you something. A couple years ago, I went back on it.
We did.
I found a little bottle. First couple of days, I fucking puked it up. But after a while, I felt how much better I felt. It's a tough fucking swallow. But your dick will never die. You'll never get sick. You'll never get AIDS. You'll never get dementia. If you drink that fucking stuff, Scott's emulsive for fucking, you'll never get nothing. No dementia, nothing. It's a proof of fact.
One a day?
I don't know how it is now, but when these fucking people had it before, they just put the fish in the blood, his tongue, his brain, and it was a milky paste.
And you drank?
I was not allowed to go to school until I drank it in the morning. So she would bring me, she would give me a fresh glass of orange juice, and she'd be waiting for the spoon. And I'd have to drink it and fucking down the orange juice, and I'd puke it. She'd go, let's do it again. And it got that bad. Like I was that sickly of a kid.
Why would you want to tell anybody that? Why did you want to do that?
Because I didn't want, if my daughter would get sick, I didn't want it to be like hereditary genetics. Like I didn't know. My daughter does have asthma, but it has not affected her like it affected me at that age. I was allergic to dogs. I was allergic to cats. I was allergic to just my eyes would swell up, my throat would swell up, and I would choke.
And did this fish shit, did it cure you of allergies, or did it just protect you from it?
What happened was I did my mom went to see like in Cuba. What's the big thing, the Santeria? So my mom went to see a Santeria lady that she knew for a long time and asked her, and it said that I needed to be inducted because for health reasons. And by the age of 6, by the age of 5, I would go up to 100. I lived on 88th Street with a bunch of little faggy white kids. They were nice kids and stuff. We had a good time. You know, we played kick the can, stick ball, and hot peas and butter. Go get your mother. You ever play hot peas and butter? Go get your mother? No. That's when you hide it. You hide a belt with a metal buckle. You have to hide it. So I hide it, and all of us are playing. And we're in this room, and I'm like, yeah, the base is 30 yards away. So if you find the belt, you get to whip us all the way till we find it. And it's up to you whether you want to whip us with the belt or the metal. So if you whip somebody with the metal, play that game now. When you come like I'll tell you what we're gonna do. We'll fuck you up all the way back. So you can say ABCD, you want to do the 5 whistle. Hot peas and butter, go get your mother. The only thing I hate Bill Cosby before the ring. Like I always thought he was a sack of shit. But he really always was a sack of shit. I thought he was a sack of shit. It was confirmed to me in 93 at the Colorado Festival that Judy Brown put on in 93 and 94. He showed up and I saw him. He was talking shit about dirty comics. So I never liked him. I always knew he was a pukey fuck. But the only thing he ever said on his one good album was he spoke about a game named Buck Fucking. Yeah, that's another New York City. They have that on Fat Albert. That's Buck Fuck every day. You can't run and jump on somebody's back, right? Yeah, you jump on somebody. That's why all these kids got that nucleosis shit with the fucked up back. Scoliosis. Whatever the fuck up. These little fat kids today, they haven't got scoliosis. Because you don't play Buck Fuck. I play, you know what? It might be some golf. One kid in my neighborhood's got scoliosis. He might have had a punctured lung. But scoliosis did not exist in my neighborhood because we played Buck Fuck and the girls played too. So if I remember correctly, so somebody grabs on a wall or whatever, they bend over. You're standing up, now you're bent at a 90. So I'm the pillow. And then you connect like a centipede, right? And we all connect like centipedes. And then somebody sprints from the back 30 yards, sprints and leaps. And legs out, like dropping your ass on your spine. On your spine. And you're supposed to try to hold on. So what you do is... But then does that person stay and another one comes or they get off? We have strategies going, right? Some assholes would just jump on, you know. They play to be frogs. Yeah. Me, I'd play to fucking win. So I would jump, I'd tell you, so Ryan Sickler was the weak link in this. Bert Price, everybody jump off. Everybody jump off. Everybody jump on Bert. So we would all just get But I'm Bert. Saying you go first, but you get to stay on the Bert's back and then the next part until you break. I can crawl all the way up. Oh, let's say you put the skinny guy up front. Okay. There's different rules. There's English rules. Yeah. You know, there's white rules. Black people didn't give a fuck. Where they landed, they had afros. They had the helmets. You know what I'm saying? In the 70s. So when you, let's say you would land, like the English rules, you could pull yourself up. But in the black and white rules of the city kids, where you landed was where you landed and you stayed. So I went for the weakest link. So let's say there was something like, let's say Bird, B, Tom, Rogan, Ari, and Duncan were playing Esther Cool. I'm just throwing Esther Cool up. She's a tiny girl. Let's say Esther Cool was I want to play. Our plan is to break Esther Cool. Yeah, I'm running out of Esther Cool. And then this was the 30 yards. I get to sprint 30 yards. And then I just get to leap and try to break it. But here's the beauty of it. Once we all get on top of Esther Cool, then there's a countdown. 10, 9, 8. That's when you have to try to break them. Oh, right. So what happens if they don't? So right now you're on top of Esther Cool, and everybody starts grabbing Esther Cool's tits and her pussy, right? It's just everybody. Like, so they could be Esther Cool, they could be Whitney Cummings, they all go down, right? The girls would be, stop grabbing my tit. We'd be fucking choking them, pulling their fucking hair. So girls weren't allowed to play. After a while, girls like, that's too much. Yeah, no shit. So then it was just guys. Well, so the girls go dirty too? Would you all girls scratch with yeah. And it was legal. Some girls were fucking dirty bitches. They'd scratch them. But let's say you landed on a guy. It was the same thing. And it was punching him the ball, grabbing his ball, and he would be yelling, "Stop grabbing my balls! What he is a faggot! Why are you doing this to me?" And all of us would just be punching his fucking nuts until the line breaks, and then we kept doing it over.
What if the line doesn't break? What is
Then now it's their turn.
Oh, they get the
They're walking away from me with their hair nuts. Now it's our turn, motherfucker. Fucking tremendous game.
I remember that, yeah.
So I graduated from playing all those street games on 88th Street to 148th. That was a different type of individual.
Like, what were they doing up there?
They would kill us.
Buck
Buck was like nothing for them. They didn't even play Buck. They played Buck with garbage cans and just threw it at each other. The kids on 148th Street were Puerto Rican, Irish, Italian, a couple of Jews, and all of them were tough.
But we're talking same age range and everything.
Same age range. Wow. Before I got into Santeria, my mom would send me up to my godmother's house on 148th Street in Broadway, 20 blocks from the epicenter of the world. Wow. You're 20 blocks from the world. I was the heartbeat of New York City. I'm 20 blocks from the heartbeat of New York City. 6'5". Wow. So I'm hanging out down there on 88th Street playing Buck, killing rats. 148th Street.
I'm 6 years old and you're killing rats.
Complete different game. First day on 148th Street, they came up to me, "How you doing? Ricky, whatever else." And they're like, "What do you want to do?" And I was like, "Play stick." I'm like, "Nah, you want to see a body?" I'm like, "What are you talking about? Let's go see a dead body." I'm like, "I like these kids." They took me down the West Side Avenue, and they had some guy who had been hit by a car. This is the 70s. This is like 65. There was no CSI. If you got hit by a car, you would have like 2 or 3 days.
You saw that your first dead body.
The first dead body I saw, he was already had the flies on him, and they just put plywood over him. And he was starting to stink like from 10 feet away. Like he had just been there maybe like his kids were, he was right by the Hudson River. And we would walk down to the Hudson River. And then finally 2 days later, went down there was a crime scene. Obviously some fucking, in those days people didn't jog. It's not like today that they're jogging. I'm gonna kill you and drop in a 170. They never find it. Today these fucking joggers drop in looking around. And they always find bodies, joggers. It's not like they find like a $20 bill. You know, the joggers follow that bullet, pull them up. They always find some lady beat up, raped. What the fuck kind of morning is that?
Oh my God. We're only at 6. All this we're only at 6. Holy.
I was ashamed of going up there because.
Why?
Because my mother had money and these kids didn't.
Alright, so what was the reason you first went up there? Just
because my godmother lived up there, and my mother wanted to see if we could mix.
so your mom would go up with you and then you'd go outside and play with them.
She had a dog named Lassie in college. And even though I was allergic to dogs and my eyes would swell up, I really liked going up there playing with the fucking dog. So, over time, my mom let me do sleepovers up there. She had an older daughter, my godmother named Beva, rest in peace, and his name was Raul, and the spare bedroom, and I would just go up there, and she would talk to me about Santeria, about those things. She'd tell me a story. She would just tell me things, like little things, like a story about, I always liked Catholic stories, like Fritz. I don't know what saint it was. He got accused of murder when he went to court. A note came from the heavens and said he was innocent or something. When you get to those Catholic type stories, everything enjoyed that shit as a kid. But in Santeria, they're entities, but they're supposed to be different. They hit the slaves in Cuba. The slave owners in Cuba by tying them in to these same Catholic saints. So nobody would really know. So she would just tell me little things, little stories, and then she would let me sit in when she this time I had never seen chicken's heads getting cut. So I want to talk about it. Yeah, at that time I wasn't hip to that. That's not what I wanted to do. Nothing like that. And it was just about love. It was just, you could just tell me about different things. You say sit in with people in the neighborhood, come over, you know, they like $20 and you read about their future. You know, who's working against them, what they can't eat, what they can't do. More of a guide, so yeah, so spiritual guide. Yeah, so it would be like this. It's just like the dollar system. You have to receive, like, first you have to get baptized, and then you have to get some of the first things you receive. It's things they even like, wow. Is the baptism the same as the same style as Catholic? No, they don't throw no water. You kill a chicken, yeah, and they fucking give you the stick called Elequano, and you put it by your door, and they guard your house, and a fucking bob, and then you graduate to other things, and then let's say you want to commit to the religion, and that's a completely different thing. Like this, people go to Cuba today, and do the whole week long ceremony. It's a week. No phone calls, no TV, it's a week. And for me to get healthy, that was the only way I was going to get healthy. So I agreed to do it, and my mother did it, so we both did it together. It wasn't like my mom. I can't stand when parents put their kids into cults. If you want to be an asshole and call the cult leader, leave your kid with your grandmother. I dated a girl for years who I loved dearly. In fact, today we're still very close. And the only reason why we passed a certain point was because the parents involved those kids in the cult. And I always used to tell her, you got to press charges because they were victims of, I don't know, the mother or father went to Mexico to go to school. They joined the cult and they moved to Indiana. And, you know, they have 9 kids before the cult. Real. And they live as a family today like nothing happened. And I'm like, I want to respect your mother and father. If you want to be an asshole, you go to Jonestown. That's fine, right? So I wish you all luck in the world. But leave the kid with me. I'll leave your kid with me. And I'll take care of him the best ability I can. Don't take him down to Guyana because you want to be an asshole. You know? No, in that case, I wanted to do it. My mother gave me $1,000. I'm like, no, I want to be healthy. I want to do it, and it's a week-long process. It starts on Friday, and then it'll let you out till Friday. Then you got to dress in white for a year. All right, so yeah, what are you doing that week? How old are you when you go? 6. All right, do you remember what you had to go through? Some of what you did that week? What rituals? Like, what did you do? Rituals? I can't tell you all the rituals, but it's like being born again. You start from scratch, and they shave your head. Okay, and you go into the next level. Is there any water dunking or any of that? Yeah, although they take you, you gotta go to lotion. You do? Yeah, jump in, and I'll never forget that they were all dark-skinned Cubans. And I did my safe in November. It was so cold that they had to break. It was a river. They had to break the river to get the water poured over my head. So they didn't want to tell my mom. I'm like, fuck you fucking Negroes. And I started running. And they're chasing me in the Bronx. Come back. So they brought me back. They hit me with the, whatever your saint is. That's how many scoops you get. I got 8 free water. And then you go somewhere and you have to close your eyes. And they initiate you and the whole thing. And then Sunday is your big day. Sunday is when they tell you about your future and what things you have to avoid in life. When I sit here before you at the age of 56, I'm going to have my 50th year anniversary of being I don't know. I have my stuff. I practice to myself. I don't practice it with other people. Like, I don't go out. I don't go to Santeria parties, even though I've been invited to thousands of them, because the guy who played Edie on me was that big black guy that was a black guy in the movie with Sean Penn. Oh, Forrest Whitaker? Yes, Forrest Whitaker's a big Santeria guy. Oh, yeah. The model that got 5 feet, pussy, Playboy. She won that look, and that's real. I love how your descriptions that I'm getting. That was Fast Times original. So all those guys, there's a big black community that has an involvement in Santeria. I went to one party, and there was no offense against them. I didn't like it because I was raised in Cuba. Santeria environment.
And is that where it started? Is it a Cuban?
Yes, it came from the slaves in Africa. Okay, back Cuba, they practiced in Cuba. It's in Cuban culture, or like the Filipinos. You know, there's so much. A lot of people don't know this. The biggest Chinatown in the world outside of China, from 1959 was Cuba.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Cuba had the biggest Chinatown in the planet.
Maybe that's
Cuba would eat it up until 1959. No, Fidel took over. They had the biggest Chinatown that influenced Cuba. That's why when you go to a Chinese or Cuban restaurant, the last thing on the menu is Cuban style Chinese fried rice. You know, I would pay attention. I do acupuncture because my mother did acupuncture. We were kids every Thursday. My mother drove me down to Chinatown to buy minerals and herbs. What good did it do? She snorted coke. I was
just about to ask about the minerals.
When it goes to the minerals, the Colombians always win. You know what I'm saying? I used to go to acupuncture to stop snorting coke. Yeah. And she put like a needle in my ear. And I'd still snort coke that night. The needle would fly out of my ear.
Alright, so do you start to see changes in health and everything now that you practice?
Confidence, health,
Allergies?
settling. I was more settled as a young kid. I wasn't settled after my father's death. His death really fucking hurt me. Like it really. And then my confidence, my self-confidence, not having a father, but my mother was a tough motherfucker. She doubled as much as she can, but you still need a father's love.
But all the time they're talking to you about your dad.
Oh yeah,
Photos
my
of him,
father, yeah, everything. Yeah, there was two specific guys that, my God, I was baptized Catholic, and again, I am old school Catholic. If Ryan Sickler comes to me and says, I'm having a child, and I want you to be the godfather, I have to sit Ryan down and explain to him what my rules are as a godfather, because these white people today, they can just baptize you, kid. They have no respect.
I love these. I have a friend who had
no respect.
Here's the deal with me.
No respect.
He was like, I'm not the godfather.
Yeah, no respect. If Ryan Sickler comes to me and says, I want you to be Nicholas's godfather, Nicholas knows one thing for sure. If I'm not on the road on Saturday, I have to break away from my daughter for 2 hours every Saturday for my date with Nicholas. And when I get to the house, you're supposed to say, do me a favor, he didn't eat breakfast on Tuesday, he's getting B's on his report card. All day. Because I'm through with it. Like that's, it's a two-hand game. It's a psychological game. It's not your godfather. He's the good guy. He takes you to the movies. He takes you to the toy store. But he tells you, listen to your fucking mother and you know your fucking steak. Boy, I can't come home no more. Your mother won't let me to take you out. I had a really good godfather. His name was Gavilan. And he grew up with my father in Cuba. And he had a hot wife who after he baptized me, him and his wife broke up. And I had to pick a side. So my mother picked me heavy because they had grown up together. But every time I would go to Miami, that godmother would come visit me, give me $1,000. Wow. Spend the day with me, hug me, kiss me. And she said, you can't go back and tell your mother because I'm not allowed to do this. They'll kill me. But you're my godson. So she risked her life to come see me. So I had a Santeria godmother and I had a real godmother. But my godfather was Aces. First motherfucker when I was about 8, you took me to see those chicks eat Nicholas. That type of dude. Like that type of godfather. That if you tell your mother how fucking I can't come back. Like he had me. He was the baddest motherfucker.
Where did he take you? Where do you go to see that?
Somewhere a movie. He was a possible. He was a heavy duty possible. So as soon as I got in this car, he would roll a joint in front of me when I was 5 and go, don't say nothing to your even though I knew my mother smoked. So he'd roll a joint. He was one of those guys that smoked it, and then he got giggly with me. So then we'd go to 42nd Street, we'd park, we'd get a hot dog, And he let me pick a movie. Like, so the first 2 times, he took me to see like the world's greatest athlete and the Love Bug. And then he sat me down there, he's like, listen, I ain't taking you to those faggot movies no more. So he started taking me. The first movie he took me to was the Malachi Papers. Yeah, Charles Bronson is Joe Malachi when he ran it. And that was it. I was hooked. So every Saturday, every other Saturday, he took me to all those famous movies. The Killer Elite. I mean, across 110th Street, like he was taking me to see adult movies, even though I was telling my mother I wanted to see Disneyland. And then, so, with the movie that he took me, that was just traumatizing. And he did this, guys. He did this till I was about 12, guys. He did this till I was about 12. That was his dedication. That's why I'm the way I am, because I was raised around people very consistent like that. It was a big piece of their life. But I still remember to see Dirty Harry. Okay? Going to the movie, leaving Dirty Harry, went to Tad's Steakhouse in New York. It's still there. If you eat at Tad's, you're gonna die. It's like a fucking steak. It's like the steak that's just 2 days older than the steak that didn't freeze it. It's like a black guy's leg, and they give you a baked potato, a salad, garlic bread, and jello.
Jello.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. Jello with whipped cream, I lose my mind. And I'll never forget after, like by this time, he was already smoking dope in front of me. He was already giggling in front of me. And he would always ask me, you like girls? And I'm not. What do you mean you don't know? So he would take me to his girlfriend's house and make out with them. And then on the way out, he'd grab that tit. You gotta grab that tit. He'd say shit like that to me. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And then about a year later, he goes, I'm gonna take you somewhere where you can't tell your mom. And he took me to this girlfriend at his house by another young chick there. And they just started eating each other out. Using those. And I was about 8. All I could think about was going to sleep. Like, it was so overwhelming.
They knew you were watching, or they didn't know?
No, they knew. He was giggling, smoking a joint. What do you think of a pussy? Oh, this shit. Do you like it? Is that something that you would be attracted to? Because my mother was very concerned.
You're liking it. Wait. He's up there showing you this to go back to tell your mom that.
No, he didn't want to tell my mom. But the problem was, he did not want my mom. When I was young, my mom had a bar. She had him remarried then. So I was always surrounded by women. So my mom was scared that I would be gay. So she would make sure Gabby would talk to me about pussy, get my dick sucked, all this shit.
I got this. Don't worry.
Gabby talked me into asking my babysitter for a blowjob. The night that Muhammad Ali fought Joe Frazier, see if they could pull up the thing. Whatever night Muhammad Ali fought Joe Frazier the first time, Gabby gave me money. Gabby asked me, you got money? Just give him money. Like, all these kids in school were talking about a blowjob. So I was 8 years old.
71.
I was 8.
It's on my birthday, March 8th.
There you go.
I found out that birthday. March
Then
8th.
Joe Frazier fought Muhammad Ali at the garden. My mother went to the fight, and she was with the Puerto Rican babysitter.
And 2 years later to the day I was born.
2 years fucking later.
How about that?
No, on that day, I had a bunch of quarters and I had a bunch of signals because I used to hustle at my mother's bar. So I had a babysitter named Tina. Tina came over.
Now, how old are you at this point? You're 9? 8? Okay. 8. And Tina's how old?
She's about 31. My mother died when she was 48.
Oh my God.
So
Okay.
my mother was about 40. Yeah, she was about 40, 41. Tina was about 30 to 33. And she was babysitting me, and I had it all planned up. I waited for my mother to leave. And I had like a bag of change and a couple of dollars in there, and I went right out there. Change. Like, Tina would be asking questions, because my godfather told me to ask him. Because he kept telling me, when you get your dick sucked, it's going to be great. You're going to love it. I'm like, what are you talking about? You asked Tina. I go, what do I, Tina? Tita. I go, what do I get my dick sucked? And he goes, ask your babysitters on 17 months. So I went to Tina. That night, about 7:30. March 8th, 1971. If I give you $20, will you suck my dick? And she's like, yeah, you gotta take a shower. At that time, I was dirty. I was a dirty little fuck. I didn't like showers every day. And then I took a shower. I put underwear on. I put like a gold chain on. Gold chain? Cologne on. And I licked the bed. And I waited for her to come to suck my dick. My teeth on, ready. And I had my little tiny whities on, no skin marks, the whole fucking thing. And this dirty bitch comes in, blows on my stomach. And she goes, that's a blowjob. And she walks over and goes, that's not a blowjob. So I started arguing with her, right? This arguing with her for about an hour. I want my money back. 8 years old. She's like, I want my fucking money back. People are going to get hurt. People are going to get hurt. She calls my mother. She's like, I don't know what's going on with him. You know, you gotta talk to me, threatening me and all this shit. That went crazy. When I was a young kid, I used to play like bingo with my mom. I would go to the bar and clean toilets. My mom would make me stick my hand in the tampon box and take the tampons out. Out. So when I got $10, it was like $10 I was gonna kill you for. Like, there was no charity in my world. I remember, like, my mother going, they want $1 from the Heart Association. They ain't not gonna get it from me. And my mom's like, you have to learn to donate. I'm not donating shit. I gotta go clean the dreams for this money. So I gave Tina like my hard-earned $20. And she didn't suck my dick. I barely went to sleep. Like, I was crying all night. And then my mother came home at 3. And when I got up that morning, my mother went to give me the... Tina was asleep on the couch. And my mother was in the room, like, making eggs, getting the emulsive powder ready. And here I am sharpening a knife. Like, I was that crazy at that age. Like, I was sharpening a knife. And my mom was like, what's going on with you? Well, let me tell you. God rest his soul. My poor mother, she's hungover. She probably did a gram of blow the night before, dirty cocktail. And she's smoking a cigarette. She's like, what's going on with you this morning? I go, listen, let me tell you what happened last night. I'm telling this in Spanish. I go, mira, le di 20 pesos a Tita. Porque me mamaba la pinga. And she wouldn't suck it. She didn't suck it. I want my $20 back. And then, like, took my mother for, like, a fucking loop. And she's like, come again? I can't even imagine. I gave Tina $20 to suck my dick last night. And she didn't do it. I want my $20 back. And I'll never forget my mother just smoking that cigarette, looking at me going, wait, she was just starting worrying. And she goes, can I ask you a question? I go, what? She goes, there's women that hang out at my bar, and they get $100, maybe $50 for a blowjob. Why would Tina suck your little dick for $20? And I'm like, listen, I don't know what the fucking stock market or the stock value is. All I know is all my $20, I'm gonna stab this bitch. And that's how it went. Like, I was sharpening and I'm dead serious. And I remember I was ready to kill her for my $20. It's March 9th, 1971. I was gonna wake her up like Henry Hill's wife when I said, I said, you better get my $20. I'm gonna stab you right now. It got so bad in the living room that my mother had to hold me back. That my mother gave me the $20. Tina just wouldn't give it up. Tina would not give it up. I didn't talk to Tina for months after that. I hit her in the head with a shoe for 20 years later. And she wouldn't let me watch Hawaii 5-0. Hawaii 5-0 was on. She told me how to go to bed. And I had one of those shoe ones on the string. I just blasted her on the fucking head with it. And that was the end of the Tina fucking babysitting thing. But it's crazy how my godfather took me to see Dirty Harry. We were sitting at Dad's Steakhouse. And at the end, he goes, open your hands. And I go, what are you doing? He goes, open your hands under the table. And he put a 44 Magnum in my hand. A 44 and an 8-year-old? Yeah, was my guy. He was my guy, you know. Yeah, after that, my mom remarried. My mom remarried before all this shit happened. Like, I got good at my mom remarried. My mom got married 50 years ago, 3 days ago. Jerk off my mom. Shut the fuck. That wasn't even the moon. You can tell it was fucking Santa Barbara there. That wasn't even the moon. And that's not even a conspiracy theory. There's no way that was the moon. That was like Yankee Stadium right there on the floor.
Let's take a quick break to tell you about our sponsor, ExpressVPN. If you believe that you're not being snooped on or that nobody cares about your online data, well then I'm sorry to disappoint you, but you are wrong. Because you listen to my show, you're clearly smart enough to understand that your privacy is under attack, all right? Hackers, governments, ad companies, and ISPs are all gobbling up your data like all of them. That's why I recommend getting the software I trust to protect my online activity, ExpressVPN. Their apps use powerful encryption to secure your data. ExpressVPN runs in the background of your computer or your phone, and then you just use the internet like you normally would. You download the app, you click to connect, and voila, you're protected. I never go online without ExpressVPN, and you shouldn't do it either. ExpressVPN is the fastest VPN I've tried. It costs less than $7 a month, and it comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee. ExpressVPN uses new cutting-edge technology called Trusted Server to make sure there's no logs of what you do online. It's time to stop hackers, Big Brother, and internet companies from grabbing all your data. Take back your online privacy like I did with ExpressVPN. Protect your online activity today and find out how you can get 3 months free at expressvpn.com/honeydew. That's expressvpn.com/honeydew for 3 months. 3 months free with a 1-year package. Visit expressvpn.com/honeydew to learn more. Now let's get back into the show. So real quick, your mom remarried. Do you get close with her new husband? Is he a stepfather or is he a step-husband? No, that's got to be. He was a big time breaker. And I said, well, he was doing time in Sing Sing. He was selling Sing Sing as well as they were. He was selling pictures every week. You see DVDs and shit like that. He was drawing. When he got out, he was dating my mother when he was in the halfway house. So he would only come home to dinner and go back there at night or whatever. Yeah, back to night. So it was pretty nice to have him around. He filled that void. At that age, yes, he was. He taught me how to comb my hair. He taught me how to take showers, how to be a man of the iron, how to color coordinate your suits. He was just a great all-around guy. So my mom was going to marry him. And they got married on July 11th, 1969. So I was 6. And he moved in with us. He was a great dad. He never laid a hand on me. He would make me kneel on beans. Like if I did something real unreal, I would have to kneel on beans and stare at the wall. That was an old human punishment. Or he would make me write in Spanish. I would not yell at my mother. I will not talk about. He was a teacher. Respectful to your mom. Yes. Was your mom? At that time, yes. At that time, everything was great. And he filled that void, you know. I got into karate. I used to get beat up. I used to get into a fight like 3 times a week with a Haitian. He was a kid on my block. He was a Haitian kid. He used to all that shit. And he was rude. We just called him rude Haitian. When I was in the 1st grade in kindergarten, I played hooky. Because in the 1st grade, I was Thomas Davis among us. Yesterday, in the 1st grade, my mom, the 1st grade didn't come out of the team in kindergarten. So I believed in the 1st grade to go buy hot dogs. Where you just outside or you made
PS 166. You hit like St. Nicholas or something else. And correct me if anybody's from New York City. And there was a hot dog and I didn't want to. So I would eat hot dogs. And I felt that the more hot dogs I ate, the more American I became. So I would eat hot dogs. And then they told me to say, no, I have to go leave the building. And I didn't give a fuck. So now I knew if they had that route protected. This is a true story. So they had to put meat. They had to put meat place. And I loved their roast beef, lettuce and tomato, and fucking vinegar oil and mayo. And one day I was walking and guess who picks me up? The truant officer. They were just supposed to be in school. I know. Let's go back to the house. But I think that my mom was sleeping. So I didn't have to go back to my neighbor. Because I was the neighbor. So I said, I go to my mother's grandma. We need to go back to school. This is a true story. You know, I bought this motherfucker up when my baby let me go. In 1969, I bought this guy up when my baby let me go. How they get together. Walk out and make a left and I'll make a right. So I can't play them because they were all out. I like school, but I didn't like that 12 to 3 session. Stuff like that really need magic one, but I'm good. That 12 to 3, like, don't work for me, you know what I'm saying? It's nice out. You want to sit me in a classroom like a fucking prisoner of war, you know what I'm saying? So one day I go to Central Park. I had a lunchbox. My mother gave me a lunchbox. They gave me like a lunchbox. Like a Beatles or something. I fucking hated the lunchbox. You have like white kids, motherfuckers, get like a sandwich and an apple and like a napkin, like a pudding. That's Spanish people. We get like Cuban soup and nervous, cologne, a sandwich, rosary beads, candles, while we eat a napkin, Spanish music. They fit a radio in there. They do everything. Like it weighs 80 pounds. Like if I flew United with that thing, they charge me a yardstick for a little Beatle lunchbox. So I figured if I told my mother I lost it, she wouldn't give me the lunchbox. I went to Central Park and throw it in the lake. And as I went to get to the lake, these 3 little Irish kids came up and I went to the lunchbox. And I only gave them, but I was like, you know, they didn't want the lunchbox. So I hit the lunchbox and opened it up. I'm fighting the 3 kids. I'm getting my ass kicked on 6, 5. I don't know what I'm doing. And the kid hits me in the head with a thermos. You know, the metal thermos, the glass inside. And when they hit me in the head, and they touched my head, blood all over. And I fucking ran home. And they couldn't get me down. My mom was in the bar in Jersey. So what they did was they sent me to the hospital and they had to wait for my mom to get the consent form. And then they stitched me up. You know, when my mom found out I put it on me, they stitched me up and beat me at the hospital. Like she was just beating me at the hospital. Then another time, you're in the right spot. Let me tell you how retarded I was as a kid. But that beating I got changed my life. That beating opened me up to society. And then she put me in karate. With black people, I was on 98th Street, West End, Mr. Orange. In fact, this student is Eddie Bravo's black nuts. Oh, wow. That's how it's all over the world. Yeah. Rashad is Mr. Orange's son. So that's where I learned some stuff. Here's a funny one because I had to tell my wife the other day. There used to be a game where please don't spill the beans. Yeah. It was a pot. You had to play with beans and then it goes back and forth. So on Christmas, I get up for Christmas and I'm sitting there watching the Wonderful World of Disney. Whatever the fuck it is. And I take one of the beans and I pop it in my ear. And I pop it out. And I pop it in my ear and I pop it out. And I'm doing this for about a half hour. I pop it in my ear but it won't come out. But you know me, I'm in the mafia at 6. I don't say nothing to nobody. I don't say nothing. Christmas Eve, I put it in the bucket. It's good. Something will happen. By fucking February, I'm walking around like a tumor. Like my hair got big, they couldn't figure out what it was. They just every night.
Good morning, Mr. British. How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm lovely, thank you. How'd you sleep?
Good.
Excellent. You ready for everything today? Pardon me?
Did you sleep?
A little bit. Maybe a little bit later today as well. All right, you ready to hit the day?
Yeah.
All right, go get it, girl. I'll see you tonight, God willing.
Good night, God willing.
Take care.
You too.
Hang me upside down. You know, she's staying awake with me every night. She's suffering. And finally, they take her to New York. They take her on the 65th and Broadway. The medical center. I don't know what it's called. See the Sinai, whatever. We go in, and at that time, like I said, guys, they put me on first name basis. Jose, hey, you're back. How you doing? That's how much I used to go to the hospital. And they're like, what is it? You haven't been here for a year. We were straight. Like, oh, another year. Like, they went in there, and I forget my mother was like 4 feet from me. They stuck in those tongs, and he fucking goes, voila. You know, like the guy put like a tube in first, and they sucked half of it up. And then they stuck the thing in, and they pulled the bean out. That bean came out of my hand. My mother goes, what's that? I go, oh my God, how did that get in there? And it was a wooden bean. I know exactly what it is. And a bunch of earwax came out. Oh, it was just disgusting. God. But the bean, she had put so much hot oil in there, the bean had cooked. Like it was a fucking bean. It was ready to eat that. Like it was ready to eat. Do you know my mother started throwing raisins and less? Like 3 fucking surgeons. And that's what my mom got. She was beating me with the purse. Oh, she fucked me up that night. How thank you, man. I was fucking staying up 24 hours a day. Oh, God, thinking you have cancer, a brain tumor, or anything. I pray to God that she forgives me. You know, it's so weird. You don't really think about your parents till you become a parent. That's when your parents really, you really think about them on a daily basis. Situations that you haven't thought of 20 years back because you did the same thing. Don't you wish you could ask them, like, how do you do? What would you do here? What would you do now? What would you do now? I would fucking hug her and go, thank you for not shooting me. You know what I'm saying? Like, most kids, most people that are adults today forget Mother's Day and forgets Father's Day because I don't have them both. Both of my parents have been gone over 30 years. But every year I would go over there, give them a big hug, go fuck Mother's Day, fuck Father's Day. It's March 9th. I just want to give you a hug and tell you thank you for not shooting me. Thank you for not drowning me like Casey Anthony. Thank you for not selling me in the black market. So, you know what I'm saying? There's a lot of fucked up. We had a lot of things to our parents. I mean, we really tested. We really do test our parents' patience. And that's without their lives. What they're going on in their lives. You know, they're getting unemployed. Their boss is on their ass because they're not selling enough encyclopedias. You know, it's so weird that if your parents are alive today, if you take anything from this podcast once a year, man, go over there, give them a hug, at least bring them a bulletproof sandwich, and go, thank you for not killing me. Thank you very much for not killing me because I see it. I have a daughter, and she's a great kid, but it's a lot of stress. It really is. Whatever your financial status is, whatever. A tough thing when you have a child, you know. So, what age now do things really start to shift? Like when you start getting to be, what age would you say you're running the streets? 7 to 8. Once I did the same. Once I got a lot of kids, it's teens. I feel like they're younger than that. For me, it was from 7. Like 7. You're running the streets. Second grade. I'm living at home on 88th Street. I'm allowed to play in front of the house. I was an arsonist. I used to light things on fire in the pistol. I would turn them off. And then pissed.
Turn it off.
And one day I got enough pissed, the building next to me went on fire. Oh, yes, I did.
The building on fire.
205 water back of it, not the whole building, and the ground on fire. Just the engine was still back. It was like the stairs to the bottom.
Yeah.
And I would take newspapers, and I would light them on fire and then pee. And then one day I showed my friends, look at me, I got a trick. And I threw a bunch of newspapers down there and lit it on fire. And I started peeing. The fire got bigger and bigger. Now I lived on 205 West 88, ACO 3, apartment 3A. And I didn't have my life in a room. I had a view of 88th Street and Broadway. But my bedroom did not have that. I had a view to a parking garage lot that was empty. So people would play stickball, they would play tag in that yard. So I would take pennies and throw them out the window, and people go throw pennies. They would say, I was terror. Some days I would throw eggs. Some days I would throw pennies. But the best thing I started doing ever was, you know what a 45 single is?
Yeah, back in the day.
Back in the day, they have these 45 singles. You have to put them in the middle, put them in your. They got the fat. My mother had a record player at the bar. So every week, the record guy would come and rotate the singles that weren't popular. And I would go take them. So we lived on the third floor. And I would open my window and there would be kids playing back there. And you really couldn't see who was playing because there was a limit. And I would take those singles and just whip them out the window like a fucking, what do you call those things that spin around, knock down my books? What the other things Indians used? Boomerang.
Yeah.
They were like a boomerang. I did it about 19 times.
Just throwing them out there to their heads.
And people would say, man, somebody keeps throwing singles on the window. And one day I clocked one of those kids with one of those singles. And I saw a kid, he was like one of those guys from Walking Dead. Yeah. Like if I hit him with a machete across the head, he had like 3 stitches. Like, what happened? He goes, I don't know. I was playing stickball and all of a sudden, a disc hit me in the head. You have no idea how guilty I felt, but not really. I loved it. It was my fucking.
Fuck.
Oh my God. So then, during the week, I would go to PS 166, and once Friday came, my mom would drop me off in bed with some 148, and then I would just run wild, like Halloween, for example.
Okay, I want to ask you real quick. You're 7'8". Are you the only one of your age hanging in this group, or are there other 7'8"?
Everybody's 7 and 8.
Okay.
Everybody in this group, we all know each other. So we're about 5 and a half, and then mixed ages, let's say from 5 to 10 and a half.
So it's
Because there was one kid, I hung out with Ricky Cedeno. He had an older brother called Nelson Cedeno. He had an older sister called Nancy Cedeno, who sang for a band called the Riders of the Sage. And they were on Saturday, they were on the Midnight Special when I was a kid. And they lived on 148th and Broadway, 9 Puerto Rico Store Apartment. You know, I would go up there to sleep over and I would feel embarrassed. Like they never took me to my house. Because I had my own air conditioner, I had my own TV. Used to wipe up milk. Yeah, there were 7 people in one bedroom. No air conditioning, fans, kids sleeping all over the floor. So I never played the card angle with them. I know we were not playing but I worked with my sodas. I always took care of all those kids. Those kids wanted to take care of themselves. Like Halloween, for example. That was the best Halloweens I ever had. Because they had, like where I lived on 88th Street, the fags, all the faggy people, the stairs, you knock on people's doors. They refused to do that. They shut down businesses. They got 6 of us who walked into a business, go trick or treat. If that motherfucker didn't put a quarter in each of our baskets, like we didn't have candy. Like those kids,
that shit that everybody gets. They're not ready for you.
We're not ready for kids. We don't take candy here. That's how tough these kids were. They didn't want candy. They wanted quarters, pennies, nickels, and dimes. If you didn't give us each quarter, be ready to get the party the next day with eggs in your business. And every other weekend, just break your window out of spite. So everybody knew kids that want to head out. Ricky, Nelson Cedeno, and a couple other kids when it snowed. They were out there at 6 shoveling businesses. They would pull the garbage cans out for people and charge them a big $2 a week. These kids taught me what it was to, and they were tough, like they were firm. Like I said, Halloween we don't want kids. We don't knock on doors, we don't go upstairs. They're like, that's the fucking little faggy kids that do that. We shake down business homes at that age. And what happened was, my mother didn't like that. My mother didn't like how I was running with those kids, so my mom would do surprise attacks on me. My mom would just come out of a cab and go, "Oh, Antonio, get that fucking," and she would yell, "Oh my God, why do you let him out there all day? Look at him, he's dirty." My mother didn't like that because my mom would. She's like, "I don't fucking work 15 hours a day for him to have a ripped shirt or be dirty on his neck. Go take a fucking shower." And then she'd take me away for 3 days because she knew that was my life. 148 feet, that was my thing. And then the final. Then, I told my wife this about a year ago. I used to get, at that time, something was found on me that I would get shaken down before I left the house. And when I came back, by your mom, by my mother, she found something when I came home. She had like a alarm like from the bar, because at the bar, I had a scam at my mother's bar. When bookies came in with mistresses, I would go over and talk to them and like throw hints that I was going to talk about the wife. And I would talk to them. Yeah, so they were like, "How much are you going to take me to leave?" $25. What's it going to take me? Yeah. Like I would go up to them and talk to them about their kids. And then I go, "Man, I can't wait to go back to the house and eat that chicken again." And they would just look at me. And they like pull me aside, like, "Why don't you take $10? Go up the corner and get a hot dog." So I would break in like 50 a night just by shaking down guys. Can you imagine? You got 3 lines of coke, you get a couple cocktails, and the woman of your dreams is sitting next to you. And I come up to you and say, and I would give you like an beat about Scooby-Doo. Like just the 20 minutes, let me get what Scooby-Doo did today. And they'd be sitting there like, "Why do I need this? What's it going to take to get ready?" That's maybe $4. So my mother made a rule that nobody was allowed to give me money at the bar. It didn't matter. She didn't know what I was doing to them. She didn't know that I was shaking them down mentally. Like, go up to them and start, "Hey, how's your wife? I'm not married no more." And they could throw me a point, like that. And this went on. And so my mother found me one day with like $80. Here I am, 7 years old, and I got like an equivalent of $20 in my pocket. She goes, "That's it." So she would make me put money in the bank every week. I was only allowed to leave the house for $10, but I swear to God, I should be embarrassed about telling this story, but I'm not, because it happened. Before I would leave, she'd go, "All right, hands up." She'd pat me down, and I'd empty my pockets. She'd go take my sneakers off. And there were times I tried to put the 20 in my sneaker. That was taken off and smacked in the face and called you. So I got to the point where I couldn't get away with nothing around her. So I would go, she'd shake me down, I'd leave. And then when I came back, she'd shake me down and leave. But then one Sunday, she pulled a surprise attack on me during the summer up on 140th Street, 8th Street. And I had bought a James Bond knife. And I got a James Bond knife from the 70s. There you go. Look at the size of this knife. When I was 7, I bought a James Bond knife. And she surprise attacked me and went in my pocket and found that knife. And that was it. That was the end of fucking Joe Diaz. She put me in captive. She threatened me with Loyola Military Academy in Miami and Sacred Heart School for Boys. And she went to Sacred Heart School for Boys from the 3rd grade to the 5th grade. She didn't want to deal with boys. And there was other factors that happened.
But was that, did you go away to that, or do you
know it was in New Jersey?
But you stay home and go in the morning?
Okay. They dropped me off on Thursday. And you get my stepfather was always a good man. In fact, there's things that I do today that I ended up hating them. And I got my peace with him when he died, and we made our peace in a way. But there's things I do today that I learned from him that have gotten me to where I am. Because he was that smart and straightforward. He was that intelligent. He played you like a fiddle. If he had to meet you and talk to you, he wasn't sure about you. If he had to meet you at 9, he'd come here at 6 and plant 2 guns and a knife. I mean, this guy was a genius. He was a fucking genius. You know, and I told him one of the stories on Harvey's thing that, you know, when he got off parole and probation, he could go back to bookmaking, but he couldn't go to New Jersey. Because in New Jersey, bookmaking is a felony, but in New York City, it's a misdemeanor. So his bank was up in the Bronx. The tracks closed, and you know the number for the day by 2. So after you add up and pay everybody, you're pretty much on the way home with 315. And one day I was coming home with him. And this is my first view of ever him. We were at a light, and he saw a guy hitting the dog. And he beat the guy, and he goes, "Don't hit that dog." The guy goes, "Fuck you, mind your business." He didn't pull the car over, he just put it in the park and got out.
In the street.
Dead in the street in the Bronx. And just proceeded to throw beat on this guy. Like, I mean, broke his fucking face, kicked him again because when you're Cuban, that part, you dedicate your life to St. Lazarus. So you can't mess with dogs. People who dedicate their lives to St. Lazarus in Cuba, like Michael Vick got sentenced, there was a lot of prisons he could go to because there was Alabama Cubans that
No, kill you.
they'll kill you. Real, you don't know what
What
it
is
is.
it about the dog?
It's St. Lazarus is the patron saint of Cuba. St. Lazarus, the famous saint of Cuba. His birthday is December 17th. Any Cuban on December 17th is losing his mind. December 16th, you stay up till midnight, you light candles, and you pray to him for the following year that everything works out. So he's big in Cuba. So you have to, like my mother hated dogs. If my mother saw dogs, you have to give them food. Like, you know, I got puppies when I was a kid once, and my mother would go, "Get these fucking dogs away from me." And I'd wake up in the middle of the night, the dogs would be licking. And then she would go get bones, butcher, boil them to get the gravy out of the bone, and she would pour over their food. So no matter how much my mom hated dogs, her DNA told her genes, and it's deep in your Cuban genes. I can make a long story short, so he threw me like that. I was
You're just in the car walking.
yeah. And I never said nothing to my mother. I was like, this is too much for the truth. Then about 6 months later, me and my mom were going on that game. And my mom gave the cab driver 10%. Take me to the night game, but take this route. And the guy goes, no, this route's quicker than I'm supposed to take the fucking route. I'm telling you. The guy goes, this route's quicker. Something happened. There was traffic. My mother said, I told you there was going to be traffic. Because my mother didn't like missing bad breakfast or the national anthem. So she was big on the national anthem. So she was going to get late. So she got to her. The guy, she goes, hold on. I've got a different cab. The guy's like, I'm not pulling over. So at a light, my mother went and took the keys out of the ignition and said, I'm going to call one. I'm going to call the police. The guy's like, call the police. They were wrestling. My mother cut her hand on the keys. So my mother called one. One was like maybe 2 miles away at a boogie joint. And my mother looked one on the face. So
You already knew a wand into that motherfucker that had the dog.
at that time, this partner our family partner in the big operation was Nelson. He was a really good guy, Nelson Rivera. I loved him dearly. Him and his daughter Evie and his wife Delilah, I loved him dearly. He showed up with Nelson's Mustang. And my stepdad's like, what happened? And I'm like, and I was like a little fag. I'm like, let me got in. Holy shit. He's like, come with me. I'll never forget the guy had glasses. And I was part of the PAL. The PAL's a police athletic league. And the first things they tell you is not to hit somebody with glasses. So I just think it's fun to talk, you know. And one goes up to the guy, and the guy's a big, burly white guy. the guy's like, fuck you. She took my keys. I'm about to call the cops. And Ron, like, he took his left hand. He just moved an inch. And he fucking just let this guy glasses went flying. There was blood everywhere. He got on top of this guy. And it's it's 1 in the afternoon. And he's punching this guy like a UFC fight. And in those days, that was New York City, dog. When people didn't say nothing, nobody even stopped. Punched this guy like 50 fucking times. There was blood everywhere. Stopped punching him. The cops pulled up. They pulled up behind the Mustang. They couldn't really see the guy. And this is the funniest story ever. One was slick. One was 80 years. And if you spoke English, totally look at you. Two cops pulled out. Let me get this. Two cops pulled out. As they came towards me, one turned, one in his pocket, and shook the guy's hand. It's like, isn't that a beautiful thing? The guy had like 200 in his pocket, running down some talk, they're gonna forget that. And I'm like shitting the brick walls, got blood on his hand. The cops were saying, and all of a sudden, you're like, oh. And the cop looked over, he's like, what's going on with him? And he was like, what? And one's like, no, he fell. He's gonna be guys, have a good day. They just left the guy there. Oh my God. The guy there, like, they didn't call the ambulance. Nothing. They're like, everything's cool. Nobody said nothing. They didn't even call. We all went home. And then, so now I'm like, fuck, this guy's on this summer. And then about 6 months later, we're at a Santeria party on a Saturday night. And he's in it as well. He's not a Santeria guy. He's an Abacoa guy at the time. What is that? Abacoa, the shore right the sea. What's that? They're like they don't eat pussy. They don't go into a woman as a gay man. They don't have communication with gay men. Yeah, it's a society. Religion or society? It's a society. But now, every day, just like Romeo, Romero, John Rogan with me, he does that all. This is a secular religion of men. You had to talk to them in a certain way, you approach them a certain way. Like I say, your name is religion and Ryan secular. But I grew up with you and I call you Beansy. I'm allowed to call you Beansy. But if some white kid comes up and he goes Beansy, all of a sudden, excuse me, my name is Ryan Sickler. We have called me Beansy out of line again. I'll stab you one day now. And what they did was, these are fishermen. You know what they did? You know what they were? Let me tell you what the mask is. Let me tell you what the masculinity level was. Just so you know. When you have beef with them, they would be here, whatever. After they got finished with you, they flip you over, they pull your pants down, and they slice your ass cheeks. That's all. Like the next time they look with a mark on your ass cheek, that's like I could have fucked you years, but I gave you a breather, and I sliced your ass. The next time I won't fuck you again. Don't ever disrespect me again. That was the level of masculinity, machismo, that this guy had. Like he was up there. Nor did he drink alcohol. He detested marijuana and any type of drug. So weird. He was by the book. And that's what counted. My mother came in. He didn't like the drinking. He didn't like the bars. He didn't like drunk people. So we're at a Santeria party. 6 months later, at my godmother's house. Yeah, how fucking crazy it was. He would read ladies' novellas, Spanish novellas about love and shit. And he would wear glasses. He would make believe he was half that. So he didn't have to. If you went up there like $20 someday, then you go and look at I go where he can't hear. He would say that to people, let you think he was deaf. He wasn't deaf. Towards the end, this guy was worth millions. know that he stood at the same car. Yeah, he was married to my mother in 1971. El Dorado, like the size of a ship, 2 miles to the gallon. He didn't believe in flash. He knew that the feds did math. Went to how? Never did drugs. This is not paranoia. This is intelligence. He was such a good bookmaker that he would not speak in a room where there was a phone hung up. He said they still listening. He would talk me outside. Very cautious, very smart. Took that pitch in 1966. Never took a pitch again. Took a pitch of shooting a guy and he got away with it. After my mother died, somebody tried to jump. He took the guy's gun and shot him at like 55. He shot both kids. And then he got to another beef later on. He always stayed out of prison.
How long was he when he did his bid?
When I was a kid, whatever, I don't know how many years, a few years.
That was for bookmaking.
That was for bookmaking. And so it's a summer night. Like it's like a July. There's a party at my godmother on 148th Street. And there's a guy there named Eco. Miguelito. His name is Eco. I don't know what his last name was. But his street name was Miguelito. Miguelito was a Cuban dish. He chopped meat with raisins, olives, fried potatoes. Just not a lot of raisins. Just enough raisins. It's delicious.
Which is not
He ate it so much. I just told him Miguelito. The guy was real dirty.
I've been performing in front of live audiences since I was 6. I need to think it.
So for some reason, my stepdad finished looking me and
What about my books? That is just ridiculous.
So this time I had seen guns. Oh my God, I had seen guns at my mother's bar. I had never seen a bar. So we carried a knife, a straight razor. We were carrying a knife. And she says, "Help me get out." The whole time. So you show me that shit was my father's name. So we can't get in that way. Party. You know, we got cocktails. So like the cocktail drunk, the chicken. There's a whole way. There's a long way. She said, "Yeah, this is me. It's me, my mother, my godmother. I'm talking in the kitchen. I can say it right the whole way. My glasses on, reading a novel. When did you see it? When did you see Gina? Pretending he's dead. Pretending he's dead. And Nico walks back there with like half a bag. He goes, yes. I'm right away. I'm like, oh, no. My mother ignores it. The guy's wife ignores it. So the guy's drunk. He's telling me what he's like. That's fucking fucking Cuban. It's the one brother shit. So I go over and I feel my stepdad. Because we see this thing, he's not saying a word, but I know he's here and everything. It's like, oh, this guy's in the kitchen fucking saying shit. Cuban style. He's something like the cheese. This guy was sucking my dick and you know I would have been killed. His glasses this fucking guy saying, oh my God, stop it, we're just going to go back. What happened? So he's talking about the weather. Something was like starting about until the day his reaction on the question is I can't imagine. I said, sure, I would be around the basement runs to the back at the same time. It was the same thing.
Currently screaming, took action, went and did what he needed to do. The rest is unfolding before us here. We'll see what just happened. Charles Reyes.
I'll never forget that I went home. My stepfather, he didn't push me off. But my godmother went home and she just fell off. It was like one of those tackles when you push the guy.
They just fall right off.
Just fall off. She just fell off. And this idiot, it was on the 48th Street between Riverside Drive and Broadway, maybe 20 yards away from the top of the corner. We run out and come on, man. I'm like, Ego's got to be fucking running by now. Ego's in front of the place, drunk, and he's like, fuck you. What are you going to do with that thing? There was like 30 people outside. He goes, what are you going to do with that thing? Shoot me, you don't have the balls. He goes, as a matter of fact, if you let the balls, if you're a man, you shoot me right in the neck. That was the level of which is now. What? He pointed the gun and shot this motherfucker. Hit him in the leg. The guy went down. Took me by the hand. Walked up the Broadway. We fucking started the car. We went just 148 goes up. We hit 147, went right down. He went about 2 blocks and pulled over. We hit 30 yards. We got up to us. We walked back to his car. We went home. Let me tell you something. We left my mother there. That's how crazy it was. She should know the deal.
Your mom knows what's up.
I go to bed like, Jesus, he just shot somebody last night. I go to bed like nothing happened. I wake up and I say, well, eat breakfast. There's my mom walking and she's like, well, you never waited for me. No, it was mine, but disgusting. Yes.
You never were like, you shot somebody. There was no conversation about it.
Never again. I just knew that our family relations were ruined. We weren't going to be getting invited to a lot of parties anymore. Our party days were over with.
Oh my
So one dies in 2006. This happens 1971, 1970. Yeah, this happened about 1970, 71. And I think about my mom seeing that, my reaction and everything. I think my mom knew it was time once the knife incident and the wand incident. My mom knew that it was time for me to. I think that my mom had it with this woman me. The next level was like a bat, and she wasn't going to do that. So she gave me the nuts. But here's the interesting thing about wine. We never discussed it. Like it was discussed around it, but it was never discussed with my mother. My mother dies.
Oh, you all other people really
Juan
never called that
my mother dies. I go to prison, 1,000 fucking things happen in our lives, And when I reconnect, and like, I don't know when the Sopranos got on the air. And when I reconnect like in 90, when I went to analyze that, he gave me the ring. He gave me a good luck ring, and I analyzed that. And that way, that ring and everything, I have respect for him. Even though he robbed me.
Juan gave you that? I can't even say anything before some more shit.
Even though we don't want to, because when my mother died, they were married. So I didn't get the house. I didn't get the jewelry. I didn't get a lot of things. And I'm happy that I didn't get it because I always said that if I deserved to get it, I would get it somewhere in my life.
I believe that too.
And so I didn't make a big deal about it. But I put all my anger aside years later because I realized all the shit I'd done while growing up also. And we always were friends. And whenever I would go to Jersey, I would always go to my buddy Chrissy Fish and I would get a box of shrimp from him. I bring it over to Juan's, and Juan would make this great dish called camarón enchilado. It's like a Cajun style shrimp with this red sauce with peas in it. And you put on white rice and you cook those fried hard bananas. So I would go over there around 5. He'd be married, very nice. She was very nice. is they would, he would cook this for me, and I would eat, we would talk, and I'd give him a hug. He'd ask me if I needed money, and he'd throw me like $15. He'd go to a whole bar, he'd go to his wallet, he'd carry a wallet, he'd go to a thing, he had 3 inches of money, he was so cheap, and he'd just go to 100s, 50s, and give me like a 10, what the fuck, 40 years old. But he meant well. So one night, him and I, this has to be 2005. The longest short just came out. I brought him a poster. I brought him a copy of the movie. He was really happy. He kept telling me how I got to lose weight to get real fat. And then I'll never forget that we're sitting there. Like, all right, I gotta go. I turned to him like, wait, can I ask you a question? Well, he goes, what? Remember the time you shot me? You go get it here on 140 issues. He goes, I don't know what you're talking about. That's how old we were. And when he died, I couldn't go to the wake that week. I was shooting something, but I had to go to Jersey the following week. And I went to see her just in case she was going to give me money, She didn't give me shit, no jewelry, no nothing. But the funny story is when I used to come home from Catholic school, I would always, I would sleep at the house Friday and Saturdays. And one Saturday night, something was being done to my room, the air conditioner. So I had to sleep in the attic. And I went there, and I go, I gotta tell you something, I'm scared. I'm sleeping in the attic. He goes, no worries. I go to the attic, he had a small gun with a silencer on it. And he goes, hey, you see a ghost? He took the bullets out, obviously. Because I'm up all night shooting at the air. So after he dies, I finish eating. His wife says, come over, and I give her a hug and condolences. She apologizes. And I thought she was gonna say, hey, he left me jewelry, he left me some money. She goes, before you go, order free to go in the room and see what he had. He was a water. He had everything. He was never that. He was driving down the street. He saw a TV. He was a millionaire. Oh, really? Yeah, he really was a millionaire. He became a millionaire from pork shark. He was very, very good at pork shark. And he got into a bookie bank. So he fell behind. He was the loan shark. He made great money over the years. But he was such a stoic that he lived in a fucking building that had no elevator. And he walked 4 flights every day at 70, whatever he was. He was in great shape. Towards the end, I saw him on a shirt because he had the shoulders and the shotgun blast and everything else. He had a scar. They tied him up in Cuba with a wire, and they squeezed it. He had a scar, and it was cheap stitches. You could still see the holes. Like as I was a kid, I would look at the guy and go, Jesus Christ, what type of life did he have? But I went in that room, and I was just going through boxes, and there was just garbage. But at the bottom of the box was the gun with the silencer that he had offered me years ago. So I unscrewed the silencer, I took the gun, and I still got it. It's buried in Hollywood just in case. Anybody gives me a hard time.
Well, listen, brother, I know we got to get you out of here. This is what I plan to do. We did childhood today. Next time you come back, we're going to do preteen. We're going to get you all the way through your year, brother. Thank you for being here. Will you please, whatever you want to promote, your dates, I got all that stuff.
August 9th at Lincoln Theater in D.C. I got September 13th and 14th. The 13th in Dallas, the 14th in San Antonio. And that's it. I got nothing else to promote. Just want to get sick with my brother.
Thank you. Thank you for being here.
I gotta give credit to Ryan. He's been calling me since he started the podcast, and it's been busy. But I haven't done a podcast. This was the first one I get my word. So thank you very much.
I love it.
I love you too.
I am Ryan Sickler on all social media, RyanSickler.com. We'll talk to y'all next week. This episode is brought to you by ExpressVPN. More on that later. Let's get back to the honeydew, y'all. We're over here doing it up at the Studio G's at your mom's house. I'm your host, Ryan Sickler. I'm on social media at Ryan Sickler, RyanSickler.com. Quick date, Baltimore, September 14th. I'm coming back. One night only. Get your tickets for that show. Any in-town dates, just go to my website. This episode of The Honeydew is brought to you by Up. This episode of The Honeydew is brought to you by Upstart and Away. We'll talk a little bit more about that, but I want to let you know about some dates here in town.
That is so
February
folks.
27th, headlining the Ice
Really
House.
unprecedented.
March 19th through the 21st,
What is this
I'll be at the
fucking
House of
stream?
Comedy in Phoenix. March 26th, La Jolla Comedy Store. And April 23rd through the 25th, I'll be at the House of Comedy in Vancouver, BC. Come on out and check me out, guys.
You're watching with Ryan Sickler at your mom's house.
Welcome back to the Honeydew, y'all. We're over here at Studio G's doing it at your mom's house. I'm Ryan Sickler. Follow me on all social media, Ryan Sickler, RyanSickler.com. The website for the show, thehoneydewpodcast.com. Where you can get the links to everything. And if you're new to the show, we've been here a year now. I'm excited to have this new year off with you guys. Excited for all the new guests. Excited for the new stories. We're highlighting the lowlights over here. These are the stories behind storytellers. And today's storyteller is about to hit part 3 of the saga. Ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Joey Diaz is back. All right. The saga, bro. I know exactly where we left off, as I told y'all. Listen, but before I do, please plug, promote everything you'd like to get out of the way.
Just January 25th, they had the second show at the Tabernacle Theater in Atlanta. Just going to Atlanta for one show. It's a makeup show. You know, the agents are trying to punch around up and down, you know, because I fucked Atlanta last time. I don't want no misunderstandings.
Is Atlanta the one you were doing with Simone? You guys got the flight canceled and couldn't make it. He told me about
Yeah, it
that.
was a horrible fucking
Oh,
day.
man. Well, good.
You know, when we get to whatever.
Atlanta, go see old Joey.
Yeah.
25th, January 25th.
Just like that. I'm not going to be greedy and go somewhere else. Everything I got in those 2 shows. I feel bad. I had to cancel. Not on purpose. It was a fucking everyone thing.
Yeah. And I know you're going through, we talked about it. You tore your hand.
November 12th.
You say it like it's D-Day. Listen, I don't play
When I landed, I knew it was over. When I landed,
I had the same thing happen to me, and I called you right away. And I've been checking on you because that was all the month. Tell me what happened, because I'll tell you exactly what I
I
did.
went to the improv in the spot with Joe. I went to the comedy store, pulled up. I saw Rap out there, and right from the store, I gave him a hug. And I walked into the kitchen, and my left foot just went straight.
It slid.
Like it just slid. Like 8 miles an hour, I bounced, and then fell over. And all I could see is scars, and fucking, the pain was brutal. And, you know, thank God, you know, sometimes you go, I just go to the store to work out. No, you don't. It really affects me. Because I never saw them react to it like that. It was all over me. The funniest thing